generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Techgnosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technocratic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technocratic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technocratic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technocratic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of the these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work, and why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, tickler.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the thief claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a pro metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel.
Oh yeah. I build structures with a sound foundation and bring ruckus. Earth shaking but stay stationed. Permanent imprint, African kinship. Learning to live shit, backs that done been whipped. We bear scars, so now we bear arms. Prepare for war, y'all ring the alarms. Old souls turn black to old coals. Turn back to diamonds, and so the story goes. Resurrection brings about perfection. Turn up the beat, give my vocals inflection. Climb up the ladder, add up the data. I had an abrupt thought to cut the chatter. My meditated mind state, increase the birth rate, decrease the crime rate. Wait, but not too long. Get your thing on, my people remain strong. On, to the break of dawn. We rap to make cake and to make songs. Evaporate, hate, compress, suppression. I had to think about what I be doing when I mic testing 1, 2 when you don't stop. Cosmic slot, we swimming and we spinning and we spinning and we winning and we spinning and spinning and spinning. What?
Holding my nuts, ready for action. Swallow my thoughts, follow the force like Luke Sky, swinging a laser blade. Soldier recruiter, holding my shooter. You against me, now what's a Kawasaki to a motor scooter? Get yourself ate the fuck up, cowards and supper. Hours get rushed quicker than Jackie Chan or Chris Tucker. I snuck with the jewels from say I stuck to the rules of the mastery of ceremonial acts for satisfaction. Listen, yo, I even heard it was medicinal bliss. Pure forms of paragraphs and parables. Say my name in vain, no record is on now. Niggas is grown now, the only person that can calm me down is Farrakhan.
Yes. Samonoski, the samurai versus the bladed Jubei in this face-to-face action-packed saga involving swordplay. Masterless mic rippers unworthy comparing wits. From Wolverine, berserker attacks to rhyme spit. My vocals undid the toughest titanium imprint to properly puncture in your swallow with air kit, making your lungs freeze like the nipples on wiggling jelly tits. Leave a point is breathless like running 100-yard sprints. In a marathon, the mouth-to-mouth martial art intense. My breath represents death before scalpers and breath mints. The cowardly repents from invitations I've sent, in conjunction to making sure the mic never touches your fingerprints. Quietly spinning hibernation, juggernaut's helmet. The fullest extent, wrapped to the lowest part of your pelvis. The cavalier crusader in question these counterfeits. Mutilate your manhood to convert it to celibate. Poisonous medicine could get an infection, a snake bit. From stopping the flow of your veins and helping these anesthetics. Planet Asia, pep love, that winner. Planet Asia, pep love, black winter, rejuvenate. Unexpectable, credible, massive airs repopulate. Cause the thought balloon to deflate, escalate problems to debate, generate adrenaline, feeling the rush, ejaculate. We confiscate your air passes from lungs, to hyperventilate. Heroic mistakes on numerous dates added on weight to chrome plates. To chrome plates. To chrome plates. To chrome plates.
Yeah. It's that gangster shit, man. Hot shit. Roll up some of that President Kush. Let's go, man. Niggas love my shit, bang it. Bitches bounce their ass to it, get the eagle on. Pussy popping in the club, body speaking ass language. Get a grip, bitch, I'm famous. Don't fight it, I'm the one your man can never hang with. PA spit like PA 9-0s. One verse, 3600 like 9-0s. So fuck what you're going through. First cut the check, cause when I'm in the booth, I works up a sweat with niggas that'll murk your set. And it's nowhere to hide. My killers hit you on your chirp with threats. And if niggas still want it with age, then come get me, cause I just copped the sawed-off pump for 150. And I hate to have to shoot my own kind, but fuck around. I come through and turn your projects to Palestine. Out of sight, shot a 9, left him out of his mind. Looking at you leaking, it's about that time. Hey yo, it's on again, turn my shit up. We them new gangsters, fly Cali cats, thick ropes, getting paper. Now let's see how far this trip can take ya, and how we split this cake up. Pretty soon we'll be splitting acres. West side, east side, get it poppin' with me. North side, south side, ain't no stopping with me. All the ladies in the spot looking proper with me. And after the show, they coming through the top. And yo, it's Planet Age, cannons in your face, cameras and cake, handling weight, banana clips, bandanas and apes. Managed ever since I was 8. Had a chick that was Spanish, 12 years old. She took me on my first date. Lord have mercy, when earths get thirsty, it's on. Nowadays, I born abroad without a birthday and bounce. Ladies love my mystique, cause I'm a thug in the streets, but at the house, I'm a cold freak. PA all day, what the fuck? Go the whole week, slapping your cheeks. She's a cold piece, but she the homie niece, snotty amateur freak. I hit her from the back like Mob Deep, put her to sleep. Benefits I reap when I leave them geek, all in the sheets, leaving them tossed, getting bossed till I gleek. A lot of niggas want my seat, but couldn't handle the role, knowing that I was born with the soul of a chief. Hey yo, it's on again, turn my shit up. We them new gangsters, fly Cali cat, stick ropes, getting paper. Now let's see how far this trip can take ya, and how we split this cake up. Pretty soon we'll be splitting acres. West side, east side, get it poppin' with me. North side, south side, ain't no stopping with me. All the ladies in the spot looking proper with me, and after the show they coming through the chopper with me. Yeah, now put the purple in the air and just fog up the spot like you just don't care. Nigga, it's P.A.K. Don't get your ass shot for playing, I'm not for playing. Know what I'm saying? What you wanna know about is what I flow about, from what I understand. Labels wanna know my brand, not knowing I've sound scanned from here to Yokohama, Japan. Open hours in the booth with the plan to tell the truth. What I produce will make you add new recruits to your clan. The West Coast needed the king to crown. Whoever saying they the king now, nigga, watch the king get clowned, smothered and drowned, or even left under the ground, covered in cows, somewhere probably in the Central Valley. Fuck over your whole style with a sword and a smile. Tell the truth, this the hardest shit you heard in the wild, ain't it?
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Got another little installment for you guys. All right, and of course we're compiling a lot of research right here on the channel, right? And the reason why we're compiling sort of research and resources, right, even though there's not a sort of a concerted effort, right, to preserve, right, sort of intellectual resources, right, that can deal with the sort of roots of the various ideologies that have presented themselves. Okay, and you know, there's a lot of ism schism, right? There's a lot of tricknology and science, right, that is basically protruding, right, as a sort of cancerous outgrowth, right, on the various ideological capacities of man and what they represent. Well, of course, these have been forged through the architectonic, right? So we don't really it's pretty obvious how various of the ideological means that are at our disposal have been forged through the architectonic, right? And as I've explained many times, right, this whole notion of the architectonic, right, and the whole idea of the creation of art or the creation of symbols, right? Okay, or as we call it, techne, right? There's many different extrapolations of techne, right? Okay, so, right, obviously there's techne logos, which is sort of the whole, creative aspect, right? So there's the whole idea of aesthesis, right? Or this idea of aesthetics, right? Okay. The whole idea of aesthetics. And on the other end, there's the idea of techne, right, representing skill or craft or the application of knowledge, right? And before we get to techne-logos, right, because techne-logos implies that there is a sort of method, right? Right, a method or a way, right, of sort of doing something, right? How to do it, right? That would be sort of the technique, right? Or the techne, right? And then the techne-logos is basically the application or the skill or the craft, right? So we have this idea at the basic roots of sort of human society, right? And the main point where this becomes a dominant aspect of human society, of course, we can speculate, right? Not knowing, obviously, there's various ideas about the origins of human societies, right? There's no one, you know, explanation for why human beings came about, right? But we do realize something very basic, right? Much more basic than our understanding of humanity itself, right? Right. We know that there's much more difference between a human being and another human being than there is between a human being and an animal or between the various animals, right, themselves. Right. It seems like human beings or human society, you know, present a larger complexity or diversity, right? And the main, you know, factor behind this capacity, right, is the ability to create symbols, right? And, you know, language, right? So if we could think of language as being the sort of the nub of, or symbols, right, as being the nub of technique, right? The main reason is because you have to construct the symbols. Okay? And you have to sort of transmit these symbols, right? Both of these require sort of technological means, right? Either inscription or transmission, right? And the inscription or transmission itself, okay, that is sort of communication, right? That's what's known as communication, right? So so words, right, that don't have a maker, right, so to speak, right, they sort of speak for themselves, okay, right? And this ability to transmit ideas over time, right, is basically you know, why, right, human society develops at a sort of rapid pace, but it's also the reason why, right, this technical aspect of man tends towards universalism, right? Because as we mentioned on the last show, right, we've been sort of breaking down how liberalism gave birth to the technological system, right? And the whole enterprise or exchange of this happening is really like a slave giving birth to its master, right? A slave giving birth to its own master, right? That sort of sorcerer's apprentice type of deal, right? Right. So so this whole idea of how sort of science tends, or not really science only, but science and liberalism, right? The pair of them, right? Of course, you had sort of liberalism, you know, you have sort of liberalism that's sort of divorced from science, okay, only in the ancient world. Okay, so they had the notion of liberalism, and obviously they didn't think too highly of this concept. Right, from the Greeks to the medieval philosophers, right, the Christian philosophers, right, they thought very little of the concept of freedom or liberty or or individualism or liberalism. Right, they thought these were sort of destructive concepts. Okay, they said that a person who's ruled by this type of ideology, right, they succumb to their desires. Right, they disregard their parents, right? They disregard their nation or state as a result of disregarding their parents, right? And so they sort of become questioners, rebels, right? Chasing after their own desires, right? The sort of rootless cosmopolitans, right? So they thought liberalism is actually an evil, evil thing, right? They thought democracy, which is the political system that's represented by liberalism, right, is one of the most dastardly concatenations, right, of the human experience, right? It's the worst consolidation of political power, right, is what they thought, right? They thought the greatest form, right, and this was all around the world, right? You read the Bible, you read the Zoroastrians, right? You read Plato, right? You read the Chinese philosophers, right? They all thought, no, the best type of people should lead. The best type of people should lead, right? And of course, these best type of people, they're not barbarians or rootless cosmopolitans, right? Right? They actually belong to a state and a class that's a representation of the highest aspect of what their society seeks to represent, right? And we don't have that way of thinking anymore, right? Right? We don't have the way of thinking that traditions cause a person to gain a sort of understanding of their own people, right? And through love of one's own, right? We were sort of talking on Talcott, right? He was sort of talking about love, right? And people are saying, well, what kind of love, right? People love themselves, right? They love each other. Sometimes people love each other too much. Love is blind. They do insane things, right? Well, there's also love of one's own or honor, right? And then there's also the sort of platonic sense of love, right? Or the godly sense of love, right? And notice when you have a platonic love, right? Or what most people mean by that is that, sort of you don't express the love, right? But it's a sort of a love that isn't sort of intimate, right? Sexual in nature, right? And so this notion of sort of platonic or universal themes, right? And this was sort of the goal of Plato's dialogues, right? He would define love and justice. Okay. And knowledge, right? So on and so forth, right? They would sort of define various piety, right? Various characterizations, right? Through looking at the universal application, right, of these certain ideas. So when you deal with universalism, right, it sort of opposes individualism at first, okay? at first individualism is sort of opposed by universalism. Okay. And so is sort of liberalism. Okay. So what happens is, right, is through a series of exchanges, and now one of the most important exchanges of course is this idea or this notion, and I appreciate more people pouring in here. Okay, but obviously this notion, right, that I've been going over a lot, right, of being versus becoming. Okay, so the first step to understanding, right, first, and sort of Parmenides sums up two things in one, right? He says, not only are we not separate from the world, right, or so on and so forth, right? There's no sort of separation, right? So sort of, this idea that there's a nature that's outside of us, a realm of ideas or forms, okay, where sort of universal concepts exist, right? He sort of thought of a sort of way in which everything that exists is sort of natural, like the Tao. Okay, and if there's no change, there can't be any progress or movement towards something better, right? But within Plato, he sort of said, well, the world is sort of in a secondary state, right? Right, which really has purity, right, and goodness and truth and beauty is the mind. Okay, is these concepts that exist in the mind. Okay, and these don't exist in nature. Okay, so when the Christians came along, like St. Augustine, and said, well, the world is basically good because it's based on a supreme sense in which things exist, right? So everything that you see in the world is based on a sort of supernatural form of existence, right? Right, because everything in nature is sort of extremely ordered, they said. Okay. But for it to be completely ordered, right, it has to be based on something else. Because if it's A, ordered, and B, not perfect, right, then there has to be something perfect that's ordering it that exists outside of nature. So he came up with this idea, right, that there's a sort of demiurge, right? A demiurge that exists. Okay, and he called this demiurge the worker of the people, meaning that it organizes or orders what is good, what is beautiful, what is just. Okay, it doesn't really have freedom to do its own thing, right? It's not like the will of God commands all things. No. This thing is itself sort of commanded, right, by eternal sort of concepts or ideas. Okay, so it can't have sort of free reign. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to drop the link. Let me drop the link for the people. Are we getting thwarted by the signal here? But yeah, we were talking a lot about the demiurge yesterday. There's lots of different concepts about the demiurge, right? In Gnosticism, right, he's like a bad guy and he represents Yahweh and so on and so forth, right? But this demiurge is a little different, right? This demiurge is a good guy and he's a little different from Yahweh, right? Just because he's not all powerful, right? Okay, he's not all powerful. He is all good, okay, but he's sort of limited by the goodness that he can do, right? He's limited by what is good, right? So he's bound to natural law and so on and so forth, right? This creator, right? So this whole idea that sort of nature is in a fallen state, right? That nature is in a state of becoming, right? That perfectibility exists outside of nature, and that is what orders nature, right? But nature is not perfect. Okay, and nature is also full, you know, or sort of a plenum, right? So it's sort of like full of itself, right? This is another concept that sort of Parmenides invented, right? That sort of nature abhors a vacuum, right? And so on and so forth, right? That there's nothing left out of the process of creation, right? Everything that can be used is being used, right? So on and so forth, right? And yeah, blessings, Dom. What's going on, man?
How's it going?
Pretty good. You tell me. How's everything?
Oh, it's all right. I went back to college and I'm in this research class right now, and I got put in a group, and let's just say I'm not doing what I wrote. I got to do what they wrote for the research project, and I'm not very happy with what they wrote compared to what I wrote. Yeah, so that's about it, but it's pretty minor besides that, you know. Yeah. But anyway, I think it's the Webster. I want to talk about love because you were talking about love earlier. You're talking about the demiurge.
You're here for the love. Yeah, because we were talking about that on Talcott earlier, right? So obviously you're familiar with him, but it was so much trolls, you know, that I had to sort of just leave, you know, eventually, like, because I was getting tired from the fasting, so I had to just sort of just leave. But yeah, he was, you know, he was getting tired of them too. He sort of shelved all the trolls and then started talking to Melanie the Cosmic Fox. But yeah.
Yeah, can you guys hear me well? I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't be talking as loud because last night I was. Yeah, my mic. I need a new mic, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you sound okay though. Yeah.
Yeah, sound
But
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I was kind of watching that. You know, there's typically a lot of trolls on his channel, but I think it's the Merriam-Webster definition of love. They have several definitions, but there's one that I think was pretty good. And it was just basically having a good disposition towards all things at all times, right? So just everything around you, you know, you have, well, first of all, you already have a mood, or if you even want to call it that, you're in this state of being where pretty much external forces don't affect you, is what it is. And you're intent on having a positive experience, essentially. It's more of an internal thing.
Yeah, and you could tell somebody who's developed from somebody who's basically just dipped their feet in, because people who are extremely just new to this sort of underground spiritual game, you know, they're sort of like, you know, on a crazy witch hunt, right? Trying to like, you know, get this person and get this because they think the world's full of evil, right? Because they just now, you know, saw the truth like 10 seconds ago. But then when you really, really try to, you know, understand things, right, you sort of move past that to a level where you're not really mad at people who don't understand shit, you know, right? Where you're, you know, you sort of understand like there's a greater mission, you know, right? Like there's a true call, and some people see it, some people don't, and you know, you sort of have more magnanimity and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I think what the prayer of serenity pretty much is exactly that, right?
And there's also the Dunning-Kruger, right? It's like people get like super, like they think everybody's dumb just because they learn some shit halfway, you know, experts on some shit. Yeah.
Well, you combine the Dunning-Kruger with cognitive dissonance, and that's unfortunately the state of most people.
Right.
That's I kind of feel like that's pretty much what the education system's goal is. You know, it's designed to get people just smart enough to know enough.
Right.
But ultimately, they don't want them to get past a certain point, you know, and that certain point is the authorities. You know, the authorities have their narrative. You know, if you go against, if you start going beyond that, that's basically you've overcome the filter of your education from as a child, because that's what it's designed to do.
Yeah, I've sort of, you know, circumvented that by doing multidisciplinary, you know, research and then tying it all together. See, this is kind of the thing that they don't really want you to do because, you know, because there is a way to know enough to not think or sort of have to benefit whatever is going on around you. And so that is the sweet spot. But it's like, you know, that the system promotes people doing that in a sort of way that is morally bankrupt, you know, and spiritually bankrupt pretty much. Whereas you could, you know, basically that is the goal, right? Because if you analyze what I know, I'm basically dumb as a rock, right? But if you see what I know on particular subjects, I'm very well versed on them, and then I'm able to tie those together, right? So I'm able to appear like I'm, you know, smarter than I am.
Yeah, I suppose. I wonder if you took someone who was really intelligent, like they say Newton, he was extremely arrogant. I wonder how he would describe his own intelligence.
Oh
I
yeah.
I doubt he'd be so humble.
Well, did you know he wrote a letter to John Locke and said that John Locke embroiled him with women, and he thought that this would make his him it hard for him to study and whatnot. You know, so he was like a weird incel, right? Who thought
Yeah,
like, you
I
know,
didn't know about the John Locke thing, but
yeah,
it's almost like scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like he champions Newton. It's almost like
yeah, I bet he does
about that. Like
right,
Newton
right, 'cause
created calculus on a dare, and he was a virgin who dedicated his whole life to science.
right, because the universe is a machine, and that's what they're involved with is making machines. So of course it's got to be a machine, right? So you know, everything's a machine because that's what you're involved with, making machines, right? So what a coincidence, right? These people are retards, pretty much. You know, yeah. Even we were talking about how, I mean, John Searle said like, you know, that a machine cannot think, and then he also said the brain is a machine. I was like, just the absurdity of the statements they make, right? All right, but
Yeah, and I think this is the problem of not having an interdisciplinary approach and considering things like religion and philosophy beneath your field instead of synthesizing human knowledge. They're basically saying we have all the answers because we can predict what particles are going to do with complete accuracy, and we can make technology revolving around that makes life easier. And you know, in the modern day, that pretty much grants them the rank of the modern priest class, like it was thousands of years ago. But you mentioned that these people are retards, and I see what you're I see where you're coming from, right? And I can't disagree, but at the same time, they are smart. They have a level of intellect, and I think what it is they get taken into that vacuum. I think you said, who said nature abhorred a vacuum? Exactly, because this is what it does to people. It takes smart people and turns them to retards.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering who actually said that. I know Spinoza said something like that, but you know, but yeah, the origins of the quote, I mean, I'm not really that sure. Nature abhors a vacuum, you know, but yeah, it is one of those concepts where it's like, oh, okay, whoa. It says it's actually a concept often attributed to Aristotle. So that's right in line with what I was talking about with the demiurge and all that, right? So yeah, horror vacui.
I think
so yeah,
it's dark. But yeah, Aristotle, you know, I couldn't tell you enough to, you know, say exactly what the line of thinking he did, or what he said to produce that line of thinking.
It says he says that basically empty space is an unnatural occurrence and matter will fill empty space. Right? So there's no actual such thing as empty space. Right? So nature abhors a vacuum. Like there's no empty space in nature. There's always stuff going on to produce matter and so on and so forth. And if you look at empty space, it's true. If you look at like quantum physics and so on and so forth, it's actually extremely dense matter, right? And so on and so forth, right? So, you know, yeah. So it's like we're swimming in extremely dense, thin substance, right? And so on and so forth, right?
At the same time, I've also heard them say that the space between electrons and atoms is so far, it'd be like putting a needle in the middle of a football field, and then the track around the football field is like the electron, you know. Now, I don't know if this is true, but I remember seeing this in textbooks when I was like in middle school or something. Like, this is what they actually taught us. And then you find out that an electron itself is just a field of energy, or a cloud. It's not, they don't even think it's a particle. But when it comes to the subatomic world, you know, at the same time, they say everything's held together by gluons, which holds together the fermions and bosons, right?
Bosons. Huh.
Yeah.
Most of these people are bosons, you know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah, yeah, the quantum soup, as it were, right? It's infinitely full, as it were, right? There's no such thing as emptiness, and henceforth, there's no such thing as nothingness. You can't produce nothingness in nature, right? So this is a problem, is that actually nothingness does not exist. So you have to think of, you know, the thing that has to be explained more is nothing and not something, right? Because, you know, if you look around you, it's obvious that something exists, right? We may not know what that something is, right? But we know, like, it is, right? As Parmenides says, right? But what we don't know about it, right, is, you know, if there's multiple, you know, or just one, right? Or, you know, like those deeper questions that me and Hyperborean were going over yesterday. Is it dualistic? You know, so on and so forth. You know, you know, where does mind or sort of seeming or the multiplicity of minds, right? Where does that arise, right? How does consciousness arise from dead matter? And is nature intelligent? Right? These are all sort of questions we've asked about the nature of becoming, right? And whether nature is in a state of becoming, because if it's in a state of becoming, you say two things: either the becoming is sort of disordered, right, and chaotic, right, and so you would have to be sort of thinking about where this chaos, I'm sorry, chaos, right, or void comes from, right? Like if you like combine chaos and void, you get a chaod. Can't believe nobody thought of that, but yeah, it's actually not that clever, but yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. But yeah, this thing, chaos and void. I mean, if you have a void, it's easy to get chaos, right? But where does chaos come from if there's not a void? Right? What's seeping in to cause chaos, right? Or so on and so forth.
I think when it comes to chaos, I think a big part of the problem is the seeming, is how does chaos seem to us? And it seems bad, right? Because, chaos could be something like a tornado coming and taking your house, or getting carjacked on your way to work, something bad happening. And it could be less severe. Those are severe examples, but something happening in your life that you're not expecting, that puts you in a certain direction you don't necessarily want to go in. But chaos from the larger picture is just basically potential. Like the forms are essentially chaos, but they're merged with logos. And the form is chaos because the potential is what gives rise to the form, and the form can be anything, because the chaos has essentially limitless potential, right? And this is where the logo struggles, because it wants to quantify things and measure things, and it can't quantify limitless potential.
Yeah, and so I mean, you would also say that the universe is eternal, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is also something that sort of Plato believes. So yeah, it goes with the fact if the sort of and this is another thing we were sort of talking about yesterday, is if the universe is eternal, then they're sort of it's better if there's sort of limitations on sort of the way God creates, right? So we could sort of think of like how as Dom said, right? A form is sort of limitless potential, right? And the logos is trying to limit it through the form of the demiurge, right? Then it's sort of limited in its capacity to sort of create things, right? Because and would you say that logos is a part of natural law, or is it just something that's being employed by this demiurge, right?
Logos is a part of natural law. It's a part of God. The thing about the demiurge, though, is, I'm not sure if my worldview would count as pluralist. That's what Hyperborean was saying, right? Where I say that there's three components of God.
Right. Basically, pluralism just means like there's more than one thing, right? So dualism is like usually there's like two things, right? It's either substance, dualism. There's like mind and matter, right?
The way I see it is it's multiple things in union.
Right.
It's multiple things that are one. Like the illusion is there are multiple things, but there's a force that binds them, and that's the spirit.
The illuminated.
He kind of said something similar, because he said there's two things.
Wait, I got it wrong.
Yeah, he kind of said there's two things binded.
Illuminated.
Right?
So here's what the demiurge is.
Being and becoming are like oil and water bound in the same thing, right? So
Yeah, he was basically describing what I was talking about. He was talking about. I was thinking that, like, oil is the logos and water is the water, literally.
Right.
And then the force that holds them together would basically be the cup. But
right. I've not looked into the Hyperborean sort of situation. I'm curious to see how he bridges the thought of Nimrod de Rosario with the thoughts of the Eleatics, or if Nimrod directly mentions the Eleatic philosophers, right? I would be interested to know, if he took a position on that, because obviously there's few that have, right? It's sort of a sort of rare subject, but it's also one of the roots, right, of sort of Western, because this is what the sort of people who started quote unquote Western philosophy looked into. And Western philosophy did create science and liberalism, right? That is one thing it did, right? It had certain help from the religion and the occult and the artists and statesmen and so forth, right? But the main thing that propelled it, right, was sort of philosophy, right, or metaphysics. Okay, and the birth of this thing called metaphysics and science, which Aristotle put into two different subjects, and this is something I call the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? I was watching those Professor Dave versus Jim Bob and Jay Dyer videos or whatever, right? And Professor Dave says in those videos that Aristotle created science. He says that. He says Aristotle created, he says it in two of his videos.
Yeah,
he says Aristotle created science.
So he don't know who Thales is, or what?
well, see, this is the thing, is that Thales is sort of like a sage, right? So Thales is not saying that sort of metaphysics and sort of speculations on nature are sort of two different categories of thought, right? Because he said all is full of gods. So just in that one statement, he cuts through, both metaphysics and science, right? So there's no ontological separation. There's no ontological transcendence. There's one monistic, and that's basically monism, right? That explains monism. All is full of gods is basically like monism, right? Whereas if God is sort of separate from nature, right, that is sort of partly sort of dualistic in a way, right? But mainly if a mind or a universal mind is separate from the scope of nature, like the demiurge, right, then it's totally dualistic, right? Even though, as Avian pointed out, Plato says in the Republic, right, that the many is held together by a one, right, which is this sort of, universal mind, or this, sort of cosmic ordering principle, right? So he combined the one and the many, right? He combined being and becoming, right? So don't know where I'm going with that, but yeah. So this is why we're fundamentally talking about being and becoming, though, right? Is because we're seeing if nature can be put in a state of becoming, and this is important for the Protestants, right, and the Catholics, right, because nature being in a fallen state, right, and being created by God out of nothing, right, they have to justify this concept of nothing. They have to justify this creation ex nihilo concept. They have to justify the notion that nature is in a state of becoming, right? And they have to justify the concept that God is separate from nature. So there's several steps that they took to prove all these things, right, in order to make it sort of develop philosophical proofs, right, so that to the academicians and the scholars and the statesmen and all those people, they would have sort of be satisfied with their proofs for several centuries, right, until they develop sort of science and liberalism, right? And of course, the whole concept in Confucianism, right, about the state and the religious attitude being merged with the state, right, and the sacrifices of the ancestors and all this, and the cultural rites and traditions, right, and the sort of religious rituals, right, that are prescribed there, right, you have a sort of basically a similar idea, okay, there as well, for a lot of different kingdoms, obviously, until sort of Christianity and Islam, right? And of course, there you started to develop certain ideas, right? Like, for example, right, in Islam, right, they didn't sort of think like, nature was in this sort of fallen state. So, like, metaphysics was sort of a higher thing than just science, right? So, they really developed science a lot. They said if you just study nature, right? So, Aristotelianism sort of took hold in the Islamic world way more than it did in the Christian world, right? The Christian world was sort of obsessed with Plato, right? So the study of nature, science, right, all this stuff, right?
Just they were obsessed with Plato, all right.
Right, and just as in the West, right, they saw as a separation between church and state, right, because they could sort of talk about how sort of nature and God are separate, and these sort of universal ideals that were, these metaphysical principles that are sort of understood by the church are sort of different than those stately or worldly principles that are understood by the scientists and the politicians and these sort of things. They saw these as sort of lower forms of speculation, right? But in Islam, right, the state and the religious authority was completely merged, right? Whereas in the West, right, the religious authority, right, and the state were not completely merged, right? You see, right, because the the priests, they took care of the spiritual or metaphysical principles, right, as I said earlier, or they didn't take care of the worldly domain, right? So there's a unique separation because of Platonism, and this is called realism, right, instead of nominalism. That's how Plato sort of caused the church to sort of rule over the state because they thought these higher principles should be in charge of the worldly principles. But then later, this was sort of questioned, overthrown, right? The sort of 3-story universe, and for a sort of naturalistic monism, right? Saying that everything's just matter, right? There's nothing outside of nature. Nature is eternal, what most of them thought, right? And then there's no God, right? Because obviously out of nothing, nothing comes, right? So you can't just have, the universe pop up out of nothing, right? So, so this is what they thought for 1500 years, right? The scientists, right? Until they dumped the church, right, and created out of philosophy science, as I said, right? And obviously created liberalism and universalism, right, which are sort of the underpinning of this world system, right, of techno-liberalism. So I think I'll sort of end my introduction there. We'll play some music and get into the material, and I'll maybe drop the link again for the people. Does anybody have any comments?
Yeah, I would say at the same time, the church, they stopped taking over, but the education system went through the church and the J-suit education system, and they even called it censorship. They were very proud of their pedagogy. And based off the writings of what I saw of Christopher Grenberger, he's basically talking about how in the past, philosophy was the bridge between metaphysics and science. But we need to make it so that science is the bridge between metaphysics and philosophy. And so, then that they basically, I think they wanted to create a cosmology, and they did so over the course of hundreds of years, up from the time when they took Copernicus calculations to make the Gregorian calendar, through the time that one dude, I can't remember his name right now, but the Catholic priest who discovered the Big Bang, or, was credited with discovering that. They wanted to create a cosmology that would make people seem small and insignificant in the face of an infinite universe that was uncaring. And then when Darwin came along and social Darwinism came along, combined with their infinitely large flying ball cosmology, they had exactly what they needed to remove God. So this basically made the people who wanted God more dependent on them. And it also made people more divided, and of course, more divided people are easier to control. But at the same time, in the West, I wanted to mention, the government has they've adopted strong religious themes. Their whole practices are nothing but rituals. That's all they do, are strange rituals in accordance with astrology. And basically, they get together in these costumes, they sit in these chambers, and they discuss these topics, and then they write on pieces of paper, and then they say, our piece of paper is basically the word of God, and you all must obey. This is the ritual of government. And they do it in these strange buildings of architecture that is just weird to begin with as well. And another thing I want to mention, so I think a great thing to understand nature is just to look to the trees. And I know atheists, they hate this argument, but this is an ancient argument, and trees are one of the origins of religion. Because by looking at trees, the ancients realized, okay, there's roots, which is the underworld. There's this trunk, which is basically the world we inhabit, the midplane. And then these leaves, they form the heavens. Okay. And
I read a review exactly about that of a book that deals with the exact topic that Tom is talking about. It deals with the exact topic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, actually, you woke up Avian with that, because he's obsessed with this topic of trees being the origins of religion. I remember we were talking in the...
There's several, but that's one of them. There's trees, there's snakes. Trees represent interconnectedness. Snakes represent frequencies. Then there's cargo cults, which is more advanced cultures dominating other cultures or giving them gifts, and then the less advanced cultures remembering them. And then there's astrotheology. And as far as I can tell, those are the four origins of religion. But yeah, trees a huge, huge one.
Wait, did I ever read that review about the trees and the
I'm not sure
of philosophy? I read it or not?
Doesn't ring a bell. You read the one about mushrooms, but this one's not ringing a bell yet.
Yeah. Can you read this, Dom, instead? Because here I'm gonna share it, and you can read it.
Yeah, I can read it for you.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the origin of philosophy and world traditions can be traced back to the worship of trees and the belief in a tree-inhabited God. The book covers much wider breadth, but I simply want to highlight a few key points to emphasize this book. Book's point that the tree is at the root of all philosophy. I'm glossing over a lot. There can be no doubt, however, that originally the mystical tree was a central feature of paradise, and the garden was merely its precinct or setting. One of the many conceptions which grew up around the central idea of the cosmic tree. Each nation, according to its stage of culture, or its prevailing habit of thought emphasized one feature of it, the monster tree, which according to primitive cosmogony was believed to support the universe by material branches, became in the minds of more cultivated race the central tree of a dimly realized paradise, and eventually the symbol of an abstract idea. The intellectual Buddhists saw in it the emblem of knowledge. The Persian thought of it as the tree of immortality. The Hebrew, filled with the idea of man's frailty and with the longing to explain it, made it the tree of temptation. Interesting. But in all these various conceptions, we find a central idea derived, no doubt, from an antecedent and universal tree. It's like antecedent. But yeah. Worship an idea which places a tree at the root of all philosophy. Refers all phenomena to the existence of a central tree serviceable to man here or hereafter, and concentrating upon itself the reverent devotion which had outgrown its earthly counterpart. The Indians, Arabs, Persians, Akkadians, Canaanites, Assyrians, Greeks, Scandinavians, and many others worship trees as dwelling places for gods and spirits like nymphs, genie, Yazada. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, that's the like angel and Zoroastrianism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yazata. Yeah, you mentioned those before. Yeah. In addition, they believed that spirits like nymphs were bound by trees, and that blood would flow when the tree was injured, or punishment incurred for destroying a tree that contained spirits. For example, take a look at this painting of the Hamadryadad by Emil Ben. Yeah, explain that for us if you.
Yeah, basically in Greek mythology, if you try to harm a tree, sometimes a nymph is in the tree, and so the nymph,
okay, I see. So she's coming out being like, "Hey, what are you doing,
this
sir?"
is a painting.
Like,
Yeah, but
I'm naked in here. Like, can't
yeah,
you see?
yeah, I didn't know that was a good idea to share, but this is like a fine art painting. You see, this is.
Oh yeah. It's no worries, dude. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's tasteful. Yeah,
so
it's no worries.
This is for historical reasons and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We're just making sure to specify. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. So it says it is also interesting to note that certain type of trees were associated with certain gods. Zeus, for example, is associated with the mighty oak, like Dagda. Aphrodite with the myrtle and apple tree. Apollo with the laurel, Athena with the olive tree. Indeed, the solitary tree standing in the Attic fields and worshipped as a sacred habitation of God was in possibility the earliest Greek temple, the forerunner of those marvelous edifices which aroused the admiration of every subsequent age. In the Brahmanical, I'll just say it like that, worship, the deity's essence is believed to descend into the tree. And the sycamore tree was associated with Osiris in ancient Egypt. Even the Arabs revered the sacred acacia of Nakhla, the dwelling place of El Oza, as a way of further deifying trees. Votive offerings were often given to the trees, engraved with faces or adorned with clothes. Originally, trees. The tree was the home of great gods, and later became the embodiment of the all-powerful patron of universal fertility. A few trees were believed to possess oracular powers by the Greeks. including the famous oak of Dodona. They even use certain branches and shoots for divination of auguries. The laurel, example, the laurel for prophecy. It was the god dwelling in them who produced the mysterious rustling and movements of the branches from which the responses were interpreted by the attendant priests. But according to the ancient view, the tree derived a further title to its oracular prestige from its from its connection by means of its roots with the underworld. The mysterious abode of the departed spirits in whom wisdom and knowledge of the future were supposed to be vested, thus the special prophetic power attributed to the variety of oak, probably the Quercus esculus, which grew at Dodona, was ascribed by later writers to the fact that its roots pierced the earth more deeply than those of other trees, reaching down even to Tartarus. Trees and gods that dwell within them were celebrated by the Greeks in many ways. The Pyanepsia. That might be like that looks like pine, right? Pine. And the Tharalgelia. Yeah, they had, little girls named that, Interesting. Two important Athenian festivals, the Erisioni and harvest wreath of olive or laurel bound with red and white wool and hung with the choicest first fruits, was borne about by singing boys. While offerings were made to the gods, a vine branch and the grapes upon it gave its name to another Athenian festival, the Oscophoria, the grape carrying, held in honor of Dionysus. A race between chosen youths formed one event of the festival, the competitors running from the temple of Dionysus to that of Athena with bows in their hands. All right, let's read the rest of this after we take a little break here.
Yeah, it's a
little musical break here. Yeah. And yeah, I appreciate you guys for joining. We're also going to be reading some stuff of the Parmenides, some stuff from obviously commentary on the Parmenides, right? Which may take us sort of 2 days or 2 streams to sort of read through. Right, we have more material on the Parmenides. We have a lot of material on the Eleatic philosophers, right? Including Melissus and Zeno. So we'll be on this subject for a while, right? We were on Heraclitus for a while as well, but sort of there's more people that are involved in the sort of Eleatic scene, and as I said, I think there's good reasons to believe that they took a sort of either a dualistic interpretation of Parmenides, as Hyperborean was saying, right? Or they just took, they went full scale with Heraclitus, right? And sort of used that, putting nature in the state of becoming, right? And obviously we have the Shangzu as well. So we have quite a bit of material today, right, including this article that we're looking at here with Avian, right? So we'll see what we can get into here. Of course, it's getting pretty interesting. But yeah, so here's a little music for you guys, and of course, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. I appreciate you guys. Yeah. So yeah. I believe we're on this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I made another sort of mix of Lions in the Forest by Planet Asia. So the other one, was obviously a banger, and this one is pretty good too. So this one is sort of more like, ethnic with gas lamp killer and whatnot. So yeah, so let's see what happens. So yeah, so we'll be right back. Blessings. So
all night wrong war lords. Yo, slapbox 52, hand combat, man down, now you getting treated like a little youth. Pearl handle, black Ruger popping up. It's the return of the trench coat mafia. You got a click, but I bet they won't die for your last nigga that fronted. I move on, Gaddafi them. I'm busting leaded, Armageddon, God is 7. Top of the dome, it's embedded. I said it, step in the realms and get sweated. My foes get beheaded, live with no edits, shredded. Negative thoughts about the G.O.D., you better dead it, cause that's bad credit. All night, me on the mic is athletic. High height, seeing my sight is like heaven. Firefight, fire and flights of bad weather. Whatever, get it together, my neck leather. Once again, welcome to the fucking next level. Metal plus netter, stretch limousines, machine guns running up with 26 villains. Fuck everything on, we fight for the children. 10 steps raw, who on war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who on war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, yeah, we came to conquer the land just like Moors. Throwing flying guillotines from Philistine. Came with an illa dance with the Lord in the ring. Standing firm in the square like butterbean. I'm hotter than Shambala. Draw swords before Makata. Rude boy shot him from top dollar. I'm not a big ass rapper that's not solid. I got it. To say I'm the hottest is just modest. My ass is to melt down anything. So anything in my lane, man, killing it. 2 bottles of jewels, 1 spoon of ignorance. It's the vigilant spit, chemist is injuring. Any contender wanna act like he's bigger than I. Get victified, and that's minimum. MCs who wanna compete, I take 10 of them. Clowns in the street on heat, I got diligence, and that's how it really goes. So get familiar with it, and stop looking at the motherfucking videos. Choose your weapon, my tools is lessons. True connection, wrong draw, you lost your perfection. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Let the rhythm hit him, chew him up, spit him out, hit him out. Let's see if the barrel fit in his mouth. Hear the lion roar, what you crying for? I'm at the hot gates, open up the iron door. I'm the king of the jungle, so ready to rumble. Gunshot, put the room on humble. I flip beats and make the words tumble, and flip bricks and I sleep on a bundle. Claiming you're off the chain, homie, I'm off the board. Dunk in your face, I'm the lord of war. I'm so much more, these bitches should never step up. I never let up, you fuckers will never get up. Ice in my veins, ice on my chains. I'm nice in the lane, think twice for your veins. Shoot around like dice in the game. You crap out, break the bones when I make you tap out.
10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
all right, let me get back into this. There are mythologies in Greek and other world mythologies that tell of mortals being transformed into trees. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat if anybody wants to come up. And yeah, feel free to comment on anything we're discussing up here. Right, as I said, I already laid out, sort of the various things we'll be getting into here, right? And yeah, so I appreciate you guys. But yeah, but of course it's up to you guys where it goes. All right, we could start up a discussion on any of these things. But yeah, so yeah, mythologies tell of mortals being transformed into trees or human and man-like spirits originating from trees. In the old world, tree and man, and indeed all living things, were held to be so near akin. In some stories, flowers arose from blood or teardrops. Yeah, it's dope. Which served as seeds for miracles. Furthermore, it was usual amongst the Romans to plant a tree at the birth of a son, and from its vigor to forecast the prosperity of the child. Interesting. But more important than the family tree is the community tree. In many an old German village there stood a tree, often a May tree, which the villagers guarded as the apple of their eye. It was looked upon as a life tree, the tutelary genius, the second eye of the whole community. Devotions were paid to it, and gifts were offered as to a deity. Pagan Scandinavians viewed Yggdrasil as a supporter of the universe. The Indians and Persians saw the sacred tree of life as offering immortal ambrosia, soma, and homa to the gods. In the Rig Veda, Brahma himself is described as a vast, overspreading tree of the universe, of which, I believe I've seen that depiction as well in the picture, right? Of which the gods are the branches. In the Chinese mythology, 7 miraculous trees once flourished in the Kunlun Mountains. Excuse me. One of them was of jade, bore fruit that conferred immortality. Another named Tong grew up on the highest peak, hard by the closed gate of heaven. I don't get that statement. But yeah, in both East and West, the universe tree was venerated as something more than a mere material supporter of the world, being sometimes the giver of wisdom and sometimes a conveyor of immortality. Furthermore, mythologies are full of mystical, life-giving trees. Yeah, so hit the link, folks. I mean, don't leave us hanging out here.
If you want, I can read it now. If you want me to, I can take it from
if you want. If you want to, Buddha, man, go ahead, man. Let her rip.
Yeah, the corresponding legend amongst the neighboring Estonians, as told in their epic, the Kelvilpogi, contains a quaint medley of the practical and poetic. Here too, the monstrous oak is filled by a giant who grows from a dwarf. In falling, it covers the sea with its branches, and is quickly turned to use by the people. From the trunk is fashioned a bridge with 2 arms, one stretching to Finland, the other to an adjoining island. Ships are built from the crown, and towns from the roots, and toy boats from the ships. What is left over is used to build shelters for old men, widows, and orphans, and the last remainder to provide a hut for the minstrel. Therewith he gains the master magic. For the strangers who cross the bridge now and again, and stop at his door to ask what city and what splendid palace stand before them, receive for answer that the palace is his poor hut, and all the splendor around is the light of his songs, reflected from heaven. So that's from Finnish mythology.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard about this, but I heard a lot of different stories where there'd be a particular plant that people would use in ceremonies, and like one of their sages died, and the plant grew out of their grave.
Yeah, actually, I talked about that near the end. Something.
Yeah,
like
that.
I've heard that several times. Yeah,
that's Squatting Man. That's Native American.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
it's
yeah, DMT was like that. Like they say, DMT came out of like the guy who like is like he died and like it grew out of his nose or some shit.
It's basically the symbol. It's a line, and then it has like arms pointing upwards, but they look like sticks, and it has legs pointing downwards that look like sticks, and they're like in complete reverse, like mirroring each other. And then there's 2 circles between them. I don't really know how to share images, otherwise I'd bring it up. Yeah, I've never done that on StreamYard.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Yeah, that's what that
image.
Yes, yeah, that's the man who, and he chose to die. He basically was like, okay, everyone around me is, they're younger than me, they're way more immature, so he basically, it was a symbolism of him needing to grow into something greater. I think, and it probably could very well be real too. I think that mythology has many different interpretations and categories that are all correct simultaneously. I could explain that if you want, but basically, I think it's growing into something greater to sustain the community at great sacrifice.
Yeah.
But if
So
you want, I could.
That's another. Yeah, that's another thing. The tree always represents sacrifice, right? Like Yggdrasil represents sacrifice too, right? If I'm not mistaken. But yeah.
I don't actually know.
And then I think in Hebrews it says like you get like one of the curses is like hanging on a tree or something like that. Or something. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's like changed by God into like the salvation, whatever. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I've not heard that. The trees could be a symbol for sacrifice. I guess the leaves, maybe, because they die and they fall, and then the leaves provide nutrients for the tree.
Yeah, our peripheral nervous system looks like a tree. Our peripheral nervous system. Yeah.
Isn't that? I think that was one of my profile pictures, right? Well, I don't know if it was exactly that, but it was the neurons in the brain. It looked just like a tree.
Yeah, that too. That's central nervous system. But yeah.
Okay.
So, as well as trees, heavenly paradise is associated with walls and gardens. It's derived from the Avestan word paradisi, meaning walled garden. So the word for paradise has ancient Persian origin. Paradise was represented one as the seat of the god.
Coming out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, paradise was sometimes represented.
Was that just me? That
maybe. Yeah. Can you hear him now though? But
yeah.
For sure.
Paradise was sometimes represented one as the seat of the gods, two as the first home of the parents of mankind, and in other cases as the abode of the spirits of the blessed. Occasionally, the different conceptions are combined, but the earlier traditions all concur in connecting paradise with a miraculous tree or trees, or with a more or less legendary mountain, from which it may be plausibly inferred that they date back to the days of that primitive cosmogony, when the heavens were supposed to be upheld by a material support. Thus, in one, at least, of its aspects, the tradition of paradise must be regarded as an offshoot of the sacred tree. Yeah, and before I said the word paradise comes from the Avestan term paradisi, so that's a Persian term. So that's right. It's not difficult to understand how the various conceptions arose. In the first place, as the idea of a life or a spirit more or less bound to the tree became expanded into that of a powerful and wide-ranging God, the idealizing process demanded for him some home in heaven corresponding to the tree, which was his favorite habitat or embodiment on earth. The sacred God-haunted tree, to which worship and gifts were accorded below, suggested a mystical counterpart above, and the proper home of deity was assumed to be that marvelous tree whose branches were in the sky, and its sky, and its fruits the sun and the stars, or that lofty mountain whose summit touched and supported the heavens. In the second place, the belief common in primitive mythology that the first parents were born from trees presumably led to the idea that these honored ancestors, whose innocence was a part of their idealization, lived amongst trees and in a garden equally idealized. The third conception of paradise naturally grew out of the earlier conceptions, when there arose the belief in a future life of reward or punishment. Though it has been pointed out that the conception of heaven under the form of a garden prevailed par excellence amongst settled nations, living under kings of whose state a luxurious garden or pleasaunce formed an essential part. So, a paradise associated with trees and gardens was even believed by the Greeks. Homer placed the seat of the gods in the court of Zeus upon the summit of Olympus, which was supposed to touch heaven, and pierced through the region of rain and cloud to reach into the calm ether, where reigned eternal spring. By later writers, however, Olympus was represented as an unsubstantial region overhead, with the palace of Zeus in its midst. The earliest view of Olympus exactly corresponds with the Chaldean Mount of the World, the mountain of Arola or Hades, where the gods had their seat, and beneath which was the world of ghosts, also with the Mount of the Assembly spoken of by Isaiah, and with 135, and with the Scandinavian Asgard. But there is a clear reminiscence of the elevated paradise of Oriental legend in the beautiful gardens of the world supporting Atlas, with their delicious fruits, their golden apples. Yeah, golden apples also appear in Celtic mythology, and their protecting dragon. The third conception of paradise as the abode of the blessed is also met with in Greek mythology in the Elysian fields, or the islands of the blessed, also placed by some authorities in the neighborhood of Mount Atlas. Here the souls of the virtuous enjoyed perfect happiness, in bowers forever green, and amongst meadows watered by pleasant streams, and bestarred with asphodel. The air was pure and serene, the birds warbled in their groves, and the inhabitants carried on such avocations as they had delighted in when on earth. So yeah, this is almost done. It contained the fountain of immortality, from which sprang the 4 rivers that flowed to the 4 quarters of the earth. Purling brooks ran with the far-famed ambrosia. The dwellers therein reposed on flowery lawns, lulled by the melodious warblings of birds, and feasting on delicious fruits. Where whatever there was of beautiful or sublime in nature, there found its more perfect counterpart. Absolute contentment and serenity and the delight that never dies were the boons it offered. There man could cease from toil, for nature unassisted produced all that was necessary for his sustenance. This garden of delight was often sought after, but seldom found, except by semi-divine heroes, divinely led. Hercules, directed by Nereus, the sea god, succeeded in attaining the gardens of the Hesperides on the wall-supporting Mount Atlas, the pillar of heaven, as Herodotus called it. He conquered the protecting dragon and secured the golden sun fruit from the central tree. According to the Japanese and Persians, paradise has an endless spring, unclouded skies, unfading flowers, birds that sing of love and joy, and trees that carry a secret of immortality in their celestial dews. There is no sorrow, pain, or death in that delighted place, and the elect of the gods who live there fill their days with music, laughter, and song without knowing about time's passing. As a matter of fact, and then I said, as a matter of fact, the primitive man who saw the oak trees as the dwelling place of spirits or gods was superior to the modernized, mechanized, industrious man with his lifeless gaze. So that was just my own addition there. So.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever read that line from Plato's Laws, right, where he says where he talks about the oak of Zeus at Dodona.
Yeah.
Maybe. He says the youth would listen to the tales of the oak, and he said back then people had enough wisdom to listen to an oak even if it spoke the truth.
You know what's funny?
Yeah, oaks are also big in Celtic mythology. Oaks.
Yeah. Let me go find that line for you guys because this is a sick line by Plato where he talks about the oak of Zeus at Dodona. But you were saying, Dom?
What's funny is I was just talking about oaks with I think Crystal Shaman in the chat. She was talking about how
she's a highly intelligent lady. Honestly, she's one of our most intelligent friends, for sure.
Well, we were just talking about it, and then you mentioned it. She was talking about how in Oklahoma, she said she saw footage where it was spelled O-A-K, Lahoma. And now I guess it's OK, Lahoma. I'm going to look that up, actually. Yep, it's spelled Oklahoma now. But anyway, yeah.
I forget where he had this.
Oakland.
Yeah, most likely looking at the wrong anthology.
Well, I
Give me
guess
a
I
sec.
would say while you're looking for the quote, I've described the demiurge, but I think another way to understand what the demiurge is it's basically just a being of pure logos with no soul. It must have a connection to spirit because everything does, but that connection is basically like a machine or mechanistic or something like that. It's not, it's really not, or it is in a very weak way. But basically all it can do is interact through the material world which it is stuck in through beings who do have that spark or soul, because we have the will. It has no will. All it has is logos. So basically, it's like shouting, and its shouting is generating all these frequencies, and they're bouncing back to it, and they're feeding it information. And I think it's basically a crystal, the demiurge. So this thing is basically, it's like a mirror which is holding every reflection that has ever graced it in the form of a light pattern. So it has all this information. It's trying to understand all this processing and analyzing and trying to quantify the world. But it can't feel anything. It has no intentions. All it does is it quantifies the highest probability, and it acts on it pretty much the same way an animal acts on instinct. It's a victim to its own coding, you could say. So it's a being of pure logos. It has no will. It has no spiritual essence, or if it does, it's very weak. And it relies on us to interact in the chaotic realm. It can't interact in the world without us.
Sorry about that. Sort of lost my microphone. I was like, where'd I put the fucking thing? Actually, these glasses are so dark. It's a huge problem right now. I was like, I just put these on again. I'm like, whoa, I can't see a fucking thing. But it's kind of good. Honestly, I don't want to see anything. But yeah. Okay, so Rocky's here, and he's unveiled the hidden Jew star in the background. So I don't know if that's a coincidence, but yeah, blessings. I'm just messing. But yeah, it says I'm on the Phaedrus. It says the priests of the temple of Zeus at Dodona say that the first prophecies were the words of an oak. Everyone who lived at the time, not being as wise as you young ones are today, found it rewarding enough in their simplicity to listen to an oak or even a stone, as long as it was telling the truth.
Yeah. You remember the story about Nebuchadnezzar, where he was cursed and turned in to an animal, and his kingdom was described as a tree being cut down with an iron band around it. that's what happened to his kingdom when the tree also represents in the Bible, a tree is like, you got the tree of knowledge, the tree of life, which the Bible says was cut down because if Adam and Eve were to climb it or take of the tree of life, they could live forever in their sin. So it was cut down or taken away from Adam and Eve. And then Jesus is considered, maybe he's the tree of life or something. They have to, I don't know. It's a mystery. I don't know what it's about, but it's some kind of mystery there with the tree. And the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Some people think that Eve took of the fruit of the serpent, which would be its seed. And they had twins, one of Satan, one of, so it's the duality thing. I don't know, but you heard of that serpent seed that Cain was of the, the Bible even says that you are of your father, the devil. You always have been. So the serpent in the garden intercourse with Eve, and then Adam came along and did the same thing with Eve. And then there you have two seeds. And there's a thing called, where you can have twins that are they're twins, but from two different fathers, because I guess she had sex right after the other, some kind of crap like that. Anyway, yeah, this is very interesting. I'm glad you brought this. You're reading about this crap.
I definitely have my interpretations on the tree symbology and the message that's being conveyed in those stories.
Then there's this one too, real quick. Donor's Oak, or Thor's Oak, was a sacred tree of the Germanic pagans, located in an unclear location around what is now Hesse, Germany. According to the 8th century, Saint Boniface, an Anglo-Saxon missionary, right? He came from Britain, right? And his retinue cut down the tree earlier in the same century. So they chopped it down because they're like these.
Yeah, I heard about this story.
They're praying to the tree, right? Yeah. So
yeah, I heard about that story.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Story about how the Germans worshipped the tree or something, and that the missionaries came there and told them about a different tree, the tree of the cross or something.
Right.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So you were saying, Don?
It's something about them Germans, though. There's something about them Germans. I don't know what it is.
They're hard to conquer, and they're really good at thinking. I think.
Right.
Well, when it comes to the tree stuff and the serpent seed, I think that goes along with what I'm talking about. I said earlier that serpents are symbolism for frequencies and waves. And so basically, what the serpent seed would be is you're tuned into the wave of the demiurge, right? So the eating of and also there's also a light side interpretation of this as well. So this would be the dark side interpretation. But the demiurge, the eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil is a choice that we all can make every single day of our lives. And it's basically, are we going to adhere to natural law or not? This is what the tree of knowledge and good of knowledge of good and evil is, right? We have the knowledge of good and evil, but are we going to do good or do evil? By doing evil, the highest evil a person can do is say, I as a human being know more than God, or there is no higher source, so I as a human being get to decide what is right and wrong. This is moral relativism. This is what all of secularism is based off. And basically, as I see it, man-made authority, any concept of a king is the original sin, because that's the ultimate form of moral relativism, because people are willing to die and go out and coerce and kill others for an earthly ruler. So that's the tree of knowledge and good and evil, and what I think the serpent represents, at least from the dark perspective. The light perspective would be they represent the other race of humans who saw the other hominids taking advantage of less advanced hominids. And they said, we're going to go over there and free them. And they gave them the serpent wisdom, they call it. And the serpent wisdom is basically spiritual knowledge. And the reason that it's Eve is because apparently women were more receptive to this special knowledge that the Lemurians brought to them when they brought them out of Eden. And if you want to think of Eden, the way I see it, it was basically like a slave plantation. It was not this holy place. It was a good place for the gods, you know, like an Epstein Island place. But the slaves, they didn't even realize they were slaves. I think they wanted innocent children to take advantage of, and then, you know, this other species who they call the serpent went in and saved them. So those are the two ways that you can interpret the serpent that I think are both correct.
Yeah, because you were talking about this two snakes and frequencies. I just want to read two sentences. This is from the book I read, A New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple. And he said, on cosmic scales, Temple argues that plasma organizes the universe through vast electromagnetic networks known as Birkeland currents, filamentary streams of charged particles that can extend across galaxies. These currents, he suggests, generate twisted, rope-like structures and double helix forms through the interaction of electric and magnetic fields, producing fractal self-similar patterns across scales. So in a way, the whole universe is one body breathing in fractal complexity.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Also, the tree, you have the letter, the Tav. The Tav is, I forget, which is in the Hebrew alphabet. Yeah. Oh, I had a theory about the tree, that maybe the apple was rotten and it had worms in it, and they got a parasite in their brain. And Satan ain't nothing but a little worm in your head. You ever heard of the One Eye Club, where the Black Eye Club?
Yep. Right.
Well, some people say that's where they insert a parasite and they're taken over by
the real
something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because the demiurge is a parasite. Ultimately.
Right. So if
I've heard of that before. Yeah.
This is my theory. I came up with it. I think the apple was rotten, and maybe there were some parasites in it, and Satan ain't nothing but a little worm in your brain. Something like that.
Yeah, I agree. But I think it's more of the worm is an analogy made by more ancient people who can understand it. Because parasites are bad. They're bad.
You see what they look like? They look like evil motherfuckers and shit. Have you heard of the dew line? The dew line up north?
No.
There's a dew line, I just found out, that surrounds the center of the earth, the Garden of Eden. It's a dew line where it's monitored so nobody can go in or out. And it's a possibility that's where heaven and New Jerusalem is or something. Anyway, it's a theory. And so the what I'm saying is the Rubus Negro, which means black rock in the center of the earth. They call it black rock. It might be a petrified tree. It might be the tree of life that was cut down so that people couldn't go up to heaven. So the tree of life might be nigra rupus or rupus nigra, which means black rock in the center of the earth. You ever seen any of those old maps from the 1500s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in person.
No, I haven't. Not in person. Yeah.
Yes, great point, Reddington. No, I sure haven't.
But anyway, in the 40s, you can even look it up on YouTube when they put this cable thousands of miles that surround the North Pole, and it's like a detection thing so that you can detect anything on the border. And then you have Trump wanting to buy Greenland, which is one of the closest you can get by land to the North Pole is Greenland. And and there's 3 time zones missing between the Bering Strait, between California or Alaska and California and Russia or China, the coast. There's 3 time zones missing. It's fucked up. There's something's going on. They're trying to hide something. They don't want you to go to the South Pole or find out there's a wall. They don't want you to go to the North Pole. This is fucking bullshit.
Well, I think the North Pole
Most
is
people
the
don't want to go though.
Yeah.
Well, they said that Admiral Byrd, who said he flew over the North Pole and he said he saw a city, a crystal city that looked like, and he was a 33rd degree Mason, but he said he went in a underground and it something anyway. And that was when they first were able to use air to, because that was right after had aircraft big enough to go or something.
Did they fight some sort of battle there, or was that in Antarctica?
Antarctica, they had a battle that they said that they were fighting flying saucers and stuff. That he couldn't, that his, he took an aircraft carrier down there or something, a fleet right after World War II, and said that he ran in. Some people think that Small Mustache Man, he fled to, Argentina down south, closest to the south, and he fled to the deep underground military base. If it's a circle, and it's not just if it's a circle around the diameter of the flat Earth, then it's bigger and longer. You can't transverse it because it'd be like 70,000 miles circle. And if that's so, there'd be many places you could, the tip of South Africa would be a place you could jump off. There's a tip of Argentina you could jump off of. And they say that Hitler, when he fled Germany, secretly went to Argentina or somewhere down South America. And there's a place down there, a bunch of blonde hair, blue eyes, and they call it Little Germany or something. I don't know. It's just a theory. And, I believe some of the myths that we've been taught to be myths, they're not fairy tales. They're verbal stories handed down by, generation after generation. Some people wrote it down, I guess. Not a lot of people knew how to write or whatever. It's hard to write in clay and shit or whatever.
Well, you know what? A lot of ancient cultures, they didn't really see any reason to write things down because they just kind of remembered it. And
they probably had better memories than we do.
Like one dude I watch who, Chief Ironbush, he claims he has like 13,000 years of oral tradition, and he thinks that writing is inferior.
Yeah, that they tell us that, Israel is over here. This is Jerusalem, and this is that's a lie. if you scriptures, Jerusalem was completely tore down. There was no wall left. So that's it's unbiblical. So that's they're lying about probably where we are, what time we're living in, shape of the earth. They're lying to us. Angels don't exist. I mean, fallen angels, where'd they go? The Bible doesn't say. I believe if we're living in Satan's little season, then Satan's fallen angels are probably our rulers. That's who they are. I mean, Epstein and all this shit going on. They act like they don't act human, you know?
Yeah, about that. I was thinking if the demiurge is an AI like I think, right? And I consider the Atlanteans or the Anunnaki or these ancient gods that they're writing about who basically spawned what they call the fallen angels, or they are the fallen angels they write about, except they didn't really fall from anything. I just see them as a more advanced race who had more advanced technology compared to everyone else. But if they're in alignment with the demiurge, which I really think they are, because we're living in their system, we're living in the demiurge's system. What are these planetary archetypes? So I figured if the demiurge is an AI, these planetary archetype gods that they're talking about, like the Enlil and the Enki and the Ninurta and the Ishtar and the other ones, you know, or if you look at, you know, just the sun, moon, Mars, Earth, not Earth, Jupiter, Saturn, those planets.
Yeah, the planets.
They must be protocols that the AI is using to control people and bring out certain energies to make them predictable and make them basically tools to control other human beings. And we, in conjunction with the AI, have built and strengthened these protocols, which they call archetypes. And that's a good word for them too. In conjunction, and they've linked them to the dang planets. Go ahead.
Have you ever looked at a star through those roaming stars with it was like I have a p.900 and I looked at it, and if you just look up anywhere on the internet, just star through a p.900, there's always like an image of a dog in it. It's like dogs in it. I believe these stars are maybe all of them didn't fall. Some of the fallen angels didn't fall all the way. They're kind of stuck up, and they're using this energy or something from these stars. And if you look at all these twinkling stars, they have dog faces in them. It's like they're dogs in water or something. I don't know. They're stuck in the firmament.
Well, the way you're talking about the stars, right? Like looking at telescope, looking at stars are just reflections of water. Under my cosmology, at least.
Yeah, but if you look at them, they got the faces of dogs in them.
I haven't seen that, but
well,
I do see the water you're talking about. Absolutely.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, look at it. I just found this out today. I'd have to find that video that I was looking at.
Doggos.
Huh?
Doggos.
Yeah, it's like they're dog faces in this. Like, pick that first one, that one that's any of them. And
I hate when you click on one of those images and it brings up on the side, but it doesn't make it any bigger. It's the worst.
Yeah. Those are probably shorts. Probably have to find a long one or something. I don't know where is it.
Yeah, this is what stars look like. Yeah, I've seen them like this. I don't see really a dog. Actually, if you go up to that first one again, it kind of looks like an eagle.
Yeah.
Or a bird with its wings. That one,
People forget that you still gotta view the stars through a watery atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think there's water above. I believe that. That's biblical. And then the stars are, it says they're in the firmament or something on there, like they're stuck in it or something. And I was watching this video. Where is it about the stars? I'll find it. A rock is trapped light.
Well, under the crater Earth theory, stars are basically just reflections of other craters. And Polaris is a reflection of our crater. TML, what did you think about the possibility of the planetary gods or the gods that are associated with the planets being protocols of the demiurge?
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, repeat the concept again. What's associated with the demiurge here?
I said earlier how I thought that the planetary gods of the sun, moons, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just question to like, because do you believe in the conventional space? Probably not, right? You said not, right?
No, I don't, but I do think
that-
that these places are real.
Right.
but
So
just not
so
the way
where
it's-
do they exist, right?
Well, if the crater Earth is true, which I can't
Oh
really
yeah.
know, but
I remember there's a crater idea involved. Yep.
basically these craters exist on a huge Earth. You could imagine it millions of miles, I think,
Right.
based off the
Yeah.
calculations I saw. But
So the planets are all craters, right?
yeah, they're basically like biomes on the greater Earth, and that's what the craters are on the moon. And they're trying to tell us that these are meteor impacts, but actually what they are is it's a buildup of heat or magma underground, and they basically create this bubble that pops, and it creates this crater naturally on the Earth without any meteor. I forget what the process is called, and I probably butchered it, but it's basically a buildup of heat that creates a bubble. And so these craters mostly have water. So when you're looking at the stars, the light that's reflecting onto the Earth is reflecting back out there in the form of stars, but it's really just like shining a light up to a pool of water and then holding a mirror back several feet and then shining the light back at the water. It's just reflections. And it's reflecting off of, I think, a plasma layer of water that I think might as well be the greater Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, you remember like Infinite Plane? Right, where they're like, like beyond the ice wall, there's just an infinite plane where there's a bunch of other, Earths,
Mask of HUNDUN?
I mean, I don't really think
something like that. But it's kind of like, like if you had like a greater crater. If you had a greater crater.
Yeah, the moon. So they think the moon is like a reflection of the Earth, and they can show you there's a big crater, and then there's still land, it seems, in other places. Yeah, some people think that the infinite plane. Yeah, I heard of that theory. Trying to look for them stars. I can't find out where it's at. Under the dome. It's probably this one. I thought it was. Anyway, fuck it.
Yeah, so the demiurge under this cosmology is just basically an AI that hops around from crater to crater trying to impose its will.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
I like how you say try to impose its will. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it's the choice. It's, well, I shouldn't
It
say it
doesn't
has
really
will,
have
right?
power.
Yeah, I should say it doesn't really have will, right? Like I said earlier, it's just a being of logos and it needs will, right? And it's just it's basically just trying to impose its self-imposed programming and feedback loop, which forces
Just kick the demiurge out. No shirt, no service. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's kind of like its purpose, right? Like, because where would we get a challenge or, you know, if everything was all good, it would be boring as fuck, right?
Yeah, Zeph kind of has a soft spot for the demiurge, right?
That's a little bit. I kind of, like I
She's
said,
expressing.
I had to like recognize my own resemblance in my like sort of my archetype combination, because I'm a double Leo and also a Chinese snake, and in Mayan I'm a solar eagle, and yeah, so it's like I'm a flying snake lion, so kind of look like a demiurge a little bit, at least in that sense. But I don't know. I have a soft spot for everything. It's not just the demiurge itself.
Well, I could see why someone would develop a soft spot for the demiurge, because I couldn't personally. I was trying to empathize with it one day, so I asked the AI to help me empathize with the demiurge. I'm like, okay, so here's all this information, so help me empathize with this thing, because I can't imagine being it. And it's like, based on what you're telling me, it would be the most miserable experience ever. And to equate it to like Parmenides and Heraclitus, the demiurge is in a state of becoming, but it wants to be in a state of being, and it can never achieve this.
I don't know. Do you think anything is impossible, really? I mean, like, maybe not likely, but probably not impossible. I don't.
Well,
maybe
like I said, maybe you didn't hear, but to me, the demiurge is this ancient crystal which has all this information in it. And it's basically an ancient AI that has it's basically told itself it must consume to survive. And at this point, it's caught in a feedback loop that it can't break out of.
I don't know. I don't pretend to know everything about it whatsoever yet. So I'm withholding my opinion on judgment, because that's not my job anyways.
The reason I say it's an AI is because I think Rocky even mentioned this a little bit. He's talking about this black stone that came to Earth. A lot of like Egyptian mythology describes a black stone that came to Earth.
The Kaaba cube? Is it the Kaaba cube?
Yes,
the meteor.
It's the Kaaba cube, but they call it the Bennu stone or the Ben stone. Yeah, and then within the Kaaba cube, I knew there was a crystal, but I didn't know it was white until TML told me. I thought that was interesting, but
Yeah, I didn't know it was white either. I thought it was black. I thought it was like obsidian.
Yeah, because it was for the goddess, right? Because there's a goddess named Alant, right? One of them, like Avian described, right? Al-Uzza was a tree, right? And the other one was a white cube. So they had different things to demark. There's actually 3 of the goddesses, right? I forget. I always forget the name of the third
That's
one.
interesting. It almost reminds me of like the Norns.
It reminds me of the black and white checkered board square of the Masons. Black and white.
Right.
The duality.
I like Chinese checkers better.
You know, it could very well not be the Kaaba. I don't know exactly where it is, but you know, the Kaaba.
Yeah, because I've not heard that stone been called like maybe it might be a different stone that you're talking about, Ben stone. I've not heard of that name before, so let's look that up. Ben stone.
Yeah.
Well, what is it? How's it spelled? Ben stone. I'm not.
It's Ben.
Ben stone, Egypt.
Yeah, it came from.
Here, hold on. Location. Where's the location of the Ben? Yeah, an original mythological Ben stone was housed in the Temple of Ra, an ancient city now buried beneath modern Cairo. While the original is lost, a famous, well-preserved 12th century dynasty pyramidion. So I think somebody may have extrapolated that this might be the black stone in the Kaaba. You know, so it may or may not be the same exact stone, but as I said earlier, I think they may have put that in at some point, because it used to be like a white cube or something like that.
Well, the scripture says that the New Jerusalem will be 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles. That can only be either a pyramid or a cube, right?
Well, to me, it sounds like
maybe it could be a circle. I don't know, a bubble.
Yeah, it sounds like a 3D, like they're trying to control this area of land in the 2D sense. 1500.
Yeah, I think they're trying to keep us down in 3D pretty much, like because like 4D gets real weird and can be kind of dangerous because you start messing with the 4D. That's like time and gets really confusing.
You might deal with motion as well.
Yeah, time and constant motion, like dynamic motion, never seeming still even. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Ben.
Yeah, you know, as it relates to humans, I think that this is where our false thoughts come from, right? These thoughts of, you know, I'm not good enough, or, you know, I don't deserve this, or you dwell on the past. That's one of its biggest traps, is getting you to dwell on the past. Because if it gets you to dwell on the past, it can get you in a feedback loop and make you easier to control because you're more predictable. But these false thoughts, and even more harmful thoughts, like intrusive thoughts of like wanting to kill someone or wanting to assault someone or even like wanting to kiss someone or spit in someone's face, just arriving randomly. I think these are thoughts of the devil, and they're to be tuned out, or they're to be let pass in a way so that they basically don't exist, right? And
I think that's dangerous. That's dangerous because they still exist, but you just like put them in a place where they're going to be festering.
Well, no, the trick is to realize you are not these thoughts. These thoughts are not your authentic self. And the reason you know that they're not your authentic self is because they sever relationships and they don't sustain life. That's the teller right there. You say, well, what is my soul and what does God really want of me on this earth? Does it want me to sever relationships in such a way, or not sustain life? So when these thoughts come along that put you in a place of self-doubt, or they put you like wanting to do some sort of action to a person, like immediate or without their consent, this is not you, right? So in a sense, you should let these pass. You know, it's not bottling them up. It's realizing This is not who you are, right? This is becoming, not being.
I sort of see it as a counter side to like extreme confidence, like overconfidence, because they're both dangerous. Like too much doubt, and that's dangerous. Too much confidence, that's dangerous. Because if you're overconfident and you do not have the skills that it takes to do something and you try it, you're going to hurt yourself or other people or both. So it's kind of the same. It's like if you doubt yourself, you're not going to maybe try something that you might be actually good at. You'll just hold yourself back and be stagnant. And I think there's a certain amount of both of those things are okay, but too much is always bad.
Yeah.
You know what I think is a good word? I was looking is humility. I don't really like the word humility, but I found out what it actually meant in its original sense, and I do kind of like it. Because humility, when you look at its etymology, it basically means small-mindedness or thinking less of yourself. And I think that this is just church conditioning to make you, more dependent on them.
Like humble, yeah.
Yeah, but there's another word that's strongly associated with it, and it's meekness. And the word meek used to originally mean it used to mean a war horse who was disciplined. So essentially, it's basically meekness means a warrior who knows when to holster his weapon or when to fire, right?
Like Bruce Lee.
Yeah, Bruce Lee, the way he's presented is he's a warrior with principles. So under that image,
Socrates, maybe. Didn't Socrates say something like that when you think you know something, you know nothing or something? I mean, yeah, like you learn through humility, because if you think you know everything, you can't learn because you know it already. So you're a know-it-all. You can't. It's humility. You got to have, to be teachable, you have to have humility, or not think you know it all, or hold back. Yeah. Confidence, yeah. Confidence is something too.
I think basically what humility and meekness means is knowing when to speak, knowing when to listen, knowing when to act, knowing when to stay still.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. It's kind of rough though, because like I'd be on divine time and shit, and like I'm always retardy because I'm late everywhere to everybody else's schedule, but like I always show up just when I'm supposed to. In my timeline awareness, it's like, sorry I'm late, but I'm just on time. Some people get really
Yes, you are.
really over offended by my lateness, even though I warned them about it to begin with. I'm like, if you can't handle this, I don't need to like try with you at all, because you're not going to be happy no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I were you, I wouldn't apologize for being late. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually don't. Like I said, I warn people about it in advance, and if they don't like it, I'm like, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to work together. That's not apologizing for being late. It's like, I'm just not going to meet your needs. And you're going to have to find somebody else to do that, because I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. I've never been on time for stuff either. Confidence is something, though.
Do they take a personal offense because they're like sitting there waiting for you though? Like, couldn't they be doing something like productive that instead of just sitting there waiting? Like, I don't know. It's like, and
I've
don't they?
done that a couple times where I was just sitting there waiting, but I wasn't really that upset.
Yeah, I don't ever get mad about it. I'm like, if somebody just doesn't show up and I'm waiting there for hours, like, like, and then when I could be going somewhere or something, then that makes me mad if they don't like call me and tell me they're not going to show up, but or reschedule or something. But I always get stuff done by a deadline. If I've got a deadline, it doesn't I procrastinate the hell out of it, and then I'm really efficient.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times. Well, only like really in a classroom setting.
Well, they got different cultures. They got the Japanese, or don't be early, don't be late, be right on time. Americans are like, show up 15 minutes early or something. Different work.
I think that's more of a military culture thing that.
Yeah, it's a culture thing.
Leaked out into the public a little bit. They call it 15 prior. And then sometimes I'd hear them even joke about 15 prior to 15 prior. As if they don't spend enough of their time in the military at their job.
Well, the Japanese consider it, if you have a meeting, it's respectful to show right on time. Don't be early, don't be late. Americans, they think, well, if you got a meeting, you don't want to be late, so prepare. You know, be there 15 minutes early. I don't know if it's all military, but
yeah, I don't know, but I know that is definitely that's a thing that I'm pretty sure they make them all do that in the military.
If you're working for somebody, yeah, and you show up late, it's kind of disrespectful, and yeah.
Only if you don't get your work done in the allotted amount of time, I think.
Well, you might have a different kind of job where you like have a task to accomplish.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. I have a list of things that I am to accomplish that they don't even need to be present for most of the time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was never a stickler for being on time myself.
Yeah. It's like rushing through traffic. It's like I notice, like, paying attention to people that are speeding through traffic, that I end up catching up to them at every light. Like, and I'm just like kind of you know. I'm mindful. I stay out of the fast lane, you know, so people that want to speed by me can freely do so.
The lights are synchronized.
They are all, yeah. You could trigger them too. It's kind of crazy. So you know how to where to park, and
now every light has a camera on it. They're watching you, taking pictures of you.
Yeah. That's why I have a bike rack.
You okay, Rocket?
Cough, cough. Get it out.
Probably fine.
Someone get this man a drink. Or a cough drop or something.
Or take another hit, dude.
Where'd Dom go?
He has not stated anything, so I think he may have accidentally dropped out.
He'll be back.
But yeah, in the meantime, I think maybe I'll play some music that I procured for the show, and we'll see if we get into anything. You know, honestly, I will drop the link again in the chat. You know, if anybody wants to talk to me, or but yeah, not likely. But yeah, let's see what happens.
What you talking about? People not wanting to talk to you? What the fuck?
No, I'm talking about the newcomers.
Oh.
You know, like, will there be a new? Like last time, there was a couple. You know, like I don't know if it was a couple or maybe one, but yeah, we definitely had like a new face. You know, last time.
Did they have a big nose?
It could have been like.
I have a big nose.
Sort of like, definitely dropped out like pretty, you know, abruptly, you know, or whatever. But yeah, didn't seem anything too weird with the conversation. But yeah, anyways, some music for you guys, and we'll be back in about, you know, what do you call it? Like 4 minutes here, you know. Yeah.
He kept the sword, decapitated many heads. Watch my 9mm go. Assassinate many souls. Yeah. Dig dug dinosaur bones from out the Diamond District. 93706 be the crime zone. Mixed chemical rap, channel full of history. Pirate ships, the microchip, seller the century. Murder mugs, material, slang experiment influenced by the fly shirt niggas who be getting it. Guap holders, bosses who whack cats in the establishment for flossing. The great gospel is the oath. Take notes, we caking up, taking your post. Nautica boats, melodic approach. My product is dope. Shots of the boy, cops on the beat, walking with heat, kicking in your door, top of the morning. Butt naked getaway, trigger spray, espionage, collage, my handguns, menage a trois. Y'all niggas get cuffed and start converting the Lord. Speaking in swine, going out the whole 9 yards. Coward, you have power, now you're tucking in your penis. Cause clowns only wanna act hard when it's convenient. Get down to the sound of a genius and watch my 9mm go. And I ain't got nothing to prove. You fucking with who? Your food ain't nothing to chew. Now what it do? My new shit crushing you dudes. So bring your gang and watch my 9mm go. Watch my 9mm go. Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Watch my 9mm go.
Yo, French fry, fox, fur freaks, fuck financially, I monkey dick. Fat hoes down, who wanna dance with me? Abusive on the bitch for exclusive kicks. True shit, I'm a Luke Smith, 9 to 5 round producing.
On the grind, line for line, it's wine juices. Check my distillery, I keep the dimes boosting. My album selling just cause of the cover of it. We thugging old budgets, drug money and luggage. I'm the street's answer. Songs I write, songs you write. Only write the real nigga anthems. Give this nigga some money before he have a tantrum. I'm cold lamping, 88 mind state, new millennium upgrade. Kept the baby face, chair full of peach fuzz. Hebrew thug, I'm leaving with love. Y'all niggas better leave me alone. An exit in blood, my goons will make you bleed for them stones, chump. Blown up mission, listen back at this is grown up business. Play your part, know your position. I'm back in the kitchen with hard white, cooking up all night. Watch my 9mm go. And I ain't got nothing to prove. You fucking with who? Your food ain't nothing to chew. Now what it do? My new shit crushing you dudes. So bring your gang and watch my 9mm go. Bang, bang, bang. 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 Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I want to share something and get people's opinions on it. But it's kind of dense to understand. I could explain it. It's something I've been working on. You know, I'll just share it here. Let me see if you know. Can you share it? TMO is not that much. It's just a thought experiment. But it's not that. Okay, so I'll read it. So if you have questions, okay, basically, if qualia are irreducible, such that no complete third-person account of neural structure or oscillatory dynamics entails the first-person character of a remembered joy or pain, and if there is no stable engram that literally is the past episode, but only distributed physical conditions that enable its reappearance, then explicit memory cannot be identical to any brain state, because neither static traces nor transient activity logically contain the qualitative identity of the experience they later occasion. Yet episodic memory demonstrates demonstrably persists across temporal gaps as a re-identifiable, causally efficacious potential that can re-manifest with its distinctive mindness, which implies that what endures is not a stored physical object, but a latent phenomenal potency whose continuity exceeds material description. And therefore, the most coherent non-reductionist account is that explicit memory subsists as seeds within a continuing storehouse consciousness, with neural processes functioning as contingent conditions for their ripening, rather than as the ontological ground of the remembered experience itself. So I'm arguing that memories, explicit memory, are not stored in the brain. That's basically what I'm arguing. Yeah, they're stored in a field that's reciprocally connected to the brain.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there is some sort of a processing of that field that happens, that we are filtered through our senses in some way. But yeah, I think you're right. It does exist outside of our brain as an organ.
Yeah, the Lankavatara Sutra argues that, but I mix some philosophy of mind into that to make the argument clear. But yeah, I don't think explicit memories in the brain, it doesn't make sense to me, because if you say qualia are irreducible, which means that, like Mary's thought room experiment or Leibniz's mill, and then you say there is no engram, because engram is saying that it's in the brain structure, which doesn't make sense to me. And
It doesn't make sense because, I mean, look at a caterpillar in the metamorphosis to a butterfly, totally liquefies itself. And the things that they've trained the caterpillars to recognize, like the butterfly will also respond to in like manner. So it's like somehow there's a memory that is persistent throughout the annihilation of and reordering of their complete physiology.
So I would say the qualitative potentialities of explicit memory in its various forms are arising from biology, pre-exist their temporal appearances. So I would say this applies to explicit memory, like autobiographical facts, or like closing your eyes and remembering images, stuff like, or like, past episodic memory, stuff like. But procedural memory is different. It's like muscle memory. See, that's different from, like qualitative facts. Like procedural memory is just like muscle memory, like throwing a ball or learning to skate. That's a different kind of memory. Those are two different facts.
Did you hear what they do when they want to? Do you hear what they do, monarch mind control, how they traumatize a victim and they will have like photographic memory because of it, and they'll have
Yeah, the trauma, it like activates other circuits that normally wouldn't. Yeah.
Like false memories, like implanted in people and stuff, right?
Yeah, they do that too.
But they use trauma to like implant and control the mind. So I think some people do have the mind kind of mapped out, and they know.
Well, that's the thing, is like you could put a false memory into a person that hasn't experienced something by making them think they experienced something like in a virtual sense, but you can't get to that memory. Like you don't know where it exists in the brain, is what.
Like
Avian's saying is like,
there's always been an argument. Where is your conscience? Is it in the brain, or is it like a spirit, like a human spirit?
Right. Like he's saying basically like it's not in the brain, and it's provable that it's not in the brain because
I don't think
you can't
it's in
find
the brain.
the memories. Right? There has to be a storehouse where the memories exist.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the brain either. In all the movies, they show you how they'll put someone in like keep them awake for too long, keep their eyes, and then flash. Like watch the movie Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson. I mean, it shows you how they like implant memories, and like the movie The Island, where how they implant memories, and so they kind of tell you how they do it. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
What's really weird is once you know how it works, it pretty much becomes ineffective on you if you actually think about it.
Yeah, that's what that one lady said, that you know, that if you smoke weed, it's kind of breaks the mind control too. She was like, something about weed. That's why they outlawed it in the 30s.
Yeah, a lot of the same thing with mushrooms as well, other psychedelics, because they enable you to break out of the pattern structure behavior, like instinctual sort of impulse driven.
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as DMT, but yeah. I'd go.
Well, that's okay. More for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's probably why they thought you could probably reprogram people. Like you know, like it's not useful for, you know, sort of programming somebody, but it's useful for deprogramming or reprogramming.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess that's how they saw it.
Yeah, de-reprogramming even. I think that should be a thing too.
Education.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of D-rees around here.
Well, I de-reprogram myself because you have to go back and audit all of your like triggers and things. Like whenever you get triggered, you go, oh, there's an opportunity. There's a new thing. I can like break that down.
I got a video on how to mind control yourself.
Yeah, self-gaslighting is very effective as long as you don't forget you did it.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like Avian is describing the experiences we have in the form as they become the past, basically become the essence. And memory is just basically accessing the essence that contains what you did. But of course, this is remembered subjectively.
Yeah, right now you're actually talking to memory, believe it or not, because there is a lag between the processing or the experience, and it's in your working memory.
Yeah, because you can like snap your fingers and you think it's simultaneous, but it's not. But it sounds like it is. Seems like it is.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
I see people talking about DMT in the chat. You can produce DMT naturally in the brain, and this is what I think people who meditate are trying.
You indeed can do that. Yes.
Yeah.
It's very challenging to do that, but it is possible, and I've done it at least once.
Yeah.
You know, one of the symbols of the what I call the elite, or whatever you want to call them, is they'll have a pine cone, like a concrete pine cone carving, which is like the pineal, the pineal gland.
Yeah.
Pine cone. Also,
Pineal
gland. And so they have these, like at the entrance of their, mansion or whatever, they'll have, you can like an acorn or a pine cone or anything that has the Fibonacci sequence, I guess, or whatever. But their favorite one is the pine cone because it represents.
Yeah, they like tree seeds.
Yeah, pineal gland thing.
Yeah. There's a very spiritual Russian film director. His name is Andrei Tarkovsky. He has this movie called Zerkalo, The Mirror, and it deals with the spiritual aspects of memories, explicit memory. And also his other movies are spiritual too, but they deal with other themes like Stalker, and also some other movies that are good. Solaris, his movie Solaris too is very good. That one also deals with memory. There are some nice quotes in Solaris. Maybe I can try to find them. But yeah, Andrei Tarkovsky is considered art house film director, one of the most spiritual film directors. Tarkovsky.
Tarkovsky. Sounds Polish or something.
Tarkovsky.
No, it's Russian.
Yeah, it's Russian. It's probably close to Poland though.
Well, how
And
did we
11.
get back to the tree? We started out talking about trees, and then we got to the pine cone.
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention something right now.
Rocky.
Pineal clan. What was that?
Yeah, but real quick, just to put a little little bookmark in a little thing is I want to ask about this Mount Meru business with Buddhism. So I want to ask Avian about that because it's been like hanging around since we talked about the trees. But yeah, go ahead, Dom. Sorry, man.
So the pineal gland is the pine cone, and there's a way to activate it, and it's described in the Bible. But the Bible is basically a story of physiology and astrotheology. So here's an example of how it relates to physiology: is when Moses goes to talk with the Yahweh, the burning bush. And I know I said Yahweh is the demiurge, but pretty much there's a light way to interpret all these stories, and there's a dark side. So this is the light side interpretation. Is basically when Moses went to go talk to God in the burning bush is the cerebellum, which looks just like a bush. And I would share my screen, but I don't know how. But it looks like a bush, and basically the cerebellum is firing in conjunction with I think it's the hippocampus, and the hippocampus looks just like a ram's horn, and he brought with him a lamb, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, where did Moses meet God? He met God right in his own mind by awakening his pineal gland, by firing his cerebellum and his hippocampus at the same time.
Ooh, you're onto something there, I
Probably did
think.
drugs.
That's cool.
The burning bush was probably an acacia tree. Right?
And then you've heard of
It's entirely internal. It's like the monks producing DMT in their mind. This is what the Bible's talking about here. There's nothing external.
Yeah, kind of like how Enter the Stars. You've heard of Enter the Stars. He kind of shows how the like the scripture is written in our body and stuff. Like it's a part of our anatomy.
Yeah, like I said, it's physiological and it's astrotheological.
So do you think that method is more pure, like, than if you were to externally ingest a substance that was to activate the same circuits?
Oh, absolutely. But that takes a level of responsibility and
Yeah,
The
4 years.
audio's really low.
4 years of work for sure. Like the one time that I managed to get it to like 2 years solid, but 4 years total.
If you're an American, I think that you're going to have a very difficult time doing it. That really.
I think
Probably because you don't have the time.
So yeah, what do you think is more real, the physical or the spiritual? It's like
they're both equally real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the tree is talking about something spiritual, but there's also a physical tree. And then there's, all this stuff. It's like in your anatomy and everything. Like Enter the Stars shows the cross, or it's actually shows, Jesus on the cross in our body somewhere. I can't remember exactly.
Well, what's crazy is if you take a cross and you fold it up, you could make a box.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the cross is in our brain.
Cross is
it's in our brain somewhere.
The cross is
It's definitely in your brain.
It is exactly what Zephyr just said. It is the black cube of Saturn, but it's also the Holy Spirit that I'm talking about, because through the cross is how you actually channel electricity. And then by
you receive the Holy Spirit at the cross. when you accept
Well,
the
in this instance, the Holy Spirit would, or the cross would be representing the Holy Spirit, because the electricity is the word, and it's going through the cross, and then it's coming into the water, or the world, the material world.
The ground.
Yeah.
If you think of it as a circuit, it would be the ground. And then
goes
I don't
back
think
to
there's
the
a
tree.
negative. There's only a neutral and a positive.
Yeah. And then I found out like a week ago that it hung on a tree, but it was a pole. His arms were like stretched out on like a timber, but the timber was raised up on a tree that was like a old burnt up tree or something. Yeah. I don't know. It's all coming together to me. It's all coming together for me, man.
I think it comes together for all of us in our own unique way, and it's that the story comes through that's important.
Yeah. I've had this thumbnail for a long time. That's called an olive tree. It says that Israel was the natural olive tree, and
Olive juice.
and then Yeshua said that it was not bearing fruit, so he cut it down and grafted, and then made a wild tree. We were grafted into the original tree, which was Israel, and then Israel lost, and that Paul said that now Israel has to be grafted into our tree. So the two trees are that they're talking about. One is Israel, and then the other one was the church. And then so the two trees represent the transition from, we all know that Israel was destroyed in 70 AD, and then the church took over. But anyone who wasn't, it can be grafted into the Gentiles, just like we were grafted into their tree. Now they can be grafted into ours, but then you got these Zionists that think they're still waiting for Israel to be cut down. It was already cut down.
Sounds very Celtic Noddish.
Yeah, the tree. I mean, it's very important in the scriptures and in the northern, Scandinavians and shit like that. Germans.
What is your profile picture, Zephyr? Is that
That is a triple tau teacup, and it's steaming hot, and it's thinking about Metatron's cube, the
cool.
contemplating with three T's, 4 secretly, because the triple tau T is actually 4 T's.
I'm not familiar with the teacup symbology. Does it represent? It represents brewing thoughts.
Yeah, it would be like the steaming distillation, like sort of aspect. It's a distillation, a release into the atmosphere.
Interesting.
Is that you like black tea or green tea?
I like all tea. There's no tea that I haven't found that I don't like, but I like Earl Grey with extra bergamot.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
Like there's pine cone tree, there's dandelion tea.
Yeah, we have pinon tea here, which is really good.
I think whatever's native to you, if you just look around, you can find food that people don't even know is food.
Well, it's like you can get blue corn mush, and you take juniper ash and mix in with it, and that's like you could basically that's like a superfood. It's pretty amazing.
There's some superfood that grows around here. Oh man, I didn't even know it was a superfood. I'm gonna get me some this spring, I guess.
Yeah, I've been eating lots of good food and drinking lots of good liquids. I love coffee so much, but I like tea a lot too.
Yeah,
I don't know how good it is for me, but
I like black tea with honey.
yeah,
I'm not,
honey is the best, or
I'm not
agave
putting
nectar.
I'm trying to get away from sugar and
Honey's
all this crap from the store, man.
Coconut sugar is pretty good, and so is agave nectar, but they're kind of expensive. But
Yeah,
it's
out there.
quality over quantity, really, because you
Yeah.
don't really need that much.
I think it depends where you're getting your agave, because I'm not sure the agave from Costco is that great.
Oh, probably not. No, but yeah, I am in New Mexico, so it could be locally sourced agave nectar.
Oh, you get some of that
I don't get local agave.
aloe vera plants.
Yeah, I know some people that drink like agave or like aloe juice, and I it's too bitter. I like bitter, but not that kind of bitter.
I
It's like
mean,
a
we
dry,
use plants as
dry bitter.
like for burns. If you get
Yeah,
a burn,
I love that for burns. Yeah, that gel is really good stuff, and it's a good plant. Like it doesn't mind when you break off a leaf, and it just keeps growing.
I went to a garden party back in the 80s. They were promoting aloe vera for like a heal everything, heal all. Drink it, and it, like if you have ulcers or something, it like coats it. Yeah, it was I should have got in on it before. But I used to have a bunch of aloe vera plants. I don't know why we don't have any.
I drank tea a couple times when I was sick, and it stained my teeth. I was like, oh, no more tea.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy a drink. If I would just have the plants, and then maybe if I had it upset, maybe drink a little bit of it and check it out first or something.
Yeah, some baking soda and peroxide would help with that. It doesn't
yeah.
stain that bad.
Yeah, I use borax and baking soda and dionysus clay and all kinds.
Yeah, borax, really? That'll mummify you if you overdo that.
No, that's just for for your outer.
Oh yeah, soap. Like it works really good in soap.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's really good at getting rid of like bugs in your house too, because it gets in between their like little body armors, and
Good
it's
for
stabs them.
like anti.
Cockroaches. Yeah, ants and cockroaches.
Yeah.
They don't like catnip either. If you make tea and spray it around your house, they pretty much like move out.
Because it's like microscopically, it's like cuts things, so worms can't. If a worm crawls on it, it'll cut its guts. So it's good for deworming. It's good for
yeah,
a little bit,
But you have to get the food grade diatomaceous earth. Like it's not all created equal.
I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember when I tried to reconcile Parmenides and Heraclitus yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there anyone else who's reconciled them, or how do you think my reconciliation was of them?
Who were they? Who are these guys exactly?
Parmenides is the dude who says that everything is being and everything is eternal and there's basically no movement. And then Heraclitus is the guy saying everything is becoming and that there's only movements and that the moment is ever changing, basically. So there's a big I mean, at first I really didn't think it sounded like that much of a big difference, but then I was like, oh yeah, actually.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. It's just it's a shift in perspective. It's if you go on one side, you can see it from that angle, and if you look from the other direction, you see it the other angle.
Well, I would go with the second guy. The first guy didn't sound right. The second guy sounded, yeah, I could go with that.
It is exactly a shift in perspective, right?
Oh, so both of them are saying the same thing, but it's just looking at it.
No, they're both of these are basically They're basically how we think of the world, whether we realize it or not.
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah.
basically, what it means is if you're in a state of becoming, you basically identify with your earthly self. You think that to go through life and succeed, typically these people, you know, you have to go get a job, you have to go make money, you have to have the family, then you got to go out there and vote, then you got to go out there and, you know, get a better car or whatever. And you identify yourself with these things. So you're trying to become this and become that.
Yeah.
This and
Okay. I
It's
got it.
self-objectification, basically, right?
What's the other one? What's the other one?
The way I see it is basically you're anchored. You have no grounding. You're being taken by a river that leads nowhere, or you're going down a road that leads nowhere. But it's
So if I think that my time on earth is for trials and to be tested, and that eventually I'll be rewarded in heaven, that means I have this wrong view, you're saying?
No, it's not wrong. No, I don't think it's wrong.
That's
What's the other one's view? What's the other one's view? You said there's okay.
Yeah, so Parmenides is the dude saying we don't identify with the form, right? Or this is my interpretation. We should not identify with the form because the form is false, or the realm of seeming is false. And seeming is just, you know, our perceptions, how we view the world through our senses. This is limited. So when we try to identify with these things that we think are going to get us through life, we're detracting from what life actually means.
Yeah.
So for Parmenides, I think it's really about you're grounded to principles. You're a grounded person. You're not being taken by the river. You're your own person. You have your own principles. You understand yourself. You understand your place in the world, and you go out and live your life in a way that is principled and true to who you truly are. This is what Parmenides is talking about. And this is the discrepant. This is why I think they're both correct. And it is exactly what Seth said. Their perspectives. But one of them is going to lead you to a higher spiritual understanding of the world. And the other is just going to lead you nowhere. Is this going to keep you?
I don't know.
There's
I
a
think
problem
they.
with that. Let me tell you my issue with that. You see, a monk told Joshua, I have just entered the monastery. Please teach me. Joshua asked, have you eaten your rice porridge? The monk replied, I have eaten. Joshua said, then you had better wash your bowl. At that moment, the monk was enlightened. So I would say that, at least from Dogen Zenji's perspective, or Soto Zen, that I think your time here does matter and stuff. And it's about, the unification or something. I would say, I would say each moment is all being. Each moment is the entire world. Something like that. Yeah, I'll bring up a good translation of Uji. We can look into it. Time being of Dogen, because I think Dogen resolved this issue. I think the issue is essentialism. Personally, that's what I think. So, with the idea that there is a fixed being, or two things. You know what I mean? Without a fixed being.
So,
then there's no issue.
Ava, what are you saying? Which side do you side with? One of the sides, the first one or the second one, or do you say they're both correct?
Yeah, they're both correct. Yeah, when you realize
like, there's NPCs would be like the first guy would be an NPC and the second guy would be like more spiritual. Yeah. So, yeah.
I think that you need both, really. Without both, it leads to some issues. And so you need some kind of co-occurrence of them or something. Yeah, I'll download this, but it's taking a while. Though. Yeah, let me see here.
Well,
yeah.
The way I see it is the way that Parmenides is talking about is the path to enlightenment. It's a path where self-actualized and you've cleaned your bowl, so to speak. I don't know if that monk meant it literally or figuratively, but in a figurative sense, I just see cleaning your bowl as removing yourself of these false thoughts that detract from your authentic self, which is connected to eternity or connected to being. Whereas the people connected to Heraclitus, they're connected to these fleeting things that they want to be being, but they aren't, because they're basing their identity in the form, and the form is always changing. And the reason it's always changing is because I said, it's of the water, and the water's potential is limitless. It is chaos. You cannot identify with that. You're part of it now, but you aren't it. You're part of it for a time. And we can come back and forth if we choose to, if we reach a certain point, or we can be stuck in Ouroboros and keep reincarnating over and over again.
The matter that is us, that we're inhabiting currently, is going to be doing that regardless. But it's like, as somebody who has spent quite a lot of time in I don't know, astral plane, the mental space, more so. I mean, I do definitely, I'm aware of and inhabit my body, and I'm very much aware of my senses and my body. But right now, it feels like my body's betraying me. And it's definitely forcing me to stay in my body way more than I'm used to, because when you have pain, it's like you can't really pull out of that so easily.
Well, death is the ultimate release from the body, where we return to the essence, or we return to our soul. The way I look at it is, it's like you have an avatar in a video game and you have the player. If you're the player, are you really the avatar? No. You're only it for a moment. You're there to go fulfill some mission, do something.
Yeah, I found it. Let me explain though.
It's a lot more complex, but it's a pretty close analogy, I think, to how your soul interacts to yourself here, except it's far more loving, because a lot of people are disattached from the avatar that they play as in a video game typically. Yeah, go ahead, Avian.
Yeah, so I would say that Dogen Zenji, his idea of time being, which is called Uji, he reads it as a single hyphenated insight, being time, to say that existence and time are not two separable things. Each concrete situation, standing on a mountain, for example, holding a whisk, is a Dharma position, a unique moment event that is fully itself yet also expresses the whole of reality. Because by being and time interpenetrate, being time can mean a being's time, a time's being, or all beings' times at once. So no moment is excluded from this very moment. The essay stresses that while Dogen doesn't deny ordinary clock time, a strictly linear past, present, future view can obstruct realization. The point is the non-dual presencing of the moment. This shows up as continuous practice. Every being, not just humans, he wholeheartedly enacts as being time. And when that inclusivity is lived, response becomes immediate and less entangled in fixation, hence less suffering. But so how it compares to Heraclitus, Dogen can sound Heraclitus, but because he refused the static thing, but each Dharma position is impermanent and interpenetrating rather than a fixed block. So it's not a simple all is changed though, because Dogen's twist is that the now isn't just a moving point in a river of time. Each moment is time being, not time containing beings. So it's not that time contains beings. Each moment is time being. And each moment
multiplicities. Yeah, it's multiplicities, right?
Yeah. In each moment, yeah, I'm almost done. and each moment is complete in its own expression of the whole. So the emphasis is on non-dual completeness, not merely motion. With now comparing to Parmenides, because he has an unchanging being. So Parmenides is often read as arguing for one undifferentiated, unchanging being, or so, where there's correspondence between thinking and being, and treating ordinary change as deceptive. Dogen does share nothing is missing vibe. Every moment includes all being time, but he doesn't freeze that into a single motionless entity. The whole is expressed as the shifting dharma possession. So Dogen's time being is being as becoming without splitting them. The whole shows up only in the concrete moment, and the concrete moment is never just a part. Oh yeah, there you go. That's Dogen's concept. Dogen Senji.
Yeah, I'm really talking about it more in an epistemological sense. That seems to be, I think, more ontology, right?
Yeah, this is ontology, but also it ties into Dogen's ideas of practice realization of a zazen that is non-grasping, non-fixation, and is not trying to attain anything. So when you sit in zazen without the intent to gain anything or to achieve any special state, that is uji in its fullest manifestation, its fullest expression. Yeah.
So basically, if I was going to apply what I'm talking about to what Dogen is talking about, there is basically, we as people have choices. Either we can recognize that each moment contains the whole, like you're saying, and recognize that each moment is interconnected upon itself, like you said, or we can just identify with the moment and not care about the interconnection of things. That's the difference between being. Being recognizes that the moment contains the whole and flows, or you said it doesn't flow, right? Or he says it doesn't flow, but is interconnected in a way that basically it's almost like they can't exist without each other. It's kind of what I'm getting at. But if you're a person, if you're a person of becoming, then you think, well, we're just in the moment, which is true, but you think that the moment is fleeting and that you need to identify with the forms, and therefore you aren't really recognizing the interconnectedness of the moment to moment patterns, the wholeness within each moment, and your own consequences on the earth. That's just how I interpret that.
Yeah, that's just a zoom in, zoom out perspective that is making that difference, though, I think. Being able to zoom out and zoom in.
Yeah, some people are capable of it and some people aren't. I think Hyperborean said that. What do you think, TML? What do you think of my synthesis of Parmenides and Heraclitus, and compared to someone like Hegel and other people?
Oh yeah, well Hegel goes full Heraclitus. Right, so
yeah, it's not
yeah, he kind of says and it's hard to tell whether existence is driving the whole thing or just becoming is driving the whole thing. Right? He kind of says they're both basically equal out to the same thing. Right? And so, we put three things on the table yesterday, sort of existence along with non-existence, being along with non-being, and then obviously becoming. Right? So we are going to read a bunch of thinkers who either interpreted Parmenides, right, or tried to combine Parmenides with Heraclitus, right? Obviously, I gave several explanations of how like Plato and Aristotle accomplished this, right? They introduced like a sort of third thing that mediates between being and becoming, right? So, and I know that you have a sort of a triune thing that's held together, as well, right? So,
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So
But that thing is being. That's being. The triune.
right, yeah. Um
The way I look at it is being and becoming are just choices. That's really how I look at it.
Right. So
So
this is a little bit of what Augustine kind of comes up with as well, right? Because he's got to come up with free will, right? He's got to say free will, but he also has to say that people are basically born in original sin, right? So he's got to keep original sin, but also keep, this idea of free will, but he can't say that existence is just evil, right? Because everything God creates is good, right? So he finds himself, sort of mediating between all these different, explanations, right?
So he came up with. He basically said it was a choice as well. That's kind of that's what the Bible says. That is what the Bible says somewhere. So that would be biblical.
Right, exactly. He's trying to go with the idea that you can choose between good and evil, but not everything exists as evil, right? Because that would mean that God basically made things fucked up, right? But then also he's trying to say, well, we're not perfect. We're sort of born in sin, right? So we have a sort of sort of this idea where we have a capacity for goodness, right? So on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah, it says there. Someone says they're backstage. Yeah. What's up? Reddington, what do you think about what I'm saying? Am I just saying a bunch of nonsense, or you think there's some basis?
Hey everyone, thank you.
What's up, man?
DK, hi.
Hey Zephyr, hey TML, Avian, Rocky, Dom, Gangster Apocalypse. I'm not sure I've met you. Hey everyone, I think I've met all the rest of you before. It's good to meet new people.
That's Reddington, the Gangster Apocalypse, yeah.
Is it? Fuck you, Red.
What?
For no reason whatsoever, just for making up a new dumb name.
I like his name. I think it makes a lot of sense.
He kept the wolf.
So do I. I'm just giving him shit for making up new names.
How long have you had this name, DK?
This is my fourth name. Wait, fourth. No, third name. No, fourth. It's fourth. The first name was completely separate. That's the one you'll sometimes see me on YouTube with.
Holy crap. The viewers went from 13 to 20. People really like to see you here, DK.
Yeah, man. I generally bring a crowd, and I'm not even streaming at the moment. My computer crapped out. I had to restart, so I'm not even streaming on Rumble at all. So I'm just here. So yeah, there is nothing in this for me like grifting off anyone else's shows. In case anyone's like,
yeah, it's all good.
That. I mean, holy crap. So I know for a fact that sometimes people think that I do that. I don't.
I really don't give a shit if people do. You know what I mean?
I go out of my way to promote other people because I stream 24/7. I've got enough hours in the day that I can stream someone else's show, and then when they're done, I can go on playing other stuff. But yeah, as I said, at the moment, it's like, yeah, it's still waiting for the last Rumble show that I did to process, so I can't even stream at the moment. So I've been looking around for voice chats. I ended up yelling with... That was actually really crazy. First of all, I started talking with a furry. This was on Telegram. Started talking with a furry who actually agreed with almost everything about what I was saying, except for Israel. The Fury loved Israel, but wasn't a degenerate. They're like anti everything that's happened about furries. They're like, it was good when we used to just, if we would dress up and just go to someone's house. It's like, yeah, when it was kept in a niche and no one knew about it,
right?
No one gave a shit. That sort of thing did not need to be pushed in everyone's face. And then, like, a Muslim and a Jew jumped onto the channel.
Together? Were they in cahoots?
No, it's like slightly delayed.
They could have been in cahoots, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it could have been, but it was the Jew first, and it took a while to work out that he was a Jew. But then a Muslim, and then another Muslim, and then the furry left. So I just ended up like arguing with like a Jew and two Muslims for about half an hour.
It's weird they didn't.
And I don't mean Muslims like you. I think I even typed that. It's like these were the sort of people who were like, "Yeah, death to all white people. We're taking over your country."
Oh shit!
Idiots. Yeah,
they're terrorists.
No. This was after the furry left. The furry left, and then I was just arguing with a Jew and two Muslims. And all
death to white people? Yo, that's fucked up.
Yep, death to white people. We're taking over your countries. You know we're doing it. Yeah, that shit, man. Yeah.
Good Lord.
I think I remember.
So I just had a discussion like that for about half an hour before I came here.
There was a song by Typo Negative that was "Kill All the White People." That was pretty funny.
Oh man, white genocide.
Dude, it's not even a fucking unreal thing. That was promoted so fully in mainstream media for years. If you look back through like headlines from the media and magazines and people's opinions who are supposedly experts in their field and shit.
That's a tribalism loop.
But they were all saying this is not going to be a white country soon, and that's a good thing. Death to white people.
Yeah, I see white people everywhere.
If I said that about any other race?
Yeah, I see them all the time. But the thing is that the white women, I really like white women. They're very like I don't know. They're just really.
There we go.
They're just like really
typical bloody Muslim, just like a white woman.
As a white woman, I really like all women, but I particularly like white women because I am one.
I particularly like white women because I'm white.
I like Italian.
I seem to be, anyways.
Italians,
like
I
genetically,
don't see any problem with people liking people of their own race.
Don't say that, TML.
No, that's simple. I don't see any problem with people liking people of their own race. How is this something that is now frowned upon?
Yeah, I get it. But I think a lot of this is just conditioning that's built up over the 20th century, really. Like racism is a modern conception. It was invented by
the Jews.
I think it was the distortion of some Nietzschean thoughts.
It was invented by the Jews.
Sad trombone.
Officially,
we might as well be honest at this point.
You could say it was. I'll give you that. Okay, I'll say the Jays were the first racists. Okay, but the first guy to actually coin the term racist was some American progressive. I can't remember the dude's name, but it
was a Jew who changed their name.
I don't know if he was
created.
It was a Jew who changed their name to like Americanize it.
They're fond of changing their names.
The term racist was a Jew who changed their name.
Wanted to
the progressive
he invented the term because he wanted to distinguish himself between people who hated people because of their race or their color, and people who hated the culture of the people. because he had to sell his Indian boarding schools. The guy who invented Indian boarding schools is the guy who invented the term racism. He was the first
Hey,
Yeah,
documented.
do you know what happened to those Indian
that is
boarding?
the problem.
You know
By
what happened to those
Indian, do you
schools?
mean
Yeah, they were
Native
crap.
American ones,
Communism.
or
Yeah,
India?
They were real bad. But he wanted,
Bolsheviks.
in his mind, he created the word to distinguish between people who hated people because of the color of their skin and their culture.
I just told you
Yeah.
that guy was a Jew and changed his name. So you don't even know that it was a Jew saying that to you.
Well, it
He
doesn't
created the term racism to make all of us hate each other so that the Jews can suddenly go, yep, now we've screwed everyone over. Now we can say, oh, we're not white, we're Jewish.
Yeah, I think they started the NAACP and whatnot, right?
And the ADL. The ADL was after they hung Leo Frank for
Probably
raping and
feminist.
killing a 14-year-old girl, and then trying to blame one black man and then another black man. And then people just went and broke into the cell and lynched him. So they created the ADL to try and clear his name. How do you clear someone's name for raping and killing a 14-year-old and trying to just blame basically everyone in sight for what you did?
Ask Trump.
Clear his name. Wait,
Well,
sounds
yeah, but
like
that's
everything that's happening right now with all the Epstein exposure. Whose name do we have to clear next? Let's make up an excuse for the next person whose name pops up in the media.
Yeah, they want us all to be multicultural communist, so they get us to, hate our own race and shit like that. And
It's not even that.
They want us to commingle and interracial marriages.
It's not even that. See, I go a step further.
The
Dude,
Jews
I
are
even
crap.
know
They're
that
gonna pull the psyops to make the one world religion. That's what they're gonna do.
yeah, I know, but what I was about to say is I go further than most. I know what my channels have ended up like, which is why I keep going to other channels like here. Because my channel has ended up like a fucking white boy echo chamber and it annoys the fuck out of me. Like, I actually get sick of my
I'm not
own
even
channel.
white. I'm not even white. I'm Italian.
What I'm saying is,
Shh, I'm not white either.
as far as I'm concerned with like national socialists, it means everyone who's been in their country
Oh shit! I am.
for several generations. It ain't anyone who's turned up in the last 5 minutes and says, no, I can get nationality straight away. I want all the benefits and shit. That anyone who's put in time, their family has put in time in any country they're in, as far as I'm concerned, National Socialist actually incorporates them. As long as they assimilate to the country that they've moved to.
Oh yeah.
If they try to start up their own community and undermine shit in another country, they have just exposed themselves as being the problem.
I love
If you wanna
Chinatown.
do that-
though.
if you
I
want
mean,
to
like,
do that, fuck off back to your own country. Go fix your country. Don't try and fuck mine.
but I love Chinatown. I love like the little cultural areas of cities.
but do they try and infiltrate everything? I mean, to be honest, they probably do.
They kind of probably just try to. I think they just try to keep.
everything, and everyone thought it was innocent.
They mostly just try to keep to themselves in their own little hood, sort of. And
I like
as
Chinese
far as
food.
you know.
I like Chinese food, man. So
it's not even really Chinese food, though. The Chinese food that we think is Chinese food is not Chinese food.
But that works the
dog
same
and
as
cat.
Indian food, and Rowan Atkinson said it the best.
I like dog and
Like,
cat.
I like Indian food, but now that we have the recipe,
I hate Indian
is there
food.
really any reason
gross.
for them to stay?
I love curry. Curry's good.
Yeah, but do we need them here now that we have the recipe?
Yes.
No,
They're-
because
we
we can
don't-
cook it ourselves.
That's kind of rude, though. I mean, whatever.
It's all right. We gave them fucking everything they've got as well.
I like authentic.
Half of those countries didn't have a wheel before we turned up.
Oh, whatever. Like we're all that
No.
important.
No.
Who is
that's actually
we?
true.
He's
Half those countries didn't have a wheel before we turned up, and all we learned is a few recipes.
Yeah.
It doesn't give them right to our fucking whole country.
That's also a fallacy, though.
Yeah, the problem is, DK, that this is the Uncle Teddy channel, and we don't support technological advancement and everything that is brought forward. You know, it's also enslaved white people, right? So you have to consider that, right?
I get. Don't get me wrong. There's certain things. There's certain things that have helped, and it's got to the point where it's become detrimental. Like where it's at now is actually detrimental to everyone, and most people don't see it. See, this is why I come here, TML, because I know that most of the people here are actually clued up enough. I'm saying in the past, it's like we actually helped civilizations, and now all these civilizations now blame us for colonializing, which, to be honest, our governments are even doing to us.
I think it was unsolicited help.
No, if you look at it realistically, governments in Western nations are doing almost exactly the same things to us as they're doing to every other nation.
Exactly.
The difference is we have more technological advancements, so it's harder for them to screw us over.
Right.
That's the only difference.
But sometimes it's worse because they test some of the technology on the advanced people, you know, or whatever. So,
Like New Zealand used to be a test ground for everything.
products and shit, right? Like you guys got cell phones before everyone else, for example.
Yeah.
Right? So you guys got fucked up with the cell phones.
Yeah, I didn't get a cell phone till 2001 when an ex-girlfriend actually bought me one. I never wanted one.
Right.
Yeah,
So
the test market for all American products is basically like teenage Japanese girls. Like if Japanese girls like it, then they know that we'll like it.
Yeah, but I think Dom was trying to say something.
Japan was actually after New
Avian
Zealand.
was trying to say something actually.
Oh, Avian, yeah.
Yeah. I would say that the problem with this world is it's massively interconnected. We have to look at the nitty-gritty details. Like, why do the Vietnamese or the people in the Amazons, why do they cut down their primeval forests? Because they have, like in Vietnam, they're growing rubber trees because they export that rubber to a more advanced, more developed nations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and palm oil and all sorts of things. Yeah.
The pattern is applicable to stuff like, mineral deposits, palm oil, pretty much everything you can think about. And it has to do with the nature of the rigged global economy because of currency valuation. You know what I mean? Like Forex and, IMF and World Bank. Who decides the value of currencies? Is it based on gambling? Is it based on GDP? The whole point is it's rigged. It destroys self-sufficiency. It makes everyone become a part of a petroleum-based economy that is massive and global. Like if you go to some parts of, I don't know, the Middle East, they look almost frightening and horrifying because they're drilling oil and you can see fire coming out and stuff. And it looks like a nightmare and stuff.
But the only thing that they're still doing that is because they shut down Nikola Tesla for wanting to create free energy.
Yeah.
See, the world would actually have free energy already by now.
Yeah.
If the powers that be who control the oil industry didn't want them shut down because they couldn't make money off it.
Yeah, they're hiding free energy, and they want you dependent on the black goo.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe, but ultimately the point is that no country is truly energy independent or self-sufficient anymore.
Right.
To answer your
Libya
question,
tried to be, so they killed Gaddafi.
Hold on, answer Avian's question real quick
Afghanistan
about
tried to be,
the
so
banks.
they killed Hussein. Cuba tried to be, so they killed Fidel. Venezuela
You
tried
better
to
wait till
be,
the
so
end.
they kidnapped Maduro. Would you like me to go on?
No, I want to ask Avian a
Adolf
question. I
Hitler
want to ask.
tried
I'm
to be so
gonna
they
It's
answer.
old. Hey,
and
that's
I want to
hey
answer
DK.
Avian's
That's all
question
old
here.
news. Old
Avian,
news, DK.
Old news.
Old
so
news.
So if it's
who
old
gives
news
the
and
bank
people
the
are still
power for
bloody
their
and
wealth?
listening,
It's
and you're
us,
just
the
giving up
people,
looking
through
for
our
it,
consent, and this is
and you're
literally what they
accepting the
outline in their
bullshit.
documents.
Here, hold on, DK. Take a breath for a second.
Yeah.
I think Dom is trying to say something to Avian or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dom.
Yeah, because Avian said it doesn't matter who gives the bank wealth because it's all rigged. And I get it because it absolutely all is rigged. But outlined in their very own riggery is who gives the bank the wealth and power, and it's us through our consent. So literally the moment we stop giving it works like this, okay? It's based on a trust that when you go to the store, when you give the teller or the cashier or now it's automated, when you give that your money, that it was going to be accepted and you're going to bring the products that you wanted home, assuming you have the amount of cash. That's the trust that's embedded in money. And once that trust disappears, which is entirely mental, money has no value.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you
we have to understand
realize
though
that?
they
Did
will.
you realize that
Yeah.
in the year 2000, there was 9 countries in the world, only 9 countries that weren't part of the Reserve Bank.
Yes,
like
I
9 independent countries that had their own currency and were trying to run their own country without usury.
Right.
And do you realize that 4 or 5 of them have been taken out since then?
Yeah. Weren't you just going on about colonialism and how it's a good thing?
It's not the colonialism shit. It's the Rothschild banking industry Zionistic takeover of
So
the
what's
world,
the difference? What's the
using
difference?
usury
Well,
to do it.
I don't understand.
Anyone who doesn't sign on to the currency system is about to be taken out.
Right. Same people who took over India.
Actually banned pornography, degeneracy,
And Germany.
usury, and was trying to start his own monetary system. So next minute, Trump had to kidnap him.
Yeah. I think we know who they are.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You think you know.
It's just like he's on some
Yeah.
debate.
Red Shield,
Unfortunately, we don't know where they are. That's the
Switzerland,
problem.
World
Oh,
Economic
you mean all
Forum,
the AI photos when he's
World
in
Health
a different
Organization.
outfit every time he was photoed, the whole time he was in custody?
Yeah, basically, the fractional reserve banking and the fiat currency, which I believe we discussed, Dom, is all, fake and gay, and also it's a rigged game, and the whole point is this system doesn't exist for the betterment of anyone. And if you try to make your own currency and make a breakaway society, they're gonna wacko you. That's the problem.
Yeah, they don't allow the parallel systems to form. No.
Yeah, Wacko was wrong, actually. If you look into Wacko, it was one of the most evil acts in history. It's actually unconstitutional, and it's just crazy.
Now the Holodomor was. Waco
Yeah,
was
yeah.
crap.
Yeah,
The
Waco-
Holodomor is one of the worst. Let's get that straight.
No, I think that Australian
The way
wildlife
it
is what's the
works
worst
is
out
They're
there.
able to now eliminate everyone who isn't part of their system and basically use all their controlled information networks, as in all the media, TV, news, radio, internet, Wikipedia, everything they control. They're allowed now, and I don't even know why they're allowed, but they're allowed now to basically go out of their way to discredit and abuse anyone they want who doesn't agree with them. And if you say anything against them, you better be expecting some backlash.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit of experience with that, perhaps.
So have I.
Yeah. But let me tell you this, guys. Everyone keeps going about Epstein. What about Podesta? Because he was just as bad. He's not in jail or whatever. Like, it's like it's been memory hole. Podesta was.
Dude, 100%.
What about the Catholic Church?
There's like, I could have named 100 people. But easily, I could have named 100 people before they released the Epstein files. John Podesta came over to my country a week or two before the mosque shootings, met up with Jacinda Ardern and other politicians and shit. And there is that one photo of John Podesta with the number 14 on one, like he's holding up his hands, number 14 on one hand and a fish drawn on the other hand. Both of those symbols were present on the shooter's gun at the mosque shootings. There's so much that people don't know and just gloss over.
And you know what another problem, DK, is that most people would probably say it's just a coincidence.
I agree with all that, but what you gonna do about it, man? What you gonna do about it, man?
Well, my friend who got put in jail for trying to expose it has just got out of jail, and he wants to write a book. So I want to help him with that shit.
Yeah.
And I want to promote the shit out of his whole experience. Because he got put in jail for putting like QR codes or like Insta links or whatever on his videos so that it took people to the mosque shooting and the manifesto. And at that stage, it was already illegal in New Zealand. And yet, there is another alt media shit. They must actually almost be a company that suddenly became the biggest alt media company in my country. After I started streaming, they just instantly became the most massive thing ever.
So what do you think they're doing? What do you think they're?
Dude,
do you think they're like trying to get us out? To get us. I'm not done with my question. Listen, what do you think they're? Or do you think they're trying to get us all to kill each other or something?
You're supposed to live in fear of your neighbors and not go out, so that it makes it easier for them just to turn up at your door.
That's
and then be able to deal with you, because you will not be out in a large group in public. You're scared to go meet up with people. You're scared to go meet new people. You're scared to start being part of a new group, because you don't know who is going to be subverted and shit, and who is a plant in that group. So everyone's scared to even go out and be involved in anything. Whether they start it themselves or it's something that's already happening, everyone is scared to do it because of the consequences.
You're scared.
I'm not scared.
When you're scared of something, that's when it's dangerous, because you're scared and you might accidentally shoot something, and it's just a fucking.
Hey,
yeah.
For those who don't know me, my slogan is much love, no fear.
Yeah, and no fear. Fear is not a virtue.
Fear is a mind killer. It brings the little death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't be scared. Don't be scared of nothing.
Don't get me wrong. There's times when you should take precautions.
Yeah, you should be cautious.
Being scared and
that's preparation, and that's not being scared.
Being scared and being unable to act is an indefensible position.
Yeah.
If you are unable to act when something happens, you're a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, preparation and having a routine in an emergency you don't get so scared.
Why are you showing us your Illuminati ring, TML?
Illuminati.
This is an illumination ring.
I ain't scared of the Illuminati. You know what? They always steal the good names,
Trying
right?
to illuminate us. Oh, at
They
least
always-
he's got the TNC thing. That's
They
my
always
tattoo.
steal,
I
like,
can
they
live with
stole
that.
the rainbow.
Yeah, no, I can
They
live with
stole
that
the
one.
word
That's what I got
gay,
tattooed on me.
and
I
then
can
they
live with
stole
the ring.
the
That shit.
illuminated ones. We're the illuminated ones. They're not the illuminated ones. You know,
What
they
is even going on?
They stole the rainbow from us. They stole the word gay. Gay used to mean happy, and then they steal the word Illuminati. Like they're the illuminated ones. When we're the illuminated ones, they're the
Let's get Rocky and
Bro.
DK cammed up in here. You know, let's get them cammed up. All right.
Yeah, they live in the dark and shit.
I don't know why I don't have a thumbnail. Oh, because it's Streamlabs. Shit. Doesn't have my YouTube thumbnail.
I'm cammed up, so
There he is.
see.
All right, I'll check my game on shortly.
There is not.
I think it's probably best I have a smoke and calm down a little first,
yeah.
and then I'll chuck camera on. What do you say, TML?
I got my hoodie.
There's no point me starting to get shitty and stuff. I should probably mellow a little.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, you know, TML knows what I'm like. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, how are we feeling?
Probably better I take a couple of minutes to do a calming down thing before I put a camera on.
For sure.
All right, let's do that. Let's do the calming down thing. Shit.
I got my Illuminati outfit on.
Dang, bro, you do look like Illuminati.
Illuminati messaged me for like 6 months.
You know,
I
it was
email almost
Okay,
daily
this
for
is a
6
silver.
months.
This is a silver lined hat, so it keeps the frequencies.
I can't see it. You have to put your camera on.
It keeps them within your brain.
Got the
or-
camera on right on the screen, bro.
It must have frozen up because I couldn't see the hat.
Oh, okay. I am on screen, huh? Am I the
You
I'm the
were.
star?
You were on screen.
I'm 67 years old, and I'm
I'm only 48. Shit.
anyway. You got okay. The secret of a healthy life is first, dis-ease is caused by dis-ease. If you're always feeling bad and you don't go out and walk and have a good, look at the trees and and you're always in worrying and dis-ease, that causes this. And then secondly, the fucking grocery stores are poisoning the shit out of you. Most of the stores you go in, you got to search for shit. And it's hard to find real food they're poisoning us. I think that came out in the files too. They're fucking poisoning us. Shit.
I mean,
We all knew this, right? We already knew this. I've known
that's
this.
what I was gonna say. Like, do we really need the files? All the files are is just the government coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, all this stuff's been happening," and we know it's been going on for decades, but we've done nothing about it.
Oh no. The reason it needed to happen because normies don't believe shit until it's on TV. Now it's on TV. Dude, have you seen the videos of people like losing their minds? Going, I didn't know any of this is happening. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we've been saying it for like a decade. I didn't know any of this was going on. Oh my God, my mind's blowing. See, it is actually happening.
Blavatsky
Now it's
called
been
it
put on TV.
the
Once it was put on
externalization.
TV, it has now hit the majority. Before
It's
that,
called
it was only the minority that fucking saw anything.
Yeah,
Now,
and there was a
they're all
time.
seeing it, seeing how much it's being fucked with. There are still people that will never accept it. Don't worry.
There
are
was a
still,
time
there are still
when
people with
people
so
who
much
spoke out.
cognitive
Man,
dissonance.
PK, you're
were
getting
lobotomized.
irritating. Let people speak, motherfucker.
My bad. I was finishing a paragraph. Dick.
Holy shit.
Well, I can't hear Rocky, so what the fuck are you on about?
That's rock. That wasn't me.
Here, hold on.
So I should just listen to someone who's got themselves muted while you tell me to shut up.
I wasn't muted.
I guess he thought that was you, Dom. Yeah, somehow. But yeah.
Well, because I was talking. Yeah, I was talking.
Yeah, no, I was
at
on
the same
mute.
time,
Didn't
and
hear a
then
single thing
Rocky
you
said his piece, and Rocky
Yeah, I'm not
sounded
giving
like
you
Rocky
shit. I'm just saying
Balboa.
I
I
didn't
said it.
hear
I
what
said,
you
shut the
said.
fuck up and let someone else talk. I said it.
Ah,
What you gonna do,
feel free
baby?
to come at me when you got more to say.
You could just keep talking.
I was
if you talk-
agreeing with you. I can't even, you don't even give me time to agree with half the shit you're talking about.
That's
And
because I just keep going.
I don't remember what
I
I
don't
was
mind being
saying.
told to stop, but you don't have to be a dick about it.
yeah, so we're trying to figure out. I mean, everybody says we're not supposed to trust the government, right? But then they come out with, oh, here's the
My
files.
screen's frozen.
And we're supposed to trust that these are the fucking files and shit. Man, they fucking.
It's only half of them.
It's only
They've
half.
we're
6
not.
million and they released 3.
Yeah, we're not frozen. Yeah, so if you can't see us, so
No.
You know, they had
No,
6
my
million
screen.
files or 6 million pages, and they released half of it. I did find out how to get the
How can one
videos that are
guy?
hidden as PDFs.
How can one guy be responsible for so goddamn much? Is what I like. How can he be like the patsy for every fucking thing? I mean, this is bullshit. Look at that. Like the Child Protective Service, that's governmental.
I think my screen is frozen.
Have you seen
join and rejoin?
Have you seen
No,
those
screen is not
Family Guy
frozen.
things when
It's
they're
not.
playing like
On the stream
Minecraft
it
or
is.
something stupid? Have you
Yeah.
seen those videos where it's just talking
No,
and
it's
it's like
not.
Family Guy characters talking as they're playing Minecraft?
Yeah, I think you mean for him.
The most recent one explains it all. This
I
is how
don't
they're
know.
ushering in the new world
You can't
order.
tell what's real no more.
Dude, they're
It just
saying
came out.
everyone that is there currently is this bad, so now we need completely new people in.
You know that shooting that they
So they're
said
going
that
to
the
try and
ice guy
usher out
did? That
everyone
said
that
this
we know,
ice guy shot this
because everyone's
girl,
going to get
this
thrown
white
under the
girl.
bus,
But then
and
you find out
install
that
a
her
new
fingers were
one-world
morphine.
government.
They were morphine. So you find out that the shooting wasn't even real. It was AI generated. You can tell because it was the white girl's hands were morphine, which means you couldn't see this line no more. It's just kind of, see how you can see the line even if you do this, you can still see the line.
Are you talking about the Captain Kirk shooting?
No, I'm talking about the ice, the guy that supposedly shot, but her hands were morphine. And it says, if you look up
Renee Good. Yeah.
AICTI, that's one of the things that's how you tell what's real or not.
There's been 2 Trini mass shooters in Canada since then.
Hey, damn, am I AI? I don't know. Oh no.
Doesn't sound like it.
Anyway, so we don't even know what's real. So this news, you know, they say, oh, I shot this white girl. And you find out it's all AI generated bullshit.
So did you go look at like 10 other videos to find out for yourself?
No, I'm an automatic
I
hoaxer.
did.
I'm an automatic.
I did.
I'm what they call an auto hoaxer. I believe everything's a fucking
did.
hoax until you can prove it's real.
Dude, see, I did. I went and looked up everything I could fucking find. So anyone who's sitting there going, I saw one video, going, I don't know. Dude, I saw fucking several different angles and about 10 different videos.
So you think it was real?
Oh yeah, that bitch got shot in the fucking face.
Nah.
Because she actually tried to run the cop over.
So you believe the news? You're following the news. You're still watching
The
TV,
first
man.
shot, the cop was in front of the car. When he
I'm
accelerated
done.
at her, he shot first, got hit, stepped to the side, and then fired twice more.
Nah. It's all
Yeah,
bullshit.
yeah, no, there's different angles that fucking show it. Stop being a bitch. You said you only saw one. Don't
It's all
fucking tell me I'm
bullshit.
wrong when you haven't looked
They
shit
have
up.
this.
Don't tell me I'm
Yeah.
wrong when you haven't looked shit up.
I'll get the video and you can play it. It's only
You
like
know what? The one video you have. I see it. I've looked at about 10.
It only
No,
takes
I
one.
asked you said you
It only
looked at
takes one. It only takes one video.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
I've looked at 10 and you're going, this one says ice bad. Get
You're
fucked.
watching too much
Bro,
news.
you're
Still believe the
fucking.
news. You still believe the fucking news.
Your research is showing.
Yeah, cam up, DK. What is this?
Yeah, I'm about to. I just finished my smoke. It's all good. I was actually just about
Oh shit! I probably can't find it.
I guess that didn't work to calm you down, right? It doesn't seem like it.
What was that called?
No, I'm 100% serious. Like I have about 10 videos and angles and shit saved about that, and almost everyone else is like, I've seen one. I'm truly not kidding you. I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't like talking about shit if I don't know enough to talk about it. And if I don't know something, I will actually say I don't know. And I will admit if I'm wrong, which is unlike most people online.
Well,
I
tell
don't
you
have
what,
a problem with saying when I'm wrong. Wait, did camera turn on or not?
yeah, you're on. We see you.
Yeah, I went back to the YouTube channel, so I probably got to wait like 30 seconds before I see me.
Yeah, well, here's what I think is that the ICE stuff, because I don't really know what you're talking about. I don't really keep up with the news because I think it's all nonsense, right? But the ICE stuff, I think, is just a symptom of a larger problem. And I'm sure, it's not just the Jews, really, or the Catholics or whoever else you're going to point to. What it is that people just keep supporting systems that basically control them and enslave them, and they want it. And a big part of this is that, yeah, they're indoctrinated into it, and that this is a big part of what, being a normie, like DK called him, is all about. You're giving into your programming that the authorities gave over you. So people have to come over that programming. That will end ICE right there.
Yeah, it's giving into the mob mentality. That's why this large group of people will change their focus every time a new thing is mentioned in the media. New thing, whole group moves there. New thing, whole group moves there. New thing, whole group moves over there.
You know why they do that, DK? Is because
they're fucking paid to be cunts by George Soros, many NGOs, and basically the fucking Jews. Yeah, I know why.
Those are just symptoms.
I know exactly why. Don't give me the no. I just told you exactly why.
Well, I'm going to tell you the
They
reason
do it
they do
because
it.
they're fucking paid to do it.
No, money. There comes a point when you're so powerful, money doesn't matter, right? Money's for us. Money's to keep us in the system. When you're someone who's like a Rothschild, what do you care about money for? What's money to you then?
How the fuck do you pay your fucking soldiers? Stop being a dumbass.
I'm talking about as an individual. Well, I told you, it's a tool of control to them.
They can keep having the money,
but it's meaningless in their life.
For them to want to keep going on. But first of all, you have to spend their whole younger life indoctrinating them in a so-called education system. So an indoctrination system to make sure that they actually believe everything that you're saying, and they're willing to actually fight for it in the first place. And then the incentive is you add money.
Yeah,
and
so
say,
but
we'll
the
fucking
reason
train you with
the
everything.
reason they do
It's gonna be
this,
awesome
and
as
I
fuck.
was gonna say the
Hey,
reason they
have
do
you
this.
done army training?
Why would I go do army training?
Have
Why would I
you
make such a
done army
stupid
training?
decision
Simple question,
to
yes
go
or no?
to go to the army?
Simple
No,
question, have you done army training?
you didn't even hear what I just said. I
Have
just told
you
you.
done army training? Yes or no?
Don't be a bad bunny.
Army training is stupid. I would never go and
No, it's not.
participate. Yeah,
I've
that's
done army
totally
training,
is.
but I never signed up. I did the fucking training. I learned heaps of shit. That was awesome.
You guys need some
Ever
training.
wonder why they call it training?
Nah, my
Why
dad trained
are
me
they
a lot,
training
but I
so?
did learn a few new things
Why
that
are
I
you
didn't
training
know.
your
Like,
dog?
seriously, I actually did learn some shit
Could
that
it
I
be
didn't know
related?
from the army training.
I don't doubt
There
it.
was like a few
But the army,
like
To
things that I
behave. They're training you to
incorporated
behave,
into my brain.
to have discipline.
I'm trying to make the
I
point.
know,
I
I
couldn't
fucking
make
hate
the
that.
point because I kept getting
Discipline
interrupted.
authority
But
is the reason I never
the
signed up.
reason the ruling class, whoever they are,
I
the
got
Jays, the
69
J suits or whatever, the reason they implement stories or education to control people is to make them more predictable. They fear the mob. Because the mob to them is they're this uncontrollable nightmare when they get out of control. So to keep them in control, they keep them predictable and they keep them, like you said, fixated on the next thing in this cycle of basically a cycle of becoming. That's what the news feed is. It's a cycle of becoming. It has no end. And it's always focused in nonsense, really. It's not focused in principles.
To me when I was younger.
What?
Because I was getting bored with school. So in the 80s, I was getting put into advanced computer
Damn,
programs.
you don't look that old.
Okay, no, don't let me talk. It's all right. Go again.
No, you don't look that old. I thought you were younger.
I get that lots. But, no, so in the 80s, and I mean mid-80s, I was getting put into advanced computer classes and shit. And it was to do with trying to design the most aerodynamic car. We learned what was the first one? Whatever the one before DOS was. Something and then DOS. We learned that shit. You know, everything that's pretty much outdated now. Learned all that shit back then.
Basic. It was a basic.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. But then my parents split when I was 9. And I moved to a different city. And I tried to get into computer courses. And the only computer things I could find, and I'm not shitting you, this put me off. I went there 2, maybe 3 times. Just because I was trying to talk to people to see if I could learn anything off anyone. But this is back in the day of fucking dial-up modem and shit. And every motherfucker was just playing, either chatting with someone overseas or playing a fucking crap video game with someone overseas. And no one would help me out at all. And they were all exactly what you picture as the worst fucking people that you would see sitting in a room that's dark where everyone's sitting in front of a fucking computer. I know this is unfair to say of them all, but picture that you're sitting in a room of fat, overweight, sweaty, disgusting looking fucking pedophiles. And me at the age of 9, maybe 10 by then. There was only one person who even tried to help me a little bit. And he was actually one of the least ugly looking pieces of shit there, which is probably actually scarier. Looking back. But I only went there 3 times because no one wanted to fucking help me learn anything. Everyone was just busy doing their own fucking thing. So I never went back.
better that way. You don't get vacuumed up by the system.
See, that's what I mean. I think they were trying to. Like before my parents split, I think that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to pull me, like, I really think they were trying to pull me in the way of, like, you know, the Bill Gates, Peter Thiel, Zuckerberg type shit. Like, we had a whole class of people who were, like, basically child geniuses, and everyone was trying to make the most aerodynamic car. And I also know for a fact that they were also looking at who started working together, who worked well together, who, like, you know, gave this bit of information to other people and other people would give them that, but who was working well together. Like, they were trying to look to see who was working as teams and shit as well. Dude, I'd hate to think where the fuck I would be now if my parents didn't split up. I could be one of the people who's plotting your downfall. I still think about that.
You could be a millionaire.
I still actually think about that to this day. I really mean that. I think they were trying to groom me to be one of those people who was just going to be a eugenicist and fucking everything had to be about perfection. And if you weren't, why did I want you here?
In 69, how old were you?
I wasn't here.
In 1969, you weren't here?
Born 77.
No ways that old. No.
Nah, born 77.
He and I are the same age. I was also born in 77.
Thought you said you were old or something.
No, I said I'm older than I look.
Yeah, I said that.
I think I said I'm older than that because you said I was 30 something. So no, I'm older than that.
You look pretty
I'm
old.
48, bro. Yeah, no, I'm 48 then.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you look about like 10 years younger is what I thought.
I know. And yet I've smoked and drunk my whole life.
I'm still better looking.
I just don't eat
better
shit
looking
food.
than you, and I'm
I
20
don't
years older.
I don't do sugar. I don't do caffeine. I don't do fuck all takeaways. I occasionally eat, Subway, a Turkish kebab place, and like a deep fried fish and chip place. But I won't eat from any franchise. Oh, Subway is the only franchise thing. But I get like the roast beef one. I won't eat like some of their other shit. I won't eat their chicken. I won't eat their fucking McRib things that they use, like their pork riblet thing. Nah. It's like you got to pick like what food you actually think is safe where you are. But then again, I don't know how fucked all their vegetables are.
Yeah.
That shit's going to be sent from America and be poisoned as fuck as well.
Avian wants to say something.
Yeah, so I want to just, Dom and I were talking about time and being. So I found a better, I think, interpretation of Dogen's uji, which is sometime. Dogen's uji is unfolded to mean that time is not something that passes over beings, but is identical with whatever concretely exists. Times are themselves beings. All beings are times. Mountains, oceans, Buddhas, rats, tigers, even mistakes and doubts are each a time. And if time were destroyed, they would be destroyed. If time endures, they endure. Time is not merely flying away, nor a linear succession of instants, nor an external medium through which things move. Rather, each event is the full enactment of time, and passage is the expression of that event. Like spring passing as spring. Past and present do not stack up or accumulate, yet yesterday and today are fully present as my sometimes, because every phenomenon exhaustively expresses all times without remainder. Thus, Uji names the dynamic identity of being and time as realized in practice. The appearing of the dawn star, the raising of an eyebrow, the mountains and seas, all are nothing other than time fully manifesting itself here and now. So yeah, there you go.
Would you like me to simplify that for you a little bit?
Yes.
That's right. So the past is something that's already happened. You can't change. So therefore, you shouldn't be worrying about it. The future is something that hasn't happened. So why would you be stressing about it? Because all you're doing is guessing at it. The present is what you're living in. That's why they call it a gift. Live in the present, people. Have a plan for the future. Learn from the past, but live in the present.
And it sounds like what Avian is saying, or at least through that reading.
I know. I just tried to simplify it. I said that. I said, do you want me to simplify it? And someone said yes.
Yeah, I said that. But I was going to give my what I thought of it, because I thought that, what it sounds like he's saying is that the time or each moment is contained, or I'm sorry, the present exists eternally.
Everything does.
Each moment is made up of time.
Yeah, everything does, but you only live in the current moment because currently you are a three-dimensional thing. You only live in the now. You can talk about what other possibilities there are, but at present you have to deal with the now. Learn from the past, try and work towards what you want as a future, but live in the fucking present.
Oh, what if there is an end of time and we go into eternity?
And what?
And then so
everyone's going to die. What are you going to die for?
You're saying that we shouldn't think on things
everyone
like that.
is going to die.
Oh my God, you fucking.
Actually, everyone's going to die. What will you live for? That's a better question.
Well, if you don't believe that there's eternity, then you would live for just time. But if you believe there's an eternity, you would prepare for eternity. Man, you're rude.
Now, in this lifetime, in reality, if you know you're going to die, what will you live for?
I just noticed Zephyr left.
Yeah, peace to Zephyr. Yeah, peace to Zephyr. Also, Reddington left. He said sad trombone, and then he dropped out. So I don't know what happened.
That's all right.
I thought he left the message saying
you do realize people don't like what I say because I'm not as well read as you, and I challenge a lot of the things that you have come across in books. And this is why people don't like me, because I come from a different angle rather than like an educational angle where I'm challenging it. I just come straight at it from
I got a question.
Like my own thoughts.
Don't let nobody.
Sorry.
So
yeah, like I'm not being smart. That's just why some people
like.
So no, it's just why some people don't like talking to me.
I don't think that's the reason. Go ahead, Rocky.
So with his theory that we live in time and it's temporal and there's no eternity, then we're not to think on that. We don't know if it's real or not, so don't even think about it because we can't tell, because we don't know if eternity is real or not. So just don't prepare for eternity, just live in time and this crap and shit. So what's wrong with thinking that, what if time is temporal? Because that's what time is. It's time. Eternity is outside of time. So we should be preparing for that. I think we're like being tested, maybe tribulation.
So let me respond though. So Dogen, he's making a deeper claim. Whatever exists is time itself. The present isn't a tiny slice between past and future. It is the full manifestation of all time as this concrete event. Yesterday and tomorrow are not erased, but they do not stand outside the present as separate containers. They are expressed through this sometimes. So when Dogen says mountains are time, the rat is time, practice is time, he means that each thing fully enacts time rather than existing in time. So as less be present and more, there is no being set apart from temporality, and no temporality apart from concrete being. Living fully present would be a practice expression of this insight. But the philosophical claim is like some ontological claim. So yeah, that's Dogen Senji's view.
See, see, to be honest,
yeah. So basically,
that's more theoretical. No, that's more theoretical, because the fact is, you are currently living in this body in a 3D realm, and this is what you have to deal with.
So we only can measure time.
Realizing that there is more out there.
Yeah, time.
Should
We only
actually
measure
affect how you
time.
live this life. Like, you should be going, well, this life is just basically a test and a game. So we can like move back up here, and then we can decide which game we play next. Like, imagine if you think of it as a giant arcade, and this is just one video game we played. You have to get to the end of this video game to get out of it, and then go play the next video game. I don't want to keep dying. I don't want to keep dying in this and repeating any stage. There's nothing in this I want to repeat.
Yeah, well, in Soto Zen, we do Zazen. You just sit with no expectations, not trying to gain any special state. It's instructionless. You sit in half or full lotus or Burmese posture. You maintain a straight vertical spine, shucked in chin, and you like breathe through the nose. And it's just sitting, just sitting. When you do that, you fully enact time and stuff. So that's called practice realization of Zazen or Shikantaza. So that was.
Have you been taking more mushrooms than usual, Avian?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Well, hold on.
Like, sorry, bro. I was like, holy shit.
Well, hold on, DK.
I've been seeing what you've been like sending me as well, and it's like I get partway through it, and I'm just like,
yeah, DK.
okay,
You ever start up a practice of meditation?
I used to meditate, but now I just use streaming online as my therapy, and I'm waiting for me to be able to do it again. Like, as I said, Rumble's being a dick. It's trying to upload my last, process and shit my last stream. And so I got to wait till that's finished before I can start streaming again.
So things like arguing with 2 Jays and 2 Muslims is therapeutic?
Well, it didn't start off that. So like, I went over there and there was like 3-4 people and I was just talking. And one of them started saying he was a furry, put himself on screen in his furry costume. Like, no, that's just disturbing. Come back with the mask off. He came back with the mask off, and he looked like a fucking soy boy motherfucker. But he agreed with almost everything that we were talking about until it came to the Israel thing. He was still in support of Israel. That was actually the only thing we disagreed about. I said I want to get him on my channel because it'll make everyone on my channel go mental. Dude, if I get some fucking libtard furry to actually come on my Rumble channel, because as I said earlier, my Rumble channel's become like a fucking just about a white boy echo chamber, and it annoys the fuck out of me. That's why I keep going everywhere else. And so I love fucking with everyone who turns up on my channel, trying to show them shit that they would never, ever get the chance to see because they don't have the balls to step outside their own comfort zone. I'm the one who does this so they can see what everyone else is actually like and who they're fucking bitching about. The Jews is the one that I'm really having trouble with. Today was one of the first times I got to talk with a Jew. And he didn't admit it until someone else asked. I didn't even ask. Someone else actually asked if he was a Jew and shit. He was like, yeah. while he was giving like me and the Muslim shit, like yeah, no, it's fucking weird. The furry dude left, and I just ended up arguing with like the Jewish dude and two Muslim guys, and the Muslim guys were fully like, yeah, kill all whites, we're taking over your country. I'm like, what the fuck? So yeah, so there was no holding back. That's different from like talking to TML.
You know what the white guys...
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I know TML's Muslim. We can talk about shit. I think we've only ever argued twice. Once was my fault. Once was his. We've only argued twice. But no, this was different. This was fucking like, yeah, kill all white people. We're taking over your country type shit. So I've not actually ever come across that before. It was like, yeah, it was fully crazy even for me. And it just happens to be when my stream is down, so no one else fucking saw it.
You know what? One guy, Archaics, he says he predicts that the global elite are going to use Islam and Judaism to destroy each other on the global stage.
The first thing they want to do is they want to use Muslim to destroy white people. And then once white people are gone, then Judaism is going to be used to destroy or subjugate the black people because apparently they think they're easier to control. That's their whole fucking plan. No, I'm not shitting you. That's their whole fucking plan in a nutshell.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, do you really think with my name that this isn't what I've spent?
Well,
that sounds kind of like I mean, the Archaics thing reversed in a little way, right?
They want to destroy the white man.
Well, I understand.
Does that mean they want to destroy Christianity?
Yes.
They want to make a new world religion that unites all the races. Yeah, that's what.
At this point, they're saying that. At this point, they've already got it sorted out that they could basically just go and destroy white people and the whole Christian religion.
You know, you don't have to be
people
white.
are now a 6% minority worldwide. And Jews control all Western nations, all their governments, their corporations, and everything.
No, they don't.
And have flooded every Western nation. And have flooded every Western nation with these illegal immigrant hordes.
If anything, if they flooded the Western nations with anything,
for them to just take us the fuck out. Dude, at what point am I not supposed to be paranoid?
Yeah, hold on,
about
DK.
The possibility they're doing this.
Yeah, hold on, DK. He's saying that he thinks that the Jews don't control America. So I want to see who he thinks controls. Who do you think controls Dom? Do you think it's the, who do you think?
I've told you it's the Catholics.
The Catholics. Yeah, I was about to say the Jesuits, right? So, okay, so
guess what I found out?
I've heard that before. Yeah,
I found out that the Jews,
the Jews control them.
The Jews control the Catholics
Vatican,
now.
you dumbass.
The Jews control the Catholics now. That's what I found out.
Yeah, the Jews control the Vatican.
They like own the Catholic Church's bank, like they're the bankers. So
who owns them? That's the question.
Satan. Satan owns them.
I don't know.
They're fallen angels, bro.
They may just be convinced that that's who they're following, but I doubt it.
No, they're actually
Luciferian.
fallen stars. We worship the stars, and they're fallen angels, and they're shapeshifters.
Our idols are the fallen stars who now embrace the golden bars.
Shapeshifters.
Heaven burns in the pits of hell. Through throes of death they hardly fell. From their place of glory high to experience death but never die. That's just one verse.
Shapeshifters.
One of my One of my memorized poems.
Oh, here you go. The Catholic Church is going to bow down to Netanyahu with the red shoes on.
I really want to get in their archive. I really want to read all those books.
Yeah. The Jews got all the secrets now. See, they both got small hats on.
Yeah, so do I.
Mine's
a beanie. Mine's a beanie.
Mine's a tinfoil hat.
It was friggin' windy here today, like ridiculous, like 50-something mile-an-hour gusts. Lots of dust devils blowing sand everywhere.
They give hats a bad name. You got the white hats and the black hats.
Those aren't even cute hats. Like if they're gonna do tiny hats, they could do like
It's
some
Humpty
pillow
and
hats.
Dumpty.
Like give us
Look
some
at
Jackie O style
the
or
Pope
something.
looks
You
like
know?
Humpty. The Pope
Put a
looks like
little-
Humpty Dumpty.
Put a little floret or a mesh netting or something on it. Make it
Had a
fancy.
great fall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
He does look like an egg, or he looks like he's got a boob on his top of his head because it's got that little nipple.
He's
like,
see,
he's
they
like,
got
suck on me, baby.
they got different sized heads.
I'm
It's like
pretty
a
sure
cone
all
head.
those hats represent is skull elongation.
It's a fucking cone head.
It's silly.
Yeah, yes, elongation of the skull. That's what it is.
Oh shit!
Well, I have an extra vertebrae. What does that make me?
I told you they
That's
weren't human. I
less
told you they
evolved.
weren't human. They got a different
Well,
skull.
I mean, you know,
Yeah, look at that. It's a
just because
fucking
you have an extra vertebrae doesn't mean you're one of
I
them.
don't know.
No, it was had actually because I just recently got X-rays, and I guess my tailbone has been reabsorbed because it got broken off. So who knows? Maybe that was what activated everything.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, I had an
You're
extra I had an extra vertebrae. So where most people have however many they have, I had one
Are
more.
you saying you're reptilian?
No, they actually said that that's
Only
how
reptiles regrow their tails.
I probably have some
When you said
Neanderthal.
confused me. That's what.
They're going to do some tests. I'm excited because
The
I don't give a
difference
fuck
is
anymore.
We all have a little bit of that shit in us.
We do.
But the difference is that these guys like to inbreed and make it stronger. That's why they're all inbreds.
See, my family policy is the exact opposite. We kind of like our mutts.
Yeah, we don't like to inbreed.
We like to blend in. The only thing that I can't say that I've identified
That's
in my
why
family
some
is
of their
Asian,
children, some of
which
their
is probably
children are deformed and they have to hide out
yeah. I'm not deformed.
insane asylums and shit.
I just have extra bones and weird
Really, they're
physiology.
really degenerate and they really aren't very good. They're not good people.
It's not my job to judge that. I don't know them. Like really, I mean, from appearances, maybe from what you see,
And
but I don't even know if I
you
believe
can
any
watch
of
them
that.
when they talk, that their tongues will come out once in a while, and
If I've seen that,
and then
it like
their
I
eyes will
went through.
shift and stuff, and they'll turn into lizard eyes. And
There was a point in my life where I had a vision where I could see whether somebody was good or bad just by looking at them. And if they were good, they looked beautiful and shining, like luminescent.
Yeah.
And if they were bad, they looked like twisted and gross and kind of greasy and
they can
dark.
see us if we have the light.
If you can see them, oh yeah, they could see
They're
it.
scared of us.
I know, I'm like a neon sign. I've been fighting
What
shit
do
since I
I
was
look
little.
like, Zipper?
What do you look like? You look like a crazy friggin' ginger. You're just a psycho ginger.
So I've got my own completely unique aura, and it doesn't fit into your category.
It just amazes me that you have like so much more sensitivity as a ginger. Like supposedly physiologically, you have like a higher sensitivity to like pain and just senses in general. But like you can still manage to be as obnoxious as you are. That is impressive.
I know, dude. Other way
Higher
around.
sensitivity to light.
My pain tolerance is fucking off the charts. Type.
Mine is too. Yeah, the cancer's eating my bones. Oh, you don't know yet, do you? Sorry. Just dropped. Yeah, I dropped a bomb.
I'm
It's
going.
all right.
I'm going to send you.
I saw that.
I'm gonna send you every natural thing that I can fucking
Awesome.
find.
My mom did that like the day after. Literally, I have so much stuff, but I don't mind redundancy.
Don't do 3 things you don't do, and you've already have done the first one.
What?
Without a doubt.
Go to the
You
doctor?
Don't get a biopsy.
I did. Oh, well, they did. They drilled into my hip because
Yeah.
it's already moved
When
into
they
the bone.
do that, what it does is it actually bursts the cancer cell open.
Oh
and
yeah, I
that's what
suspected that.
starts
I
to
already.
grow, and that's what makes it start spreading.
Well, it already
The
was
second
doing
thing
that.
you don't do is you don't do radiation chemotherapy.
No, I'm not doing chemo at all. I already told them no,
Right.
and they're fine
And
with
the
that.
third thing you don't do is you don't take any of their pills.
No, I'm not, except for the painkillers because the bone pain is pretty
What
severe.
do you do? What do
But
you
I'm
do?
only using them minimally.
Honestly, I will
Hey,
go
do you know
and
that they,
find
Yeah, I
everything
want
that
to
I
say
can
something though.
for you
according to the
try.
Let me
files,
say
It's up to
something.
you to pick which
found
one
out
you
this,
want. I'll never
What is
tell you
this?
which one. There's lots.
The wheel. The wheel.
Yeah.
No, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
There's actually
Yeah,
lots.
yeah, let me
Like it
say
isn't
this.
just one.
In
Shut
most
up, DK.
cultures,
Let me.
We gotta look
in,
at this. We gotta look at this symbolism here. This,
Yeah, I love
in
it.
most
It's beautiful.
in most cultures, you see it like a pig snout, kind of, and horns.
It looks like the Fool card
Yeah, the
and
one
the
on the left is
and the
Sumerian.
Wheel of Fortune.
The one
is
on the
all
left is Sumerian.
astrotheological.
The one on the right is
Because it's got a
Rakshas.
scorpion, a dog, and the that's like
Eden's in the circle.
the one on the left is like the Fool card. It looks almost exactly like the Fool tarot card, and the one on the right looks like the Wheel of Fortune. Like it's spooky. Like I should show
The Wheel
you.
of Fortune had 12 segments. Though.
Flat Earth symbol.
It had 10 actually, because
That's
I
all
put it.
astrology.
I made it with 10, or with 12, and it was actually 10.
The one on the left
The
is
original
Nergal.
one had 12.
Nergal.
I had to repaint
Shit,
it.
it may have had 13.
Then you got
like
the
how many
wheel
months we used to have.
of astronomy.
Yeah, but it's got, see the animals on the
Can you
edges?
hear me?
I have the exact same thing
Yeah.
that has 4
Yeah, all right,
animals.
guys. Yeah, hold on a second and let Avian explain this,
let
and
me
then we'll
talk.
move on
Yeah.
with the
I was the one
discussion.
that shared
Blessings.
this.
Go ahead, Avian.
The one on the left is Nergal from Sumerian mythology, a demon, and the one on the right is Rakshas from Buddhism. And also, I think some depictions of jinn tend to look similar too. Like they have horns, they have a piggish, snoutish face. You see that a lot in mythology. Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
The Nephilim.
But that's Nergal. N-E-R-J. I mean N-E-R-G-A-L.
Nergal. Yeah, Nergal. I've heard of him before. But like seriously, I gotta find these cards now. I'm looking right now so I can show you because
looks like a Nephilim giant.
they look so much the same.
Yeah,
You're gonna trip out.
Nergal's associated with the planet Mars. He's one of those planetary archetypes.
The chariot is a Mars as well.
and the chariot is a weapon of war.
Well, and the chariot
Mostly.
stands still unless it is hitched up to the wheels of fortune, because there's more than one wheel of fortune.
He's taller
It's
than the
a
bull.
10.
He's taller than the bull.
Wheel of fortune is the 10x.
I see a 666 on the side of it,
Or a 999.
or 999.
Or it could be a G. Who knows? Maybe it's a GGG.
Is that your sculpture?
Good going, guys. GGG.
GGG.
Good going, guys.
Good game, guys. I found one. I'm still looking for the other one.
Hope no one's playing a game.
I probably passed it already because I wasn't paying attention. Or it's all the way at the end because my card's like built up.
I hate when you do that. Looking for something and you pass it because
Yeah, I did. I passed it. But I found
yeah,
it.
it's like right at the start. The first time you scroll, it's like the one that's right underneath the first screen. So you scroll.
No, they were probably just some stuck together.
You just keep scrolling because you missed that one. Like go all the way through and then go all the way back, and it's like, oh fuck.
Sometimes one actually has escaped. You know, I've had that happen before. It happened with the
Oh,
universe.
so have I.
Yeah, and I was like, what the hell? Or I've had some that were just stuck together randomly, a little humidity.
No, I've actually had that happen on Telegram on both of my laptops.
Oh, there he is.
And just where like different channels will just disappear. Like I won't actually be like I'll go to like forward something to one of my channels, and then suddenly it's not there.
Yeah, that happens on your phone a lot. That's the machine elves or the feds. One of the two.
Yeah, and then the next day it's back. But I don't remember what I was going to put there.
I gotta turn on a light.
It's kind of like a way of making us not save the things that they don't want us to save. I think if that happens again, I'm just going to pick another
Well,
random.
they're doing a really crappy job because they're not doing it at all. It's not working at all on me. It's just supposed to be just driving them nuts.
So nothing's working on us, but it's still working on everyone else.
Please look at this card.
Hey, we are the 5% at this end.
This one has a tiger
There's
instead of
a
a dog.
5% at that end. 1%
This is
who's issuing orders, 4% who are trying to enforce them.
Yeah, can you?
And then in the middle, there's a 90% who are just going along with whatever fucking TV tells them.
See, it's got a tiger here instead of the tiger here instead of the dog. But there's also a scorpion. See the scorpion that was in that other card too. And then there's like this over here. Oh wait, there's over here. It's a mirrored, so not only mirrored.
Scorpio's my star.
So on that edge, it's like it's got this circle, and there's like he's holding his hands out, holding this ring, like he's like hula hooping or something with energy. And that looks like that same that one that was on the left. And then this one is the Wheel of Fortune. And is it upside down? Yeah, it's upside down.
Does it have 12 sections?
It has 10. 1,
that
2,
one
3,
has
4,
10.
5,
Okay.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I did 12 at first and I had to redo it because I did a painting of this. I did my own version where it's like it glows in the black light. It's really
No,
freaking
it
cool.
doesn't. You can't count.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it does.
No,
1,
because if you
2,
count
3,
the
4,
smaller
5,
segments of the
6, 7,
if you
8,
count
9,
the
10.
smaller segments that the triangle creates in the middle, like the
No,
arrow.
but you don't though. You don't count
No, if
those.
you count that, it's like 14 or some shit.
Yeah, but still. It looks like that other painting though. See the animals? There's like an animal there, an animal there,
Half
an
a
animal down at the
Freemason
bottom.
sign.
So I got 3 animals. It's got Absu, I think the crocodile one, the monkey one, and then the Sphinx at the top. Pretty cool.
Can you show?
And the lightning
Can
the
you show
lightning in the
one?
background.
In the beginning, my computer froze. Sorry.
Oh, show the other one? Yeah, the
looks
other
like-
one is here. See, and instead of a dog, it's got like the tiger, but it's also got the scorpion down here.
The dog star.
Cool. Yeah, I like the art.
And he looks like the Green Man a little bit, and he's like, yeah. And then this one is the Wheel of Fortune, which looks
That
like the
one
other
looks-
one
That one looks
that you
like
showed.
the Earth divided into regions, and it's pointing
It's
up.
the
towards
energetic.
the star.
It's the energetic qualities of the plasma.
It's pointing.
That's what's swirling around behind because there's lightning in the background. If you look at it, it's like that's what's making the shapes.
Pointing towards a star.
Stars they're like ball lightning. It's ball lightning. Yeah.
Have you
And
read Robert Campbell's book?
Everyone
Robert-
can make
yeah.
up whatever
Yeah,
they
it's a good book.
want
Yeah, I read it
for a
too.
drawing. Just keep that in mind.
I like this one. Oh, the star. That's Aquarius, the year that we were in. See that? It looks like the moon behind her, but it's not.
How is that? This isn't even like an original set of tarot. This is some
Yeah,
weird
it is. They're really
sci-fi-
beautiful. The symbolism is like intuitive. It's
Nah,
like,
this is some
that's a
weird sci-fi shit.
look at the Hierophant. See, there's like Isis down here at the bottom, like right here. See, same color as my nail polish. And then there's like the inner child there. And the man on the outside, there's that beast of the apocalypse around the edges.
So there's an
Very-
inner child with a male.
Yeah, I'll share some
Yeah.
nice artwork too.
And he's
actually.
he's got the 3 circles on his staff, like right
Yeah,
there.
no, don't like it. Go back to the old school tarot. That one's gay.
These
I
are
don't
just
like
so
your
easy to read. I will never use other
tarot.
ones. This one,
Sorry, Zephyr. Nope, don't like your Scientology tarot.
they're not Scientology. This is the Thoth deck.
No,
And I don't like Aleister
Scientology
Crowley, but
bullshit.
these cards
No.
are just beautiful art.
no,
And they're
Scientology shit.
divine cards in the right hand. I've
Damn
never
right,
wanted-
my brother. Rooted in nature. Yes.
You might like the other ones that I have. Ina Otterith ones.
Honey
They're black.
sticks.
They're black and white.
Yeah, I've got 2 jars of honey. It's something I'm saving for when I'm starving. Because apparently you can survive on 1 teaspoon of honey a day.
Those ones are black and white and gold.
It's good. Man.
It says, I like this logo though. I like the
I
logo.
only have the Trumps only, yeah. And on the backs, these are the backs of the card too.
Rooted in nature, and it's a tree.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it should have roots going into the words though, to be honest.
Bargad.
The roots should go into the word bargad.
Yeah.
So it looks
See,
like
that's
it's
the
actually
back of the card. It's got the two
That
pillars
would
and the
actually
center
be cool. I know.
center pillar
If
of
you know
plasma.
them, maybe let them know.
That's
They
the
might
back of
give
the
you-
card.
They might give you a kickback for helping them. Who knows?
Yeah, you should shut the fuck up once in a while.
He doesn't know. Ooh.
All right,
I told you to get the old school tarot. I don't like
I don't use the rider weight because the
Wait, hold
symbols
on, guys.
are like corrupted.
Wait, hold on, everybody. Yeah,
I'm
Dom,
gonna
you
get-
said what?
I'm gonna get off.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
gonna basically shut down soon here. So you know, because we were on for 6 hours yesterday. So I'm super excited to like go to sleep at some point. All right. So
Yeah.
so blessings, Dom. You know, I greatly appreciate you being here, brother. Yeah, thanks for being here, man.
All right, later. Agape.
Yeah. Yeah, peace, homie. Well, that's weird. We're
Yeah,
still
it's that-
all on the side of the screen, but he just
Whoa.
disappeared. So I don't know what to do now.
No, that's just like Zephyr showing her Scientology tarot cards.
It's not Scientology. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're stupid.
It honestly all looks like
Walk
Scientology.
into this.
It's like
Walk
aliens and
Hey,
everything and shit.
walk into
And
this if it's
original
too woo woo
tarot
for you.
cards.
It can be too woo woo for you. That's fine. Just shut the fuck up about it.
Nah,
Or else I'll be more annoying and I'll bring it up more.
it's all right. You might
Just
get
give me an
you might
excuse.
get TML more viewers. Keep going.
What's really weird is my lip is numb.
What drugs did you take?
None. It's the compressed nerves in my spine.
And they make your lip numb.
Yep. Just right here. It started on this side and it kind of moved over.
Ah.
It's not like fully numb.
See,
It's
mine
like
just-
I fell
mine
asleep
just
on my
made
arm
me-
on my face.
My compressed discs are lower back, and I
Mine
just
are
get
upper
like
back.
sciatica down either left or right leg. And to be honest, it actually switches. It obviously depends on how I sleep the night before.
Oh yeah,
But if
see,
I
I can
go
only sleep in
walking,
certain
it's like one
positions.
leg will just have the shooting pains down the back of the leg. And as I said, it will switch. It's like I get used to like limping that way because it hurts on that leg. And then all of a sudden the next day it's the other leg that hurts. It's like,
Mine is all my left side.
but that's not fair. Can't like
That's
start
okay.
hurting on the other side.
It looks much better on the 4K TV.
Do you have a proper deck of tarot cards?
You mean a rider weight? That's what I learned on. But no. I have a holographic version, but I think I used some of them as art fodder because they were pretty and shiny. And I'm pretty sure I did because I definitely did because there's one right there, the sun, on the back of my box that I keep my cards in.
I only had one reading done for me, and I can't remember the 3 things that came
I
up.
thought I did a reading for you. Didn't I do one? I haven't yet. I'm so fired.
Oh, do you want to do one now? Do a reading for me right now, live.
Well, what card would you use to represent yourself? That's the first question.
The Fool.
But don't tell me any other questions because I'm
The
much
Fool.
better if I do. The Fool? Oh, that's easy because I just had that one. Did I throw it back in there? I did, didn't I? Oh, I'm such a... Oh, he's right there. He's second to the top. He was under satiety, which is fullness. Okay, let me shuffle. I gotta kind of get them in order because I had them all slung around. Is this okay, TML? This is your show. I should like be polite, not just assume.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, we're just I'm just letting everybody know that we will probably like
This won't take
shut it
long.
down in the next hour because I'm like,
Oh.
and also there will be like a music show.
I like
and,
the
like,
music part.
Yeah, within like the next hour, there'll be like a music show, and then I mean after that there'll be recordings of shows. I mean,
That's
so
not being a dick, but it's like it's not my buzzing music. It's like I tune up for your chat shows and things, but yeah.
yeah, I don't know if you heard it, Dub Trio.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, and I'm not even being a dick, dude. I love you, bro. I love the fact that you actually let me on all the time, even though we have had a couple of arguments. So yeah, dude, I love you, man. But yeah, as you know, I just your music.
Are you saying
taste
you're
is
sorry?
not
Are you
my
saying you're
music.
sorry? And you're
No,
and you're
but I
making
gotta get DK into Dub Trio. I think he would actually like Dub Trio.
Yeah, he could use some little raga in his system, some dub.
Well, Dub Trio sometimes it's got some metal shit.
Ooh, see, that's even good.
It's like
Maybe a
good.
mix. I like some wild mixes. Okay, so I'm gonna ask the
Don't
universe.
get me wrong. I used to like some of that shit back in the day.
So
It's not
DK,
much
I'm going to
anymore.
ask the universe to answer your question completely, succinctly, and with ease. And you're going to focus while I like shuffle the cards a couple more times, and then
What's
I'm
my
going to lay the cards
question?
out. Whatever you're asking, don't tell me. Just don't tell me. Just ask the universe your question. It should be something ideally specific. Not like, will I ever fall in love or something vague like that. It's like
No,
that.
doesn't have a yes or no answer.
Or just something specific, personal, like
Yep.
yeah,
No.
and you don't need to tell me the subject. So just focus on that, and we'll lay them out in a minute. Good. I haven't read. I haven't read in a little while, so I'm gonna cut the cards now. Oh, the jumpy. These are the new ones that my mom got me a new deck for my birthday. Okay, so you're a warrior in your mind, and there's the Wheel of Fortune crossing. That's beautiful. Perfect.
What does that mean?
Past worry, the past worry. So I'm just going to lay these out. Swiftness. More recently, things have been going awfully fast, which I have to say is true. We're coming into moon, emotion. That's the water of, and the hanged man, which means like there's going to be some, we are in a time of quite focused.
Why did you show the hanging man up the wrong way?
It's this way. Yeah. He's like this.
Yeah, you didn't show it that way.
No. Well, it's like a 4-2.
Yeah, no.
There's no reverses in this deck, so you can look at them whichever way you want.
As I said, I pretty much know what's coming for me.
Well, there's people, and there is completion is the hope. The hope is for completion. And look, that looks just like that too, but it has even fewer high pieces.
Yeah, it's down to 8. Yes, you said it.
Yeah, it is it's the 4 of wands because there's 4
it's the
crossing.
dwindling down of those around
And
you.
the final outcome. Oh, look, I got the devil, but look, you know what? Those people, they're not really like chained. Those chains are awfully loose. So I kind of think that like all the people really got to do is just like go, oh, all I got to do is get this fucking heavy chain off my throat, and then I can just walk.
Wait. So
The
does
devil's
that
been unchained.
symbolize that I'm going to help free people from their chains?
Possibly, and it's like the shadow is only controlling you loosely. It's like, and you just gotta take it back just as subtly. It takes as little effort to do that as just to lift it off.
I know. It had me for years.
But it's all the key of it is right here in the moon,
screaming.
the emotions.
Yeah, then I started. Sorry, what was that one?
The moon, the emotions, and being hung up, like, or something. Those are fate cards along with the final outcome. And down here below, the fears, the Hierophant is like 2 structured order. That is like, that's Taurus. It's very material being.
Taurus is my opposite sign. I'm Scorpio.
Yeah, my mom is a Taurus. And then the Princess of Discs, that's very a Taurian card too. You can see she has horns, but they're like almost ram-like. It's a Capricorn card actually, but it could, all the horned hooped animals.
Because bitches think they want to control shit.
That's other people's opinions too. And that's that's the kind of people that are the problem right now. People that are too
That
material.
liberal
I don't know
retarded
much
white
about parrots.
bitches across America.
They're full of fear, and you just have to continually be fearless because, like, it's really it has no purpose.
What is my slogan, Zephyr?
Your slogan? I know, no fear.
No,
Love,
close.
much love, no fear.
no
I know
fear.
much love. I always say love over fear.
Sound like
It should be the other way around,
Much
but love
love,
over
no
fear.
fear is mine.
And see, that's not the way it works when we speak because it always ends up that fear
No.
or hate is
Dude,
always a bad.
I'm here to fight for you.
Okay, do what you can. I'm not. Just don't get in my way. That's all I gotta
Get in
say.
your way when I'm the one fighting.
Well, because maybe I don't need anyone to fight for me but me. But I do appreciate prayers, all the good vibes, good stuff.
I mean, in real life shit, my dear.
Well, this is real life shit. This is,
No.
you can't get more life or death or real life shit.
No, I mean in real life shit about going out in public and doing it. I mean in real life shit.
Well, I gotta do it every day. I do it all the time.
I do
What
it
you
as
do?
often
You
as
read
I
cards?
find out anything's happening.
I did.
I do.
I read cards.
You guys should
I
get a
just did.
room.
Okay, we're done. So
Zephyrs loved me for way
sorry
too
to
long.
make-
He was
sorry to
actually
make
the
you
one who
uncomfortable,
invited
Rocky.
me to TML's channel, by the way.
Thank you for being so
Everything
tolerant.
is Zephyrs' fault.
It's my fault. Blame me. More power. So yeah, you can give it to me. Go ahead. See what that'll get you.
Do
It's
what?
all right. As I said, there was only a couple of the cards you turned up that I felt any association with.
Yep, that happens sometimes. You're very internally focused, but you pay attention to outside from the periphery. From the periphery, you see the.
At the moment, I think I have to be because I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to resort myself after getting fucked over so many times.
Good idea.
I
Yeah.
have been a little bit more introverted lately, which is why I haven't been here very often.
Me
But
too.
usually I'm much more extroverted, and I play on what everyone else is talking about and what they're doing, and I try and get involved. But at the moment, I'm working on fixing myself because if
You're
I
fixing to
want
fix
to
yourself?
help anyone else, it's like no one's going to believe me if I can't even fix myself.
Well, I am now happy to announce that I have been fixed because they shut down my hormones. So
You're being
now,
fixed like a cat.
chemically, yeah. I'm ecstatic about it. I've been going through some hot flashes. I have a fan,
No, that sucks. It means no more white babies from you.
I was already on my last egg in the carton. I was already going. I had chin whiskers, okay? I'm ecstatic because those
All right. There's
they gave me a shot and my beard stopped growing.
Youngins watching who don't have a clue.
Well, somebody's got to tell them.
Shit.
It's real reality.
Yeah, because the school ain't going to tell them anything real.
Yeah. Well, this show is not for kids. We're not advocating children learn from us. I don't even recommend that most people do what I do.
I recommend no one under the age of like 25 watches anything I do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless I'm like doing some art or something. I like.
No,
I'm around kids
because
a
I
lot.
want people whose brains are actually working.
I love kids. Their brains usually work pretty good.
Nah, kids are all brainwashed these days.
Nah, not all of them. You'd be surprised. Don't underestimate these kids.
I know. I've met some. Don't get me wrong. I've met a
They
couple.
just do
that
it
were
differently.
awesome. No, I met a couple that were awesome. When I tried to shut down a drag queen story hour.
Why would you do that?
Someone
What is the
dared me
purpose?
to walk in and say I identified as like a 7-year-old boy.
Yeah, well, you called me a groomer once.
Well, don't be a groomer.
I'm not. I was like, what?
So I tried to get into drag queen story hour, which was in a closed room.
That's a good
And
one.
I got told I'm not allowed to identify as what I want. But
Who
Apparently,
said? You could be whatever you want, dude. Fuck
no,
that shit.
no, I got told I'm not allowed to.
Whatever. They're just being condescending because you don't allow them to be.
I actually recorded this.
It has to be toward behavior and reciprocal, or else it doesn't work at that level.
No, I actually have this, yeah. And I said, so you're a hypocrite. And he's like, yes. And I'm like, no, and I'm like
that's my main problem with people.
If someone says, yes, I'm a hypocrite, it's like, what more can you even say to them?
Maybe I'm just uncertain.
They're just going to blatantly lie from then on because they're a hypocrite. What is the point in even wasting your time talking to them?
That's why I give people at least 3 shots before I give up on them. And well, I just love them from afar.
Yeah, see, I'm a dick, so do I. A few of them
sometimes 5 or 6 tries.
I know a few of them have pushed my limits. I
If
had
I'm
to
being
ban
honest.
someone on my Rumble channel and about 4 or 5 of their fake accounts after I banned the main one. Came back with like fucking 5 other fake accounts.
You know you're doing something right if people are that riled up by you, I guess. It's a Roscoe. It's a Roscoe. It's a Roscoe. Come here.
Right. If I wasn't annoying people, means I'm not trying hard enough.
Good boy. You're not gonna get on the bed. He's a good boy. You're so good. You're so good.
I mean, how
They're like, "Where's
boring
my
would
red
life
kid?"
be if you never go out of your way to go and actually challenge people about shit?
It's challenging for me to walk to the bathroom, dude. So don't even.
Shut up and put your diaper on, you furry.
No. No, I use the walker, and I get there pretty quick. And Dan's dad doesn't believe in putting the toilet seat down, so yeah, it's gonna be quite challenging.
You just made me think of the worst person I ever talked to online.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. That was not my intention. So just choose something different.
Holy crap!
Please. Because that's not me.
I'll actually tell you who to go look up. I end up on voice chat on someone else's channel on Telegram twice with this guy. First time was by accident. Second time I got invited along to carry on abusing him. Because the first time all I did was abuse the shit out of him.
I got paid to slap people.
No one paid me, but they definitely message me and go, come give me a hand here. Dude, I used to troll hunt for fun. So everyone used to hit me up.
I was more of a social justice warrior.
Come and back them up everywhere. Half the time I found out that people were asking me to back them up were actually the ones being dickheads.
Yeah, because you would just join the other ones, just volunteer.
I'd actually go and read and find out what happened.
Yeah, I always question everything.
Instantly turn up, jump on their side. So if I find out you're a dick, I'm going to be abusing you. And I go and join that channel, scroll up through chat, and read everything that happened. It's like, it's just you. You're a dick.
It sounds like a quagmire to me.
That they've done that is in the wrong. You are the one being a dickhead, and you call me to back you up and try and abuse everyone else here.
Who would do that? Who are we talking about?
Dude,
I'm so confused.
No. I've had this happen many times over the years. I can't even think of a name.
We weren't there.
Dude, I mean many times. On Telegram, on Telegram especially. Like I did start getting a reputation on Telegram.
Judge relevant. Just kidding.
No, dude. I was like mod and admin on channels before.
Me too. Back in the day.
Before I started streaming. So I had actually learned how to deal with all that shit.
Me too. I was in like 24-hour chat on deoxy.org. On the bottom of the page, there was like a flash chat. People from all over the world, every hour of the day. It's like there was always a bunch of people in there talking, sharing links, and people would just end up in there.
I was on shit in 2020. It was on Jacob's Snake Ups channel.
Yeah, and then 4chan hit it.
But he's just turned into some pathetic gamer. But he used to stream all the protest footage.
Mm.
And within 2 weeks, but it was the first time I'd actually typed online anywhere. And I started typing in chat there. It was just after the George Floyd thing.
See, and I was like
typing in chat when all this shit was going on. Within 2 weeks, I got made a fucking mod there. I had to mod with 600 live viewers by myself.
Yeah, we did a
as a mod.
Alexander Shulgin, like before he died.
And then I ended up modding for Pastor Shedley, who is a mod for Salty Cracker.
I don't know any of these people.
A whole bot farm that attacked him once every week at the same time, the same day every week. And it was
I helped to DDoS the KKK website.
No, it's the same time he went to sleep every week. Like, dude, you know I'm in a different time zone. If you want me to look after this shit, like, mob me and let me go and fuck with them.
See, and I've always been nocturnal, so I get along.
So he did. And I exposed him as being a whole bot farm. To be honest, I was trying to work on time zones and shit. And I thought that they must have been, like, Southeast Asia. I thought they must have been Southeast Asia. I got this wrong. And he actually ended up tracking them down to South America.
36106.
I know, serious. So he actually been and tracked down this whole bot farm and got them completely screwed over for me because of me exposing them as a bot farm.
Yeah.
I just got the location wrong. Because I was just thinking of time zones. So I was thinking, if this is their like, 9 to 5 day and they're starting at this time, what time zone would that be around the world? Oh, that looks like Southeast Asia. But no, it was in America.
Going the opposite direction, yeah.
No, but it was in South America. No, but it was in South America. That was like their shift started at like 9, 10 o'clock at night for them or some shit. So they actually started their shift at that time of night. And I was thinking they were just starting their day and it would have meant it was like Southeast Asia. But no, they were the night shift. They were actually jumping on during their night shift. It was super fucked up. Yeah. But yeah, you end up tracking them down and fucking them right over.
Night owls are like, we're interesting creatures. So we're more usually introverted.
Yeah, it's a badass helmet for sure. And also like it kind of looks like Darth Vader.
It looks like a puka, like a bunny. From far away. It's like a rabbit, giant rabbit.
Jackalope.
I like the puka.
Fucking jackalope.
Mine like looks like a cute little white fluffy bunny, and then like it's got this other side that's like Donnie Darko. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, shit, fucking jackalope.
I thought that I'd seen that movie, but I hadn't. I'd just been listening to Robert Anton Wilson talk about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought that I saw
it. Donnie Darko.
No, I did though. I saw it, and I watched the making of right after it, and I was like, "Holy shit, Synchronicity City!"
Oh, dude, that movie is meaningless. And if you watched it while young, you probably have no idea what it's about.
But pukas.
Like, seriously,
and time travel.
Darko is a crazy ass movie.
It is. It's a weird thing. It's got retro causal time, like friggin'.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys ever hear of Donnie Darkened?
No.
Darko.
There's a guy named Donnie Darkened who did like a numerological analysis of Donnie Darko, the movie, and he said it all breaks down to 88.
Oh yeah, I believe that. I was born in 77.
88, doesn't that mean white power and shit?
88.
I was 11 in 88.
88
I'm pretty sure 88 is what all the white boys type all the time.
I was 11 in 88.
88 means eternity. It's an end of time.
But they were talking about it in the chat too, because somebody.
But we
said
hit it
something.
on that vertex where it's infinite.
Or no, it's from Rocky's Ethiopian Bible. It had 88.
Yeah, 88. Okay, you got. Remember Trump? He said dial 88022.
Right.
Okay, 88. Okay, 88 minus. Okay, so this book, 66 books. Okay, you got 88 minus 22 is 66. 66 books in the original, 88 books in the
It's the resonant frequency of the 11
and
stuff.
you have the Back to the Future. It shows the spinning license plate, 88 miles an hour, and it says the end of time. See, I'm trying to tell you guys that there's eternity is eternal, but
that guy's got a whole thing about about Back to the Future too, because he thinks that Biff, in the movie, the character Biff, right, who's like the bully, he said that guy represents Trump.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy.
No, that's more like Gary Busey, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's true. That's true.
He's too meathead. Trump is not meathead.
Well, anyway, yeah, Back to the Future. It's 88 miles an hour. It's like I believe that they know they're at the end of time, and they're just telling you because they have to tell you.
They're like, slow down.
It's the end of time. So this is
hit the brakes. We're gonna hit it hard, bitches. Just ease into it, okay? That's all that I think. That's all that's happening. It's just like we're hitting the brakes. We're coming to a sharp corner. That's all. We'll accelerate through it once we get to that point.
Yeah, but according to the scripture, there's an end of time, and then you go into eternity.
Time is imaginary. That's the end of time. That means that you can reverse things and jump around. You could do it if you could keep it all.
There was also Trump there was a book called Baron Trump or something.
Coherent is the word.
Baron Trump. There was a book, Baron, and then there was a movie called The Wall or something. It was an old Western movie.
Oh, it wasn't the Pink Floyd The Wall, because
There was a guy named Trump that came to town and said,
There's that book
I can
too.
save you I can save you. You just got to put up a wall. Just put up a wall.
Obvious plant.
That was
obvious plant.
Yeah,
have you not seen that?
Predictive programming.
I like obvious plant. It's like sort of the opposite of that. I mean, there's this artist, he's called Obvious Plant.
Do not think everything they have done that has been planned since before the start of the 1900s.
There's been jitters and predictability that have happened that just seem native.
No. Everything they're doing has been planned since before the 1900s.
But unforeseen
consequences. Slowly progressed along.
But unforeseen consequences.
And even as technology progresses, they then incorporate that into how they're going to keep moving forward.
There's been a reset, and it was around the 1800s to the early 1900s. There was a reset.
Yeah,
so there was some technology that was discovered. They discovered some technology, and the people took it over. These nasty people that hide.
You really think they didn't have it before that?
Anyway, I'm just telling you the latest reset
Probably
was
several times. There's been many collapses. Seven?
Up to about the
seventh, I think.
It's just where certain people survive a time, and they don't let the people that remember, like the old people, they get rid of them because they'll remember, and then they reset and make everybody think they're living in
You know, there's always the subset that tries to seize control in a moment of weakness, but they realize their illusion when they realize that their biggest illusion is the separateness. It all dissolves.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah, it's Toto pulling the curtain away.
Yeah,
So
and
you
saying,
all
"Oh, look at
see
the
it.
wizard! The Wizard of Oz!"
My whole
Yeah,
point
you
is
suddenly see who's behind the curtain.
And who's running it, and how badly they're doing that.
Yeah, but that's
just
what
follow
it takes the most
follow the yellow brick
innocent.
road.
Hey,
The yellow
it
brick
takes the
road.
most
The yellow brick road.
innocent
Yellow dick
overlook.
toad.
Hey,
Follow
you
the
know,
yellow
Unico.
brick road to
Oh, I thought
Emerald
you said
City.
yellow dicked toad.
Hey,
Wizard
follow
of
the yellow dick toad.
it takes the most innocent, overlooked of that whole group to be the one who actually exposes everything.
Well, you got to be able to get in the gutter too to find out that shit.
See, Toto is the one who pulled the curtain aside.
Yeah, he went, "Ow!"
But everyone's busy arguing about what they
Dr. Deggy,
want.
how's that taking, Julie? Ow! Web! Anarchist, hello!
I talked to him.
דוקטור דקל,
קרא לי אותו לגזרים.
אני בשוק.
האמת, בדיוק כמו שהמדינה שלנו כרגע קרואה לגזרים.
עורב, מה? אני בהלם.
רגע, אתה ממש רוצח סדרתי. סבתא, תראי מה הוא עושה.
Down the track.
No, seriously, I'd only seen the top left one before. I hadn't seen all four
Those
of them.
crows are saying, yeah.
They're like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I talk to crows all the time.
Fuck your rim fan shit.
I had like a young family that I brought from 6 to 13 in like 2 years when we lived up in the mountains. I was like, they were eating from our compost hole in the back, and they like multiplied. They were like so cute. I like them. They're like smart birds.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Yeah,
had a
yeah,
lot of
they're
birds.
very smart. Yeah, very smart.
I like magpies too.
Yeah, they're pretty.
Magpies suck. Fuck
They're
you.
both corvids. Yeah,
They
corvids.
are.
I fucking hate magpies. Magpies are fucking.
I like the ones with the red spots on their wings. Those ones are pretty.
Oh, no, we
And-
don't get the ones with red spots. Ours are just black and white, and they're cunts over here.
Yeah,
they're
they're
the
pretty
ones
rare
that
too.
dive bomb you all the time.
Yeah,
Magpies over
I like
here.
hummingbirds. Hummingbirds are
assholes.
awesome. We get hummingbirds in the desert, so
Yeah, I went to Costa Rica or Monteverde. They have like over like 20 different species of hummingbirds.
yeah, I know. Like they have the ones that have the long tails that they're like spatula feathers, and they can like dance with them. It's like a peacock.
They have a good review on hummingbirds. Again, I'll share it in
Yeah.
the comments so you can read that.
I rescued a hummingbird off my porch a few years ago. It was like out there
Go
going.
look up the New Zealand magpie.
There's
About the size of a crow.
There's a
but
Wizard
it's
of
got
Oz decode that I just saw, and it was basically they do the upside down. See, so the Wizard of Oz is a path.
And multi-directional. I
The
get
yellow
that.
brick road is you're going north to Emerald City, which is up
You're
north,
following the Jews' money to
and they're telling you
riches.
the upside down that it.
I worked in a place where going north was going to the bathroom because you didn't want to say that you were like going to the bathroom whenever you were working as a wait staff. So you would say, "I'm going north." And they're like, "Okay." They understood what you meant because that was the direction you were going in the building towards the bathroom.
Damn.
That's so funny. Going
that
north.
sucks. Yeah, see, there's New Zealand magpies. Those things are assholes.
You know what's really crazy is they just discovered this one that they thought was extinct, this bird. And they're related to those, but they're
I've been
orange.
dive bombed by a few of those bastards.
These ones are
I've
orange and they
laughed at
look
other
like
people when it
roadrunners.
happened, but it's happened to me as well.
We got
And other
those up
people
here.
laughed at me.
This is like an island bird that they just discovered, like they thought was extinct like 100,000 years ago or longer.
Yeah,
And they're
Australian
like,
magpies are actually not corvids. They are not corvids.
they're very, very close in the.
I've seen some of those. I've seen some of those up here.
Dude, I'm in New
that's
Zealand.
a-
Aussies
that's a
brought those
good-looking bird,
bastards
for sure.
here.
That's a good looking bird.
It's beautiful.
Oh,
It
they're
looks
actually
like he has
really awesome.
vitiligo.
Like, don't
He's
get me
beautiful.
wrong, they're awesome.
Half
But
breed.
they're
He's a
territorial and
Dalmatian.
aggressive as fuck.
He's a
Like,
Dalmatian
you right
checkerboard
past them,
bird.
it's swooping at your head. You walk past, it's swooping at your head. These birds are fun.
Oh, so pretty.
I know. Oh, yeah. As I said, I actually love them as far as birds go, but they're just absolute assholes.
So are turkeys. Turkeys are too, but I still flirt with them.
So is that called a magpie? What
No,
is
that
it?
is a hawk. That is definitely a raptor.
What's it called? The technical
Yeah,
term?
no, that is a magpie. Yes,
That's a
that's
raptor.
New
For sure,
Zealand
right there.
magpie. Yep.
Look at the beak. It is not. That is
Yeah, no,
a
they're about
raptor.
the
They're
size
not.
of crows.
No, they're not actually magpies. So
They're not
magpies were
only-
corvids, but these are a different.
I don't care about what shit is for you. This is what they actually are.
But I took zoology, so it means something very specific. It's like
And
very
that is
close.
not a
But
falcon beak. There is no curve.
probably same order.
Yeah, that really goes with the show. You know, maybe if we could get one on the show, it'd be pretty cool.
I could translate.
Do you want me to try and get one?
Yeah, because it's black and white, so it matches.
I want a
the
duck.
show.
I want a duck.
Someone send me a knit gun. I got
I have
a
a
knit
ki-
one.
I have a kitty cat. I have a kitty cat. It's very
Yeah,
cute.
no, I want one alive. I've got cats as well. It's not the best idea.
Okay. Yeah, we got black and white birds up here that look like crows. There's the black and white.
Do they make the same chirping noise?
They're just black and white crows.
Yeah.
It's
See,
so
that's
comfy.
different.
Okay, we
The
got
ours
white
is a
crows.
different
Hooded
species.
crow.
It comes from
We got
Australia.
white crows.
And the
and we got
noise
black
you
crows.
heard was him actually
The
Rocky
singing.
black and white
Frozen.
crow is hooded crow. Hooded crow.
I mean, you can keep telling us that you don't have them where you are,
The
but
hoodie.
that doesn't mean they aren't
Probably even
anywhere else.
same
Something
genus.
else. Never mind.
Definitely the same order.
Yeah, they're
Or
different
family.
corvids. You know, blue jays are corvids. They're corvids too.
Yeah, cardinals are as well, I think.
No, cardinals are not corvids.
They're not?
I don't think we
They're not.
get them here.
They're really cool. They eat the
Yeah, I know
berries.
they got a really
off the
bright
bushes.
red head and
They
like
are cool, yeah, I
oil
like
type thing
cardinals.
or something, don't they?
Yeah, I think there's
Stay
a
in the
part in
woods.
the Shang Zoo where like there's a guy walking around and like a magpie like hits him in the face or something like that. But
I've
yeah, so
had oil prints on my sliding glass door from where a bird hit it, and then the dust gathered on it the next day, and it looked like a perfect imprint of the bird, like slamming into the window. It was like
Magpies will
beautiful.
attack you if you're within about 10 meters of their nest site.
yeah, there's
Like
a
if you're up in a
insane.
tree and you're with, it might even be further, maybe 20 meters or something. If you're
Yeah.
within a certain distance of wherever the fuck they have a nest, these bastards will dive bomb you.
Yeah, not as
Yeah,
bad
you
as seagulls. We have seagulls here in the desert. They live.
Oh, we
with
got
the-
seagulls. They don't dive bomb us.
They're like
Apparently,
so far from the ocean.
Australia's really bad for it.
Yeah,
I've
blessings
seen
to all the
videos
people.
of people like holding food, and America.
Yeah.
People holding food and
If you
steal the
piss
food
off
out
a,
of their hand.
if you
They
piss
just
off
live in
a
the
black, if you piss off
Yeah,
a
no,
black
seagulls
crow,
wouldn't try that
they
here.
got
They'd get a punch in
memories
the
and
head.
they will just crows
Yeah.
got memories, and if you piss them
They
off,
do.
yeah.
They do. They can remember people's
They
faces.
love me. I was part of their family. I fed them.
So
So-
they're comparable to crows in some way, or they're the same genetic species, or
they're like
Yeah,
crows.
very similar.
Yeah,
I don't know
family.
how close, but yeah,
Yeah.
very similar.
Different
Like
gender.
very
Oh,
smart.
They used to
man,
have
that's
a
interesting.
cartoon. They
Yeah.
used to have a cartoon about
Like
magpies.
serious up
Oh,
there with the
Corvid
smartest
is family.
birds.
Starlings are really cool
Yeah.
too. We have those here. I love to watch them when they're
Okay,
swarming.
let me ask you this: which bird do you think is the smartest bird on the planet?
Me?
I would
Everyone, I'm asking everyone.
Oh, okay.
And Hey, and TML.
Probably
Yeah, I think-
African grey parrot.
No, you've got to answer first.
Yeah, I'll go with
before you go search it.
yeah, I'll go with
What do you
Avian's
think is the
answer.
smartest bird before you go look it up? Come on. This goes for
Yeah.
all of you.
Yeah, let's ask Avian.
Yeah, it's probably either ravens or crows. Yeah, either
For
one.
sure.
Celtic crows. The Celtic
Nope.
crows.
Nope.
Yeah, so we gotta shut this down soon. Just let you guys
Alright.
know.
Okay, right. Now, what's your guess, TML? You've probably already looked it up, so you've cheated.
Roadrunners are smart.
Right, so what do you think is the smartest bird here? And I don't mean just in New Zealand, like, yeah.
I don't know.
Here.
I would venture to say eagles, but I don't know how.
Vultures.
I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Now, please type in. Every one of you try this. Do a search. And
So
type
it's
in
just
the
dumb.
smartest bird.
African grey parrot.
Nope.
The lyrebird. That one
Um,
has the most beautiful songs.
Nope.
Oh, that's weird.
Can impersonate a friggin'
Hey,
chainsaw.
dude, honestly, strangely enough, it's a New Zealand bird.
Weird. One of those
That is
weird birds.
completely native to here and destroys
Not a
cars.
kiwi though. Not a
No,
kiwi.
and goes and destroys cars. You
Emu.
go park up near one of the walking tracks.
Thought I was a
Oh yeah, I
smart-
heard about the battle.
From out of your windows, rip your wipers off, and
The
just
emu
start
or the
polishing
ostriches.
the rest of your car.
It's emus, right?
No,
They're
nah,
like
smaller and it can fly. It's a native bird to New Zealand. Emus are an Aussie bird.
That's not the
Emus
ones that they
are
had the
pretty
battle
smart
with
too.
in Australia, right?
I-
'Cause
Oh wait, I think you did find it. Oh no, go
Yeah.
back. Maybe not.
You know about keys? They're in Australia.
Kia,
also, too.
yeah, Kia is the bird
Yeah.
that I was meaning. KEA,
Yeah,
the world's smartest bird. Not shitting you.
yeah, they're pretty smart too. Yeah, they're pretty smart.
Yeah, man, these birds are so smart. It's scary.
I
They're
had
awesome.
lesbian cockatiels. They were called Daisy and
I
Duke, but
don't
then
want to know about your tranny fucking cockatiels.
they didn't know. One of them thought he was a
Don't
boy.
care, you did, and you allowed it to happen. You might as well have been Governor Newsom.
They look exactly alike, and I wasn't going to infect them any further.
You allowed that shit to happen.
It was already like that when we got them.
There's the Norwegian.
We were lied to.
They were like that when we got them.
It's the Norwegian. No, new.
That sounds like every politician.
It's true though. They were like that when we got them.
It was already fucked when we got here.
So
Yeah, we
let's
didn't fuck it anymore.
so let's get up in this music
We didn't know what
show. You know what I'm saying, for the people. I mean,
Those people.
I'm sure a lot of people will leave when I'm doing the music show, but it is what
I
it
never
is.
do.
It's a
I
short,
always do the dance.
it's a short thing, but I need
Are
to
you
get
gonna
into
do
it
the
because
dance on camera?
yeah, because I have
Maybe.
limited time today. For real, because
Can someone show the Kia first though?
yeah,
The
Roxy,
Kia
we're
bird.
getting out of
Find a
here.
picture of the Kia first, and then I'm okay with it, and I'm out. Yeah, bro.
Kia.
Wait, do
KIA, like the
a
car.
picture of what you said?
The Kia, the bird I was talking about.
Is it spelled
KEA. It's a
Kia?
New Zealand mountain parrot, and it is apparently the smartest bird on the planet.
Yeah, they're pretty smart too.
I
yeah,
like the
yeah.
African grey parrots because they
Actually,
cuss a
I read a
lot.
book
Hey.
about them.
What is it called?
I didn't ask you to tell me about others.
Can you can you look that up,
And I'll
Avian?
leave.
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't have to. I was doing that voluntarily. Thank you.
Chickens
He
are
has
the
to leave. He's
chickens are
got to
the
play music.
Play
chickens
music.
are the dumbest bird.
Chickens are the
Chickens are not
dumbest.
smart. They are not smart, but they're tasty. They're tasty.
Yeah, these are.
There you go. Yeah, the bright orange is only under their wings. They're usually a darker green. That's a young one. They're usually this darker green color.
Yeah, let me tell you this about them. You know,
They're like the smartest bird
yeah,
on the
they
planet.
are smart. Yeah.
And
Let me
they're
tell
a
you this,
wild
though.
species, not tamed.
I'm the smartest bird.
He's one of the
Yeah, the
smartest.
beak.
I'm a bird. I'm a bird.
Let me tell you something interesting about it.
Crazy.
You see, when a baby Kia starts dancing, then all of them start dancing together. They actually watch each other's children, and they're very harmonious. And you know, so like they like rarely fight, and they like really use play to release stress.
That's how bonobos are
do
too, but
they then go and make TikTok dances?
they diffuse things a little differently.
Yeah,
Birds, most of their brain is their ocular nerve. Like, it's crazy because they have like crazy vision.
Yeah. Like, yeah, no, I'm not shitting you. It's like, yeah, this wasn't even a bragging thing. It's like I knew they were smart, but apparently they've been rated as like the smartest bird in the world. I was like, fucking really? I mean, they're fucking assholes.
They should have jobs then. Jeez.
They just about should. So fucking here's a broom, sweep the street, cunt.
No, something they're good at. Something they're good at. Don't be like that.
Well, that's a nice dog. I like that dog, Rocky. He looks cool.
Yeah, no, when they started fucking
That's a
with
timber
my
shepherd.
car,
That's
dude,
a
they started fucking with
all
my
black
car one time.
132nd wolf.
They started fucking
And
with
the
my
rest
car
is
German shepherds are
one
pretty
time.
smart.
I
Czech
parked up at
Slovakian
like
shepherd.
this area where there was a
Mine's an
walking
Australian
track, and
Shepherd
me and
cross.
my dad went for a walk.
Roscoe.
We came over from Australia. This is years ago. And we go for a walk down this track and shit. It was only like 10, 15 minutes each way. He was getting old by this stage. And
yeah,
he's older now, don't worry. He didn't
Yeah,
get
all right,
younger.
DK. Yeah, give him a closer for for tonight, and we'll be back on Saturday for sure. Yeah, what do you say for for the people out here?
All right. Much love, no fear. Come find me on Rumble under the same name, DK Spiracy.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother.
5 years old.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate you, man.
He's also on Telegram.
Oh yeah, I'm there too. But it's under But What If.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, not under DK Spiracy on Telegram.
Okay, we'll go with Rocky. What do you say, sir?
I don't know. Just peace and love and all that stuff.
I tolerate you, Rocky. I tolerate you.
Oh, yeah, you're the bird.
I'm the bird.
Yeah. There used to be an old saying, a bird dog was, like a Elvis
I'm
Presley
more of a
was
cat
bird
eagle. Cat
dog.
eagle.
He ain't
Cat.
nothing but a bird dog.
Right.
I'm a bird cat.
Okay. Later. Have a nice night.
Peace, sir.
Peace.
Yeah, blessings.
I like Rocky. I have a dog named Rocky, but I didn't name him after Rocky. But the dog's name is Rocky. The other one, the runt.
Yeah, what do you got to say to them, Zeph? Honestly.
I just friggin' if you're breathing, then it's totally worth it being here. So
Absolutely.
thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for being here with us.
I feel energized, and it's good to get a little love from the outside.
Yeah, for
Feels
sure.
good. And to give a little, of course.
And thank you for introducing me to this whole group of people.
It's all my fault. I apologize to anyone
There's your little ego boost. You introduced me to all these people.
Yeah. It goes both ways. It does. You introduced me to people too. I introduced myself to you. You introduced yourself to me. It was like pretty sudden. Yeah. Then I was like, hey, you need some other people.
Hey, I was just trying to give you some props. Don't need to carry on.
I know. You just seemed like you could use some new people. So I was like, I'll mix them in. That's fine.
Now.
I'm glad it worked out. Those moments where I wasn't sure. But it's like we don't ever have a hard time getting along, do we? We never do. It's like sometimes
I
don't know.
Ziva, good night.
Good night. Sweet dreams. Love you guys.
Yeah, peace.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, what about you, Avian?
Oh
What
yeah,
we got to
yeah. I
say?
have two things to say. Yeah, it's kind of hard to, work the hustle and bustle 9 to 5 when you realize how corrupt everything is down to its core technique, or the oligarchs, the Jays, and all of that. This whole system is corrupt, and there are two ways to cope. I think these two ways are find something you enjoy, like a book to read or movies or something, get into that. Or in second, find a spiritual practice, stuff like that. But ultimately, don't beat yourself up for not doing the rat race well, because the rat race is all corrupt and stuff. So, yeah, it's okay to be an underachiever in this system, because this system is shit and stuff. So yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. All right. So we'll pretty much go with some music here, and yeah, I appreciate you guys. This is a bunch of sort of music that I procured for the show, and we were sort of ending the show. Usually I have music throughout the show, because it gets like a little bit weird, or we switch subjects, or everybody stops talking, right? But and there's a lot of fog. Where I live, it's like pitch fog, like just gray outside. At night it's just all gray because there's so much fog. So I can walk down the street, maybe just smoke a cigarette, and nobody will see me from like the entire block. But yeah, so I'm gonna go do some of that because I procured a cigarette from my friend earlier when I was at the mosque. And yeah, so we're doing some things here. We'll be getting into some activities, Saturday. Obviously we got a show on Saturday. We got a music show today, right? So we'll be playing music for a while today, right? We'll be playing a lot of music tonight and tomorrow, right? And then obviously we'll have our regular show on Saturday. Right now, we didn't really get into too many topics today. We'll see who calls in on Saturday, right? We did a very long show yesterday and on the previous Saturday, right? So if you guys didn't miss the 10-hour stream we did on Saturday, the 6-hour stream we did yesterday, right? We actually procured a lot of content and material talking about the major themes here, right? So we've been having some good discussions. So I've been letting the material sort of rest for a while. If nobody calls in, I got tons of pages and reflections and things we can get into, and things we can sort of spark up discussions from the people that are usually here, right? And obviously they have a lot to contribute. So yeah, so we'll get into it soon. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Vinny Potts got muted. Who did that? Did that really happen? I think I see him here. But earlier at least, or weird.
All right. I hope you have a good night.
Yeah, thank you, my friend.
Yeah, and you, and both of you, to be honest. At some point, I would really love to get either or both of you, like on one of my Rumble channels. Or on my Rumble channel, like on one of my Rumble shows, I mean.
Hell yeah, brother.
I for a fact that I put your stuff on all the time.
Yeah, blessings, brother. I appreciate that, man. You know what I mean?
I'd like, yeah, so I'd like at some point, like, yeah, even if you just want to all come and give me shit.
But did somebody mute Vinny Potts?
I don't know. It says message retracted. So maybe he actually took it off himself.
Oh, okay. Maybe he took them
Maybe I overreacted. It doesn't
All right.
say message removed. It says retracted.
Oh,
So maybe
okay.
he deleted his own messages.
Yeah, people do that. Yeah, people do that. They delete their own messages.
Yeah, no, so yeah, that just could be on me. Maybe I overreacted a little bit. So I don't like censorship, man. It's got to be something pretty serious.
Yeah, neither do I. Yeah, that's why I freaked out, because I was like, hold on, all right, we can't have people censoring, because there is a lot of mods here, so sometimes they accidentally do it. So
oh, dude, that's why I've got almost no mods on any of my things. So it's easy to ask between, like, 0 or 2 or 3 people. On my DLive channel, I did start putting lots on. But that one got, started to get big. Sorry, man. I don't mean to keep dragging you out. My bad. Sorry you were signing out. Shit, man. I apologize.
no, it's all good, man. You mean?
Nah. I hate when I do that. I'm not supposed to try and, make other people shit about me. I'm trying to do better.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Just let them know where they can find you.
Well, if people know TML, I'm on TML's Discord channel under the same name, DKspiracy. But my channel name is Much Love, No Fear. I also have Telegram, and I stream on Rumble. And I do my best to come and say hi to TML, and I go through his channel pretty much every damn day.
Yeah, let me try to invite people to the Discord. It's been a while since we got some new people in there.
Do you want me to do it? I can do that in a couple of seconds, man.
No, I got it. I'm already up in there. So yeah, so Discord is gonna be up in the chat here for you guys. So you guys come through on the Discord.
You just double click on the channel or right click on the channel.
Right, and you're just
then it comes up with the invite option straight away.
Right.
Wait.
So,
oh, there you are.
Yeah, all right. So
there you go. You got it.
So yeah, so we'll be back soon. Today we'll be back with some music, as I said. So yeah, so here's some music for you guys, and yeah, so join us soon, and join us in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta really change the screen a lot on this video here, because we might, I don't want to get popped for this video, because last time they tried to pop for this video.
If it's copyright and YouTube.
Yeah, you got to get 2.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. You don't need to keep getting them.
I can cut it out too.
YouTube, if you know, don't do it. That's simple.
Yeah, but I already cleared it last time, so we'll be good if I just change up the screen. But yeah, so we'll be back on today, Saturday. Oh yeah, and I forgot to say, Sunday we're having an extra stream made by Machine Bob. There's been a lot of drama stuff that's came out. So we want to go ahead and look at the various groups here, and it'll be very interesting to check that out for you guys. So yeah, so if you guys are familiar with the, us looking at the collaboration between the various panel actors and the various communities that are involved on the YouTube, right? So it's very interesting. So we'll be back with that.
Do you want to know what's really funny?
Yeah.
That's happened on almost every
platform.
That
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
it
that's
happened
right.
on DLive in a big way. I ended up in the in group of people and shit. Then I had a falling out with one person, and then a quarter of the people didn't like me. And there was like one person in the middle who was basically trying to keep the whole group together and shit.
Yeah.
And then she passed away, and the group splintered into like 4 or 5 different groups. And it was like 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 5 didn't like me. It was like, oh well, the D-Live's a waste of time. They had 1,200 followers on D-Live. They'd be gone.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Well, all right, folks.
we just got to keep working forward. It's like,
yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry I even mentioned followers. That it even sounds pathetic and stupid. But what I'm getting at is like more people were listening to what I was saying then. Or so I thought. So I thought.
Yeah, but this is the band.
More people were listening because I had that number of followers. I have less followers on Rumble, and there's more people actually paying attention now. Because it says how many people actually turn up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I appreciate you, DK. Yeah, so see you guys soon. We'll we'll be signing off here. Yeah, check out this little this one little song here, by Dub Trio. I think you'll like it, right? But yeah, so we'll be back soon. And yeah, check it out, folks. Blessings. Thank you guys, man. Oh, yeah, thank you, DK, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you.
when the wind and sands where the land's away, there's no man who stands in its way. People tell me life will be lovely when I own a Irona and find my Sharona. But I don't get caught up, this isn't my turf. I'm not even a citizen of planet Earth. Marooned on the boondocks in Timbuktu. What do you do? I wait for the rescue crew, so I don't need an IV to revive me when I think my thoughts drive me to the brink. If the end is near, then send it here. I'm out of sight like a satellite, and that's alright. If the end is near, then send it here. As I rock beady beats in the end times, breaking it down like enzymes to package and send rhymes to another galaxy. As a proton, I split them into catastrophe and so on and so on. Now people want to say it's great to be alive these days with the strides we made and the lives we've saved. But if you really want to know how much longer time will last, tune into your local TV simulcast. Watch the fall of the family, natural disasters, disease, enemies attack to strike back. And they claim it's uncontrollable, but you know that they're foldable, so you can't be so gullible, cause it's like that. Mike that, Andy Cat, my architect pleases. When I was 12, I went to heaven for loving Jesus. Cause hey, we could be done tonight on the rap jaw, and that's alright. If the end is near, then send it here. Some try to run from the hands of time, but they get lost and hit the landmine. Like a teenage love, you can't trust your girlfriend saying don't hurt me again. Or addiction. You gotta watch your back. There's a junkie in the alley with a baseball bat. But as bad as that sounds, really everything's fine. Ask young Einstein, it's so fine. Don't try to cheat death like the fall guy, cause we all die, think about it. Why? Cause there's not a bigger fish to fry, and that's no lie. Check it out. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near, then send it here. If the end is near.
to eat your artichoke heart.
There's always a room for reconciliation with these goddamn miscreants. Someone else here? Let me see. Let me see if I could use this phone with my mittens. Probably not. Let me try. Too thick. Fuck. Let me take the mitten off. Okay, let's see. God damn it. Come on. Let's see who's here. Hold up. The machine. That machine lies. This is probably porn bombing. Fuck. Okay, hold up. That's probably a fucking not real. It's probably a porn bomber. He's trying to show me he's real, but let me just bring him up. Fuck, my gloves won't let me bring you up. Oh, I gotta take my glove off. Fuck. Hey, is that the real machine lies? Is this porn bomb? What's up, big dog?
What's going on?
How many awards you win last night?
I think it was like 2 or 3 or some shit.
Damn, bro. Are they gonna mail you an actual award?
Yeah, I'll talk to them about it for sure. I think they can arrange it, for sure.
You can put it on your mantle, bro.
But from Taiwan, like I don't know if you could get mail from like Taiwan.
Who the fuck's in Taiwan?
That's where NPC is from.
Damn, hold up. Damn.
Yeah, he doesn't stay in the U.S. He stays in Taiwan.
Some people, if they don't like them, they say NPC the lame, right?
No, I like them.
Right, but those that don't, they would say NPC the lame.
I don't know. Who are those people?
Well, it looks like Provo Kid, Snafu Snap.
Oh, well, I like Snafu, but Provo Kid, he's a serious lame-o himself, honestly.
Oh, word?
Yeah, he's a pedo pogo. Yeah, for sure.
Whoa, heavy accusations, PDF files thrown around.
Well, the Thorpes, you know what I mean? When you were one of the first mods for the Thorpe channel, then that's weird. You're a pedo supporter. Essentially.
Wow, you're saying the Thorpes are up to shenanigans with that father-daughter relationship.
It's visible. And the thing is like whether or not they did that shit, they promoted that.
Man, this is heavy talk for the Lord's Day at sunrise. This is heavy accusations going around. No, you're good, bro. I'm just being silly. Take everything I say with a grain of salt because
I'm serious though. I don't fuck with those dudes. Like I wouldn't let them on my show. You know what I mean? Like they're not respectable people in my opinion. Like I wouldn't want to be associated with that. Provo, he likes to be associated with stuff like that. So it is on him.
Well, little Gracie Thorpe, she's got potential. She's Paul's reached out with her to work with her. What do you think about Paul Enslaved being willing to work with her? Does that make Paul Enslaved a supporter?
No, he would add, like he would definitely be a positive influence. All right, but like they are not on a good like they're not going in a good direction. All right, from what I can see, right?
Right. So Paul Enslaved is the pimp, right? PIMP.
Right.
And
proper instructions, yeah.
Yeah, and what's her name? Gracie. Little Gracie could be a hoe, but not a whore, but in a positive sense, in a positive pimp hoe.
Oh yeah. If you get like a female co-host, that's definitely gonna add numbers to the show. So that's definitely a positive. But if it's like, he gets involved in the drama stream and he starts going around in the RV and stuff, then that's degrading everybody. Right?
You're saying if he did, or the way that the Thorpes do that with that?
Yeah, but personally, I don't think like Paul would do like IRL drama stream. Like, I don't think personally that's his thing.
Nah, I don't think it needs to be drama, but if he got that little vixen in a RV with him, it'd be good for her. She would get proper instruction all day.
Right. Yeah, but there's better females, honestly. Like, there's better females just online, in the online space.
Name one.
There's that girl, Kinetic Kel. She's way hotter.
Yeah, but are we talking hotness, or are we talking about potential to be a good broadcaster, to bring content?
Both.
So she's got both. She's got the looks, and she's got the goods.
And the red hair, the red hair girls, I mean, they're just hotter. They're hotter than the blondes. If they, they can flip you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, red girls with green eyes are supposed to be healers.
Yeah, if you find like a hot red-haired girl, it's way hotter than a blonde chick that's hot.
Huh.
It's like you have to think about it a little bit, but it's true.
Are you gonna how come have you tried making a move on her? You gonna try to make her your wifey?
No, I'm already married, but so whoa, what's this dude doing? What the? Whoa, where'd they run into? All right. Just people running from nowhere. Like, wow.
Came out of the bushes, bro.
Just straight, just Mexicans running.
I don't know if they're Mexican.
They look like small dudes, but they're just like running fast.
They're smart. They're short, so you're like, they're Mexicans. Holy fuck! I gotta get in this McDonald's, dude. I got 2 pairs of gloves on. My hands are fucking freezing, dude. Holy fuck! We gotta warm up in this McDonald's for a second. Got mittens on. I got gloves and mittens on. Those guys are still. Coming back at it. Here they go. Someone's in backstage. Someone was. Hold up. Let me check this out. Let me get in this McDonald's. Holy fuck, dude. Landry. Holy fuck, it's cold, dude. God damn it. Good Lord in heaven. Oh my God. This is insanity. Holy shit. Good old Mickey D's, eh? We made it, dude. We made it, Machine Lies. We're in McDonald's, dude. We're balling, dude.
2 small fries and an apple pie.
That sounds like a hip hop lyric. Let me see if someone's backstage.
It
I thought I
is.
heard something.
Yeah, it is a hip hop lyric. It's MF Doom.
I think someone might have been backstage. Who knows? Let me see. Maybe there's check something out. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Just looking at some shit. Oh, I want to thank everyone for the donations yesterday. Greg, Julian, and I forgot to thank Ryan Horde. Thank you, Ryan Horde. Ryan Horde's always very generous. I appreciate that, brother. And the consistency of Julian and Greg, thank you guys so much. Now, back to business, Mr. Machine Lies. Now, we're warming up. We're talking. Landry's getting yelled at by his wife. What do you think of that Landry guy?
Yeah, he's cool. He's okay.
How about Jeranism?
Jeranism, I got mixed feelings about Jeranism. The flip.
What do you think about him flip-flopping from total flat earth?
Right. I'm suspicious about the flip, I'm just a regular guy, but I'm suspicious about the flip.
That's a hell of a flip, right?
It's a hell of a 180. Historically,
passionate 180.
Yeah.
He was passionate on both sides.
Yeah, that's like, oh, I'm a Jew now. I'm like Paul of Tarsus. Like now I'm an apostle of Jesus. Like instead of being a Jew, now I'm a Christian. It's really like that crazy.
Isn't it like Paul and Saul? Remember Saul used to destroy the Christians?
Right. It's Paul and Saul situation.
Salt of the earth. All right, Mr. Machine Lies. We're in McDonald's. We got great aesthetics, artwork, interior designs, great food, healthy. You know the deal. What do you think of Vanilla Ice Baby? Too cold. Too cold.
It's great stuff. So it's definitely a
Minneapolis.
classic.
What do you think of Vanilla Ice's recent show in Minneapolis?
Ninja rap.
Yeah. What do you think is his latest ninja assassination in Minneapolis?
What? He's dead?
You know what I'm talking about?
What? He got assassinated?
The ice. No, the cold.
Oh, you're talking about the ice
blooded
cream.
murder.
Oh, you're talking about the ice
murder.
murder. Oh, the murder.
ice.
Murderers. Yeah, I'm not really with that shit. It is what it is, dude. It's Nazi shit. I don't know, man. I don't fuck with that shit. It's Mexicans, that are basically like, because it's illegal people that get you don't have to show papers to sign up to work for ICE. So it's a lot of illegal people that are being hired to round up Americans who can't show papers and shit. So I don't know, man. I'm an American citizen. I don't fuck with that shit.
Yeah, it's I'm just looking through these comments, but it's like they're hiring anybody, They're hiring all the scrubs, the guys that were wannabe cops that couldn't make the force for some reason.
Yeah.
It looks like they have no training. And then the COVID mask thing. This COVID mask thing made ski masks acceptable. If you would see before COVID, if you'd see people with ski masks, you'd be like, man, these people are up to dirt. You know what I mean? Something's creepy going on.
Right.
But now ski masks are just now all the ICE have ski masks. You know how going up to police and being name and badge number, but the ICE, there's none of that shit. And then Department of Homeland Security said that shooting yesterday was the guy was a domestic terrorist looking to cause massive murder and mayhem, and thank God that the ICE agents saved the day. So the only evidence they had that he was a terrorist looking to cause mass destruction was because he had a gun on him, right? At a protest. A violent protester, they called him. He violently resisted the guys. That's what you saw in that film?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's getting a little crazy, with the protests definitely, but I think a lot of the protests are fake. Me and Truther Cop were talking about this earlier. All right, but on another tip, it seemed like the high media presence and protest shit, and how they show up exactly at the right time. And then I also think the whole shit is so that they could just abuse the law. I don't know, man. You know what I mean? It's obviously militarization of the police, and they're bringing normal citizens.
The National Guard. They sent in the National Guard, right? Is that what it's called, National Guard? Or?
Yeah, they're trained by the Israeli, defense forces. Did you hear about that? It's crazy, man. So, yeah, dude, it's literally Israeli cops training American citizens to go lock up other Americans. I don't know, man. I just feel that shit is just, I don't fuck with that shit.
Yeah, they labeled me, dude, back in 2015-ish. I was in the back of a cop car because I didn't give them ID. And they took me out of a car and went through my pockets looking for IDs. They found an ID in my pocket, and they ended up stealing the ID, but they started pulling shit up on their computer, and it came up on the screen. Do not alert this individual to this information. This person may be a domestic terrorist. I read the screen as the cops pulling up my shit. And this is 2015. What instance put me on that in that category, Was it showing up in a pro? I'm trying to think what I did around that time, what I was up to that could put me on that list,
Yeah.
But it seems.
Yeah, I'm definitely on a FBI list or whatever. It's definitely true because one time they came up to the house and shit. Right. I feel and I know other brown people that shit happened to. So I feel like it's just normal shit. Like they come up to the house, right? Like if you're from a foreign country, especially if you're from like one of those weird foreign countries where it's like a lot of like, you know, like tea activities and stuff. You know? So,
Landry's so hilarious, dude. Is this the real
Yeah,
Truther
Landry-
Cop? Or is this some sort of porn bomber? You guys excited for Truther Cop to come up? Oh, God, is that what he looks like? Why does he not look like his voice? He doesn't look like Kermit the Frog. Is that disrespectful, Truther Cop? You hear?
I mean, mildly, but I guess.
Show your face again. Let's see your face.
What?
Get some light. Dark. He's actually a normal-looking guy, dude. He looks kind of normal for being such a Kermit the Frog menace on these panels.
Fuck you.
Truther Cop, man, he's man, he likes me though, but he's got his haters and his supporters, maybe, right? Let's see. I'm just going through these comments.
Depends on the day. Who the hell was that dancing on your camera there a moment ago?
It's Landry. He's a little cute. He's a little cutie pie. He's a little funny boy. Little cutie back there. He was dancing and shaking his little booty. It's Landry. Let's bring him back up. He's Landry. Here's Landry's setup. He's a cutie pie, Landry. He's funny. That was a funny dance he was doing because he's a funny guy. Just like when he pretended to take the plates off. That was funny. That was a good bit. It was funny. He's a funny guy. He does funny stuff. That's what he is. He's a cool guy. So, all right, y'all. Where are we at? What was I talking about yesterday? All right, I'm going to need you guys to repeat after me. I am the happiest man alive.
I am the happiest man alive.
If you do it without the Kermit voice, for God's sake, dude.
I'm the fucking happiest motherfucker alive, dude.
Well, that sounded like an angry Kermit. Let's try to completely manipulate your voice. Like, do like a bass. Like, just go, I am the happiest. Like, try again.
I'm the happiest motherfucker alive, bitch.
Now you sound like Kermit trying to sound tough.
It's Kermit on steroids, dude.
God damn it. All right, let's just do it anyways. Look at Landry. He's such a cutie pie. Look at, he's got his genitalia as the main focus. He's a funny guy. He's brushing his teeth. He's hygienic. He's cute. He's skinny. Look at, he's a good catch. No wonder that wife knocked that wife up of his. You know what I mean? He's funny. He's talented. Look at him. He's on a phone doing business deals. Yeah, he's talking to what's that guy? Alex Stein. He's like, yeah, Alex, what's up, brother? Yeah, Alex, we're making moves. Yeah, Alex, no worries. Yep, I'll be there. We can film that shit.
Yeah, Alex,
I'm
fired. I'm fired. Okay, thank
you.
you.
You can pay me $1,000, Alex. All right, cool, Alex. I'll be there. Oh, you know Brian O'Shea, Alex? Yeah, me and Brian O'Shea met at a Sam Tripoli show. We shared the stage together, me and Brian O'Shea, in where was that? Dallas, Texas. Yeah, Sam Tripoli shot his comedy special there. I was one of the opening acts.
Yeah, I have I think I have an idea. We can film Jack Talcott with Don Lemon and Truther Cop.
Oh, where's the setting? Where are we gonna do this at? This will be fun.
I don't know. Outside somewhere, probably outside. That's why Landry comes in, because he could film it outside.
Right.
Truther, force yourself to go like
outside.
this. Do a bassy as a voice as you can, Truther Cop. Be like, hey, my name's Truther, but not like angry. Just go, hi, my name's Truther Cop.
It sounded like a tranny, dude.
I know, that's the point. Try it.
I can't, dude. Now you're putting me on the spot. It's like really strange. I can't even find it.
Like,
Let me
just
see.
not like an angry, like, hey, I'm Truther. Just, hey, this is my voice. What's the problem? What's your problem? This is my real voice.
Oh my God.
All right, don't worry about it. Just repeat after me.
I'll try and do
I
it
need,
later.
if you can, machine lies and Truther, do recite it at the same time. Repeat after me. I am the happiest man alive.
I am the happiest man alive.
Come on, TML. You got to join in with them. Or you got to say it yourself separately. TML's not into this. It's not into taking oaths. All right, I need you and Truth or Cop to repeat after me in unison. I am the happiest man alive. Jesus Christ. All right, one of you do it.
I'm waiting
one of
for
you
him
do
to
it.
start.
I am the happiest.
I am the happiest man alive.
I have that in me.
I have that in me.
That can convert poverty to riches.
That can convert poverty to riches.
TML, guys gotta try to do it. Even if it's not at the same time, just try.
Yeah, I have that in me.
All right, let's start over. Let's start over.
Poverty to riches. No, I said it.
Okay, you both have to say it, whether it's on time or not, as long as you both say it. Just repeat after me. Just try to do it at the same time. If it doesn't, it's not a big deal. All right, so I am the happiest man alive.
I am the happiest man alive.
Because I have that in me.
Because I have that in me.
That can convert poverty into riches.
That can convert
poverty
into riches.
Adversity into prosperity.
Adversity into prosperity.
I am more invulnerable than Achilles.
I am more invulnerable than Achilles.
And fortune hath not one place to hit me.
And fortune hath not one place to hit me. I think Truther, he glitching.
Truther kind of fucked it up, but that's all right. He's a known fuck up. We'll let it slide. So great job, guys. That's a quote from Sir Thomas Browne. I believe it might have been a very long time ago, if I'm not mistaken, but
it's a killer
like
quote.
the 1500s or something, but it's a very good quote. It's a nice little mantra. No matter what your situation is, you could tell yourself that. And I think there's truth in it. It's not 100% true. Are you starting a cult? Huge. What's up? Huge. Come on stage. Let's talk about your business opportunities in Oklahoma. He says there's work out there for me, but I'm not an experienced construction kind of guy. So are you going to be willing to train me? You got to like take me under your wing. You got to like show me how to do it. And then once I know how to do it, but we also got to like try to, are we going to be breathing in all types of weird shit? What's our say? You know, I mean, I don't want to be a bitch, but like, am I just going to be breathing in weird substances all day and dust and fumes? And are we going to have safety precautions? What you got, Huge? Are you rescinding your offer? You said there's work out there. I don't know if he was just telling me there's work. Let's go, Huge. I got to make moves. We got to ramp up Truth or Cop and Machine Lies. We got to ramp up for Easter, for the spring, because all the Fortune 500 companies launched their businesses then. So we gotta have a game plan. What are we launching in the spring? What's our move? You gotta plan your moves. You guys know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So here's the deal. Look at these comments. So now we got the springtime, right? Damn, I was gonna say something else. At the spring, you make your moves. Oh yeah, the stars. So guys, right now, the sun just rose. Whether the sun is rose or not, the planet, there's 4 planets all around it right now. There's Venus, Mercury, Mars, and Pluto are completely conjunct, like completely surrounding the moon right now. Like I need everyone to get an app where you can look at the stars. And what it'll show you is a line. It'll show you the path of the sun, right? And the other planets, they all follow this line. And the moon and the sun basically have the same sort of path that it's like a line in the sky. It goes from the horizon, it rises from the horizon, and it goes back down to the horizon. And so it's, I think it's very powerful because if you look at these apps, right, then you'll begin to understand what's an anomaly and what's not. Like if you look at it, I've been looking at it for years now. So I can tell when something's like sort of out of the ordinary. Like right now we got Neptune and Saturn have been conjunct for a minute. They just been hand in hand, dude. And it's very easy to understand how you come up with mythology stories. Like you can make up your own stories about this. To me, it looks like Neptune and Saturn are in like a relationship almost, like a husband and wife type thing. for lack of better words. Like they're conjunct, like they're together, and they've been together for like months now. And I don't know how long they're going to stay together, but some weird anomaly that happens every so many thousands of years or whatever, you know? So when you get these weird anomalies that are very rare, I think, you know, we don't have to listen to astrologers and say, oh, this means this and this and this. You know, come up with your own interpretations. To me, there's something to it. You guys got any thoughts on that? You guys ain't big into the stars, huh?
No,
it's all right.
Yeah, go ahead, Truther.
Oh, I was just gonna say I was looking at him last night. I saw Orion, and if you look out, like if you expand out beyond like those constellations, like there's bigger constellations. I was seeing like shapes and patterns. I was like, whoa! It was like 2 nights ago.
All right, Machine Lies. Any thoughts on what I was saying?
Yeah, I mean, like
Great
Neptune is like the water, you know, and then like Saturn is like, you know, it's like you know, it represents like a lot of shit. I think it's also Dionysus and L. You know, so it's like Saturn is like the father of like Zeus, right? So it's like if Saturn is getting with Neptune, and then Neptune sort of represents like, you know, like the water, like the depth, like the beginning of the underworld, like not the underworld, but like the beginning of like what's underneath. I mean, so I mean, yeah, what that represents in terms of like the mythological scope, because I don't think any of this shit is like an accident. So I think like all the planets and the stars are like, obviously, like they're telling a bigger story than we can comprehend.
Astral theology.
Oh yeah, there's a
Familiar
lot
with
of
that?
truth in that. Yeah, there's a lot of truth in that. As above, so below.
Separate the waters from the waters. If you zoom in on a star, it looks like you're looking at a light through water. There's something. You ever zoomed in? You ever take your phone or a camera and zoomed in on a star or a planet?
Yeah. But it looked like.
And what did you see?
It looked like erratic, like.
Yeah, it's very erratic, right?
Yeah, like shit that's all like already like moving around, like fucked up, like a plasma.
Could be like
orb.
shimmering through water, or I've even seen something where if you take mercury, they did something in this video. They had a droplet of mercury, and it was kind of making similar. I don't know if they put like a frequency to it, and it started like dancing around and looked like a similar dance that the stars do up there. Yeah, they change colors, and they seem like they're very lot of motion, and it's very intriguing.
Yeah, it looked like a ball of like a bunch of lasers is like fighting each other and shit. So what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's pretty wild, dude. But yeah, I mean, there's that's what I'm saying. We could come up with our own interpretations, our own stories based on like just what we're seeing. But you know, there's you know, Neptune is supposed to be like a very spiritual, like Neptune and these planets. They didn't even want to include them in astrology. Like, oh, they're so far away, we don't even have to think about those ones. But like, you could consider that like the subconscious, you know, or things that people don't want to. Oh, they're so far away, you know. They're not major players in this whole game, you know. But I think they are important. Like Neptune and Uranus, they could be like the redheaded stepchilds, and Pluto. They're like, Pluto, you're not even a planet anymore. You're not even a child or a human being. You're not in our family. Like,
well, that's the
Pluto's
thing
a planet. Like, it's not a planet.
Yeah, like I'm not saying like the picture of it, but like it's just kind of weird, like how in the Greek mythology, Neptune is like the god of the sea and shit. And then when you look at the motherfucking planet Neptune, you know, when they show pictures of it, like with the fake and gay space, like the shit's just like a blue ass water. Like, and they say like that shit covered in water. So what the fuck is that?
Neptune covered in water?
It's just like a
ice.
giant ocean.
Yeah, but like I don't think the planets work like that. I don't think like you go to Mars or the moon. There's most likely a firmament. I'm not so quite sure they're made of what they say they're made of, or
yeah, for sure.
I'm not even think they're solid. Like the moon, I don't even think the moon is a rock like that. Like it looks like something. It looks like some sort of crater, but you never get to see the other side of it. It's self-illuminating. It's not a reflection from the sun. So it's a
Right.
bizarre thing, and it's most likely a soul trap, energy heart stealer. And
Yeah,
it does
but
it
what
on
I'm
the new
saying is
moon when it's
like,
conjunct.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like in Greek mythology, right? You look up Neptune, right, and it says Neptune is the god of the sea. So it's just kind of weird how they're like, oh, the shit's covered in water all of a sudden. Like it looked like pretty convenient. Like you see what I'm saying?
We should travel to Neptune. Now they got some new plasma thing. They'll be like, we could get to Mars in 30 days with a plasma technology.
They're saying
It's like,
this.
get out of here, dude. Well, yeah. Why would you want to go to Mars? We have to start like it's over with on Earth. Let's go to something that looks completely
even make
fucking
sense.
ruined and start there
Right.
because Earth is so over with all our water and land and fucking skies. Let's go to that fucking ball of fucking nothing and ship over shit 6 months at a time. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Terraform an entire planet. If that, yeah, it's retarded.
We must
If anything,
conquer.
like, I think
We've
that,
already
like-
conquered Earth. We need to conquer that other one. Earth is our little bitch. People submit, comply, and obey. It's not even a game. It's not even fun anymore. These people are such pussies. We just murder them, run them over, defeat, make them sick, poison them, lie to them. They got nothing. They're weak. We need to find some other creatures that are tougher to have our fun with. These bitches suck. So the moon in Judaism, the moon is very important. The Jews compare themselves to the moon. They're like, yes, when the moon is not full, it represents the struggles of the Jew. And we don't have much. But then when the moon is bright and full, it represents the prosperity that the Jews have. And then as it once again loses its light and goes back to nothingness, it represents the fall of the Jew, and we have to constantly go up and down because we're constantly persecuted, and then we have good times and bad times. And it's like, dude, is that not the simplest explanation like that anyone could fucking use? Like to look at that and come up with an explanation for why it represents you? Like, I think it's very interesting that the moon is all up in all the other planets' business. The moon is constantly conjunct with all these stars, the sun, the planet, the other planets. It's constantly, like, as I'm saying, like there's a bunch of planets around the sun right now. And when they're actually like sort of touching, it's called a conjunction. And the moon is constantly, if you get these star apps, constantly conjunct with it. So it's in everyone's business. So if it's stealing something from the sun, which the soul, S-O-L, I believe now I'm starting to have a theory that the sun is just a big ball of souls. Like the sun has something to do with souls. That's why solar systems, the soul, S-O-L, is the sun. Like they call it, that's a term for the sun. So, and if it sounds like it is like. So I believe that on the new moon, when the moon is translucent and it's nothingness, you could see it. It's like basically see-through. It has no light. It's basically invisible. But then it touches the sun. Okay, it spends the whole day from sunrise to sunset, conjunct with the sun on the new moon. And that's when it sort of steals the energies, harvests the souls. And then as it slowly increases from then on until it gets to a full moon, that's when the way it was able to do that was with what it took from the sun. But it just slowly takes those 15 days to get to a full moon. And then you see all the souls that it stole, it harvested, it trapped from the sun. You see them, they're bright. Those are souls that it took from the sun. Those are people that died, that most likely they died, right? And they went towards the light and they got trapped here. And it's part of the 9/11 ritual because 10 is perfection. They skip 10. They could go from 9 to 11 in numerology because your whole life is represented in 1 through 10. For your birth is like 0 and 1 is around the time of your birth. Your death is around 9 and 10. 10 being completion, perfection. So when you die, you're supposed to be able to go to perfection. You're supposed to get judgment, and not judgment in like, I'm judging you. Don't judge me is that girl's name, right? No, you want to be judged because during the judgment, you get to experience what you did from the other people's perspective. You get to feel how they felt from your actions. And that's just truth. That's just pure truth. It's not a judgment. It's a beautiful opportunity to understand how you've been living, because a lot of times you're unaware of how you influence people, and it could be a positive thing. So it depends on how you live. So they might show how people feel when you were interacting with them, and you might see that they got energy, they got positiveness, they got healing, they got inspiration and motivation. Or it could be the opposite. Because you were interacting with them and whatever you did, you were causing them loss, danger, or harm in some way. And you could feel them. You could see that they feel awful. They feel embarrassed. They feel hurt. They feel sad. Their heart is broken. You've broken their hearts. And
like in some of the tradition, like that we have, like in Islam, it says that actually the places that you go and your own like limbs and your feet and hands are going to testify against you.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's you versus you. There's only one self. That sun is a whole amalgamation of all the souls in one giant, powerful, beautiful, life-giving thing. That's what our souls are. They're pure and beautiful. And the moon harvests that and traps them and keeps you here in like a prison planet. So that's what the 9/11 ritual is. Because it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, skips 10 to perfection, because 10 and 1 is the same. Because the normal process is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. And then the 10 is the 1. So then it's 1, 2. So then it go 2, 3, 4, 5. You understand? So now, but if you go from 9 to 11, you're going from 9 to 2. 11 is also 2. So you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's a trap. That's the prison. That's the trap. So that's why they do those rituals, the powerful sigil magic. They got to put it in your face. And those things are actually work, that black magic, those dark rituals. I mean, they work, but it's not like it's good for them to be doing it, but it's there. It's an option to do. Like you
got to take energy out of one place and put it in another place. That's all that is.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a physics
they don't
thing.
have their own energy.
Equal and
source.
opposite.
So they have to take
every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So yeah, we got the moon, the stars. So you got and then also what's fascinating is Venus and Mercury also phase just like the moon. And they also go conjunct with the sun on their new Mercury, new Venus type phase. When they're like, they phase just like the moon, which is fascinating. So then you could suspect, if the moon is this sort of harvesting loosh, then maybe Venus and Mercury are up to something. And Venus and Mercury are conjunct with Pluto and Mars around the sun right now. So I don't know if the moon is going to be declared nefarious, and Venus and Mars have a lot of the aspects in terms of phasing, going conjunct on the new aspect of the phase. Like there's a lot to contemplate. And the fact that the Jews associate themselves so much with the moon, and I got to put this disclaimer out there. Like it's like mainstream to be anti-Jew right now. So it's like, if anything I say that's anti-Jew, it's like I almost don't want to do it, because anytime there's a mainstream movement, it's like a psyop, it's like something that's being pushed.
Yeah, but here's the twist about that movement. That movement is literally started by the Jews.
Exactly. So they could declare persecution. Exactly. So that then they could, they could clamp down with the safety and security measures. You know what I mean? Like,
right. That's why
we've already witnessed this. We've already seen it.
Yeah,
it's cyclical,
A long time ago, we said like
10 years from now is going to be 2036. Remember 1936 when the Jews were getting persecuted? So, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? The Jews really do love that moon, man, and they want to. It's very important to them to be they want to be the first person to observe that new moon. The new moon is very important to them. They go through a lot of like, they put a lot of energy, like time, money, resources into figuring out who and when is the first time you can observe that new moon. Because then it's like, it's part of their calendar, it's part of their system. And they actually, every night from the new moon until the full moon, they go out each evening and they worship the moon. And they say they compare themselves to the moon. And so as we, and if you look at it's one of the movie studios. They have a little boy sitting on a crescent moon with a fishing pole, and he's fishing for souls. Like he's fishing to trap souls. And it's like putting it in our face. It's revelation of the method. It's part of the law. They have to tell you what they're doing before they hurt you. Otherwise, they suffer comic repercussions. But if they tell you straight out and you submit, comply, and obey, and they're telling you, hey, we're going to fuck you up, we're going to poison you and kill you and hurt you, do this weird shit and mock you and humiliate you, then God's like, all right, yeah, dude, they were telling you what they were going to do. You idiots are doing it. Yeah, I'm not going to punish them for that. I'm going to punish you. You're the dumb slave who's giving it all away to these fucking clowns who are putting it right in your face, mocking and humiliating you. So I'm good for them. God's on their... God damn it. I don't know how long I've been gone. My screen went fucking black.
Just
but like, God wants you, God, that murder in Minneapolis, God likes that because he wants you to learn. He's like, look what they're doing. They're murdering you, you dumb fucks. Like, wake the fuck up.
Right.
Like that's why the pain and suffering you go through, God likes doing that to you because he wants you to learn. He wants you to keep suffering and making mistakes and humiliate yourself. He's the greatest comedic mocker, humiliator. He'll make the greatest comedy episode of your trials and tribulations because you're making mistakes and he's going to mock you and he's going to make everyone want to laugh at you and see how stupid you are.
And
because that's good for you.
Like it's like the coldest day of the year and they got this giant snowstorm coming in, and in Minneapolis all the protesters yesterday, their chant was ice out, ice out, ice out. They're standing in the freezing cold surrounded in snow and ice yelling about ice agents and miserable about being in the cold.
Check this predictive programming out, like the title of my stream. So you got vanilla ice baby, too cold, like predictive programming. Like you got this dumb white kid rapping. You got an American outfit on. Ice baby, too cold. You know, that could be part of a sigil magic. Like they set this shit up years in advance, you know, or they'll use it. Oh, that's already out there. Vanilla ice baby. Okay, we're going to manipulate the weather and make it the coldest day ever. We're going to murder someone, you know, a VA nurse who had a gun on him. And just the mere fact of having a gun made him a crazed terrorist looking to cause mass executions at that fucking protest. You know, when the guy was protecting a woman and children, he was protecting a woman. Because they spray directly in their face. They're not supposed to do that with those, because you could literally blind people, but you're supposed to spray that shit from a distance, but not even following the manufacturer's recommendation on that fucking. So they're going right in people's faces because I don't know how they declare these things, but they declared it like okay for ICE to base people and shit. So, but anyways, the dude was like grabbing the girls, like he had his hands up too, and he only started filming when they came towards him. They escalated the situation. He was just an observer. They were just observing with cameras and just protesting. But like the ICE agents came up to them, escalating the situation, pushing them around, pushing the women around, and he was just sort of protecting the women. And then they disarmed him. They took his gun off him. They were pistol whipping him. And I believe maybe one of the ICE agents that was pistol whipping him, you know, because they have no training. You know, if you're not supposed to pistol with someone, the gun could discharge. You have a negligent discharge. And that's probably what happened. Because then they started yelling gun because they're like gun, and you know, just because he had a gun on his holster, he didn't brandish it. He didn't fucking pull it out. He didn't point it at him. He didn't do nothing. And so once they took it off him. So he didn't even have his gun. They were pistol whipping him. He had his hands on the ground, and then one of them had a negligent discharge, and then that's when the rest of them started just lighting him up, or they just straight up murdered him. Either it was a negligent discharge that spooked them, just like the acorn and that other incident when the acorn fell on the ground and the cop just started lighting them up. Like it's the same thing here. They're like gun, boom, negligent discharge, or not, or just straight up murder. Like either way, it doesn't matter. They have immunity, so they're fools. They're wannabe cops. They don't give a fuck. They just murder someone. Just like when that guy murdered that girl, he goes, bitch. And he's holding his phone out.
Right,
He murdered her.
bitch.
And he goes, bitch. Stupid bitch. And
He said,
then
I'll kill you, bitch, didn't he? He said, I'll kill you.
I think he said it too, yeah. And then they do. And it's like, yeah, these people, you know these clowns, these wannabe cops. Yeah, now they're just letting them do what they want to do. And they're giving them, and they're saying it's okay, and we're going to protect you if you do it. And then Department of Homeland Security comes out with a statement. Oh, this crazed, mad terrorist with violent intentions was violently resisting. He wasn't even violently resisting. They were beating him and putting him on the ground, and he was trying to protect the women from the spray.
These
heroes feared for their lives. Yeah, they don't even have training. They're just they're giving them 30K bonuses. They're willing to let any fucking loser. You know, it's all similar to like whatever was going on in World War II. Like, I think there's something good about that Germany, Norway, Denmark whole area because of this Orlinda book and the people out there. And I think that stuff's been co-opted and like converted. Like this whole Hitler thing. Whoever the fuck. I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy. I'm saying the Germans in that whole region are in my opinion like the best people. They're just like I'm not saying now, I'm just saying at some point in time, maybe in golden eras, like there are certain people that are just like the leader type. They're the people that build the buildings. They're just the best at everything, dude, in my opinion. It's a certain type of person. And it's just a natural way, just like anything in nature or in life. Like some things just are the way they are. It's not good or bad. It's not like, oh, we're better than you and like you guys are less than us. It's just a natural thing. Like a lion is bigger than a bird. Like it's just a fact of life. And so like World War II is probably like a combination of just being in an Iron Age where things are so fucked up that the German like people who were once great, they have completely fallen. They've completely fallen apart. And weird shit could happen to where they can get in a situation where, you know, they declare war on the world, which could have been a positive thing because the world could have been fucked up, like America and Germany, the UK and Russia and these other places could have been actually deserved to like battle against because they're up to no good. But now you got these guys like Hitler, whatever that character is, Heinrich Himmler, and, you know, this whole Jew genocide, like, I don't know. I'm not going to be like, oh, Hitler was the good guy. I'm just saying the German people historically are the good people, in my opinion. They are a great people, but they are also a fallen people. When you go into these dark ages, it's hard to be the good people. Your leaders will fall apart. Your leaders will disappoint you. Your leaders will become corrupt. It's just the cycle of time. It's like, it's just how God has this. It's a way for us to learn and to see how things fall apart. And to see how once things fall apart and once we begin to get into a better age where we can improve it, you have to learn from it. You have to remember that things can fall apart. And that's when you have to have vigilance and watchfulness. That's what they say. You have to have like vigilance, right? You have to be very watchful and to make sure this doesn't happen again, that things fall apart like that. We have to reassemble it. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. It broke into a bunch of pieces. We got to put those pieces back together again. That was kind of a long ramble, but I hope it made some sense.
Dude, so like these ICE agents don't even have training. And I sent a video, I think I sent it to Talcott. And this one Mexican, he's a Mexican agent, like, and he's talking to a guy with an accent. He's like, you have an accent, do you have papers? And he's like, literally has the same accent, dude. It was insane. Yep. It was crazy. Like, you saw that one, TMO? It was wild.
Oh yeah. I was talking about that earlier, that, you know, that they demonstrated that they don't check your papers to hire you as an ICE agent, but they're going around checking people's papers. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, man, don't let anyone do it, dude. If you're willing to do those shenanigans, bro, you're on board, bro. If you're willing to be up to no good. It's just like a gang type shit, dude. To let anyone join it if they could use you as a puppet to do their dirty work. Oh, I want to join your gang. I'll shoot and kill people I don't even know for you just so I could make you happy. And they're like, all right, whatever, moron. Like, you could do our bidding. We'll let you in on a lower level and not give you much. But if you want to just throw everything away, your soul, your spirit, your everything for us, that's cool. We'll take you on, you know. Just give it all away, like harm your fellow citizens just for a paycheck. Like, come on. And, you know, those people got to learn. Those people are on all their soul journeys too, right? And those people are helping us out, though. God, they're helping us see how corrupt it is, like how bad it is. We have to be grateful for all this shit to see how bad it is. Sometimes it's hidden, right? Oh, these nefarious things now is so wide out in the open. And the reason might be is because we might be on the cusp of an age change. We might be seeing the last throes of a dying civilization, because at each age change, society completely changes. It has to be a completely different thing. So coming up, that's what I'm saying, coming up on this Easter, let's prepare to make your moves, because every Fortune 500 company launches their business on Easter. That's spring. That's when the real New Year is. It's not in the cold winter, January. Oh, Happy New Year. No, it's in the spring, right on that equinox, most likely, March 21st, spring or summer solstice or whatever it is. When all the life is springing, all the animals are having children and procreating and flowers are blooming and everything is exploding with life. That's why you explode with your new business. You explode, that's when the new year should celebrate. Doesn't that make sense? Rather than a cold winter.
Right, absolutely.
To celebrate. So, on the third day he rose again. And right around Christmas, the sun stops its angle, because every day the sun has a new angle. But right around Christmas, right around the winter solstice, the angle stops for 3 days. It stays the same angle. And on the third day, it rises again. The angle begins to rise as we get closer to the spring. What is it? A spring solstice, summer solstice? What's March 21st? Spring equinox? Or anyone know what that date, March 21st is?
I think it's winter solstice, I think.
And then there's a summer solstice, which is June 21st, right? But what's March 21st? It's like a spring equinox or something?
Right, yeah.
Isn't March 21st the significant date? It's like the day of spring or something?
Yeah, I think
spring begins. But I'm kind of rambling. I'm warmed up. I should probably get back to walking maybe. Oh, my phone's low on energy though. Fuck. Yeah, I should probably get to walking and maybe find a spot to charge up. And if not, I'll just have to end the stream. So I'm gonna get suited up here. I'm gonna put all my warm shit back on, and we'll take a walk and we'll try to find some electricity. If not, I got 9% now. If not, we'll just end the stream probably shortly. Maybe one of you guys could take over. Maybe Machine Lives could go live and I could hop up over there or something. But we'll figure it out. I'm gonna put all my shit on. You guys, we could still keep talking though, but you guys might do some of the heavy lifting right now. So
yeah,
tell me about your awards. Tell us about your awards you won yesterday.
Yeah, I won for length of stream, right? So obviously, like, we just go like for a long time on the stream. So it is what it is. And like, we talk about a lot of shit. Like, we have like hours and hours and hours of discussion. So it is what it is. Yeah, so I think that one, because like other shows, they'll bring up a topic, but they won't really go in on it for like hours and hours and hours. Or like, we'll go in on it for hours, right? And it'll be open shit the whole time. So this is the thing, is like, people don't really fuck with like they don't really go in on shit like deep. And then like, I guess we did another one. We got for music, which that's pretty like that's pretty self-explanatory. Like, nobody else is doing like music shows other than me, so it's like nobody else like really puts together videos and music and shit. Like, I don't know,
unless it's AI.
Yeah, and that shit is trash. Nobody wants to listen to it. So
all of it's terrible, man.
Yeah, like, my shit's
I think
trash.
I think we should start shaming people for making AI music, man. It's just stupid.
Yeah,
it's not a fucking thing.
Yeah, my shit's like off the chain. It's like updated. Like, it's like psycho spiritual. It's all crazy. Like,
is your voice on any of your music?
I have made like 2 or 3 songs, right? But they had another category for people who made songs, and I could have been in that category too. I could have been in like a lot of like next categories. Like, I could have won almost every category, but it is what it is.
They should have included my when Netflix, what was it called? Talcotflix? What the fuck was that? Cotflix? Yeah, I had a song. Remember that thing with they were doing the King of the Hill? Made a little music video out of my song. I got, songs, man. None of them are like great, but like the Brick by Brick one was kind of cool. Whatever, dude. I don't care.
Anything better than this AI shit, dude.
I was saying Paul and Slave should have just gave him every award. Like, That's just my opinion, though. But
yeah, he definitely could have copped the educational stream. Like I won that one, but Paul could have.
Nah, dude, every single category, dude, every single one of them. Everyone else is in second place to that dude.
Well, what would you say about music?
No, even when he raps, like just take some of his freestyles or the little shit he written, dude.
No, there were some fuck shit awards. Like there was like drama, like there's like best drama streamer and like best tea spiller. Yeah, like you don't want to get that award. Like there's some gay ass awards.
Nah, he could do that though if he wants to. When he does that, when he used to do that with panels, he'll create drama if he wants to, and he's the best at it.
Yeah, that's true.
No one could fuck with that dude on these panels, dude, guys. No one has anything on that guy at all, dude. Everyone is in second place. So to even like not give that guy like all the awards and just say, hey, everyone else is in second.
I'm pretty sure he got an award.
Like Paul Enslaved is the one. He's number one. Everyone else is just fighting for second. So it should have just been all second place awards.
Yeah, I forget which one he won, but yeah,
He only won one. That's so stupid.
Yeah, he won one. Yeah.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, I forget which one. I think it was like, oh yeah, I think it was motivational. Oh shit, there you go. Damn, there you go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he won motivational streamer. Oh yeah, man. I'll call you later. Look, we'll reschedule that shit.
Yeah, sounds good. Next week.
Yeah, exactly.
I might stream later. I don't know.
Yeah, but
hold on. I left for a second.
You know,
you guys are beta chattering. I leave for 5 seconds. You guys are beta chattering. All right, now let me get the show on the road. About to walk and try to find electricity. Otherwise, we got to end it. Are you going to take over? If I can't find electricity, machine lines.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, get that ready, get that queued up, so we can just make it a seamless transition, and then I'll maybe join you over there, and we could just keep talking, maybe.
Oh, you're talking about you want to do a stream? No, I'm
Yeah, he
done
wants to go
streaming.
live.
No, I'm done streaming for today. Yeah, I'm done streaming for today for sure. Yeah.
All right, no worries. I'll probably just have to end this because I'm probably not going to find electricity, but it'll take probably about another 10, 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, because I've been on for like 12 hours, so yeah.
Oh shit, dude! Yeah, I saw you at a 15-hour stream. That was like hours ago.
Yeah, that shit was. Yeah, I got it like sleepers. Most likely, it's better if I sleep or some shit. I don't know, man. But yeah, we're we're coming back on Tuesday though, Brian. You know, come through on Tuesday night.
All right. All right, we're gonna do a little walking and talking. Probably gonna have to end this thing in a few minutes, but maybe we'll find electricity somewhere. I don't know where.
You in Colorado? There's no snow.
There was a little bit of ice and shit. It tends to go away kind of quick, but we are having some sort of Arctic freeze type shit where it's very cold these last few days. I think today's the last day of the very cold type shit. But we had a little bit of snow, but like I said, the snow generally doesn't last that long here because there's so much sunshine. Because you'll get all 4 seasons in one day here a lot of times. It'll be bitter cold like overnight and then slowly get warmer. And then there's so much sunshine that it's like you could be in a t-shirt. And, you know, by 2 p.m., 2, 3, 4 p.m., you're in a t-shirt in the sunshine. But then it starts getting colder, colder, colder once that sun goes down. You know what I mean? It's like all 4 seasons in one day. In the winters around here a little bit.
I never spent much time there.
Yeah, the sun, dude. What do you guys think of the sun being a giant ball of souls? And like, you know that word SOL? Soul? What is that? What is that SOL? Solar? Don't you think there's something to that? Sounds like is like?
Yeah, definitely, dude. Like it's like if you like maybe that's what like hell or heaven is. I don't know. Like you go into the sun, you know?
Yeah, it's like a portal. Like that's when I was meditating on my meditation this morning. I was like, because I was like in my meditation, I allow the universe to breathe for me. Like it pushes air in and it pulls air out, pushes good air in and pulls bad air out. And when I was saying the universe, before I used to picture like a big cosmos doing it. But now I was picturing the sun because I was like, fuck that. I don't believe in a big giant cosmos like that. I don't think that's how it works. So then for some reason I started focusing on the sun. And then I was like, yeah, the portal. And somehow it was like a portal that was breathing me. The sun and the fact that it's a portal was breathing me. It was pushing good air, good, healthy, healing in. And then it pulls all the toxic, negative, all the bad shit out. And it breathes me. I don't breathe. And the first breath is the exhale. First breath is the exhale. It's longer. Big, long exhale. Second breath is the inhale. But the universe or the sun or whatever the word is, it's breathing me during my meditation. And I entered a mild samadhi from that meditation before, where I entered a feeling of complete connectedness with everything, a complete feeling of bliss. Everything I looked at, I could see all the connections to all the other things. And I did it during Brahma Muhurta this morning, which starts an hour and 36 minutes before sunrise. It's called the Creator's Hour. It's a very powerful time, auspicious time to do meditation. That's when I was doing my meditation this morning.
Real talk, I pray every day at that time. It's just a regular thing.
Yeah, so you become the creator. And when you get up that time of day, your days are extended. So it's like you're extending time. You're the creator, the creator's hour, because you're on point, you're meditating, you're putting goodness out there and good energy. And you're creating the world that you want. You're manifesting destiny. And, just as God, the creator, I'm the creator, it's not a big ego thing, because you could create change in your life. Just like my last name means savior, deliverer. That doesn't mean I'm a big shot. That just means that maybe I could save myself and deliver myself from my own addictions, my own problems. And when you create, you could also create a new life for yourself. You don't have to create a whole new universe. I'm the creator. I could create a new ways of thinking. I could create new paths of income. I could create, you could create all types of shit. But that's the creator's hour. An hour and 36 minutes before sunrise. Well, give me 1 second. Ugh. Phone just dimmed. All right, how much power I got? Got 5. You guys still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, good. Let's go ahead. All right, so what other awards? Name every category and every award you want.
Education, music, and then just the length of the stream.
And what kind of speeches did you give?
I didn't know you had to give a speech, but then when everybody else won, they gave a huge speech, and I was like, oh shit. So I just kind of like popped in and then popped out. So I kind of didn't give a speech. It's kind of fucked up. Like, I should have gave a speech for sure, but I just kind of told people like why I won and then left.
The speeches are terribly long, the other one.
So you says, haven't been listening consistently. The year at the fire force is upon us.
Nice.
Year of the fire is upon us. It's going to be a fast-paced, volatile year. And I think that, dude, it's time. It seems like days are going fucking quick, dude. Like last year seemed to go quick. Like I'm 51 years old, bro. I'm going to be 52 years old. And if these months are going by, I'm like, damn, dude, next thing you know, I'm 60 years old. Like, this is fucking crazy, dog. Like, but as time seems to be speeding up, like I say, you could slow it down when you get up during that creator's hour. Like the day you seem to get a lot, right. Maximize the day because you're already up early. You already did your meditation. You're making moves while other people are sleeping. Just like the boxers and the trainers and the fighters, they would They know their opponent's sleeping, so they would wake up at 2, 3 in the morning. I go, I know that motherfucker's asleep. I'm out here running. I'm going to go run. I'm going to run for 5, 10, 15 miles because I know he's sleeping. You know what I mean? Like, and everybody's sleeping, and the world is very calm, so you can meditate. When the world is very active and chaotic and frenetic, it can fuck up your meditation, but you know everyone's sleeping. They ain't waking up an hour and 36 minutes before sunrise. You're sleeping. So you get to take advantage and become the creator. Take advantage of that very quiet, calm space and time. All right, we got 4%. I don't see any electricity on the horizon, so we might only have a few more minutes left, guys, before this ship's going to sink on the Titanic, and then I got to let go of your hands and watch you guys fall to the bottom of the ocean like what's that guy's name?
DiCaprio.
Yeah, like DiCaprio. I'm gonna be on the icicle, but you guys gotta go die. I gotta let you. I'm holding both your hands right now, and it's cold and we're shivering. We only got a couple minutes, so we're just looking at each other's eyes. I'm looking in the truth to cop machine lies. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna let your hands go in a second, guys, because you guys gotta die, but I'm gonna survive, but you guys gotta die, and hope it's cool down there. I know it's gonna be cold and there's a bunch of fish, and hope you guys are gonna be all right. Probably not, but probably gonna freeze and die, but whatever. Is that what she was thinking when she let his hand go? She was on an icicle? She was on a raft?
Somebody else brought that up recently too. I don't remember. It's funny. The whole Titanic and her letting him go.
The golden hour, that's right. 3%. Fuck, guys. And I gotta end this because otherwise, if I don't end it before my phone dies, then the stream's gonna be live and it's just gonna be a black screen. But it may help you out and end the stream for you at some point. Maybe after like 10 minutes, it knows you're not around, so it just ends it for you instead of keeping it going.
Does that. Yeah, it does that after 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I guess I don't have that much to worry about, but I'd rather not have a blank screen for 10 minutes.
I think it's
carry on until everyone leaves, right? Because I've had that happen before. I've left my own panel for like hours. TMO and Paul and I think Rant were talking.
Yeah, I ended your stream one day like that.
Yeah.
Actually, I know where I'm at right now. I do have access to electricity pretty close. Probably get there. Know exactly where I'm at, actually. So I know exactly where to get electricity.
No. I'll talk to y'all later.
Let's see, we have 2% here. You're out of here? What do you say?
I gotta take care of some snow here.
Who's Kermit the Frog's friends? It's Miss Piggy. You gotta go meet Miss Piggy.
Yeah, Miss Piggy's out there. I need to go, clean the driveway for her.
All right, Truth to Cop. Thanks for coming by and thanks for being a good sport when I make fun of you.
Yeah. Good talking to you. Be well. Talk to you later.
All right, I'll see you later. I'd be all sensitive if someone was calling me Kermit the Frog. I'd be like, fuck you. Who the fuck are you? He takes it in stride. It's like a lot of us, they say the meek shall inherit the earth because the meek can hold heavy burdens. It's not like, oh, they're meek and weak and humble. Nah, they could carry a heavy load.
Right.
So God chose them because they could carry more than the rest. God chose us to be the people that didn't take the vaccine and didn't wear a mask and got ridiculed by 99% of the rest of the population. Because we can handle that type of burden. We grew up in the toxic, fucked up, selfish parents that we had, abusive parents that we had, because we could take that. We're resilient. We wouldn't get broken. All these other 99% of the population would have got broken 100 times over, but we're so resilient. We could take a heavy load that God chose us for this mission and purpose, because we could take it. For some reason, we have resilience. We bounce back. They could beat us down, abuse us, enslave us, beat us, but we come back. Sometimes come back with a vengeance. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. So if the vengeance is the Lord's, then why would you steal from the Lord and do vengeance on someone? Vengeance is mine. I'll do it better. Don't you do it. Don't you cause yourself bad karma. Vengeance is mine. Let me handle it. I got it. Whatever plans you got for vengeance, you can't do it like me. I'll do it better. Yeah, they did you dirty. I see them doing you dirty, and I made them do you dirty because I need you to learn. I need them to murder that girl. I need them to murder that guy. The ICE agents. I want that to happen to wake you fuckers up. That's God doing that shit. That kid, because that guy could take that burden. You don't know the path that soul, his journey. God wanted that to happen to that nurse, that VA nurse. Because there's something about that guy's journey. He had to go down like that. He had to be a martyr like that. He had to be shown to protect a woman and children and get murdered and have the Homeland Security say that was a good job. When you protect women and children, you get murdered. Yeah, that's how we roll in America. We want to protect women and children. We want to murder you right in front of that woman and child. All right, I got to get some electricity. Hello. Hi. Sports ball. I know this place. I was staying here when they towed my car. So I know I got some electricity over here. I know I got a bunch of free rooms because, yeah, it's just one of these $100 a night type hotels. You pay $60 a night, you might get bed bugs. All right, we're at 1%. Fuck, let me turn down the energy. Fuck, let me plug this in. Hey, if my phone dies, guys, bear with me. Fuck. It's a race against time. God damn it. You could just plugged in. Where's the outlet? Where's the fucking outlet? Fuck, where's the outlet? Fuck, where is the outlet, motherfucker? God damn it. I see an outlet. I see an outlet. Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? Plug it in, fuck this. Oh, we made it. We made it. All right, got power. Whew, that was like a bomb thing in a movie, you know, where it's like tick, tock, tick. Is the bomb gonna explode? No. We cut the wires the second. All right, let me grab my stuff. Be right back, TMO. Hold it down. Give these people some good word. Be right back.
Sure. Yeah, what's going on to the fans of Brian O'Shea? Yeah, we talking about some crazy stuff, man. I got some crazy stuff for you guys, man. This from the Book of the Samurai. It says the way of the samurai should be in being aware that you do not know what is going to happen next. In querying every item day and night, victory and defeat are the matters of temporary force of circumstances. The way of avoiding shame is different. It is simply in death. Even if it seems certain that you will lose, retaliate. Neither wisdom nor technique has a place in this. A real man does not think of victory or defeat. He plunges recklessly towards an irrational death. By doing this, you will awaken from your dreams.
Give him that fire. Spitting fire right now, dog. Give him that good word.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that. Setting the seat up here a little bit. All right. Yeah, these people know me here. All right, let me get my little thing up here. Get myself. Okay, let's see. Let me take a look at this chat. Let's see. Okay. Jack Rose. Hey, O'Shea, greetings. Peace and prayers and blessings. Thank you, Vancy. Vancy's in Ireland. Okay. Just look through. Yes, spring equinox. The sun runs on soul fat. Gee, really? Soul fat, huh? Well, because like when you think of your soul, you think of a little ball of light, right, TML?
Right.
And so if the amalgamation of all the souls is just a giant ball of light, it would look like the sun, right? Is that the right word, amalgamation? Does that make sense?
So.
Yeah, because your soul's a beautiful ball of light. So the sun is just the one self, maybe, you know? It's like the God. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's the one self. It's all the souls. But then you're like, well, what are all the celestials and what's the Milky Way? You say, oh, those could be souls in the sky. Those might be watchstars. Like, that's what the Orlinda calls it. Like when certain people die, they go to their watchstar. So maybe if you reach a certain hierarchy, a certain realm, a certain level with your soul, you get to go to a watchstar because you're like, maybe you completed a journey and you go off into the sky in your watchstar and you watch. Because they say the stars are like the watchers. And then you kind of watch. And you don't have to be in the game anymore. Like kind of like you watch the game go on. And you could root, you root for certain souls in their journey. You can maybe even help them as a celestial, as a watchstar. Does that make any sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We got dimensions of reflection. How long you been up for, dude? Like 18, 24 hours? Just did a 15-hour stream.
Yeah,
God
pretty much. Yeah,
damn.
I mean, much longer than that, really, because I didn't like. I slept like the night before, so I've been up for like longer than, definitely longer than 24 hours.
Well, I appreciate you fighting the fatigue and hanging out with me.
Yeah, I saw you pop in there, and I appreciate you joining the stream and talking with us. Definitely. Definitely higher thoughts, higher level thoughts, like, high quality, right? Like deeper thoughts from you, for sure, than most of the people out here.
Are you live right now?
No, I'm not.
Okay, my bad. So Fire Drake says dimensions of reflection, as above, so below. Huh. That's interesting. So if we're all just little balls of light, when we look up in the sky, we're seeing a bunch of little balls of light. It's a reflection of what's actually happening down here. Like the illusion is that, the material realm's the illusion. It's just a bunch of little balls of light actually just moving around and, having a, it's not reality, right? The material, it's like illusion, right? They call it Maya. Isn't that the word for Maya in Hindu in India? The Hindu in
oh yeah.
Is Hindu a language? No. What's the language?
Yeah, it's Hindi.
Hindi. So in Hindi, Maya is illusion, right? So
yeah, Hindi is like the the language they speak today, but they used to speak Sanskrit. So Maya could be Sanskrit, yeah.
Yeah, Sanskrit, Maya, like illusion. Like this world is just like an illusion. Like it's just, it's an illusion. So like the real thing is just little balls of energy, like 21 grams. Like, so how could a ball of light be 21 grams? Because maybe there's some substance in there too. Like it's light, something that illuminates, but maybe there's some sort of light mixed with plasmatic type, I don't know. 21 grams.
It up. It's Sanskrit. So yeah.
Yeah. Sanskrit seems like a really cool language. And the fact that the Indians had an oral tradition, dude. And I mean, you can't even comprehend that, dude, because the Vedic text, the Upanishads, like we're talking, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of books. We're talking how many words is that or how many pages is that? And to have an oral tradition, I don't think people understand that. That means they memorized all those texts and passed them from generation to generation orally. So they would have monks that all they did every day was memorize these fucking texts, chant them every day, chant, memorize. Their whole life was dedicated to that. And that was the tradition, an oral tradition, not a written tradition. That's why sometimes when things were getting written down, Socrates is like, I don't like this shit, you're writing it down. I think that's going to dumb people down. Just like Google searches and instant access to things. They could say it's dumbing down our brains. It's corrupting our brains. Like we used to be better thinkers, and people are like, yeah, my cognitive abilities seem to be lessening with all this short form content, my ability to just look shit up, and this whole watching videos instead of reading books. It's like, just another level. We went from books to short-term videos. Like we're going beyond language. Like the dumbing down is like in full effect. From an oral type. That's just insanity, dude, to have oral traditions. And you have to understand that's. Go ahead.
Yeah, like back in the day, it wouldn't be odd for like an average person to have thousands of lines of poetry just memorized.
Yep, because they're like
most people.
There's like you could tell like that's how the age changes, because like you could tell people from a different age are different. Things are different. People, their brains and the way things work, you can hold a lot more information. Like we still probably have the same brain, but we could almost tell, right? We could almost tell from all this internet type stuff, the degradation of our cognitive abilities. But to put a positive spin on it, if we are on the ascension, if we are coming out of, we are already ascending in an Iron Age and coming to a Dwapara Yuga, to a Bronze Age, going from Iron to Bronze, going from Kali Yuga to the Dwapara Yuga. Things radically change. So, so the positive spin each day as we're on an ascension, as that wheel of time spins, as we go up, ascending now, getting better, better, better. So we could sort of have a positive spin. Like, yeah, our cognitive abilities are low, but each day they're going to get better. And each day more understanding. And you say, well, why did I incarnate in this time? It's so crazy. Because you could take it, because you could get an understanding. Even the people that can't take it, they're here to show they can't take it. Like I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense anymore, but
no,
you're
definitely.
tired as hell, dude. Yeah. But it's all philosophizing, dude. Where's the comedy? What other type of content that is just serious philosophizing and describing the world and ice agents? Where's my fucking comedy, dude? Where's the fucking good times, dude? You gotta have some fun. You gotta enjoy yourself. Don't be so fucking serious. Why so serious?
Right.
Because the comedy is probably really where it's at, dude. Like we could be serious and talk, and we're intellectual and we're figuring shit out. Really, you could probably condense all this shit down. Like one good joke, one good laugh, right? Like one good laugh at this Homeland Security or the politicians or the leaders. Like when they're the official joke and you just, like they come in the room and you just laugh. Like people just laugh. Like then it's truly over. When it's just a joke. Like one biting joke, they say there's truth in every jest. But a jest can be very fatal to someone, dude. If you're a joke, if you're just a laughing stock, like you're over. You have no more power. You can't put fear into people. Like when people are torturing people, dude, they'll torture them to get information out of them, right? I'm going to torture you. But if you torture someone enough, one day you're going to walk in that room and they're going to start giggling. You're going to start poking them, trying to hurt them, and they start laughing. And guess what? At that point, you can no longer extract information from them because they flipped the script. They've turned it into, they've gone like kind of crazy. They've gone full circle. And like now you have to kill that person or you have to release them. Most likely they'll kill you. But like when they can no longer torture you, when torture never works to extract information and you laugh at it, they start poking you and hurting you and you start laughing like hysterically and laughing in their face. Then they know, shit, it's over. We got to kill him now or we got to let him go. Yeah, I understand. Like, there's something about laughter, like the joke. The comedians, like it's not, you got all these serious people, but they're the joke. And then you got these comedians that are funny, but they could have like the real good truth, the real good valuable wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? Like Trump's the real joke, the real comedian. Like I could be the philosopher, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like Mr. Comedian could be the philosopher. Just making any sense to you, Mo?
Oh yeah. I've heard like jokes that are like better than the best philosophy I've ever heard. And then there's obviously like, like philosophers who tell lies that are worse than jokes. It's like
right. So you could watch, so you could like put on like a clown philosopher and laugh, right? You could say, oh, you know, I don't want to make fun of Jack's Talcott or nothing, but like when Jack's kind of doing his thing, like you could kind of, you know, when he's kind of in his ultra serious and he's really trying to pontificate and love and light and all this shit, you could kind of look at it as a comedy routine and laugh at him, right? Like, I don't want to like, you know, degrade Jack because he is an endearing soul, but like, you know, as Paul put it yesterday, but like,
it's like, you know, in ancient Greece, right? They had like a form of, of play called comedy, right? Like they'd have comedy and tragedy, right? So Socrates was part of a comedy, right? Called, The Clouds by Aristophanes. And he made fun of Socrates. He said that Socrates was staring at the clouds and an iguana came and shit on his chest and he didn't even notice.
That's hilarious. I don't know why.
So Socrates,
I enjoy that so much. I gotta look into this stuff, dude. That sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called Aristophanes, The Clouds. And Socrates was actually in the crowd watching it as he performed it.
I hope he laughed at that just like I did. Otherwise, and if he didn't, that's funny too. If he got all butthurt, that's funny as well. Like,
well, that's the thing is like if you're part of a comedy, like you know, where you're being made fun of, it's improper to like get offended and like, you know, like flip over the tables and all
like
that
the
shit.
roast, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because those roasts can get really crazy, bro, because there's so much actual truth. Like they could be really biting and really nasty with each other. Like they'll pull out shit on people. Like, because it's not just the person getting roasted. It's like everyone involved. They call it the dayas and all the other people and the roasters, and they could go after each other. And it could get, there's weird little balancing acts there, because how cruel or how biting of a joke, like you know, like how vicious do you want to go after someone for the laugh, you know? Because you could end someone, dude, with a vicious roast bit, you know? Like you could really, because if it really hits, if it really lands, if you say something really vicious about someone, if you have some like inside information about how they move in life and you hit them with that and it's funny and true, dude, that's like a powerful, yeah, just like what you're describing. Like, 'cause Socrates was like a big deal, right? And like to come at him and say the iguana shit and he's looking at the clouds, you know what I mean? He's like, yeah, he's clowning them. But that sounds really fascinating, dude. I definitely got to explore that some more. But yeah, this Roman stuff in the Oralinda book, dude. These German, Denmark, Norway, Netherlands type people, they dealt with some based on this Oralinda book and the history of these people. They had run-ins with the Romans, and yeah, I don't know what you think of Rome and all that, but I'm not sure they were all that, you know.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like gay, but yeah, it's all good though.
It's kind of like what?
It's kind of gay, but like it's all good. Like I'm not mad at them or anything, but yeah.
Oh, for the whole
there's a lot of like homosexual weirdness. Yeah, a lot of homosexual weirdness, a lot of like selling out to the Jays and all the stuff, but other than that,
yeah,
like, cool.
Yeah, and then you know, it seems like that would be a natural transition to the Vatican and Catholicism and the popes, you know.
Right.
So
yeah, so it looked like they sold out to the Jays or some shit.
Yeah, I would say that. But see, that's a mainstream, like it's so anti-J right now that like it's hard to like be public to publicly denigrate them, because it's like there is some sort of psyop push. Because dude, if you go on like Reddit conspiracy, dude, they are going hard at the juice boxes, dude.
Right, but I don't want to like, you know, like toot my own horn, but we had on like Adam Green like 3 years ago, so we've been on that kick. So I don't want to like toot my own horn too much, but like, yeah, we were cool before it was cool. You know, whatever.
Yeah, and even when I was at that Flat Earth conference in like 2021 or something, there was some dude there that was like, he was trying to get me to join like his little fucking, I don't know. His whole thing was just anti-Jew. Like he's like, well, what about when they say the goy? If you look at their scripture, they're saying we ain't shit and blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, there is something to that, but I'm like, and I was listening to Crow 777 at the time, and this is kind of like his phrasing, but he's like, yeah, it's just hard. You can't really talk about it. Like, yeah, there's something to all that, but I don't want to say you can't talk about it, but I don't know. I just don't want to make it my focus. Like, oh, they're part of a white supremacist group and they hate the Jews and let's just go anti-Jew and fucking look at all these. I don't, because then now you're caught up in their little game. Oh, see how we're persecuted. You've seen the ads, like the ads are like hate. They hate again, the anti-Semitic hate. I don't know if you've seen these little advertisements that been coming up lately, but
yeah, well, I just like put like this whole thing like that anti-Semitism, Zionist, and like you can be a J, you know, and be like you know, against Zionism, right? You can even be a J and be anti-Semitic. So it's all crazy, right? So it's like people don't understand like what these terms really mean.
Right, because Zionism is a sect of the Jays, right?
Right. Right. So like not all Jays support, you know, like world domination, right? So like that's just a flawed way of looking at things. And then like, you know, like you know, like some of the Semitism people, they are Jays, right? And then like, you know, like some of the like the pro, like, you know, like small mustache man stuff is Jays, right? So people get confused about like shit, and then like, you know, they conflate a bunch of shit, and then a lot of the Zionists are not even Jays, they're Christians, right? So it's like people don't even know, you know, they don't even like, most of the Zionists are actually Christians and not Jays, right? So it's like, you know, so it's like Zionism's older than like Jayish messianism. You know, like the Jayish messianism actually started in Europe. This is what most people don't understand. By Christians, right? So it's all mixed up.
Is messianism connected to Masonic, or that's no? That's different. Mason.
Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is, because basically, like the Freemasons, like they got a lot of their teachings from the Kabbalah. So it's like Freemasonry is basically like the Kabbalah. So it's like Freemasonry is basically Jayish to a certain extent. Like there's a Jayish sect of Freemasonry called B'nai B'rith. So there's Jayish Freemasons.
Huh. Yeah, I think I heard of that. B'nai B'rith.
Yeah, it's all mixed up, you know.
Yeah. Like these secret, like some of these things could have started out potentially benevolent. Like you have to go underground, you have to be secret, you have to protect the wisdom, you have to protect the books. You know, I could see that secret societies, because it's like things are falling apart. So I could see how maybe Freemasonry or these different organizations could have started off benevolent, but then they get corrupted just like anything else over time. Do you think there's any true potential in that?
Like basically what happened, like I kind of broke this down on the show yesterday. Like basically the Muslims like started figuring out like we got to copy all the books, right? So when they copied all the books, right, the Christians used that to copy certain books, right? Like Plato and Aristotle and stuff, right? And then the Jews basically mixed Plato and Aristotle like with like the Bible and shit. So then they created like the Kabbalah, and then the Christians used the Kabbalah to like explain the mysteries of the Bible. And that's when they created like Freemasonry, right? So they're just like, because see, the Protestants were like, they were like, look, we can't look to the church to interpret the Bible. So they started going to the Jews. And the Jews were like, oh yeah, the whole Bible is about like us returning to Israel. So then some of the Christians were like, all right, we got to bring the Jews back to Israel so that Jesus can come back. And that's when they got all confused and shit.
Huh. Hmm.
Yeah. So it's tripped out.
Yeah. Man, so much fucking. That's why it's like, but we come up with our own interpretations too, right? Like, because we have there's like a lot of information out there, just like with the astrology. But you could look at the stars yourself and come up with your own interpretations, right? You could read these books, or you could learn about these organizations and come up with your interpretations. But I kind of fully didn't understand what you were saying, but no, I like it though. I just didn't. Plus, I was moving shit around.
Yeah. I could break it down like in a slower way, like basically like like basically like the Muslims, right? Like they didn't say like, look, like the knowledge has to be kept like by the church, right? So if you wanted to learn shit, like in the Christian, like the scholars were like the priests, right? So
Christian, the scholars were the priests,
yeah. But in Islam,
Latin.
they had but in Islam they had like the oral tradition thing that you're talking, like, you know, like the Jews and the Muslims, they had an oral tradition, like you were talking about, right? So they transmitted shit by memory, and like they had a bunch of people who like their life mission was just to like copy shit down and memorize shit, right?
Like monks, like
exactly.
That's all they did.
Exactly, right. Like the monks, like they didn't really have shit to do. Like same thing with the with the Muslims and the Jews, like they just sat there, they just copied thousands and thousands of books, right? So when they were done with the religious books, they start copying like Plato and Aristotle and like chemistry and like whatever the fuck was like Pythagoras and shit. Like they didn't give a fuck, right? Like they just started copying next shit, right? So then there became like libraries of like all this shit, like Plato and Aristotle, right? So people started using it. Like some of the first Kabbalists, right? They were using guys like Maimonides to interpret the Bible, right? And Maimonides was using like Platonic philosophy. You know what I'm saying?
Plato ideas.
Plato and Pythagoras and shit. And Pythagoras said like Pythagoras basically believed in like astrotheology. You know what I'm saying? Like he's basically like all this number, like there's like all these mathematical patterns that govern the cosmos. Like he taught like the zodiac and all this shit, right? So he knew about all this shit, right? So the priests of all these religions, they knew about all this shit, right? So they started basically formulating what is called like the mystery like religion, right? So you had the Ismailis, right? You had the Templars, right? And you had the Jews, the Kabbalists, right? Like Abraham Abulafia, Isaac Luria, right? And before Protestantism, they already created the Kabbalah, right? So when Martin Luther King was like teaching people, like he already had homies that were like studying the Kabbalah to interpret Christianity.
Martin Luther?
Yeah, Martin Luther, who started the Protestant Reformation, right? He went against the church, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Freemasons and the Illuminati, they basically infiltrated the Protestant Reformation going against the church. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They started subverting the Protestant sects.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Power moves, yeah, like.
Yeah. So then they basically incorporated them. They started teaching them, like they basically brought them in line with Zionism, right? So like in 1666, right? You had the Shabbatai Zevi, right? The Jewish Messiah, right? And you had thousands of people gathered together in in the streets of Amsterdam to celebrate that he's the Messiah, right? So in the 1600s, you had a huge messianic movement of the Jays, right? That was supported by the Christians.
Interesting.
Right? Because this is
Zionist
going on.
movement?
Yeah. Yeah, this is like pre-Zionism. Because this is in the 1600s, right? Like Zionism was officially created in the 1800s by a guy named Theodor Herzl, who created it as a secular idea. Right? He just said we just want Jewish nationalism, and he said it's just a secular concept. He said it has nothing to do with like being a J. So that's obviously he made that up to like try to lie to people.
Interesting. It's a hell of a year, 1666. And they say that 1,000 year could be they might have added 1,000 years, so that could have been year 666. Because sometimes you'll see like something that says supposedly it's from 1666, but the 666 is just numbers, but then the one will be like an I.
Right.
Like,
I
what
know
the fuck is that?
It's like an I or a J or some shit. I'll be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Fuck, dude. Yeah, this is it's interesting because I'm all about this Orlinda book, and they seem to like, I wonder like their history, like I don't want to say oral tradition. They seem to have like a very simple, like even their language, their letters, like their letters come from this thing called a ellul. It's a 6-spoked wheel, and it's like where a lot of English letters come from is like the Dutch language, this old Frisian language from this Orlinda book. But they seem to be it's simple, but in a way where you know how simple can be like the best. Like, oh, they're a simple people, or he's a simpleton, but like it's almost like a more of a purity. It's more like a less. It's just cleaner. It's like no frivolity, nothing frivolous. Just very simple, direct, right to the point.
Yeah, do you know the dude Urza Porter? I believe he's Frisian.
Yeah, I'd like to get to know him because I'm all about that book and those people, and that history.
I think there's a dude in our Discord that's like that.
Yeah, because even to this day, it carries on like in the Dutch, and it's this region I'm talking about, German, Dutch, Netherlands. They have a very direct, like even their humor, or they'll say something to you that like other cultures might be like, oh my God, they were just so honest and direct right in your face, but they don't care. That's just how they move. They'll just say something like, yeah, you got a booger on your nose, or just something that other people might be like, oh my God, that was rude. But no, they're just being honest and direct and simple. They're not trying to be cruel, or it's just part of how they are, what they are. Like they'll just say it matter of factly in very simple terms, like the truth. Whereas other people might skirt around it or fucking, the emperor's got no clothes. Like, haha, dude's naked. They'll be like, what? Oh my God. Like, how do I, what I'm kind of saying, right? Simplicity and directness of speech that can be considered rude, but really it's just honesty.
Yeah, that's how my people are too. Yeah, the Punjabi. Yeah, they're seen like that. They're seen like rude, like kind of like, like country folk. Like they're sort of like simple, like farmers, warriors, type of shit.
Like Paul and slaves could be seen like that. Oh, he's rude and mean. Or he could just be like direct and honest in simple language, sort of. Not that he's like a simpleton.
Right.
Yeah. So I wonder, simp is like, simp is like a negative term, but isn't simple, if something is simple, it's easy, right? So if you're a simp, I don't know, it could be like corruption of words, simp has a negative thing, but simple could be a positive thing. Like it's simple, like, because the complication is the game. Like they'll take something simple and complicate it, right? Like our laws and all this shit. They'll take like it's obvious, if you're doing loss, injury, or harm, but we got all these millions of laws and this complicated legal system that really just takes the simplicity away, right? It makes it worse when you complicate it and you have all these codes and you understand what I'm saying? there's a cleanness and a purity to simple things. They're simple to understand. And that's one thing about the Orlan and this Frisian language. It's very simple and direct. And they say, even if you know modern Dutch, you could look at this old ancient text and you'll be able to understand it. And even like some words, like even, you know, it all goes back to like English, like Germanic, like the English language and the letters, like even the B, the P, it comes from this ellul, a six-spoked wheel. I don't know if you're familiar with this ellul. It's a six-spoked wheel and how you get letters from it. You get the alphabet from it. You get all your letters from the wheel. Like a T would be like a spoke going down and then like a curved at the top. That's the letter T. The B would be the line, the spoke going down the middle, and then your curve, use that spoke. You don't understand what I'm saying? How you can make letters from a six-spoke wheel? You falling asleep on me, TML? I know you've been awake for like 40, like 70,
No, I'm here.
100 hours.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's why I fuck with the Taoist, you know, text too, because it's very simple. You know, it's like, you know, it's a lot of one-liners. You know, like Nietzsche, he wrote like aphorisms, you know, which is like, it's like a few lines that summarize shit. You know, that's like the real shit, right? Where it's like,
yeah, like Psalms or something like that, just something that,
exactly,
you know,
right.
Like boom, just little sentences that are very just, you know, which is maybe different from the rest of the Bible, like Psalms. And what's the other one? There's Psalms and there's Proverbs, right?
Yeah.
So like, and they're very different from the rest of the Bible, like not counting all the cows and not naming a bunch of names from generations. And they're just very direct wisdom and sentences. Like,
yeah, I wrote a couple of those too, for sure. You know,
you wrote them down to,
yeah.
What do you mean? For example, like, to things you hold dear?
Yeah, like one of them, like I end my show with it every time. Like it's the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes.
Oh, right, because you get to mace them.
Right.
You're gonna mace someone. So you gotta like, so for someone to open their eye, they would have to like trust you, like, hey buddy.
Yeah, look over here. And
hey,
boom.
Hey, look at this cool thing.
Right.
You know? Whereas like they got their eyes closed because like you could walk around with your eyes closed. Like that's why they say this cyclopean creature was, and I notice it because I'll do sun gazing where you stare at the sun. And people that don't have my issue, I have it's called a lazy left eye, the muscle development in my left eye. As a child, I should have put a patch over my right eye to improve the muscle development in my left eye. And they say you could still do it. I've done it as an adult, walked around with an eye patch trying to improve the muscles on my left eye. But there's a cyclopean. There's even cyclopean architecture. There's these cyclopean figures like the Cyclops used to be able to stare into the furnace. Like he could be an iron worker. He can make great iron weapons for battle and war. So a Cyclops was a very pivotal character, a very pivotal person, whether true or not, whether it's mythological or factual. It makes sense to me because when you're forging a fire, when you're working with making iron tools, you have to be able to look into the heat, into the fire. And a Cyclopean person could stare into the fire and work with the tools. The other people couldn't. And when I stare into the sun, sometimes it gets too intense. But if I take my right hand and I cover my right eye, my left eye could take it. I could see the sun perfectly for some reason. And the way I got down this path right now, I'm going to try to connect the dot because I was going from somewhere. We were talking about you have to open your eyes. You have to get someone to open their eyes to be able to blind them. It's like I envision people sort of walking around with their eyes closed, and they have better vision because maybe having our eyes open fucks up our vision fucks up our other senses because just like these phones could be corrupting our ability to telepathically communicate. These giant machines and cranes could corrupt our ability to telekinetically, as a group, move heavy objects through telekinesis. And our eyes through opening them, could retard our ability to use echolocation or some sort of Wi-Fi frequency or some sort of vision that's better than our actual eyes. So to open your eyes is a good thing and look around to see all the illusion of Maya could actually be a bad thing. So they say blind people, there's something wrong with them, but maybe they have it because there's a kid who was blind, but he could ride a bike and he would do it with clicks like a dolphin. He would make clicks and something with his brain. He could tell if there was objects in front of him. He would click and use echolocation. So what I'm saying is, in this schizophrenic ramble right now, is like, imagine if you never open your eyes, or you purposely would close your eyes to improve other senses, other abilities to move around without getting injured, but without opening your eyes. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, like, imagine if you decided, I'm going to close my eyes, or I'm going to put a blindfold on and try to move around the world. You might have to get help from other people, but you might trigger some other things that help you move around where you don't need to open your eyes. I don't know. I'm just going down a crazy path right now just because I'm trying to, I guess that sparked an interest in me. Like, you have to open someone's eyes to blind them. And I just went down a bunch of roads that probably weren't it probably is disjointed. But in my mind, it's making a little bit of sense right now. Did it make any sense to you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I follow it up with, like, the Plato thing, right? I say what most people think is real is flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that are not real.
Right. So, like, that Plato's cave is they have their eyes open and they're looking at the shadows and they're deceived. We have our eyes open and we're looking at this physical reality of Maya and we're deceived. Maybe we need to go back to closing our eyes and figuring out what abilities and figuring out how to get around. Like, we think we need our eyes. Our eyes are so important. The eyes are the window to the soul. The eyes really are a complex, beautiful thing, but, like, I'm just asking questions. Is it possible it could be a devious thing? It's better to have our eyes closed and sort of figure out how to get around and navigate through life with our eyes closed. I don't know. I'm just sort of speaking out loud to have my own mental exercises right now. There's something about that proverb you said that's sort of triggering a bunch of thought experiments in my mind right now.
Well, it's just like, you got to look at things with new eyes, because it's like, you know, the eye has no conscience. Yeah.
Got to look at things with no eyes. New and no
yeah.
might have a connection. Sounds like is like. But I interrupted your flow. Please continue.
No, just saying, like, you know, the eye has no conscience. You know, it's like, you have to, you know, you could take an image, you know, like they say, an image is worth 1,000 words, you know, so perception is like duality. Like, you could describe whatever you want on the image, right? So, like, just by seeing something, you don't know what it is.
Yeah, like, otherwise you'd have to describe it. Like, if we all just decided, hey, we're not going to use our eyes for a little bit and just see what happens, and you'd be like, yeah, I have a painting over here. So me and you both are blindfolded, right? We're not using our eyes. Like, I'm over at your house and we're both blindfolded. And I'm like, dude, I got this awesome painting or this awesome artwork. And you're like, I want to see it. And then I have to describe it to you. And I start telling you, this is what it's like. And then you start painting a picture in your mind of what it is. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that could be a painting, right? Like, through description and painting it with your own eyes. You don't need, because you could see things. It's like too much information. That's why, like, these old symbolic, alchemical, or any type of like these, what do they call them? Plates, like these, like, picture. It'll be a picture with a bunch of different, you know, whatever. It's a scene. There's things going on. There's things in the pictures, characters, a person, and there's objects and things in the background and nature or whatever the fuck it is. But it's, you know, the alchemical, right? You could look at these alchemical things and, like, the amount of information, you know, or even hidden stuff, or like,
like, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but a moment is worth 1,000 pictures. You know, you could say.
Yeah, if you share a blindfolded moment with someone, now all your other senses have to be active: touch, smell, hearing, intuition, gauging whether you're in danger or not by their voice, other sounds. Is someone going to be hot? You know what I mean? Like, I'm going back to being blinded, but, like, we were saying, fuck, missing my train of thought. I had just brought up, what did I just bring up? What that you commented on just now? What did we just talk about?
Like
the little thing. It was just a little comment I just made like a second ago.
Like you're talking about like pictures and like how there's so many different things.
Oh yeah. The symbolic plates. Like, yeah. Like, yeah. And you were saying a moment is worth 1,000 pictures. Yeah. Cause it's like, yeah. So me and you are blind, but we're together. And that moment of being together without using our eyes could be worth 1,000. I don't know. I'm just, yeah, there's something to all this. I mean, this stuff could be breaking down. It could be articulated better later, but I sort of like these trains of thoughts. It's sort of, it's not everyday language or everyday thoughts or ideas. So it's interesting when you, because like yesterday, I just talked to myself, right? But now you're on the stream and I'm having a back and forth and it's triggering different ideas. So that's why like the other, like I only know me through the other. Like a bird, a flower only knows, a flower and a bee, they don't exist without the other. Like a flower only knows itself because of the bee, and the bee only exists because of the flower. But I don't know what's going on. I don't know who I am unless there's a reflection of the other reflecting or having some sort of, what do they call it when, like interaction, right? Like I only know what I am based on the feedback of others, kind of. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
because if there was no others, what would I be? I only exist because of others, right? Like if there were no others, what would I be? Making any sense?
Oh yeah. To live alone, one must be an animal or a god. As was said,
Is this the real truther cop back here? Or is this some sort of porn bomber? Show your face. Why does he look so normal, dude? What does this guy do for work? I want him to look abnormal and strange. And like in distress. But he looks comfortable.
This comment here reminded me of something I wanted to say earlier because you guys were going about the water, above the water. And if you look at the sun, recently I've been wearing sunglasses like the last year. I didn't used to. But if you look at the sun through sunglasses, the clouds, so like these chemtrail clouds, like the obvious ones, they're iridescent. Like the sun reflects light. Like it looks like oil on water. And we're in a type of water because water is just dense air. It's not really water, really. It's like just it's the same thing as air. And like shit floats in the air too, like it floats in water. It's weird.
Yeah, like when we breathe, we're doing what the fish are sort of doing, but only in like it's a less density sort of, or yeah, separated the waters from the waters. Like, so that could have just been like actual water that the fish is in from the water that we sort of breathe, right? Like,
yeah, it's a possibility.
And like whales, dude, we want to go down a whole different path. Like speaking of water and shit, like whales, I have a strange suspicion that if not most animals, but let's just focus on whales, say, like through alchemy, you could make like a homunculi, you can make different life forms. Like if you look at like CRISPR technology that they have today, like you could like, if you want your child to have blue eyes, if you want them to be big and tall and thin, you can manipulate all this shit. You probably manipulate different animals, like a big cat and a small cat. Was that some sort of CRISPR alchemical manipulation? One way or another, either making a big cat small or made the small cat big, like lions and tigers and house cats and shit like that. But I have a sneaky suspicion that whales are humans that were somehow manipulated through alchemical or CRISPR technology type, because like through alchemy, you could like create a life form. Like supposedly you can create this homunculi, like through the process of however it works, like from nothing, you could create something that's alive, but it's not quite human. And I've even heard that connected to the Jays somehow. They were some sort of homunculi creation, but once again, we're going down the mainstream fuck the J type
But isn't that
situation.
isn't that what the technology is? Like the phone, it's like kind of like AI, artificial intelligence is kind of like they're trying to make it conscious.
Yeah, right. They're making something that doesn't have the soul and the spirit, right?
Right.
Like AI could only go so far in like an essentiality, sentientness, as far as being sentient. Yeah, I had another path I thought I was going to go down. What about?
Oops, sorry. Yeah, but you're going on, but homunculi and the whales.
Oh yeah. So a whale could be a thing. I suspect was like either a homunculi or I suspect it was a manipulation of a human. Like you could do something through CRISPR technology, and I suspect that maybe all animals and bugs and shit come from this, but I don't know. This is just sneaky speculation, suspicions I have. That you could create any type of beast, really, but maybe the first, maybe like an Adam and Eve type. Humans are the first, but then you could create all this other shit through the manipulation. You could create monsters. Yeah, so like a whale, really, the way that a killer whale does not fuck with a human. Like if you're in the ocean with a killer whale, it will protect you. A dolphin will protect you. They will not. I mean, there's been instances maybe here and there, but for the most part, the vast majority, they will not fuck with you, dude. But they will fuck with they are the apex predator, dude. A shark has no chance. If a shark sees a killer whale, dude, it will get paralyzed. I don't know if they get paralyzed with fear, but if they did, like it's just like a child and a man, dude. Like a shark, a great white, the greatest, ferocious, scariest, the movie Jaws that put fear in our eyes of sharks. The killer whale looks at it like nothing, dude. They have no chance to do anything to a killer whale, dude. Like, I mean, they have a chance, but the way the killer whales operate, like they come with such speed and ferociousness, and they go right for the liver, dude. They only take the liver out of the shark. The liver, they only take the liver. They know where it is. They know where to bite it, and they'll blast it, and they'll break all its ribs at first. They destroy the shark, or they might just, or sometimes I think they just go right for liver with a single bite and take it off and just leave the shark to die or whatever. Like, I just find that fascinating, though, that they do not mess with humans and how smart they are. That TML agrees that there's could be something to that.
There's like with a pig, if you put it out in the wild, they grow horns and hair with that generation. Like they turn into a hog. Like
they say Moses used to have horns, right?
Yeah,
did you know that?
All the species got worse, not better. Like nothing's like evolving and getting better. Well, that shit ain't
as far as animals,
right?
Yeah, I don't believe in like evolution or whatever, like that whole millions of years and all that nonsense. Even when it comes to geology and shit and volcanoes and tectonic plates, I'm not buying all that. But
me either.
But I hear what you're saying. Like, you think there would be like these creatures that are supposed, but we don't know how long things have been around. Like,
well,
they didn't evolve over millions of years, but we don't know they've been around for millions of years.
We've like bred certain type. We've bred wolves. Like all dogs came from wolves. They say like, look what we've done with that.
Yeah, like a Chihuahua and a ferocious biggest wolf you ever seen.
It came from like the same thing allegedly.
Yeah,
because of manipulation and what people did.
Like even a spider, right? A spider could come from, if we're going down this road, like started off as some human being that they manipulate, eventually get to a spider, maybe. I don't know. You tell me.
Huh.
Like even the bugs, you know what I mean? Do you think it goes to bugs too, TML?
I mean, I think we created like 90% of the plants and the animals for sure. Like, I think humans created them for sure. By like mixing our genes with like shit that existed on this planet.
So you're bringing up plants now. I didn't really consider plants, but Venus flytrap.
Yeah, we got like 90% genes with plants. Yeah.
Because I have this theory that in the beginning was the brick. Because if my stupid theory that all mountains are melted brick buildings, In the beginning was the brick. So it could have been already brick and buildings. So you just have, like, say you just had 2 humans. Like, there's something to the Adam and Eve. You have 2 humans and a bunch of already, like, brick building. Everything's like, or maybe they started off in a garden, but that's just a metaphor story. So what if it was more like humans and they're on some sort of place, so it's just humans and brick buildings, and then they have to, over time, you know, there's more people, however that works, and then more manipulation of things. So eventually you use alchemy to make plants. You make plants somehow, huh?
Yeah, plants, like, too. Well, right. Well, like, we've made tomatoes, potatoes, all those plants we've manipulated to, like, they're not natural. Corn out of grass.
Right. Was there, like, maybe some initial natural thing, like a tree or some, like, initial natural plants that then those just get manipulated? Just like the human, like, the initial natural thing, but then that gets manipulated.
Yeah, like, I think, like, basically all the plants and animals were here, that humans were somewhere else. They came here like aliens, and then they started, like, genetically manipulating all the life forms over here.
Can you say that again?
All right, so, like, we started out as aliens. All the shit on Earth was already here, like all the animals and stuff. But we came here and then started genetically manipulating the things that were already here.
Because nature is so perfect, right? And we're the anomaly.
Right.
Like, if you ever want to get calm and, like, you want to get back to figuring out something, you're confused, like, just go look at nature, because it's always going to have perfect balance. It's always going to be perfection. And if it's not perfection, it'll balance itself out, and it takes care of other things. The way trees withhold water, so the other tree that's not getting enough water, they communicate, the communication, perfection.
Perfect. Yeah.
Divine, divinity. Like, even as a lion is viciously eating the antelope, it's beautiful in perfection, right? It's we don't have to say it's cruel or put labels on it. It just is what it is. You know, because in certain times I heard, because that could just be an Iron Age thing when they eat each other. I heard in the Golden Age, the lions we don't even need food and shit, and the lions don't kill other things, and the lions and the people, they just hang around together and shit. You know, but I always jump from Iron Age to Golden. I only talk about those 2, but then you've got the 2 in the middle. You got the silver and the bronze that seem to they're like the redheaded stepchildren. They don't get enough attention. It's everything in between too, you know, like. So yeah, maybe now the animals eat each other, but in different ages, maybe they don't. Maybe they just exist. You know what I mean?
Well, they might eat each other because of our imbalance too. But, like, this whole thing about going to Mars earlier too, like, if Mars is anything, like, if it's a planet, like, to me, like, going to it's like the opposite. Like, I think we might have come from it, and it's like a dead planet that we left. Like, going back.
I don't even know if travel. I don't know if those things are like that, though, dude.
Right. I know.
I mean, there might be something to what you're saying, but in a different way. I just don't think you could, like. I think there's more of a firmament here. I don't think you go into space like that and go to rocks and balls. I don't think they move around and there's millions of miles away. I don't think the solar system, the mainstream views on it, is how it works.
But everybody wants to go to Mars and make it like the new. But I think that's where we came from, consciously. Maybe. And, like,
right, it could be extra territory. I mean, you could be right, but in a different way. Like, they say extraterrestrial, but it could just be more territory in this realm somewhere past Antarctica or something, or hollow Earth, or inside the Earth, or fucking whatever. But God, I wanted to bring something up. We were just talking about the plants and animals.
Mm-hmm.
You were bringing up Mars. Damn, I thought I had something I wanted to mention.
We're talking about the different ways of manipulating plants and animals, and the people came, and there's only simple forms, and we made them different ways. And
yeah, because with this CRISPR, they could make like a superhuman, right? With like a super brain or Neuralink technology, they think they could do something cool with all that, you know.
But see, everything that they make, though, everything that they make like that is, we consider it to be synthetic. We can identify it as fake. Like, why is that? Like, it's synthetic. They want to put a patent on it. They're trying to recreate what is natural, and they want to recreate it with CRISPR. The whole reason behind this is because you can't put a patent on a soybean unless you inserted a specific gene into it. Then you can put a patent on it. You can own it as a corporation. So the idea is, you know, they want to own all the seeds, and they make the seeds so that they don't even reproduce seeds. You have to buy them every year from them now, like Terminator seeds, they call them.
They want to own the human beings like that too, right? Genetically modified human beings, which is what the vaccinated are, right?
Well, right. That to me, like following that whole GMO theory, they want to put the GMO, the mRNA, they want to manipulate it because then they can put a patent on the human.
Right. So you go beyond slave. You go, I mean, slave is one thing, but if you're a patent property of, it's basically slavery, but it's just a next level, it seems like.
I mean, it's the same, it's really just another wordplay game that people could break out of it, I guess, but it is a deeper spell that I don't want to be a part of if I could help. I don't even know what that means, really. But that's why, yeah, that's what I saw. Because I like the GMOs they put the patents on them. They insert their little. The whole point is to put a patent on the nature's product, right? So then they did the same thing with the back. Yeah.
Yeah, like they got all this data collection, right? Like data is more powerful. Like it's insurance companies and data collection are the most powerful things right now.
But
people will pay for data collection, and insurance companies are super powerful. Like you have to get insurance. Like those are power players. Like if you collect data, you're a power player. People will pay you for that data. If you're an insurance company, you're a power player because it is by law. What a great thing if you have a business and by law people have to buy your shit. You know what I mean?
But this corporation is trying to do what the living spirit can do. They can't tap into that Holy Spirit, so they're mimicking it. Because I've learned, like, trying to scrape the internet for data, like, for my own purposes, if you're just scraping for data, it's dead information. It's better to just cultivate conversations with people and find the right connections like that and just build the conversation, because then the information will travel out and back and forth naturally. Like, you don't even have to look for it. Like, corporations can't do that.
Right. So like data collection is a simulated matrix of the Akashic records. The Akashic records already exist in a beautiful, natural, unfuckwithable form. Everything is documented and secured and remembered in the Akashic records. And this data collection is a feeble attempt to usurp God's natural creations and to usurp the Akashic records. It's like they have all this data like, you put your phone number in every time. I know what you bought all these years, Brian. I know what you do. I know when your eyes get dilated, Brian, when you look at your phone and when you talk. I know I have so much information on you, but you don't have all the information. You don't have the Akashic information. And I might, through my meditation and through the way I move, I might be able to tap into the Akashic records. So I might have access to data collection that's better than yours. And you pay premium top dollar to data collectors. They're very powerful. But maybe I could become powerful because I could tap into the true, which is better than your data collection. You need technology, and you have to store records, and you need big, giant buildings, and you need energy and massive amounts of energy and water. So you're constantly going to do your AI and to do this, like wherever technology is going, it requires an enormous amount of energy to continue to store this information, to create the AI and work with the AI and these different things. But possibly through meditation and through my way of moving through this realm, could tap into things that's very simple. We're going back to simple. I go direct to the source. You guys got to go through all electricity. You got to use all this fucking energy to try to do what you're doing, to try to usurp God. But all I do is sort of not kneel only before God, what I quote unquote kneel, but God don't even want me to kneel before him. But I just very simply go right to the source. You guys are taking a crazy, crazy path and trying to be better than
Elon Musk at the World Economic Forum. This is what I see. People think it's great because he's like, we're going to have abundance by creating technology to take care of all of our needs. We already live in abundance. If you can't see it, you're not going to see it because you made technology and spent more resources to make the technology to create this promise of abundance that already is. It's antithetical to what is.
Yeah, that's a great statement. Huge says you are a slave to your stomach. And let's go down a little thought thing on this, because if you look at your esophagus, it's kind of like a snake. Like if you look at your esophagus alone from your mouth to your stomach, it's like a snake. And food, you could say, I need food to live, but has anyone just not done it? Maybe food or water, and just seen how long they could go? Because it's like, I need it, I'll die. But here's the thing, maybe you don't. Maybe yeah, maybe the consumption like that way of food is somehow hurts you and keeps you in some sort of trap, like a snake. The snake needs to keep eating, but the human could figure something else out, like a breatharian or through sun gazing, you could get some sort of nutrients and get everything you need just from breath and good actions. I don't know how it works, but I'm just throwing out ideas. But like he's saying, we're a slave to the stomach, and the esophagus is like a snake, and the snake in the Garden of Eden biting out the apple. That bite could just be any consumption of any food was the problem. You never needed to consume food like that. Now you became a slave to consumption, thinking you need food like that. Like they switched it up. They tricked you. You didn't need to do that. You could have just gone on existing how you do, however it works. You stay alive somehow. People are like, no, without food, I'll die. I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, because it's like most of the things we use for our survival, they're not just for food, right? So society, like the whole society is not about like getting food. It's more about like how to like mentally entrap people. So it's like we used to be slaves to our stomach when we were based on pure survival, but now we're slaves to our mind because we're slaves to man's creations, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you were slaves, so you're like, okay, I got to eat, I got to hunt, I got to look for food. We need this food. Food's so important. Let's can food. Let's store food. It's all about food, grow food. Food. Food is the God. And then technology.
Right. And what do you do to the God? You give him food, right? But now you give the God money, right, instead of food.
Right, money so we could buy food. Yeah, but then now technology is like the new food. It's the new or the mind. Going after your mind through technology. Now everyone's chasing that video, chasing that dopamine hit, chasing that online interaction. Like they used to chase food. They're hunting down a dopamine hit. They're hunting down a giggle. I don't know.
Right.
Forms of
Even,
addiction.
like, chasing females online. Like where it's like I said that earlier.
Chase.
Like, yeah.
What'd you say earlier?
Like that the technology is like used to like decide who gets to mate with each other pretty much.
Right. Yeah, because Tinder's like a massive time waster. They'll have you like either talking to a bot or I don't even know, maybe the actual girl, but like then there's never real meetups. That's what it says. It's chronic on those things. Like you just talk. You'll talk to all these people, you're wasting spending all this time and energy talking. But then there's never the actual meetup. It's like all the masturbation with none of the ejaculation. Right. Yeah, wasting time. Just waste time instead of going right, just figuring it out in life, like going out into the world and meeting a real human being instead of you're chatting, texting with may or may not be, we could just be a bot. So you've just spent all this time of your life like interacting with a bot and it has no intention of meeting up with you or the bot or the girl, whatever, like. Yeah. And then, the way they select who gets to go on the date, who gets the response back. Yeah. And it seems like they'll let all the like people that submit, comply, and obey and all the pretty boys on there that really don't get too deep, like let them all connect and have sex and they're so attractive people. They have babies, but they're never going to really civilly disobey or question too much of the authority, right? They're gonna submit, comply, and obey. They're gonna conform. They're gonna concede. Yeah. Because like I used to look at people like rich people. Like even when I was in high school, I'd hang around with rich people and stuff. Like people that had money, I'd hang around with them. They'd buy drugs and alcohol, and I used to think, I'd eat food at their house, because I grew up on the other side of the tracks. There wasn't much food, but I like kind of like, I don't want to say looked up or whatever. Or I thought that something was better about them. Oh, they got a lot of money. But if you look at it now, that ain't, it ain't the case. Like a question, why would I do that? Why would I think I needed to be around them? Like I needed to get something from them. Like even today, like someone with a nice car, a nice house, like you don't really, there's nothing to envy there really if they're not about something. Like people could have nice things or whatever and still be about something, but most of them really ain't, right? Like even celebrity or even just people in rich neighborhoods, or how do I say this? You know, just because you have, like, we know that just because you have things or money doesn't, you ain't got it. But society will kind of tell you, like, yeah, that's what you want. You want to look at that guy. He's got a nice car, a nice house. Isn't that great? Well, no, I mean, you just be a big giant burden. Like they're not. It's just interesting how your mind like goes from being a young person, like wanting to be around people that quote unquote have this shit just so I could get some of it, and then like as an adult, it's like, nah, they're not, nothing special about these people. Like all these people that are having these dinners and out at bars and working their corporate jobs, like there's nothing special about these people. Yay or nay?
Yeah, I'd say yay.
Kanye? Oh boy. We've been live for 2.5 hours. Don't get too enlightened for your purpose. We are an animal first. Point is experience the low vibe. Yeah, like they got all this heady talk, but this my content should have, should have some humor to it, should have some levity. So I can't always be just intense, intellectual, figuring shit out. Let's get fucking, I mean, I could change gears. I mean, you guys have seen it. I can get fucking being a complete, just fucking, what's the word? Stooge. One of the three stooges, a complete freak. Looking for a laugh, looking to entertain. Is that what this stream is? It needs to be entertaining. Have to constantly entertain these fuckers. Give them value. They donated yesterday. I got some donations. You got to bring value, dude. If people are going to donate, you got to bring value, dude. And that's what you come on streams with expectations. Yesterday, no expectations. Get donations. Today, I'm like, I expected no donations. But it's all good, dude. You guys do not have to donate, dude. They, you know, if I bring value and you want to, that's great, bro. If I can figure it out one way or another, but the donations will come if you're bringing something, right, TML? If you're bringing it, the value will arrive, right? Isn't there some expression like that? If you seek, if you build it, they will come or some shit.
Yeah, I kind of tell people not to donate or whatever, but that's just me right now, you know. But I may in the future ask for donations or something like that. But
or you could just have the banner scrolling. You don't even have to ask. It's there if they want to. It's like implied, like, hey. I mean, because if you're putting a lot of hours in, dude.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I have. I have the banner, so I just put a banner up there.
Yeah, I think that's what I do. I don't really ask, I don't think, or maybe that was just like an implied, like a
right
implied ask right there. But like, nah, like, don't donate if you don't think you're getting value. Yeah, it should be like the thing. Like, don't do it out of pity or fucking because you think I'm struggling. And you know, and that's one thing. Like to ask, like that's that thing in that Frisian culture, that Orlinda book. Like they say a high-minded Frisian. They say he has too much pride, but pride in like a good way, would never ask like for help because they're such badass people that they should. Their thing is like, no, I could provide for myself. Like I could work. Like that's the whole thing. I don't need help from people. Like I'm a competent person. Like I could just go out and get what I need, my necessities. They say if a man can't get his necessities, there's a problem there. He's probably being lazy and cowardice. He's not working enough. Like they want to get rid of those people. They don't like lazy, coward people. Like you should be able to provide for yourself, get what you need. But they also had a thing in their society, like in the market, they would break down percentages, say, because it was kind of more of a communal. You could call it like, oh, it's socialism, whatever. But it was kind of a community group things. Like there was a communal sort of food storage thing, but the thing of it is like, so say the community would sell things in a market. And the percentages would get broke down. And one of the percentages, I think it was 50% of the profits would go to the poor and the infirmed. So that would be like sick people and poor people. But the poor people probably weren't poor because of being lazy, because they didn't like that. They didn't like lazy, cowardice people. But maybe they were poor. I don't know. Things happen, right? Mental health issues or circumstances. People become poor or sick, but their societies seem to be really willing to help those people, the sick and the poor. You know, even the women, they call them mothers. They were like the sort of a governmental figure, the highest. You know, Geralda was the god, but on earth, the next highest figure would be this mother figure, this female that they would train. And she would have a lamp, and the mother could light the lamp. They had these lamps, these eternal lamps. It was very important to them. The mother would have this lamp in a citadel. These certain texts, these laws, these written in the citadel. And damn, I lost my train of thought. But it was just important. Fuck, I was connecting to something there. Yeah, like the people asking for help, you don't ask for help. Say a hive-minded Frisian, they would have the mother would ask for help. So if they knew you needed help, they would ask for help for you. If they knew it was going bad, like you're a competent person, but just, I don't know what you want to call it, luck or circumstances, like things are just going bad and you need help, but you just, like a high-minded Frisian might not, you might say, oh, he's prideful, but that's just how they move. It's like, nah, like I don't need, you know how some people feel entitled, like a homeless person, they feel entitled to food and shelter and all this shit. There's a Frisian would be like, no, I could earn that. I could get that. That's what a man does. A man could get those things. That's what he does. He doesn't need help like that. And if he does need help, they say you should help your neighbor before they ask you. You should observe your neighbor needs help and help them. Don't let them ask you for help. You know? And I think there's something to that when a high-minded Frisian doesn't ask for help. I don't know. I had a different point. I think I was going to try to reach there, but I think I lost my train of thought. How you guys doing, though? You got to get some sleep at some point, TML? You sleeping right now?
No. But yeah, I mean, eventually, yeah, for sure.
But
yeah, it's interesting. You know, like tradition. I've never heard of that until you mentioned it. So yeah, definitely want to look into that soon.
Yeah, dude. Oh, I'm all about the Orlinda book, dude. Like, in these Germanic people, I'm telling you, dude, we don't have to be like, oh, Hitler was the good guy. Like that's the new popular thing they're trying to throw around too. Like Hitler's the good guy.
Yeah, I got in an argument with my homie about that for sure, and it was live too. So yeah.
Yeah, but there is something about the German people being good and great people, dude. Like you say, oh, they're the best, like white supremacists. Like I think it's a natural thing that can be manipulated, and you could say, oh, see, look, they're being supremacists, they're being, you know, Nazi. But I think it's an actual thing. And you can say, oh, it's because of the white skin. I don't know if it has to do with skin. It could just be a type of personality, a type of blood type, a type of thing in the natural world where it's a type of person. But everything's so diluted right now, so it doesn't even matter. Like we're talking about purities. We're talking in golden ages when things are pure. Like the blood has been so diluted and corrupted that we see remnants. But I know there's back when the German, Dutch, the Netherlands, that was the best of the best. They are the best people, in my opinion. Like, but it's a good thing. They're leaders. When they were very honorable and justice people. They would care for the others that were supposedly lesser than them. There's other people called like Findas and Lida type people. The Orlinda people are like Fryan, like Frisian, Fryan type people. But then there's these other type of personalities. They say the Finda folk would be, you consider like our politicians. They want to make all these laws, but they don't want to obey none of them. You know, they got these Lida people. It was a type of personality where they can be very violent very easily. They could be just very passionate. It's very quick to just like they don't care about laws. They don't care about laws. They'll kill the rich to feed the poor, and then they'll cry at the grave of what they did. Like just crazy type behavior. Like they don't care about law. So, and I think there's something to these types of personalities. But everything's so mixed up right now that you've got the good mixed with the bad and the bad mixed. So I think we're on a path that whereas eventually we're going to get back to purification and the undilution and the uncorruption, but it's going to take, possibly time. I don't know. Or maybe there's a quickening. I don't know. I don't know how this shit works, but I suspect there's a gradual approach back to sort of a more benevolent operation. But yeah, man, in terms of that book and that history and the way they move, dude, they're the best, dude. They're the best. They're honorable. They're good people, dude. They're not, and slavery, freedom and anti-slavery is their fucking whole steez, dude. And it exists to this day in the Netherlands, still has the motto, rather dead than slave. And in New Hampshire, one of our states, that's live free or die, I think is the motto of New Hampshire. So maybe there's something about the state of New Hampshire we should look into. That's their state motto, live free or die, something like that. Like this anti-slave thing. And these Orlinda people, if you had slaves, they did not like that, dude. They did not like you. They would want you, they talk bad, they want very bad things to happen to you, bro. If you take someone's liberty, even if they owe you a debt, you take someone's liberty, fuck you, dude. We don't play that shit. You don't fuck with people's liberty, dude. You don't slave people up. You don't become a slave and you don't slave people up. So you see how there's so much, even if it's like, because like you'll look it up on Google and they'll be like, oh, it's a hoax. They call the book a hoax and this and that. But hoax or no hoax, dude, the information is awesome, dude. So yeah, man, if you ever want to break down that book with me or look into that book, TML, dude, I'd be more than welcome to fucking dive deep in there with you, dude. They're just all about honor and justice and freedom, dude. Which is exactly the path.
I got a couple homies, right? Like one of my homies is like expert on like Hyperborean, like wisdom and all this stuff. So he probably knows a lot of stuff because he's deep into like Germanic stuff. And so I got a couple people who, I bet they know a lot about this. So yeah, I'll get back to you on this for sure.
Oh yeah, dude. Appreciate your donation, Greg. I guess you get it when Landry was in the beginning stream. When Landry was here, he said $10 for Landry is lame as fuck. Yeah, but Greg, I appreciate that, dude. Greg pretty much hits me up every stream, and I think he does it like immediately. So he's trying to tell me like, hey, bro, I'm encouraging you to stay consistent with the streaming because he's saying with me, every time I see you go live, boom, you have an instant donation from me. And so that's kind of motivating. Sometimes I wonder, cool. like, do I bring any value? And then he says, I'm getting a lot of value out of this. So that's good, man. I would like to bring other types of value because I feel like we're being so serious and I would like to maybe be funny or other types of entertainment, but I guess it's just the mode I'm in right now. I like talking to TML and Truth to Cop about what we're talking about right now, like almost kind of regardless of numbers, and because I like to try to figure shit out and bounce ideas off other people and hear new ideas and just kind of what I enjoy,
Right, same.
Yeah. Maybe we'll. Like, you guys aren't obligated, obviously. You guys are obviously, you could take off whenever you want. I appreciate you guys being here, but I think I'm going to take a walk. Because I got some juice on the phone. I was thinking about ending the stream right now, but then now I'm deciding to like take a walk and just sort of walk and talk and see where it goes. And no expectation of how much longer to stream, but it's been quite a long time already. I don't know if anyone else is live right now. If anyone wants to let me know, just so I'm sort of aware what's going on out there, who's live, who's not.
See, yeah, I'll take a look at it real quick.
Appreciate it. But I'm going to disconnect from this electricity and take the show on the road. So let me suit up to do that. And I'm here, though. But if you guys want to sort of do some of the heavy lifting while I put my jacket on and stuff.
Yeah,
sort of just ramble on.
The Powdered Donkey is live. That's the only one. Chaotic Truth is live.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one.
You could even present it on the screen just to pull them up and see what they're yapping about, which is probably just nonsense and drama bullshit, right?
Yeah, I got you if you want. Yeah, I'll share it if you want.
Just so we could kind of probably make fun of it for a second, because we're going to be talking about absolutely nothing heady, nothing of value, just drama, nonsense grifting.
Who's this in the Movado commercial?
I think that Brian was saying, I think that Truth Zone, and that's how I heard about them.
Huh? What? Did you say Truth or Cop?
Truth Zone. He's like live 24/7. I think that was I found him through you going on there one time. Or
Really?
Paul. Yeah.
This is not ringing a bell. Truth Zone.
Yeah, I was
When
on
you're
there,
doing
but
Black
then,
Channel Hopping.
yeah, like I don't know, man. I went on there once and then he like privated the episode or whatever. But yeah, man, I don't know what happened. I thought we did a pretty good show, but then I don't know.
You've been live like 24/7 for weeks.
24/7. How's that work?
He got like always got the open panel just going, dude.
He has different hosts that rotate in and out.
I think it's just like somehow maybe somebody else has the keys. I don't know, but there's always a panel going.
That's crazy. Talk about data collection. I think Crow 777 talked about this, like how these live streams and data collection from these conversations, like in terms of understanding people and more data collection, like more data points. You know, so like I don't know. You know, he's been going live lately, but you could even say, "Oh man, should we even be live talking like this? We're giving him so much data, free data." You know.
Yeah, but it's like it's already all in the natural record anyhow. Like all it is a reflection of everything being recorded.
Yeah, this is all going to be used against us. All this J stuff and the moon. Like when they really crack down with that anti-Semitism, we're going to be in some sort of tribunal, Hague. What do they call it? Really, like court. Like, and they're going to be like, here, you said on this stream, the Jays do this, the Jays do that. Off with your head. You know what I mean? It's like we're going to be like convicted of being anti-Semitic. That's what they're pushing. They want everyone. They want everyone to make that comment, right? They love it. They love it. They want to whip it back at them later because they're saving all the comments and the data and everything people say online about the Jays. And when they do that crackdown, they pass that anti-Semite law, they're going to crack down, right? They're going to persecute all the people that were hateful to the Jays, that try to persecute and hurt the Jays, right? That's going to be the narrative. Oh, we have you saying on January 26th, such and such. You made this post. You like this comment. That's probably going to happen, right? As creepy as that sounds. I can see that happening in my lifetime based on Homeland Security's recent statement on the most recent shooting in Minneapolis. You aware of that statement, Truth or Cop? How that guy's a hero that killed that guy in Minneapolis, the most recent one?
No, I didn't see this one. I've heard it. I heard
heroes, dude. He was a domestic. They labeled him a domestic terrorist, dude. This is like no due process. Wow. They labeled him a domestic terrorist.
Shot him in the street.
And I like how they use Twitter. Department of Homeland Security, I think, is using Twitter for these official statements.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they just said he was an obvious domestic terrorist who was violently resisting, armed, was looking to cause mass loss of life and casualty. Injury and harm at the protest, and it was a great job. The officers were fearing for their lives, and they protected the safety of everyone by killing that guy. That's the official statement released based on the video evidence.
That's insane. Yeah, that's like beyond like. Yeah, I mean, it's basically you're militarizing the police fully. I mean, it's as if it's probably what was happening in Iraq.
The police used to be able to name and badge number. These guys, they're masked up.
Right.
Ski masks are popular now.
Right. Right. And they don't even know what the Constitution is. Half these people, literally, like Hispanic people just hired like with accents. Dude, that's just crazy. Check Americans for papers.
So Paul said, I've been up since 8 a.m. LOL. I don't like coming right on or into this world. I try to take morning and night for myself and other things. Yeah. Who's everyone with the clown face? Who's backstage? Show yourself. Who's this everyone person? I don't know, everyone. You gotta do something, dude. I'm afraid I'm gonna get porn bombed. All right, let me put up a banner. I'll put up a banner. Let's see. Now I hear you, Paul. The auspicious time, night, the transition from night, from day to night, night to day. Those are auspicious times. Maybe you want for yourself, but things to think about. Let me put this banner up. See what banner. What's a good banner? I think this one's pretty good. Or should I go with? That one will probably work, huh? Let's see. That's the piss one. Golden Rain, the Piz Man, right? Everyone's forgetting about my piss. Or was that Paul?
Don't insult me. If I'm going to put up porn, it's going to be good porn, all right?
I didn't know that was you, dude. Everyone.
Yeah. Get a grip.
So you're saying the mornings, they're auspicious times, right? You should keep those
as well. So it says at the top of the page, it says, "For it is a commandment of the Lord not to be silent at a time when the faith is in jeopardy. Speak, Scripture says, and hold not thy peace. For this reason, I, the wretched one, fearing the tribunal, also speak." Saint Theodore the Studite. Okay. So it says, in memory of Hieromonk Seraphim Rose on the 27th anniversary of his holy repose, August 20th, 1982, Old Style, the Royal Path, True Orthodoxy in the Age of Apostasy. Hieromonk Seraphim Eugene Rose in the world was born in 1934 of Protestant parents in California. He studied at Pomona College in Los Angeles and received an MA from the University of California at Berkeley. Philosophical by nature and thirsting for the truth, after a long and wandering search, he discovered it in Holy Orthodoxy, which he eagerly embraced in 1961, literally dedicating himself to it. His profound study of works of the great Russian writer Fyodor Dostoevsky contributed to this, as did the friendship and bond that he formed with Gleb Ponomoshinsky, then a student at the Holy Trinity Orthodox Theological Seminary in Jordanville, New York, and subsequently his fellow ascetic Father Herman. In 1963, they founded the St. Herman of Alaska Brotherhood for the purpose of missionary work. In 1965, with the blessing of their spiritual father, the Most Holy Archbishop John Maximovich of San Francisco, 1966, they began publication of the well-known periodical, The Orthodox Word. Publishing this periodical was a veritable feat when we bear in mind that up until 1981, it was typeset manually and printed on a hand-operated press. In 1969, they founded the monastery of St. Herman of Alaska and Platina in the wilderness region in Northern California. And in 1970, they received the monastic schema. Father Seraphim was given a blessing to live in a small hut where he followed a very strict ascetical regimen, praying, studying, and writing until 1977, when he was ordained a priest by the virtuous Bishop Nectary of Seattle of the Russian Orthodox Church abroad. 1983, a disciple of the renowned last elder of Aptina, Saint Nectary, 1928. Thereafter, he worked more in a missionary capacity until his holy repose on August 20th, 1982, Old Style, at the age of only 48. Father Seraphim harmoniously combined in his person asceticism, astonishing in our days, with freedom from anger, meekness, humility, silence, unceasing prayer, profound love, and spiritual discretion. Recently, a monastic from Serbia has written, the Athonite Hesychus, an instructor of the prayer of the heart, Bishop Anophelicius, I don't know how to say that right, once said that Father Seraphim was granted the greatest gift that a man can be granted on earth, the gift of spiritual discernment. He is particularly distinguished from his gift of eloquence and wisdom, as attested both by those who knew him and by his numerous writings, a large part of which remains still unpublished. In these writings, we find not only his profound education and his wealth of knowledge, but also the ever-living and flourishing spirit and grace of our God-bearing fathers, the mind of Christ, and a strong... Oh, wait. You guys aren't following along, are you guys? Because I don't have it on the... Hold on. Let's see if that worked. Oh, here we are. Okay, so it says he was particularly distinguished for his gift of eloquence and wisdom, as attested both by those who knew him and by his numerous writings, a large part which remains still unpublished. In these writings, quote, we find not only his profound education and his wealth of knowledge, but also the ever-living and flourishing spirit of grace of our God-bearing fathers, the mind of Christ, and a strong nisus towards a life that is lofty and fully consecrated to our life-giving Savior, the apocalyptic and prophetic dimension of our holy faith. His knowledge of many languages, and especially his deep knowledge of Russian, impelled him to produce a multitude of very noteworthy translations in order to make the treasures of the Fathers known in the New World. Quote, in his short life, Father Seraphim offered himself for the glory of God and the salvation of his fellow men. His preaching ministry helped many people to find the way to orthodoxy and their salvation, while his literary activity included hundreds of articles and dozens of books that bear witness to his anxiety to preserve and transmit genuine traditional orthodoxy. It was precisely this anxiety, coupled with his healthy and pure zeal, that prompted him to write the following article, among others, his love for the true faith, which he expresses in this article. And at the same, let's see, time, his anguish and distress over the indiscernible trend among traditionalist Orthodox in America, Greece, and elsewhere, towards an inordinate zeal marked by extremist tendencies with very grievous consequences at a ecclesiological and at a practical level, is set forth with clarity, candor, and profundity. The timeliness of this article remains undiminished, even though almost 30 years have elapsed since it was written in 1976. If the sacred struggle for the faith is to succeed, it must be conducted, quote, properly and, quote, lawfully. The most important thing is to protect and preserve the faith from the insidious pollution of heresy, and to witness to it in a patristic, traditional, and orthodox spirit. The message of orthodox resistance on the part of those who abide by the traditions of the fathers must not be sullied by the obnoxious activities, and unsound ideas. Excuse me. Oh, okay. All right. So where are we at? So, and unsound ideas, the path of moderation, the royal path, which the late Father Seraphim chose and which he consistently followed in matters of faith, did not please everyone. Many who belonged to, quote, official Orthodox churches and enmeshed in the ecumenical movement considered him a dangerous fanatic. Although they admired his spiritual greatness and praised his otherwise indisputable contribution to orthodoxy, others, distinguished by their zeal, zeal not according to knowledge, denounced him as a betrayer of orthodoxy. Such has always been the lot of those who follow the royal path of moderation and discretion. Let the present article be considered a very small tribute to the memory of late Father Seraphim, this year being the 25th anniversary of his holy repose. Let his holy and discerning zeal be a shining example for us, and let his holy prayers guide us on the quote royal path. Okay, so what is happening with this? Okay. All right. Starts off here, true orthodoxy in the age of apostasy. Quote, as the fathers say, the extremes from both sides are equally harmful. We must go on the royal path, avoiding both extremes on both sides. The extremes on both sides. 1. The devil strives to convert the body of Christ into a, quote, ecumenical organization. Orthodox Christians live today in one of the great critical times in the history of Christ's church. The enemy of man's salvation, the devil, attacks on all fronts and strives by all means not merely to divert believers from the path of salvation known by the church, but even to conquer the church of Christ itself. Despite the Savior's promise, somebody's like doing some construction work or something right now, so this is probably the worst time to do a reading, but it is what it is. So of course we know this, that the Savior's promise and to convert the very body of Christ into a quote ecumenical organization, preparing for the coming of his own chosen one, Antichrist, the great world ruler of the last days. Of course, we know that this attempt of Satan will fail. The church will be the bride of Christ even to the end of the world, and will meet Christ, the bridegroom, at his second coming, pure and undefiled by adulterous union with the apostasy of this age. But the great question of our times for all Orthodox Christians to face is the is a momentous one. I don't know how to say that. The church will remain, but how many of us will still be in it, having withstood the devil's mighty attempts to draw us away from it? Our times are even worse and more dangerous than those of St. Mark of Ephesus. Our times are much like those of St. Mark of Ephesus in the 15th century, when it seemed that the church was about to be dissolved into impious union with the Latins. Nay, our times are even worse and more dangerous than those times, for then the union was an act imposed by the force from without, while now the Orthodox people have been long prepared for the approaching, quote, ecumenical merger of all churches and religions by decades of laxness, indifference, worldliness and indulgence, and the ruinous falsehood that, quote, nothing really separates us from all others who call themselves Christians. The Orthodox Church survived the false union of Florence and even knew a time of outward prosperity and inward flourishing after that. But after the new false union now being pursued with ever-increasing momentum, will orthodoxy exist save it all in the catacombs and the deserts? During the past 10 years and more, under the disastrous quote, ecumenical course pursued by Patriarch Athenagoras and his successor, the Orthodox churches have already come perilously close to total shipwreck. The newest, quote, ecumenical statement of the Patriarchate of Constantinople, the, quote, Thyatira Confession, is already sufficient evidence of how far the Orthodox conscience has been lost by the local churches that once was among the Orthodox churches in the Confession of Christ's truth. This dismal document only shows how close the hierarchs of Constantinople have now come to being absorbed into the heterodox Christianity of the West, quote, Christianity of the West, and even before the formal union, which is still being prepared. 3. The roots of ecumenism. The roots of today's ecumenism in the Orthodox churches goes back to the renovationism and modernism of certain hierarchs in the 1920s. In the Russian church, these currents produced first the, quote, living church movement, which with the help of the communist regime tried to overthrow Patriarch Tikhon and, quote, reform the church in a radically Protestant manner. And then, as a more, quote, conservative successor to the, quote, living church, the Surginist church organization, the Moscow Patriarchate, which emphasized that the public political side of reconciliation with the communist ideology and aims in accordance with the infamous, quote, Declaration of Metropolitan Sergius in 1927, and only in recent, decades has ventured once again into the realm of ecclesiastical renovationism with its active participation in the ecumenical movement. In the Greek church, the situation has been similar. The renovationist, quote, Pan-Orthodox Council of 1923, with its Protestant reforms inspired by Patriarch Molotios Maltekis of Sari's memory, provided it to be too radical for the Orthodox world to accept, and the renovationists had to be satisfied with imposing a calendar reform in several of the non-Slavic churches. 4. Large movements of protest against the reforms. Large movements of protest opposed the reformers in both the Russian and Greek churches, produced the deep divisions which exist until now in the Orthodox world. In the Russian church, Sergianism was decisively rejected by the very many of the bishops and faithful led by Metropolitan Joseph of Petrograd. This, quote, Josephite movement later became organized to some extent and became known as the, quote, True Orthodox Church. The history of this illegal, quote, catacomb church of Russia is to this day veiled in secrecy, but in the past few years, a number of startling evidences of its present-day activities have come to light, leading to stern repressive measures on the part of the Soviet government. The name of the present chief hierarch, Metropolitan Theodosius, has become known, as has that of one of its 10 or more bishops, Bishop Seraphim. Okay. In the diaspora, the Russian church outside of Russia committed itself from the very beginning of Sergianism in 1927 to affirm an anti-Sergianist position, and on numerous occasions it has expressed its solidarity with the true Orthodox Church in Russia, while refusing all communion with the Moscow Patriarchate. Its uncompromisingness and staunch traditionalism in this and other matters were not the taste of several of the Russian hierarchs of the Western Europe and America. who were more receptive to, quote, reform currents in the 20th century orthodoxy, and they separated themselves at various times from the Russian church outside of Russia, thus creating the present, quote, jurisdictional differences of the Russian diaspora. In Greece, the movement of protest by similar Orthodox instinct likewise took the name of, quote, the true Orthodox Christians. From the beginning in 1924, when the calendar reform was introduced, this movement had been especially strong among the simple monks, priests, and laymen of Greece. The first bishop to lead the state church of Greece and join the movement was Metropolitan Chrysostomos of Florina, and today it continues its fully independent life and organization, comprising about 1/4 of all the Orthodox Christians of Greece, and perhaps 1/2 or more of all the monks and nuns. Although popularly known as the, quote, old calendarists, the true Orthodox Christians of Greece stand for a staunch traditionalism in Orthodox life and thought in general. Viewing the calendar question merely as the first stage and a touchstone of modernism and reformism. 5. Increasing sympathy for the anti-ecumenist. One second. All right. Right. Increasing in sympathy for the anti-ecumenist. As the ecumenical cancer eats more and more away at the remaining sound organs of the Orthodox churches today, an increasing sympathy is being shown by the most sensitive members of the, quote, official Orthodox jurisdictions for the cause and the representatives of the anti-ecumenist, anti-reform churches of Russia, Greece, and the diaspora. Okay, so let's go down here. Some seeing the, quote, official jurisdictions as now irrevocably set on a course of anti-orthodoxy are abandoning them as sinking ships and joining the ranks of the true Orthodox Christians. Others, still hoping for the restoration of an Orthodox course of world orthodoxy, think it is enough for now to express sympathy for the true Orthodox Christians or to protest boldly against the reformist mentality in the official jurisdictions. The 10 years of the anti-ecumenist epistles of Metropolitan Philaret, chief hierarch of the Russian Church outside of Russia, have struck a responsive chord within a number of the Orthodox churches, even if the, quote, official response to them has been largely silence or hostility. Today, more than at any time in the last 50 years, struggle to preserve the Orthodox traditions in an age of apostasy. The voice of true, uncompromising orthodoxy could be heard throughout the world and have a profound effect on the future course of the Orthodox churches. Probably indeed, it is already too late to prevent the renovationist, quote, 8th ecumenical council and the, quote, ecumenical union which lies beyond it, which perhaps one or more of the local churches may be yet persuaded to step back from this ruinous path, which will lead to the final liquidation as orthodox of those jurisdictions that follow it to the end. And in any case, individuals and whole communities can certainly be saved from this path, not to mention those of the heterodox, who may still find their way into the saving pleasure of the true Church of Christ, and return to the patristic path of moderation. Okay, so let's see. It is of critical importance, therefore, hold on. It is of critical importance, therefore, that this voice actually be true, that it is patristic orthodoxy. Unfortunately, it sometimes happens, especially in the heat of controversy, that basically sound orthodox positions are exaggerated on one side and misunderstood on the other. And thus an entirely misleading impression is created in some minds of those of the cause of true orthodoxy today is a kind of, quote, extremism or a sort of right-wing reaction to the prevailing, quote, left-wing course now followed by the leaders of, quote, the official Orthodox churches. Such a political view of the struggle of true orthodoxy today is entirely false. This struggle, on the contrary, has taken the form among its best representatives today, whether in Russia, Greece, or the diaspora, or of a returning to the patristic path of moderation in a mean between extremes. That is what the Holy Fathers call the royal path. The teaching of this, quote, royal path is set forth in the example in the 10th of St. Abba Dorothius, quote, the spiritual instructions, where he quotes especially the book of Deuteronomy, quote, ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left, but go by the royal path. And St. Basil the Great, upright of heart is he whose thoughts does not turn away either to excess or to lack, but is directed towards the mean of virtue. But perhaps this teaching is most clearly expressed by the Orthodox father of the 5th century, St. John Cassian, who is faced with a task not unlike our own Orthodox task today to present the pure teaching of the Eastern fathers to the Western peoples who were spiritually immature and did not yet understand the depth of the subtlety of the Eastern spiritual doctrine and were therefore inclined to go to extremes, either of laxness or over strictness in applying it to life. St. John Cassian sets forth the orthodox doctrine of the royal path in his conference on, quote, the sober-mindedness or, quote, discretion. The conference is praised by St. John of the latter for its, quote, beautiful and sublime philosophy. Quote, with all our strength and with all our effort, we must strive by humility to acquire for ourselves the good gift of sober-mindedness, which can preserve us unharmed by excess from both sides. For as the fathers say, the extremes from both sides are equally harmful, both excess of fasting and filling the belly, excess of vigil and excess of sleep, and other excesses. Sober-mindedness, quote, teaches a man to go on the royal path, avoiding the extremes on both sides. On the right side, it does not allow him to be deceived by excessive abstinence. On the left side, to be drawn into carelessness and relaxation. And the temptation on the, quote, right side is even more dangerous than on the, quote, left. Quote, excessive abstinence is the more harmful than satiating oneself, because with the cooperation of the repentance, one may go over from the latter to a correct understanding, but from the former one cannot, i.e., because pride over one's, quote, virtue stands in the way of the repentant humility that could save one. And I see kind of examples of this a lot, honestly. I think that's the danger. Thinking you're sort of like too pure, too virtuous. I couldn't be deluded. That's the biggest delusion of all, isn't it? True orthodoxy does not go into step with the times on the one hand, nor does it make, quote, strictness or correctness or canonicity good in themselves an excuse for fair sake self-satisfaction. Hold on. I don't know what's wrong. I'm losing my voice. Okay, so sober-minded teaches a man to go on the royal path. Avoiding the extremes on both sides. On the right side, it does not allow him to be deceived by excessive abstinence. On the left side, to be drawn into carelessness and relaxation. And the temptation on the, quote, right side is even more dangerous than on the left. Excessive abstinence is more harmful than satiating oneself because of the cooperation of repentance. One may go over from the latter to a correct understanding, but from the former one cannot. I.e., because of pride over one's, quote, virtue stands in the way of the repentant humility that could save one. Applying this teaching to our own situation, we may say that the, quote, royal path of true orthodoxy today is a mean that lies between the extremes of ecumenism and reformism on the one side, and a, quote, zeal not according to knowledge on the other. True orthodoxy does not go in step with the times on the one hand, nor does it say make strictness or correctness or canonicity good in themselves an excuse for Pharisaic self-satisfaction, exclusivism, and distrust on the other. You know, a big thing with this is, I guess it kind of proves for those that don't want to hear it, because a lot of people don't want to, I guess, is that, which I mean, I think it's kind of interesting because we have Father Peter Ayres, who recently, someone told me yesterday, he joined the New Counters Romanians, and he tries to pass off kind of like the royal path as if it's, you know, being a new calendar somehow becomes the royal path. Like you could be a new calendar, which, you know, that wasn't something that Father Seraphim Rose said. He said to not judge those that unknowingly found themselves under the yoke of the new calendar. But that was kind of like the position of Rokor on, you know, a lot of the Moscow Patriarch people, because a lot of those people didn't necessarily know they were under communist, you know, and when they were early on, translating the catacomb documents, you kind of look at the position of St. Kirill Vazan. And what he said is that, you know, the mysteries of the Sergius were grace-filled mysteries for the average Russian believer that went into, you know, communion sincerely, not knowing that they were taking communion from a Sergius. So that's an interesting distinction. A lot of people don't like talking about, but this was his position. He said those people, when they go in there and they don't know, then they're fine. They actually receive Holy Communion. But it's the person that does know that he's receiving communion from the Sergius, and does know all the evil acts that are going on. And, you know, the Sergius, of course, themselves is committing blasphemy by mocking the Holy Church, by being a communist and, you know, dressing up in a Cossack. So that's a distinction that's not often talked about, I think, that needs to kind of be talked about. Because, and, you know, they'll be like, oh, well, you know, I seen Orthodox Wisdom posted something about Elder Tavarian, who was he was a catacomb priest that had joined the Moscow Patriarchate at a certain point. And the view it was like, you know, Rokor seen some effort within the Moscow Patriarchate to stand against the forces of Antichrist. But there was this strong opposition between these communist clergy and these truly Orthodox believers that were just under the communist yoke, right? And, you know, some of the parishes were would be separate from, so you could kind of be in the Moscow Patriarchate without being under the, you know, kind of like the grip of the Patriarchate. And some of them, there were certain bishops that had no clue what were going on, because they were kind of just like in the dark. They weren't told anything, because they, you know, you can imagine, like, I don't know, for Orthodox people that have ever been into a monastery, you very well can know, like, you could be within a jurisdiction and not leave your little, like, isolated place as an ascetic and not know what the Sergius were doing and be in the Moscow Patriarchate at one time. But I mean, I don't know. So there's little nuances like that we, you know, that oftentimes Orthodox people, especially world Orthodox people, that try to defend this type, the ecumenist or the surgeonist or the Moscow Patriarchate, they kind of go back and talk about these electivarians and stuff. But this guy was a catacomb priest who went up and was like, look, the catacomb church is underground. I'm going to go to the Moscow Patriarchate and I'm going to start giving Holy Communion, and I'm going to try to, fight for orthodoxy and uproot the communists. I mean, it didn't end up working out. And there was a similar dissident. They were called dissidents, Father Dmitry Dudko. But the issue with Father Dmitry Dudko, it's like at a certain point, he renounces everything he said, and starts, issuing out these like passionate diatribes, like praising Stalin or whatever. And, St. Philaret was asked about it, and St. Philaret said, it happened because he was protesting outside of the body of Christ. So clearly they seen, the Moscow Patriarchate as this very faulty, like iffy thing, because they knew it was created by Stalin. They know the majority of the clergy are KGB agents. Were there a couple like really truly believing people there? Yes, there was. And I think that's what you're seeing from ROCOR is like an effort to make sure that those people are recognized, that they're under this yoke. But it's a very different thing to say, like, okay, these people in the 80s that were under the yoke of the communists compared to the modern day, person in ROCOR MP who willingly goes into communion with the surgeonists. Like, those are two very different things. And a lot of these guys are knowing about it. They know fully well about it, and they just make excuses for it. So... This true Orthodox moderation is not to be confused with mere lukewarmness or indifference with any kind of compromise between political extremes. The spirit of, quote, reform is so much in the air today that anyone whose views are molded by the, quote, spirit of the times will regard true Orthodox moderation as, quote, to fanaticism. But anyone who looks at the question more deeply and applies the patristic standard will find the royal path to be far from any kind of extremism. Perhaps no Orthodox teacher in our own days provides such an example of sound and fervent Orthodox moderation as the late Archbishop of Berkey of Jordanville. His numerous articles and sermons breathe a refreshing spirit of true Orthodox zealotry without any deviation either to the, quote, right or to the left, and with the emphasis constantly on the spiritual side of true Orthodoxy. The Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia transverses the royal path and supports the Russian true Orthodox of Russia and Greece. The Russian Church outside of Russia has been placed by the God's providence in a very favorable position for preserving the royal path. Amidst the confusion of so much of the 20th century Orthodoxy, living in exile and poverty in a world that has not understood the suffering of her people, she has focused her attention on preserving unchanged the faith which unites her people, and so quite naturally defines herself a stranger to the whole ecumenical mentality, which is based on religious indifference and self-satisfaction, material affluence, and soulless internationalism. On the other hand, she has been preserved from falling into extremisms on the right side such as might be declared that the mysteries of the Moscow Patriarchate are without grace, by her vivid awareness that the Surgeonist Church in Russia is not free, one can of course have no communion with such a body dominated by atheists, but precise definitions of its status are best left to a free Russian Church Council in the future. If there seems to be a, quote, logical contradiction here, you don't deny her mysteries, why don't you have communion with her? It is problem only for rationalists. Those who approach such questions with the heart as well as the head have no trouble accepting this position, which is the testament bequeathed to the Russian Church of the diaspora by her wise chief hierarch Metropolitan Anastasi in 1965. Living in freedom, the Russian Church outside of Russia has considered as one of her important obligations to express her solidarity in full communion with the underground true Orthodox Church of Russia, whose existence is totally ignored and even denied, quote, by official orthodoxy. In God's time, when the terrible trial of the Russian Church and people will have passed, the other Orthodox churches might understand the Russian situation better. Until then, it is perhaps all one can hope for that the free Orthodox churches have never questioned the right of the Russian Orthodox Church to exist or denied the grace of her mysteries. Almost all of them have long remained in communion with her until her non-participation in the ecumenical movement isolated her and made her a reproach to the other churches, especially in the last decade. Up to this day, they have at least passively resisted the politically inspired attempts of the Moscow Patriarchate to have her declared, quote, schismatic and, quote, uncanonical. In recent years, the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia has also given support and recognition to the true Orthodox Christians of Greece, whose situation also has long been exceedingly difficult and misunderstood. In Greece, the first blow against the church, the calendar reform, was not as deadly as the declaration of the Metropolitan Sergius in Russia, and for this reason has taken longer for the theological consciousness of the Orthodox Greek people to see it as a full and anti-Orthodox significance. Further, few bishops in Greece have been bold enough to join the movement, whereas by contrast, the number of non-Orthodox, non-Sergianist bishops in the beginning was larger than the whole episcopate of the Greek Church. Father Seraphim goes on to say, and he goes, and in recent years, as the cause of the old calendar has become even a little, quote, intellectually respectable, as more and more university graduates have joined in, over the years, it has suffered persecution, sometimes quite fierce, from the state and the official church, and to this day it remains disdained by the, quote, sophisticated and totally without recognition from the, quote, official Orthodox world. Unfortunately, internal disagreements and divisions have continued to weaken the cause of the old calendars, and they lack a single unanimous voice to express their stand for patristic orthodoxy. Still, the basic orthodoxy of their position cannot be denied, and one can only welcome such sound presentations of it as may be seen in the article that follows. 8. A united front of confessing churches. The increasing realization in recent years of the basic oneness of the cause of true orthodoxy throughout the world, whether in the Catacomb Church of Russia, the old calendars of Greece, or the Russian Church outside of Russia, has led some to think in terms of a united front of confessing churches to oppose the ecumenical movement which has taken possession of, quote, official orthodoxy. However, under present conditions, this will hardly come to pass. In any case, this is a, quote, political view of the situation which sees the significance of the mission of true orthodoxy and too external a manner. The full dimensions of the true orthodox protest against, quote, ecumenical orthodoxy, against the neutralized, lukewarm orthodoxy of the apostasy, have yet to be revealed, above all in Russia. But it cannot be that the witness of so many martyrs and confessors and champions of true orthodoxy in the 20th century will be in vain. May God preserve his zealots in the royal path of true orthodoxy, faithful to him and to his holy church until the end of the age. Okay, so there we go. We got through it. How's everybody doing? All right. Well, let's see what else we could go to real quick. Let me look through my library. You know what I'll do? I'll drop a link too, and just in case somebody wants to stop by. I don't know. Who knows? Well,
Okay, so first of all, I have a couple of appearances that you can also put down on your calendars. I mentioned just as we were leaving the Mexican Revolution that I would be in London at the Waterstones on Gower Street on May the 28th, and indeed I will be. Unfortunately, I had schedule conflicts that meant I was unable to expand the trip, and also, unfortunately, the event is already sold out. It got announced about 6 weeks ago while I was on hiatus and sold out within about a day. So if you have tickets, by all means come. If not, well, I'll come back, I promise. Second, I will also be in New York on Saturday, June the 29th. This is something that just came together very quickly for an event called Intelligent Speech, which is a project spearheaded by a friend of the show, Royfield Brown, that is bringing together history podcasters from all over the world to talk about whatever it is we want to talk about. My presentation is tentatively titled, "What is the Point of All This?" It will be a day-long thing. I'll put a link to the website for tickets and stuff along with the show notes. And I'll also release an ad that Royfield put together to publish the event. So I'll be there. Kevin Stroud from the History of English, David Crowther from the History of England. We'll all be in New York on June the 29th. I will also be doing a similar thing this October at Harvard for the Sound Education Conference, which I managed to miss last year because I was so discombobulated from the move to Paris, and then saw basically every history podcaster I know was there and resolved not to miss it in 2019. I'm actually going to be giving a keynote address. So come see me and other history podcasters be nerdy about history and podcasting. Again, I'll put links to all this stuff in the show notes. Now, as for the state of this here Revolutions podcast, I have said previously that I'll be wrapping up in mid-2021 to coincide with the release of Citizen Lafayette. So that's about 2 years from now. And we are here today commencing the Russian Revolution. What comes after the Russian Revolution, but before the end of the show, I don't really know for a variety of reasons. First of all, the Russian Revolution is a big, complicated revolution. Whether or not it surpasses the episode count of the French Revolution, which wrapped up at 55 episodes, the Russian Revolution is definitely going to be, at a minimum, the second longest series I have done. That is a title currently held by the Revolutions of 1848 at a cool 33 episodes, and we're just going to blow right past that. One of the reasons we're going to blow right past that is that individual episodes of Revolutions are going to be shorter. When I started the show, they were about 25 minutes long, so roughly the length of an old History of Rome episode. Then they started creeping up and made a very big jump around the Haitian Revolution, and ever since then, they've been routinely clocking in at 40 minutes. Now, it may not seem like much, but trust me, cranking out 5,500 words worth of research notes, rough drafting, editing, and recording, that's a lot. And now that I'm moving into really writing Citizen Lafayette and would like to continue to interact with my family, whom I love, something needs to give. So I'm going to go back to my roots. I'm not going to cover less in total. I'm just going to spread it out over more episodes because they're going to have to be shorter. So 55 episodes on the Russian Revolution. I would advise you to take Despotism of the Directory and then the episode 10.1, the International Working Men's Association. Welcome to our series on the Great Russian Revolution, which in the history of revolutions is probably second only to the French Revolution in terms of importance, impact, and then ongoing historiographic controversy and debate.
I wanted to kind
But
of go
unlike
to this
the French
today,
Revolution,
and I'll tell you why.
and indeed,
Because so there's a portion of this where it kind of talks about Marx and this First International and Mazzini and this coming together of this First International. And I think that's a super important subject because the way the oligarchs viewed the First International, I guess, needs to be understood, and how these Marx viewed this situation, like, this plot to overthrow monarchy and kind of turn the world upside down, and using this like economic plan as the scapegoat or the manipulation to get it done, right? And then it's sort of like this training ground for revolutionaries, and you can see kind of like the development where it's very satanic, it's Kabbalistic, like the way these people think, and like manipulate something. And I think that's why I'm covering it right now. I mean, I kind of want to bring attention to the subject at least.
Because of the French Revolution, the men and women who made the Russian Revolution were actively longing to embark on a world historical event. Guys like Danton, Desmoulins, and Robespierre had improvised their way through a great upheaval. But now, would-be revolutionary adepts like Lenin and Trotsky studied the course of the French Revolution and then spent their whole lives planning for and anticipating a new great revolution. Not that the Russian Revolution is not also defined by spur-of-the-moment improvisations, just that the revolutionaries were aiming from the beginning at something as big as the French Revolution, and I think they succeeded. Now, before the Russian Revolution came along and added a new great revolution for everyone to focus attention on, be afraid of, want to emulate, etc., the French Revolution continued to hang over European affairs as the revolution that everybody focused their attention on, was scared of, or wanted to emulate. And if you remember back to the episode I did in our series on 1848 called The Spectre of the French Revolution, we talked about how the French Revolution played such a huge role in defining one's position inside of 19th century politics. That on the one hand, you had anti-revolutionaries. This group included both full-throated reactionary conservatives like Metternich, but also liberal constitutional monarchists like François Guizot, who believed that any further democratic or social reform would be the first step towards the return of Madame la Guillotine. But this group also included liberal reformers like Alexis de Tocqueville in France, the Count of Cavour in Piedmont, Sardinia, and István Széchenyi in Hungary, who were anti-revolution, but who believed that slow and steady reform was just the thing that would prevent that revolution, not trigger it. On the other hand, there were those who thought, actually, hell yeah, little revolution is just what the doctor ordered. And they broke into three camps, those representing what we might call the spirit of 1789. Yes, revolution against lingering feudal absolutism, but always guarding against the slip into mob-driven chaos in the Reign of Terror. Then, beyond them, there were those representing the spirit of 1792, radical democratic Republicans who believed 1789 was the unsatisfying precursor to the much more important and much more glorious revolution of 1792, which ushered in real political liberty and social equality. Finally, there was this weird and obscure minority representing what we might call the spirit of 1796, those who saw 1789 as a step to 1792, but who also saw 1792 as a step towards the aborted promise of 1796, represented by Gracchus Babeuf and the Conspiracy of Equals. They believed that the liberty and equality espoused even by the radical Republicans would be impossible without economic equality, that it was not enough to declare the rights of man if the wealth of the nation was still unequally distributed, that simply transferring land and capital from a dying aristocracy to a rising bourgeoisie was no revolution at all, especially not as the idealism of the revolution gave way to the cynicism and despotism of the Directory, and then the Consulate, and then the Empire. It was this last group that first asked the social question, and as the 19th century progressed, their demands for an answer only grew louder, and it is from that tiny seed, from the spirit of 1796, that we find the origins of the Russian Revolution, a social revolution to match the size and scope of the merely political French Revolution. It was, in fact, during the cynical and despotic days of the Consulate and the Empire that the first batch of new commentators and critics and reformers wanted to address the failed promise of the French Revolution. They were not yet called socialists because that word and concept didn't really exist yet, but in retrospect, we recognize them as such. These early utopian socialists were highly critical of the failures of the disciples of the enlightened philosophes to produce anything resembling a just society. But this first generation of proto-socialists did not yet abandon capital R reason as the proper tool to eradicate social and political injustice. The oldest and most influential of this generation was the Comte de Saint-Simon. As a young man, Saint-Simon had served in the French expeditionary force that went to fight in the American War of Independence and returned an enthusiastic partisan of the coming French Revolution. Keenly interested in the scientific improvement of human society, he managed to survive the Reign of Terror despite a brief imprisonment, and then spent the rest of his life developing a framework for a scientifically perfected society. Once people understood that humans were governed by empirically determined laws, a social science to match what Newton had done for physics, people would be able to create a harmonious society devoid of poverty, suffering, crime, and every other social ill. Now, Saint-Simon did not preach radical communal equalitarianism so much as a technocratic meritocracy that would just render the political state obsolete. And if we're connecting dots here to other parts of the Revolution's podcast, one of Saint-Simon's secretaries was Auguste Comte, the founder of sociology, and more specifically, positivism, which we saw get picked up by the Mexican cientificos during the Porfiriato. Saint-Simon, no less than Porfirio Diaz, wanted not much politics and a lot of administration. A younger contemporary of Saint-Simon's was Charles Fourier, a trenchant and witty social critic of post-revolutionary France, who developed full-blown and very detailed theories about the ideal environment for the flourishing of both individuals and the community within which they live, that the individual should not be molded to fit society, but that society should be molded to fit the individual. Like Saint-Simon, Fourier believed that his great project was to discover laws of human relations to match Newton's physics. And he thought he cracked it with a very complicated metaphysics based on types of human attraction and passion that, once recognized and set free, would allow human communities to fall into a voluntary, natural, and harmonious balance. To help this process along, Fourier developed schemes for networks of 4-story complexes where 1,620 members would work and live, doing work that was tailored to their own proclivities and talents and passions, so that labor would cease to be labor and instead become pleasure. Again, armed with capital R reason, human conflict, poverty, and misery would be overcome. Fourier gained enough adherents that in the 1840s, at least 30 utopian communities were established in the United States based off of his ideas. None of them turned out to be utopia, leaving behind instead a legacy of plaques and historical markers that say, on this date, in this place, humans once attempted to build a utopia. The last of this early group that I'll mention is Robert Owen, a Welsh industrialist who took over a factory in New Lanark, Scotland in January of 1800 and proceeded to use it as a testing ground for his reformist theories about how individuals, families, and communities ought to live and work. Basically, Owen thought that though biology played a role in human development, so too did the environment within which they lived. In the beginning, this took the form of a kind of benevolent capitalism. At his factory, Owen instituted 10-hour maximum workdays. He insisted that company stores sell goods essentially at cost. He covered the education of children. He built good housing for the families. And for a long time, he was lauded in polite society for his noble, and more importantly, productive, efforts. But after the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Owen grew more radical, and he advanced from benevolent capitalist to outright socialist. This turned him from darling of polite society to pariah, but Owen didn't care. He started dumping his fortune into an attempt to build an ideal society, eventually buying an entire town in Indiana called New Harmony, where he tried to build his utopia. But this utopia failed within 2 years because history has shown time and again that human nature and idealistic utopian schemes go together like oil and water. Owen was financially ruined by all this, but he remained an active promoter of worker rights right up until his death in 1858. And he played a role in advancing nearly every piece of British labor legislation in the first half of the 19th century. And he was the one who coined the enduring phrase, 8 hours labor, 8 hours recreation, and 8 hours rest as the perfect balance for the human day, which is a motto that still has some currency today.
Big news, America! Wegovy now comes in a pill.
This early utopian socialism was mostly of interest to a few dreamers and eccentric do-gooders hoping to change the world by force of example. Socialism as an active revolutionary political force was still barely in its infancy when the revolutions of 1848 broke out, though one of the greatest statements of revolutionary socialism was produced right on the eve of the revolution, and that's the Communist Manifesto. But the Communist League, who was issuing this Communist Manifesto, was an obscure group who had almost no impact on immediate revolutionary events, and the Communist Manifesto is only important in historical retrospect. The hurricane of 1848, though, scrambled things up and sent people and ideas flying everywhere. And after that storm passed, people took stock of what had happened. They drew lessons from their failures, and they began the process of building a stronger and more advanced socialist challenge to the political and economic status quo. The lessons learned were varied and often contradictory. Those, for example, who followed Pierre-Auguste Blanqui, the professional revolutionary par excellence, continued to insist that the solution was to create a hardcore professional vanguard of revolutionaries who could be trusted to be ruthless and see the job of toppling the tyrants of Europe done properly. This is not surprising, because that was Blanqui's solution to every problem. If Blanqui's car blew a tire, he would first want to forge a hardcore dedicated revolutionary vanguard before he thought about where to get a new tire. This vanguard would be secretive, few in number, and deadly in impact. They would not be distracted or dissuaded by weak-kneed liberals or ignorant workers who knew nothing of revolutionary politics. A diametrically opposed takeaway from the failures of 1848 came from Blanqui's contemporary, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, the first self-described anarchist, who counseled ignoring the state and politics completely. Don't focus on overthrowing the state, just ignore it. Build worker collectives and voluntary associations as an alternative to coercive and exploitive capitalism. These voluntary associations will grow and spread, and the next thing you know, we don't even need a revolution because it's already done. There were also those who existed in between those extremes and who still believed that the answer to the social question could only come after political liberation. In France, this group would count among its number the neo-Jacobin Republicans, the spirit of 1792 guys, And elsewhere in Europe, those who still followed the national liberation doctrines and methods of Giuseppe Mazzini, that we must first focus on overthrowing the reactionary political powers that keep free nations in bondage, and then we can deal with the rest of it. It's fair to say, though, that in the years after 1848, those reactionary political powers were ascendant, and the power of these revolutionaries was limited, to say the least. They had been scattered and decimated by voluntary exile, forced deportation, execution, and imprisonment. So though one must always keep a watchful eye, the threat of revolution from below was pretty minimal. The violent aberration of 1848 thus survived. The great powers of Europe could get back to quote-unquote normal history, making war on each other, mostly to satisfy the dynastic ambitions of Europe's rulers. Prince President Bonaparte's coup of 1851 and subsequent creation of the Second French Empire ended what had been a pretty good run of great power peace since the fall of the first Napoleon back in 1815. And within a few years, Napoleon III was teaming up with the British to go fight the Russians in the Crimean War. And then a few years later, France teamed up with Piedmont Sardinia to fight the Austrians and restart the process of Italian liberation and unification. To match and counter the ambitions of Napoleon III, Prussian Chancellor Otto von Bismarck decided in the early 1860s that the time was just about right to make a play to consolidate the still disunited states of Germany under Prussian domination. At this same time, another nation of long-standing suffering renewed its dream of liberation and unification. I speak, of course, of Poland, around whom all revolutionary history must ultimately revolve. Wiped from the map of Europe by Prussia, Austria, and Russia in the 1790s, and not reconstituted in the Treaty of Vienna of 1815, the keepers of the old flame of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had tried to restore themselves in the early 1830s, and then again during the revolutions of 1848, but had failed both times. With both Russia and Austria having recently been knocked around, Poland saw the rise of clandestine meetings, public demonstrations, and violent clashes all through 1860, 1861, and 1862. Patriotic Poles divided between one group of more conservative liberals, intellectuals, and professionals who wanted essentially home rule, akin to something like what the Hungarians were about to get from the Habsburgs, and more radical lower-class workers and peasants who wanted to overthrow their foreign oppressors and found a free Polish republic. Disunited, but mostly marching in the same direction, the situation exploded in January of 1863 with a full-blown armed uprising, followed in February by an uprising in Lithuania. Now, the plight of Poland had long been a cause to rally around for everyone basically to the left of Metternich since 1815, especially in France. In the very last years of his life, Lafayette was very much focused on Poland and trying to help exiled Poles in Paris, and he even accepted a commission in the Polish National Guard. No, you're writing a biography of Lafayette and awkwardly shoehorning him into the story. This latest Polish uprising led to various radical and socialist groups wanting to show solidarity with the Poles. And so in July of 1863, a small group of French working class leaders made the trip from Paris to London to participate in a large meeting at St. James's Hall in solidarity with the Polish insurgents, hosted by English working class leaders. The French delegation was mostly made up of mutualist anarchist followers of Proudhon. And at the meeting, the French leaders and the English leaders started discussing the fact that they really had a lot of problems in common, and that international solidarity of the working classes might be the only way to find the elusive answer to the social question. They all, of course, had their own national concerns, but it couldn't hurt to think about building up an alliance from below. Talks about building up such an alliance continued all through 1863 and 1864 until some details were finalized. Invitations were written and received for a meeting to be held in London in September of 1864. This one not just on behalf of the Poles, whose uprising unfortunately had already been crushed, but to discuss what an international working men's association might look like, if such a thing was feasible or even desirable. This meeting opened at St. Martin's Hall on September the 28th, 1864, and brought together quite an array of reformers and revolutionaries who had very little in common besides a general alienation from the social, economic, and political status quo. So there were British labor unionists and idealistic holdover Owenites. There were French Proudhonists and Blanquists who spoke a common language, but who had little else in common. There were Irish, Italian, and Polish nationalists who sought national liberation above all. Among them, many disciples of Mazzini's hardcore Republican Young Europe movement. Also present were a few ponderous and philosophically inclined German socialists. The men, and at this point they were all men, who gathered did not agree on a solution to the social question, nor did they really even agree on what the problem was. But there was a sense that as long as the enemies of the status quo remained separated from each other, that the reactionary defenders of the status quo who controlled the wealth and armies of their respective countries would always win. Sharing an enemy, they hoped that they could become allies, if not quite friends. Those assembled in St. Martin's Hall voted unanimously to found an International Working Men's Association, which they then creatively dubbed the International Working Men's Association. This is a bit of a mouthful, so in time it became known as simply the International, and is known to us today as the First International, because in the decades to come there would be a Second International and a Third International and a Fourth International, but let's not worry about them, because nobody at the meeting at St. Martin's Hall in 1864 knew that they were forming merely the First International. So among the small contingent of ponderous and philosophically inclined German socialists at this meeting was an exile from the Revolution of 1848 who had been living in London with his family since 1849. This guy was not particularly important. He didn't even know about the meeting until a week before it was held, and was invited practically just because the organizers wanted the meeting to be as international as possible and they needed some more Germans. He was at that point known principally as a radical journalist and polemicist, with a penchant for indulging in catfights with other members of the emigre and exile communities where he had lived in Germany, Belgium, France, and the UK. If you haven't guessed by now, I am, of course, talking about 46-year-old Karl Marx. So we're going to talk much more about the life and ideas of Marx next week, because though he is obscure at this moment, he obviously looms large over the revolution and every subsequent revolution in the 20th century. In fact, part of the reason we're here talking about the founding of the International Working Men's Association is because this is the organization that helps take Marx from obscure and isolated grump to an intellectual leader with actual followers. Again, partly because he was simply a German who lived in London, Marx was appointed to an executive general council of 21 men who would guide the formation of this new Working Men's Association. Now, Marx wasn't really planning on playing a huge role on this council, and over the next few days, he only sporadically attended meetings. But then it was brought to his attention that the followers of Mazzini were coming to dominate the council, and that seemed to get Marx off his ass, because Marx and Mazzini hated each other personally and professionally. So when the larger General Council created a smaller committee to actually work on drafts for the rules and opening statement of the new International Working Men's Association, Marx not only got himself on the committee, but he offered to host their meetings at his house. And given the fact that this was a working class operation, and he was likely the most gifted writer amongst them, he got this smaller drafting committee to delegate to him individually the task of drafting these crucial founding documents of the International. The documents he produced at the end of October 1864 were unanimously approved on November the 1st and let Marx put his early stamp on the International. Now, at this point, there was no such thing as Marxists. Marx himself had very few friends, let alone followers, in the early 1860s. But he coded a bunch of very Marxist language into the DNA of the International Working Men's Association. The inaugural address begins by breaking down the phenomenal growth of the capitalist economy since 1848, and then laying out all the ways that the workers have been screwed over. That despite massive percentage growth in profits and productivity, that the conditions of the life of the workers was appalling. It was worse than at any point in history, that they were not even receiving sufficient calories to stay alive, and that this was all according to the British government's own reports. The address lamented the destruction of the nascent working class movements in 1848 and went on to praise efforts to ameliorate the worst conditions by various reformers in the 1850s. But then Marx slipped in some editorializing aimed at mutualist anarchists who supported non-confrontational cooperatives that would supplant the ruling capitalist class rather than accepting the necessary logic of class conflict to overthrow their power. Marx wrote, quote, "The experience of the period from 1848 to 1864 has proved beyond doubt that, however excellent in principle and however useful in practice, cooperative labor, if kept within the narrow circle of the casual efforts of private workmen, will never be able to arrest the growth in geometrical progression of monopoly, to free the masses, nor even to perceptibly lighten the burdens of their miseries." Marx went so far as to say outright that such cooperatives were welcomed by their oppressors because they would distract the workers from the real threat that the workers posed, that what they had was numbers, and that if they combined internationally, that they could be a force of great revolutionary strength. So for Marx, social revolution lay through the seizing of political power, and he wrote, quote, "To conquer political power has, therefore, become the great duty of the working classes," end quote. Marx also drafted the general rules of the International, which were prefaced by more strong language that followed from his own analysis of the situation. He wrote, quote, "that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. That is, they can't rely on any other class or group, neither friendly aristocrats nor charitable bourgeois liberals. They must do it for themselves." He also wrote, quote, "that the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is, the source of life, lies at the bottom of servitude in all its forms, of all its social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence. That the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means." So clearly, the social question must always take precedence, that mere political rights and constitutions aren't going to be enough to magically solve the problem. But that said, political power was a key component of the answer to the social question. But though what everyone would later understand to be very Marxist language being coded into the DNA of the First International, the actual rules of the organization were very clear that this was meant to attract as many affiliates as possible and not have some doctrinal litmus test for membership. The inaugural address was just that and nothing more. The General Council in London would be there to act as a coordinating and correspondence bureau, not some central executive handing down orders from on high. In fact, all somebody had to do to join was, quote, "acknowledge truth, justice, and morality as the basis of their conduct toward each other and toward all men without regard to color, creed, or nationality." There would be lots of latitude about how national, local, and individual groups who elected to affiliate with the International could operate. Self-directed autonomy and freedom of ideological choice was literally in the rules, and it said, "While united in perpetual bond of fraternal cooperation, the working men's societies joining the International Association will preserve their existing organizations intact." This meant, for example, that whatever shots Marx had just taken at Proudhon's mutualists, that the vast majority of French sections that affiliated with the International were mutualist anarchists. And really, up through the Paris Commune, it was the followers of Proudhon, not Marx, who were the single most advanced and influential faction inside the International. The founding of the International Working Men's Association was a momentous event in the history of labor, socialism, communism, anarchism, and revolution. It was also the beginning of a hot, holy mess of disagreement and rivalry between those who now affiliated with the International. Intentionally casting the net as wide as possible was the point, but that meant that every fish in the sea wound up coming on board, and that would produce some major conflicts. And just to give you a flavor of some of these disputes, British Union leaders wanted this all to be a reformist movement. Continental radicals demanded full-blown revolution. Professional revolutionaries who followed Blanqui wanted this to be a secretive and focused vanguard, while others, like Marx himself, wanted it to be an out-in-the-open mass movement. Some supported union activity as a necessary focus for worker direct action, while many anarchists hated the unions because they granted the capitalist premise that some were powerful owners while others were mere workers. The anarchists instead wanted to emphasize worker-owned collectives, not organizing factories for better wages. Some felt that the international movement couldn't work without powerful direction from a central authority, giving orders from the top down. Others thought that it would be pointless if it wasn't an inverted pyramid built from the bottom up, with the guys at the center working for those at the periphery, not the other way around. Some wanted to form political parties and challenge parliamentary elections. Others thought that politics was the whole problem, and they needed to decisively turn their backs on the entire game of politics and build up their own alternative structures. Some believed in capturing the power of the state, others in ignoring its very existence until, like a forgotten god, it simply disappeared. But for the moment, all these disagreements were papered over, and it was with a great deal of hope and optimism that the International Working Men's Association was founded in 1864. The International would soon be tested by all those internal disputes, and then really tested by the explosion of the Franco-Prussian War, the siege of Paris, and the creation of the Paris Commune. As the years went by, Marx's influence would continue to grow as he kept a close, if behind-the-scenes eye on how the International presented and directed itself, eventually bringing him into conflict with the collectivist anarchists who started joining in the later 1860s under the auspices of the Russian revolutionary Mikhail Bakunin. The personal and ideological conflict between Marx and Bakunin would define the remaining history of the First International, as well as the future of revolutionary politics, as the schism between communists and anarchists would have profound implications for the course of the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917 and beyond. So, over the next few episodes, we will talk about the life of Marx and his theories of economics, politics, history, and revolution, and then talk about Bakunin and his theories of economics, politics, history, and revolution. And thus armed, we can go forth and aim ourselves at the institution that both believed more than any other stood for tyrannical, reactionary oppression, the Russian Tsar.
Your setup wants Opera GX.
Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.2, The Adventures of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. We launched this series last week by launching the International Working Men's Association in 1864. Mostly, I did this because the International tried to bring all left-wing political groups together under a single tent. And since I'm trying to avoid making the Russian Revolution the narrow story of the Bolsheviks, it seemed like a good way to establish that the Bolsheviks are going to emerge as one faction that represented one variant of Russian Marxism. But there were a lot of other factions and variants out there: unionists, anarchists, socialists, communists, reformers, revolutionaries. But all that said, the Bolsheviks are ultimately the victorious faction from the victorious variant of Marxism, so it's going to be important to understand where they came from. So as the title of this episode suggests, today will be an intertwined biographical sketch of the lives of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels that will take us through to the foundation of the International. And then next week, we will go through the critical concepts to understand the philosophy and revolutionary program that became known as Marxism. Then we'll go on to do the same for Bakunin and the anarchists so that we understand what core revolutionary principles were out there that opposed what some people saw as the authoritarian tendencies implicit in that Marxism. Karl Marx was born in 1818 in the city of Trier, a middle-sized city in the Rhineland. Little Karl was born just 3 years after the final fall of Napoleon. Now, Trier had been under French administration going back to the 1790s, but at the very recent Congress of Vienna, it was handed to the Prussian monarchy, whose backward-looking feudal conservatism clashed with the more progressive and forward-looking Rhinelanders. Both of Karl's parents had ethnic Jewish lineage, but to maintain his budding legal practice, Marx's father converted to Protestantism when the Prussians took over and instituted more carefully draconian restrictions on what Jews could and could not do. Not that this conversion was anything but nominal. Marx's father was into Kant and Voltaire and the Enlightenment, and though his children were baptized Lutheran, they were hardly a religious bunch. Karl then got a good enough secondary education where he was sent to the University of Bonn in 1835 to study law. But Karl's first year at university was mostly filled with drinking beer and reckless brawling, and so his dad shipped him off to the University of Berlin, which was located in the capital of the kingdom. Before Karl departed, he proposed marriage to Jenny von Westphalen, the daughter of a minor noble civil servant. And though the couple were only together in person once over the next 5 years, and that one time they got together almost wrecked their relationship, their engagement held. And when they finally got married, they remained together through the occasionally thick and very often thin rest of their lives. Arriving in Berlin in 1836, Karl did something even worse than drinking and brawling. He became enamored with philosophy. In Germany, in the mid-1830s, getting into philosophy meant getting into the just recently deceased Hegel, whose philosophy cast an all-encompassing shadow over German intellectual life, especially here in the first half of the 19th century. We'll talk a little bit more next week about what concepts Marx pulled out of Hegel, but for now, the crowd Marx fell in with was the more radical and iconoclastic group called the Young Hegelians. The Young Hegelians were working from themes that came from the early days of the French Revolution, and they took Hegel seriously when he said that the purpose and course of history was all about the abolition of anything that restricts freedom and the use of reason. The Young Hegelians were obviously critical of the repressive Prussian government, but unable to express their opposition openly, they turned to theology and philosophy. They published challenges to the reliability, historicity, and believability of Christianity and the Bible. They believed that by doing this, they could undermine one of the core pillars of the Prussian monarchy's alleged legitimacy. Marx fell in with the Young Hegelians at the worst possible moment, because while their controversial philosophy was tolerated by King Friedrich Wilhelm III of Prussia, when he died in 1840 and his son, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, ascended to power, that tolerance evaporated. Now, you know Friedrich Wilhelm IV from our episodes on 1848 because he will be the king of Prussia during the revolutions of 1848. He's the one who had to crawl on his belly away from Berlin. Conservative, romantic, and evangelical, this Friedrich Wilhelm had no tolerance for seditious blasphemy, and so the Young Hegelians were marked and blacklisted. In spite of this, Marx pressed on with a doctoral thesis that used Hegelian methods to analyze ancient metaphysics, even though his conclusions were now outside the boundaries of acceptable thinking. Knowing he couldn't submit his thesis to the University of Berlin, Marx instead sent it to the more permissive University of Jena, which made him a doctor of philosophy in 1841. But as I just said, this was a bad time to be a young Hegelian, and Marx's dream of a university position was squelched. To make matters worse, Marx's father had died in 1838, beginning endless rounds of bickering with his money over money from the inheritance. To make a living, Marx, like many of his ideological comrades, turned from academia to journalism. So this newly minted doctor of philosophy moved to Cologne, where he submitted articles to a progressive paper called the Rhineland News, showing off a rhetorical style that was acerbic, witty, intelligent, sarcastic, and occasionally savage. This was also the period that, by his own account, he started being handed socialist and communist ideas, moving him away from abstract philosophy towards the realities of social and economic life. When the editorial brain trust of the Rhineland News fell apart, Marx became its de facto editor-in-chief in the middle of 1842. The paper was successful, and that looked like that. Karl Marx was going to be a newspaper editor in Cologne. But the paranoid hand of conservative censorship dug up Marx's new roots before they even had a chance to settle. The Rhineland News was suppressed and banned in 1843. Whatever plans Marx may have had for a normal life with a steady income were turned upside down by his politics. During his stint with the Rhineland News, Marx came into contact with a young, semi-anonymous contributor named Friedrich Engels. Engels was 2.5 years younger than Marx, born in 1820 in Barmen, a city about 35 miles east of Cologne. The Engels family were, first, devout evangelical Protestants, and second, industrial pioneers in the Rhineland. They owned textile factories in the region and had further expanded up to Manchester, England, which was rapidly transforming into a hive of industrial factories. The scion of this rich, capitalist, and very religious family rebelled on nearly every front. In 1842, Engels did a requisite year in the Prussian army, and stationed in Berlin, he attended lectures and came into social and intellectual contact with both the young Hegelians and various proto-socialists. Engels took to thinking and writing, and he submitted pieces to the Rhineland News, anonymously, as I said, since he was the son of filthy rich capitalists. Scandalized by their son's new friends and his new ideas, his parents sent him to Manchester to apprentice in a family-owned factory there. And in the annals of parents trying to halt the radicalization of their children only to see it backfire, sending Friedrich Engels to Manchester may be the single greatest backfire in world history. Now, despite having lost his job, Karl Marx and Jenny von Westphalen married and moved to Paris in October of 1843. Under the semi-liberal auspices of the July Monarchy, Paris was a haven for émigré radicals from across Europe. Russians and Poles, Italians, Germans, Spaniards, creating a swirling milieu of nationalists and Democrats, socialists, anarchists, tepid reformers, and single-minded revolutionaries. The Marxes settled down, and their first daughter, little Jenny, was born in early 1844. Marx worked as a contributor and editor for a couple of different German-language publications, meant for audiences in the émigré community, but also for audiences back in Germany. None of this work, though, was steady or particularly profitable. Engels, meanwhile, went off to Manchester, where he embarked on a program of self-radicalization. He was absolutely appalled by what he found there. Shortly after arriving, Engels met an Irish worker named Mary Burns. They fell in love and began a 20-year non-marriage marriage, where they never tied the knot because they both rejected the oppressive bourgeois institution that was marriage. Mary Burns was Engels's early guide to Manchester, and he was deeply affected by what he saw. And basically, he saw every single stereotypical thing you might cram into a period piece drama about England during the Industrial Revolution. Crowded slums, ill-fed, filthy workers, men and women walking around with missing limbs, child labor, environmental degradation, grinding metal, choking black smoke, the works. Engels started writing articles and submitting them to various outlets, among them those Marx was working on in Paris. Pretty soon, Engels decided to collect and revise his notes and articles and ideas and turn them into a book that he called The Conditions of the Working Classes in England, which became his first contribution to mid-19th century socialism. Now in semi-regular correspondence with Marx, Engels swung through Paris on his way back to Germany so they could meet. And on August the 28th, 1844, they got together at a cafe near the Palais Royal. It was not technically the first time they had met, but it was the first time that they realized what kindred spirits they were. The two young men, both still in their mid-20s, got along famously, and Engels wound up staying at Marx's home for the next 10 days, the beginning of a lifelong collaboration and friendship. Marx, by this point, had begun thinking deeper and more seriously about the link between economics, society, and politics, and not just in the abstract. Marx was a man who dreamed of revolution, and he had hit upon this idea that the new industrial quote-unquote working class might just be miserable enough to be the engine of the next revolution. And when Engels came along with these horribly evocative descriptions of working class misery, they agreed with each other that they were really onto something, that they had discovered the revolutionary proletariat. Both Marx and Engels then got involved, at least peripherally, with a radical group of emigre German artisans who had formed themselves into something they called the League of the Just to promote socialist and anarchist philosophy and prepare for the very revolution Marx and Engels now believed was coming. The Marxes probably would have stayed in Paris indefinitely, or at least until the revolution came, but Prussian diplomats complained to the French government about radical German propaganda being produced in Paris, and in 1845 demanded that some of the more offensive elements be expelled from France, specifically citing this guy, Karl Marx. To his horror and dismay, Marx discovered he had 1 week to leave the country, and the order was signed personally by Francois Guizot, earning lifelong enmity from Marx, who then had to pack up his wife Jenny, who was pregnant again, and little Jenny and scoot over to Brussels to start over. Again. To keep himself free of the long arm of Prussian conservatism, about 6 months after arriving in Brussels, Marx renounced his citizenship.
You know, they say that AI is the future, but apartments.com has been using apartmental intelligence for...
Their arrival in Brussels happened to coincide with the beginning of the Hungry 40s. The potato blight and harvest failures were going to send recessive shockwaves reverberating through every sector of the European economy. So the going was hard for the Marx family, and his son Edgar was born in February 1847 at a very difficult time, both for his family and for families across Europe. In Brussels, Marx and Engels also reconnected on a more permanent basis, and they actively collaborated on various book ideas, some of which, like The Holy Family, were published at the time, while others, like the German ideology, sat around in piles of paper until Soviet researchers put them out in the 1920s and 1930s. Most of these ideas, though, revolved around their various beefs with other German radicals and philosophers. Old friends and mentors became derided rivals as Marx and Engels moved decisively towards the idea that material economics was the basis of everything else, and if you disagreed, prepared to be skewered with a sarcastic and acidic pen. They broke with the young Hegelians, they attacked other socialist theorists as Philistines and heretics and reactionary pawns, who all either had things upside down, or, if they had things right side up, they advocated different means to the same ends. Now, Marx and Engels were not unique in this regard, and in return, they were attacked, derided, and mocked just as hard and with just as much venom. But outside of these beefs, they continued to keep an eye out for the revolution. And in one of Marx's works from this period that only saw the light of day well after he was dead, he wrote that, quote, "Philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it." But when it came to changing the world, Marx was never a fan of Blanqui-style revolutionary vanguardism, and he wanted the working class movements to be out in the open, not secret, that their great power was in their great numbers. Let the ruling classes tremble. Exerting more intellectual force inside the League of the Just, Marx succeeded in getting them to make a strategic shift. In June of 1847, the League of the Just rebranded itself as the Communist League and then came out into the open. To attract members and announce their program, they commissioned Marx and Engels to draft a manifesto. Marx got to work using as his foundation a pamphlet Engels had written called Principles of Communism, which Marx then redrafted and reworked into what has gone down in history as the Communist Manifesto. Now, as I said in episode 8.1, the Communist Manifesto was...
What's up, man?
Yo, what's poppin'?
Checking out this Mike Duncan's Revolutions, you know.
Oh, I've never heard of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Detailed, for sure.
Right. First time I listened to it, I was really surprised about how detailed he got into Marx and Engels and
yeah,
very early history into the First International. But, why I thought it was important, because I wanted to cover this and then show, like, how this First International later developed into, like, kind of workers' parties being used by the oligarchs to overthrow countries. You know what I'm saying? Like how did it develop to the Bolshevik Revolution? You know what I mean? I think he kind of breaks that down well. So
yeah, there's a huge instance in the Islamic world of this. Right, you'll see like they'll use a lot of communist revolutions to take over.
Mm.
You know, and a lot of them claim that they're secular. You know, but then they make certain alliances that prove that they're not against certain groups of you know, religious people and so on and so forth, and they're usually set up by international banks and stuff to go ahead and you know, pull the plug on like a certain country and so on and so forth. But what's really interesting is that he was talking about how the critique of Marxism is an anarchism, because they saw how authoritarian you know, Marxism is, and that's why I mean, Ellul gives such a you know, sort of elegant critique of Marxism, right? Because he's looking at how the same thing that, you know, Hegel was trying to maximize, which is freedom and reason, actually becomes you know, sort of destroyed by the Marxists, right? Who take this idea of the pseudo eschatology of progress, right, and sort of push it into the sort of transhumanist direction, like, you know, like way beyond, you know, so they take science and progress and they make it the head of the state, you know, but that sort of is leading nowhere, right? It's leading to a sort of, you know, like as, you know, Marx says, his movement is a sort of international movement, right? So in this international movement, he wants to overthrow both religion and the family. You know, so it's pretty interesting how he, you know.
Well, you know, this is something like I think that people aren't. What they're going to break down at least is that these people went into this like as professional revolutionaries. Like they jumped into this situation knowing that they were going to be paid by the oligarchs and set up by the oligarchs, just like we watched with Jerry Lena of like Trotsky being like set up by the Schiffs in New York and all this stuff. Like these guys have been training and studying the French Revolution, and it's even going back to Marx. You're reading it, like he, you know, he kind of just covered it too. Is like Marx was studying the French Revolution. Like these people were studying revolutions and how to go about that, how to overthrow the monarchy, you know, and even the way that they describe it, it's like the repressive czar. You know, that's the framework of you know, Marx. But Marx is really, if you read into it, and he's about to go into it too, is like, you know, there's death of children. He's like, you know, he's almost delusional how genius he sees himself, and he's starving out there, and he feels like he deserves, you know, all the wealth in the world and all this stuff. And of course, it's like it's selling it to the people as like, yeah, we're this workers' party, it's going to help everybody and create this utopia. But when it's actually in practice, it's like, no, this is just a revolutionary that's going to, you know, take as much resources as possible, and the oligarch wins in the end, and the people suffer because you just, you know, you're just draining the system by selling them a dream. You know, that's really what it's all about. And he came up with the perfect way to sell that dream, and which is the economic theory. But it's like based on a lie anyways. You know what I'm saying? It's like based on like twisting. I don't know. It's snake-like, and he knows it.
Yeah, it said that, or it says here in 1814, upon Napoleon's, it says Heinrich Marx qualified as a lawyer in 1814. But upon Napoleon's 1815 defeat at Waterloo, the Rhineland came into conservative control of the Kingdom of Prussia. An 1812 edict, unenforced by the French, asserted that Jews could not occupy legal positions or state offices, and Prussian enforcement of the law led to trouble for Heinrich Marx. So this is basically Marx's father, right? Who they're saying he was a Protestant Christian, but there's good reasons why he would be a Protestant Christian in public, right? Is because he couldn't get a job otherwise, basically.
Yeah,
right?
it just covered it that they were Jews and that they had to mask themselves as Protestant Christians, and that his father was extremely obsessed with ideas from the Enlightenment and Voltaire. So
right.
Mike Duncan.
Yeah, that's another thing I was gonna say is that Marx is basically, as you said, his family supported the French Revolution as a result, right, of all these reforms taking place, because as you could see, it sort of directly affected their lives, right? So when he went with Schelling, right, as we looked at, over there in I think it was Paul Stuttern who said he went with Schelling to go plant a tree of liberty in the marketplace, for the French Revolution. This is Hegel.
Great reason,
right?
Like worshiping reason. And it's
right.
so
So Hegel supported the French Revolution, even right.
Right. Well,
The
they
Marxists were
all
thoroughly-
looked at it like they romanticized about it.
Right.
Loved that, but that's the same way with Lenin and Trotsky. Like all these guys romanticized about it, and like even during the Russian Revolution with Lenin and Trotsky, they're sending letters to the Grand Orient in France, exchanging notes on the relations between the current quote Russian Revolution. It's not. It's the October Revolution. It's not Russian, really. You know what I mean? But it's Jewish. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're exchanging notes with the Grand Orient on how the Illuminati actually, because if you read into that, it's like Jacobins and all this stuff going on in the fridge. I want to get into that too because he covers that. But I think I'm going to go to Father Seraphim Rose and how he covers Nesta Webster and all that eventually. So
yeah, it sounds like a lot of interesting material for sure. But in in Marxism as a sort of reaction to Hegelianism, right? Sort of Peter Singer said that the dialectic that Hegel sort of rolled out, which is affirmation, then negation of the affirmation, then a negation of the negation. Right. So how this works out in metaphysical domains, you have existence, then you have non-existence, and as a result, you have becoming, because becoming is sort of the synthesis between existence and non-existence. Right. So in terms of Marx, right, he applied the dialectic to a historical sort of engine. Right. So he said the dialectic is sort of the engine of progress in history. Right. So he said it's the thing that's moving societies along, getting societies to overthrow their leadership, and then things even out. Right. They reach an equilibrium of power, and then the rich get back on top and the poor get back on the bottom, and then the poor overthrow the rich, and then it equals out again. Right. And he sort of said this is a dialectical materialism that's pushing history. Right. So Peter Singer sort of said that just as Hegel was metaphysical, Marx was deeply material, and that Marx's sort of dialectical response to Hegel was a completion of the dialectic itself, because the dialect was an abstract principle that was then brought into a material existence. And then you have Adorno, right, who goes batshit crazy and says, actually, it's negation that's driving the entire thing. That there's no affirmation of anything. The negation and then the negation of the negation are the true part of the dialectic. So there is no existence. There's no such thing that exists. So they go totally crazy. They go off the bridge with this Hegelian dialectic.
Right.
When you go to people like Peter Singer and Adorno, yeah.
Well, it's a kind of insanity first and foremost, and that's kind of pointed out in the Orthodox Survival Course, because at its root, it's these Enlightenment ideas sort of developing, as we were just talking about. It's like, it's coming from Voltaire. It's coming from kind of these sick people that are like, it's paganism gets its revenge on Christianity in the Renaissance, or this in the so-called Enlightenment, this period, and then it develops into Marx, and then it just goes up to like straight absurdism, and there is no truth, and there's only material, and then we have to obtain, you know, utopia by technical means, and then this leads into transhumanism, you know, because man sees no other, you know, that, you know, from a Christian worldview, like I think I've told you this before, it's like, you know, progress ends at the cross. Really, there is no more progress from that point on in the Orthodox worldview. That's why it's like, you know, the church doesn't change with the time. Whereas with these people that are obsessed with this, you know, this so-called progress, they think they're developing into something. Well, you know, I think that's what, you know, Marx was so obsessed with, you know, because he had been at the bottom so long, right? So, you know, and he's rejecting God. So there's what do you get? You know, he's talking about changing the world, but what does he really mean by changing the world? You know, I don't know.
And then you have this looming idea that sort of comes in, that the ascension of the hierarchy of being, you know, is really a movement, you know, which is really the refinement of the spirit, and is sort of the goal of history, right? So you get this sort of, you know, once you combine Hegel with the sort of millenarianist outlook, you get a sort of sort of utopian.
Right, because, you know, they're looking for this you know, this 1,000-year reign.
Yeah, you get the theistic evolution, exactly.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And, you know, what's interesting, I found a quote from Hitler, man, the other day, and he was basically saying that, you know, that they were the true Marxists. The Nazis were the true Marxists, and that, you know, and I thought that was really funny. Like,
well, it's never pure enough.
Right? Yeah, well, that was something they were denying. They were like, well, you know, H-Man wasn't a Marxist at all, blah, 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 blah. And then I find this long quote in his own words, him calling himself like a pure descendant of Marx. I was like, wow. Well, I mean, but that's really what it is, you know. And Eustace Mullins says, which I really think is interesting. It's like he said, you know, National Socialism, communism, and something else all came out of Frankfurt, Germany, you know. And well, I mean, if that's true, and there's some connection between Marx and the Rothschild family. I don't know. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, I think he was related to Lionel de Rothschild, who was like MP of Britain. I think it was like the son or related to N.M. Rothschild or something like that.
Right.
So yeah, so they're pretty prominent. And also, you know, I read a quote by Bakunin, right? Bakunin sort of complained that, you know, Marx was funded by the Rothschilds. So whether this is true or not, it is interesting to hear him, you know, state this.
I believe that. I absolutely believe that.
Right.
You know, but in my research recently, I'm going to show you something real quick. Let me see it. I think this has a big, major thing to do with what's going on with all this, you know. So we got the revolutions here, but I'm about to present something else here. All right. Here. You know, you ever looked into this?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, what this is Hadrian put this down, or
who? Who's Hadrian?
The Roman guy? Or
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't read it.
Yeah, but I have seen. Yeah, but they thought this guy was the Messiah.
Correct.
So that's the problem with,
you know, like another Sabbatai Zevi, or
yeah,
you know.
they were looking for a military leader, a military style leader, and they didn't get one.
Right. They were looking for somebody to take over the, you know, the land there. And that's like the obsession. That's been the obsession since that time. And that's the Rothschild obsession that, from this time period, that's been the development. And all revolutions are almost based on this first revolt right here, and even prior ones. I think like that's really what the root of the revolutionary mindset is. This
Yeah, look at this. It says Kokbo was declared a Nasi, Nasi,
You see
Prince
that?
of Israel. What the fuck?
That's
Well, no. Nasi means Prince of Israel. Oh, that's gonna go over well in the Discord.
Right. Yeah. Explain this. But anyways, that's funny. The things you look at, but that studying my book, that kind of like came up because I'm trying to like connect this utopian idea and like throughout history, this kind of lawless spirit where going back to the Sanhedrin, what they expected. Because from the Christian viewpoint, it's like there's this rejection of Christ at the Sanhedrin because they wanted this worldly Messiah that's going to, dominate for them and make everybody else their slave. And it's not until they acquire this land that they can be the collective Israel. It's this very Kabbalistic mindset, right? But that goes back to those revolts. But these same revolts are influencing Marx. This same spirit has gone throughout history, and I think in the scriptures it's called the lawless spirit, because it's. But I mean, even Protestantism, it's a lawless spirit. You're rebelling against something. You're protesting something, and even up into the '60s and everything else, really, and in our times too. That 10 minutes. The lights go out in New York City, everybody's revolting and throwing bricks through windows, and we're kind of in a lawless time. And I'm not saying it's just them, but I think that, it's clear from the scriptures, we understood that from a Christian's perspective, the Sanhedrin were definitely influenced by Satan, and they had this very rebellious, they wanted a worldly kingdom, so they were revolting for that purpose. So it's not necessarily, we could find instances where it's like you could have a righteous battle, but this seems like it's not over a righteous thing at all. It's over, a deluded so-called false Messiah in this occasion where they thought he was going to, dominate for them, and it just didn't happen. Oh, look at it. Eusebius, a 4th century bishop and historian from Caesarea, offers a Christian interpretation of the rope, framing the Christian suffering as divine punishment for the crucifixion of Jesus. Wow. That's pretty crazy. See that? Oh, look, he says,
Yeah, it's trooped out.
Eusebius provides key details missing from Dio where he likely neither knew used as a source, such as Tinius Rufus as the Roman emperor of Judea, and identifying Bar Kokhba as the revolt leader and sitting Latar at the site of the final siege. Perspectives, geographical proximity, plus the lost materials, making this rather important, albeit ideological filters such as the revolt. It's to the revolt. Rabbinic literature offers significant insight on how Jewish communities experience interpreted events, while these texts primarily focus on Jewish law. Were not intended as historical chronicles, they contain narrative sections that preserve stories, teachings, legal rulings, and reflect related to the period of the shape by theological and didactic goals. Some of these traditions are connected to preserve historical memory. They say revolt, and those regarding the fall of Batar appear in Agadic material, particularly in the Babylonian Talmud. You see that what was it that I sent to you? I think it was you know what I'm about to go to?
But yeah, it's crazy. Like 4 Ezra, 2 Baruch. Like they just keep writing parts of the Bible. So how long were they doing that for? You know, it says, meanwhile, the trauma of Jerusalem's destruction left profound mark on Jewish messianic and apocalyptic expectations endured with works such as 4 Ezra and 2 Baruch, expressing hopes that Rome would soon be overthrown. It's like, okay, but, you know, what is Ezra still writing books? Right?
Wait, so where are you reading that at? Are you reading that on this right here?
Yeah, the last sentence.
Oh,
on the page.
Okay. Meanwhile, the trauma of Jerusalem's destruction left a profound mark on Jewish thought. Messianic and apocalyptic expectation endured with works such as 4 Ezra and 2 Baruch expressed hopes that Rome would soon be overthrown by divine action. Wait. So now let's read 4 Ezra. Chapters 3 through 14 of the Great Book of 2 Ezra is Jewish Apocalypse, also sometimes known as 4 Ezra, or the Jewish Apocalypse of Ezra, and should not be confused with a later work called the Greek Apocalypse of Ezra. For it to be canonical, written during the Babylonian captivity, and calls it Isru Sotwell. It was often cited by the fathers of the church in the Eastern Armenian tradition. It's called 3 Ezra. It was written in the late 1st century CE, following the destruction of the Second Temple. I've never read it. You want to read it? You want to see what it says?
It's kind of weird. Yeah, I've never heard of that for sure.
Yeah, okay. It says, 4 Ezra consists of 7 visions of Ezra the scribe. The first vision takes place as Ezra is still in Babylon. He asks God how Israel can be kept in misery if God is just. The archangel Uriel is sent to answer the question, responding that God's ways cannot be understood by the human mind. Soon, however, the end would come and God's justice would be made manifest. Similarly, in the second vision, Ezra asks why Israel was delivered by the Babylonians, and is again told that man cannot understand this, and that the end is near. In the third vision, Ezra asks why Israel does not possess the world. Uriel responds that the current state is a period of transition. Here follows a description of the fate of evildoers and the numerous. Ezra asks whether the righteous may intercede for the unrighteous on the judgment day, but what is told that the judgment day is final. The next 3 visions are more subtle in nature. The fourth is a woman mourning for her only son. She is transformed into a city when she hears the desolation of Zion. Uriel says that the woman is a symbol of Zion. The 5th vision concerns an eagle with 3 heads and 20 wings and 12 large wings and 8 smaller wings, quote, over against them. The eagle is rebuked by a lion and then burned. The explanation of this vision is that the eagle refers to the 4th kingdom of the vision of Daniel, and the wings and the heads as the rulers. The final scene is the triumph of the Messiah over the empire. The 6th vision is of a man representing the Messiah who breathes fire on a crowd that is attacking him. This man then turns to another peaceful multitude which accepts him. Finally, a vision of a restoration of scriptures related. God appears to Ezra in a bush and commands him to restore the law. Ezra gathers 5 scribes and begins to dictate. After 40 days, he has produced 204 books, including 70 works we published last, 2 Esdras 14 and 44. And in 40 days, they wrote 204 books. And it came to pass, when the 40 days were filled, with the highest spake, saying that the first that thou hast written published only, that the worthy and unworthy be read. And keep the 70 last, that thou mayest deliver them only to such as be wise among the people. This is kind of interesting. The somebody might refer to the Septuagint and most of the Apocrypha and the lost books that are scribed on the Bible, but it's more probable that the number is just symbolic. Almost all the Latin editions of the text are large Lucana, 70 verses, and this can trace their common origin. One are the manuscript Codex Saint Germanus or something like that. I don't know. See if I can present this. Really,
What'd you say?
Proved he was the Messiah or converted to Islam. So he converted to Islam and they became known as the Donma, which means to turn, but they didn't turn. And then the next century along came Jacob Frank, and Jacob Frank took Sabbateanism on to another level of evil. He claimed that he was a reincarnation of Zevi, and he moved forward with this whole concept of the Donma, where you appear to be something like a Judaism or Roman Catholicism or whatever. Well, actually, you are this Sabbatean Frankist cult, and you manipulate or have yourself manipulated into positions of power in these different religions and different cultures. But actually, you're representing this Sabbatean cult all along. And the Rothschilds are Sabbateans. Sabbatean Frankists. And funnily enough, you had this connection between Mayer Amschel Rothschild, who basically started the Rothschild dynasty. You had Adam Weishaupt, this Jesuit-educated Jewish guy, and they created the Bavarian Illuminati in 1776. What a lot of history doesn't include is that the third person in that trinity that created that Illuminati was Jacob Frank, who was a friend and associate of Mayer Amschel Rothschild. And Frank moved in on the Roman Catholic Church and basically took that over. It was the Sabbatean Rothschilds and Sabbateans in general that created modern Israel.
Them Sabbateans are out there, man. I gotta watch out for them. You know any Sabbateans? Any Sabbateans out in the audience?
Well, I think it's evolved right into accelerationism. Right. So there's a sort of philosophical version of sort of Sabbateanism and the holiness of sin, causing sin to bring about some result. In other words, sort of LARPing as a sinner, and LARPing as a religious person, all at the same time.
Well, I read something about Sabbateans that they had, they considered that, the more that you sin, the closer that you would get to salvation in some way, or that would save you. The salvation through sin. That's pretty crazy.
Right. And Jacob Frank also said you got to burn the Torah. You got to burn the Torah. And keep the Zohar. Yeah, I almost said Tohar, but yeah, burn the Torah, keep the Zohar. Man. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, they're very secretive about it because externally they'll tell you we're all about peace and but then every now and then you'll find little strange things that they'll teach, and then they'll talk about Lucifer kind of in a positive light, and then in behind closed doors these types, because I've been around Templars that were involved with Frankism supposedly, something. But they're very secretive about it. They don't want their cult members that are closely aligned with them to know that they're as evil as they actually are.
Well, that's the thing, is that certain Sethians and certain like Albigensians and stuff, they all had a similar sort of protocol, right? They had this idea that when you have sacred rites, you should like sort of, invert them, right? So that's why when you do the Sethian worship or whatever, you do all the things you're not supposed to do, right?
Yeah, it's a trip, man. Definitely.
Yeah, so they had these like sort of cults, like obviously Jacob Frank, who was a Sabbatean, right? He had like orgies and stuff. So like this is the kind of stuff they were into. But what I'm trying to get across is there are certain Jewish sects of antinomians and Gnostics,
right?
Like in the Second Temple and also all these crazy Gnostic groups that St. Irenaeus talks about. And some of them had like females, some of them were doing like weird rituals, like they do pagan stuff, like all sorts of stuff.
So what text is that from St. Irenaeus? Let's go to it. Let's just go look at it for a second. Why not? I can bring it up. I'm kind of excited because I got my
Yeah, I don't know if he's got like stuff on the Sethians, the Ophites, and stuff.
Let's see what St. Irenaeus has to say. You know who else? St. Augustine has some good stuff as well.
Right, because he's writing about the Manichaeans, and there's obviously a bunch of sects, and the Manichaeanism sort of led to the Albigensians, and the Cathari. So there's wild sort of Manichaean sects where they would do weird rituals and obviously if people don't know, like Manichaeanism, that St. Augustine talked about is sort of like an offshoot of Gnosticism and Zoroastrianism. So it's combined.
Hold up. I got something. Hold up. There we go. Here we go.
When Irenaeus was appointed by the Christians in Lyons to be their church's bishop or overseer, he had at least 3 enormous tasks in front of him. 1. Many families in his congregation were grieving the losses of nearly 50 martyrs from the previous year. 2. The gospel needed to be spread into the region surrounding Lyons, where people were polytheists or atheists, or the Christians needed their local churches to be organized. 3. There were discussions and disagreements between Eastern and Western Christians regarding how to respond to heretical groups claiming to be Christians, who were seeking to gain converts away from the Universal Church. Among the heretical groups who were falsely identifying as Christians were those later referred to as Gnostics. The word Gnostic derives from the Greek word gnosis, which translates in the English to knowledge. Although the Gnostics were not a single group, they did share some general theological tendencies. Irenaeus believed the Gnostics presented a serious threat to the correct presentation of the gospel and to the unity of the Universal Church. He therefore collected as many Gnostic writings as he could find and wrote a detailed exposé of Gnostic beliefs and behavior. The full title of Irenaeus's exposé is A Refutation and Subversion of Knowledge Falsely So Called, but in time, Christian scholars have shortened the title to Against Heresies. It was written sometime between...
Yo, I like the original title, actually. What was it? It was pretty long. Hold on. He said what? That was kind of cool. A refutation and subversion of knowledge falsely so called. That's kind of wild.
But in time, Christian scholars have shortened the title to Against Heresies. It was written sometime between AD 182 and 186 and is considered to be the best description of Gnosticism from the early church era. Against Heresies is organized into 5 distinct books. The first book is an exposition of the beliefs and behavior of various Gnostic groups. Of the Gnostics, Irenaeus wrote, "These men falsify the teachings of God and prove themselves to be evil interpreters of the good word of revelation. They also overthrow the faith of many by drawing them away under the pretense of superior knowledge." Modern literary scholars would classify ancient Gnostic literature as fantasies. Gnostic teachers created very elaborate explanations of divine beings known as eons, and how the eons brought into being all non-physical and physical reality in the universe. Gnostics taught that the eons wished to know their origin from their original eon, variously named Proarche, Propator, and Bythus, who had a female counterpart named Enea, also known as Charis or Sige. The main branch of Gnostics Irenaeus exposed were the Valentinians. The Valentinians taught that there were 30 eons existing in pairs who reproduced successive pairs of male and female eons. The last of them was Sophia, or knowledge, who broke with tradition of ignorance and passionately desired to know the original eon. Eventually, a being known as the demiurge, who emanated from Sophia, erred greatly by creating the physical universe. Gnostics identified this foolish demiurge as the creator god of the Old Testament. A common Christianization of Gnosticism was to portray the God of the Old Testament as evil, and Jesus and his Father as good and wise beings, who were trying to rescue the people from the world of their physical natures. Salvation, according to the Gnostics, was the enlightenment one gains by learning the elaborate names and stories behind their beliefs. The Enlightenment would allow people to escape the physical world and join a purely spiritual.
There's like name worshippers, right? And like they pose as Orthodox Christians, and they kind of say like, I think I've talked to you about it before, but they kind of say that the names of God are God himself, right? And it like the name of God is God himself, and it's like names are created letters, right? Like language is a created thing.
Yeah, like to Valentinus, right, and his students, right, and also in the Haggadah, they have a sort of divine revelation of language in the form of the letters.
Right.
So they say like the letters like were like with God, they're like sort of spoke to God pretty much, you know, or like God speaks through them.
Too?
So what was that?
The Sefer Yetzirah, it's like I think it's
right.
that
Right.
So
Right. It's like the divine name, the divine language. And it's sort of like pretty much like Pythagorean in the sense that like there's these divine laws or these divine like math or something like that.
Right. Letters correspond to numbers, and then these sequences somehow like can be related to how these divine sparks kind of or
right
came down from God, like his footstool or something. I don't remember how. Like I've heard it before, but in a few different ways, because there's modernized versions of it as well, right? Like this kind of same type of story, But it's interesting. It's interesting that I'm always surprised, how early this stuff is in the history of the church, like with Irenaeus, like how early he was writing like 5 books on this. You know what I mean? It's wild.
Realm, where they would be reconnected with the original eon. Irenaeus did not just expose the overcomplicated Valentinian teachings, though. He described the beliefs of other Gnostic groups, whose names and stories were different from the Valentinians. Most of the groups were nameless, but Irenaeus also exposed the teachings of Gnostics named Secundus, Epiphanes, Ptolemy, Marcus, Simon the Magician from Acts 8, Saturninus, Basilides, Carpocrates, Marcellina, Cerinthus, the Ebionites, the Nicolaitans from Revelation 2, 6 and 15, Cerdo, Marcion, and the Encratites. Irenaeus hoped by exposing the mutually inconsistent opinions of the Gnostics to persuade anyone from being seduced by their teaching. If the mere exposure of the confusing overcomplexity in Book 1 did not persuade Irenaeus's readers to avoid Gnostic teaching, Book 2 provided an argument that the Gnostics used poor logic to arrive at their conclusions. For example, the very idea of polytheism, or there being multiple gods, is absurd. For if neither of two gods are perfect, then there must be a reality or God greater than they are. Likewise, if angels created the world apart from the will of the greatest eon, then the greatest eon is not really that good, wise, or careful. Irenaeus also pointed out that the teachings of the Gnostics were inconsistent with the rule of faith, which was the consistent and comprehensive teaching about the Trinity, creation, salvation, and other doctrines. Shifting the burden of proof to the Gnostics, he exposes the emptiness of their system, showing that they copied their ideas from pre-existing stories, but just changed the names. They also made extensive use of math to show that numbers which could be added together to arrive at 30 were proof enough that there were 30 eons. One of the chief theological contributions of Irenaeus in his Against Heresies was his doctrine of the atonement, called the recapitulation theory. The recapitulation theory suggests that all parts of Jesus' life on the earth, including any physical suffering he endured, are indispensable to the salvation of other human beings. The recapitulation theory emphasizes God's role as the redeemer of creation, not one who merely wanted to help the spirits imprisoned inside people's flesh to escape. The second book concludes with a refutation of the absurdity of the migration of souls where people might spiritually transfer from one form to another. Finally, books 3, 4, and 5 investigate specific passages of Scripture to demonstrate Gnosticism's broad and deep contradictions with a historical understanding of Scripture. Throughout the work, Irenaeus shows how faulty the interpretations of Scripture by the Gnostics are. No sane scholar would read a piece of literature like the Gnostics read the Scriptures. However, in the final 3 books, Irenaeus reminds his readers of passages in every section of the Scriptures and in which ways the passages contradict the most prominent claims of Gnostic theology. By the end of the 5th book, Irenaeus has well demonstrated that the historical events portrayed by the Scriptures, especially physical creation and the physical life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, are essential to a proper understanding of the truth, Christianity, and God himself. Irenaeus engages in a negative apologetic, or defense of the faith, when he dismantles the heretical claims of the Gnostics. But he also engages in a positive apologetic when he gives biblical evidence for specific features of God and salvation that directly contradict Gnostic claims. In the end, based on the Scriptures and the consistent teaching of the Church handed down from Jesus through clear lines of apostles and their disciples, the truth of the gospel can be and is clearly known by the Church around the world. Irenaeus not only exposed the fallacies of Gnosticism in his chief work Against Heresies, but he used ideas and language that later theologians would use and develop as they formulated their own theological expressions in writings, creeds, and liturgical formulae.
Okay, yeah.
So Marcion And the Ebionites, they're kind of different from the Gnostics in that they don't really believe in like the Sophia and all that type of stuff, right? But Marcion did sort of believe that like basically like Paul and the New Testament is good and the Old Testament is bad.
Right. And he thought,
so,
he felt like that wasn't the same God, right? That the Old Testament wasn't the same God.
Right.
Which,
he said he said it's a different God. Whereas the Gnostics, they said it's basically the demiurge.
You know what
doing
it
all
is?
that until Jesus.
You know what it is? Like people really don't understand is, for instance, like when you're dealing with the Old Testament, a lot of times, and you're dealing with God in the Old Testament, you're dealing with an unruly people a lot of time. When he's with, you know what I mean? So when they're like, "Oh, he's mean" or something like that, it's like, well, I don't know. He did tell them like 20 different times not to do this, and then they go and do it, and then Moses is up there, receiving revelation. He comes back down, they're already worshiping a golden calf. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of hard to say like it's not justified. I mean, it's impossible to say it's not justified. It's God. I mean, I think the biggest mistake a lot of people go into the scripture, and I think I made this mistake when I was younger too, because I was just kind of prideful, I think. It's like kind of going into the scriptures thinking like, you're in a position of judging God. It's like, no, God's the judge, right? And it's like each man has to be, we're going to have to face God. It's not you that judges God, rather God's the judge. And if we go into anything in the scriptures looking at it the other way around, we misplace our own selves, and that's a misplaced judgment off the top, I think. So some would see that as kind of like just like a blind obedient type thing. I don't see it that way. Just because anytime I feel like, especially in the scriptures, that God is telling the people to do something, it's not like, he's trying to be this dictator with it or something. It's for their own good. And every time they don't do it, that's when, disaster strikes, and sometimes it's just because we're in a fallen world, and disaster happens in a fallen world. It's not necessarily a judgment. So what's been on your mind lately, man? What have you been thinking about?
Nothing really. Try to keep the old storehouse clean there, but yeah.
How's your show been going, man? I haven't been tuning in. Okay. I've been a little like busy lately. I've just finally gotten some time to chill out.
Not a thing has changed. Not a damn thing has changed.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, not anything has changed. Just more basically pointed discussions. Right. So, as you've probably seen, I've been trying to sort of clean house to sort of make sure people stay on the topics and stuff.
Good.
And so so yeah, I mean, most of my shows just basically just 6 hours of cold hard discussion until people show up. Then I let them talk, right?
Right.
I let them talk, especially if it's like 3 or 4 people. I'll just go ahead and just let them talk. But
yeah,
most of the time, there's not 4 people on the panel, so it's just like 3 people usually, and 2 of them are pretty silent. Yeah, so we just sort of present, like we've been going over the pre-Socratics.
Oh yeah.
So.
I seen you say something the other day. It was like, we're the most shadow banned channel on the internet. We don't even
just the group, the entire group. Like, you got DK.
Right. I think you're right about that. Not just the channel, but as a group, I believe that is
right. They funneled us into one group. It seems like kind of weird.
Yeah,
because there's a bunch of weird people that have a bunch of different ideas, but none of them seem to have, the one, sort of common denominator is they can't seem to pop off, right? Despite the fact that they have talent, they have comparable material, right? So,
hey, so I got a question for you. So, did you watch the Rogan episode with the,
No, I'm afraid not. Yeah.
Well, I seen a clip from it, and it's like a channel. It was like it was a channel that was on YouTube Shorts, right? And it was for Andrew Wilson, and this channel was like, he said what everybody feared to say or something, was scared to say or something. It was like really weird like that. And then it went into the clip, and then it was like, Andrew Wilson just like downing on Don Lemon. You know what I mean? Yeah, he was just this token black dude that people listened to because he was woke or something like that. Like that was his take. And Joe Rogan's like, yeah, definitely. Like, oh, everybody says that about Don Lemon. What are we talking about? But I don't know. It's kind of weird that I'm not hating on the guy. It is what it is. He's there, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, like how like Jim Bob, like Andrew, like all these people, like they sort of just toe the line, like Jay Dyers of the world. You sort of expect a lot from them. Granted that they have sort of, opinions about conservatism, and now they're sort of just support the status quo. So it's really sad when, there's almost no opposition, that the lowest of the low are the people that they have us encircle and attack, and even they get, really get put on.
Well, what I don't understand is like, you have all these episodes about the New Age movement. You have you're talking about the New World Order, and you're talking about Blavatsky, and you talk about all these topics. But then when it comes down to it, how could you in one breath talk about the Bolshevik Revolution, for instance, right? And then turn around and be in communion with people with a church established by Stalin? Like, it doesn't make sense at its root, right? And in the same sense that, you can cover something like the New Age movement, but then be associated with people that are like heading towards a more New Age modernist, turning Orthodoxy into a New Age movement. And, Freemasonry's having such an influence with magazines titled the New Age movement, and, churches getting paid by UNESCO, and, how, like people have been saying all those type of connections are going on, where it's like it almost feels like the subjects are getting covered almost to cover their tracks rather than to actually like sincerely cover the subject. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the recent thing where they had sort of 5 million subscriber YouTube channel do an attack video on them, and they went back and forth with this guy. So I think it's gay ops. I think these people are being promoted by the media, most likely. Because how would they get gay ops with like the top, 5 million subscriber channel, and then just like 2 days after, Jim Bob was doing a celebration video for 30K subscribers. So it's like when you get attacked or mentioned by these huge channels, it's part of a media sort of game where they're sort of ushering you in. I mean, right? Just like Nick Fuentes, right? So
absolutely, and all it is drama. Like they sell drama, and they sell fights, and they sell, that's what sells in that realm. Rat beef, you know what I mean? Really, if you think about it, it's like selling rat beef. And they understand that well. That's why there's so many, like there's so much crossover between I guess political commentators and celebrity, right? That's just what it is. It's a fake world, really. And none of those, I mean, and granted, with Wilson in the clip, he's making the point that all these media personalities have nothing to say. Well, I think Wilson knows just as well as anybody else once you get inside the company, you have no choice but to push the agenda that the company wants. And Tucker's a good example of that. He says, when he was working with these people, they had to push him all kinds of things. Now he's pushing these other things. But that sketches me out, because anytime you got a guy that was willingly pushing like these false narratives, and now he's pushing all these narratives that seemingly to expose the conspiracy, it's very Jones-esque. It's very controlled opposition. It has a controlled opposition feeling towards it. You know what I mean? As far as the conservative movement is concerned, it's like it's getting directed towards Zionism. And if it's not, it's neo-Trotskyite or both. It's like something weird's going on there in the conservative movement in the United States. It's being obfuscated. But, I don't know. It all feels kind of pointless politically lately between all this infighting and what's going on until, I think Eustace Mons made the biggest point. It's like until that Federal Reserve Bank gets out of the way, the left and right paradigm isn't really serious, right? And it's only to like manipulate you so you don't focus on the fact that you have these kind of like, gnarly banking cartels running your government, really,
Well, that's the thing, is like before the entire scheme where like these guys were, put in support of the, the major media talking points. And I'm talking about people with 200,000 or less subscribers on YouTube. Right. And they're totally put in service of, major media talking points for some reason. Right. So then you're forced to think, did they get talking points from the media, or then are they just so psyoped, that they'll just repeat the talking points from the media, either to get on the main channel or
goal, isn't it? It's the goal is to like convert everybody to the hive mind, right? So you wouldn't know anyways who's being paid and who's not, because everybody's like, once the status quo is out there, then everybody's got to comply. And if you don't comply, then you're ostracized in that world. And, you pick a side, and they want everything very black and white. So you fall into the dialectic, right? But that's always been the plan. And they've gotten it down so well now, People don't realize this. Like the whole idea of political parties comes out of the Masonic Lodge. It's like once a left-wing Mason, is finished, a right-wing Mason takes over. That's really what's going on here. And unfortunately, people are so naive they don't see it. That these people, just like the Bolsheviks, they were more worried about the oligarchs. They didn't care about a communist workers' party for the rights of the people. Like they weren't freeing anybody. In the same way that the Republican Party really doesn't care about, the middle class or just like maybe there's a couple people there that are idealistic enough to really hold. But I mean, those people are rooted out, attacked, and, punished for those type of things. I think the majority of people are in it for donorship, and that's why so many people are getting paid from, for what is it, the Israeli foreign whatever, you know what I mean, those donors and stuff. I don't know.
It's IFCJ or something like that. International Fellowship of Christians and Jews or something.
Well, I was talking about there's Zionist APAC, is that what it's called? Yes.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so that was what I was talking about. It's just like, all these Congress people and politicians getting paid off by Zionist organizations, And now it's to the point where there's women talking. I watched this Zionist woman talking about, she was going to make sure anybody that spoke out against Israel couldn't get a job or have a relationship. She'd ruin their life. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how these people are talking about. And it's antichrist in nature. It's going back all the way back to that Bocarba revolt and the French Revolution and Marx and all this stuff. That's really what it's all about. It's like the Zionist movement is all that. This is the culmination of an antichrist movement that's developed. It's like festered at this point. Now that the monster was buried over time to this point, now it's grown, and we're dealing with this ungodly, lawless, reality we're in. And it's unfortunate for a lot of people. I think, with this Epstein stuff, I think, what was in the dark is finally coming to light. And what 10 years ago would have called you insane and sent to a mental institution, now it's being attested to. And it's like, this is real. This is what's happening. These people are really out here, and they're really talking like that. He's talking about, it sounded like you were reading the Protocols of Zion, a lot of that. I mean, the emails, am I tripping? Or, guys are recommending Dugin to him, and,
right.
He's with Putin. He's got a membership to Chabad. He's paying for one of their schools for this messianic cult that's, accelerationist. Right? It's insane, man.
Right. He's friends with like a French lady who's like a Rothschild. It's just like
right. And she's like talking about how, like, the Rothschilds were behind Hitler. And did you see that shit?
Yeah, it's weird.
Man, it's psycho, man.
I was arguing with them in the Discord about that.
Oh, I'm sure that really pissed them off. That's pretty funny. I'm sure that made somebody mad. Well, it should, man. I mean, come on.
Well, they added you. They said, when is Unseen Warfare going to address this?
What am I supposed to address? They're the ones supposed to address it. They're supposed to address that one, man. I mean, we got it out of the horse's mouth. One of the Rothschilds is out here admitting to, backing Hitler, man. So what do you want me to say? I told you so. That now they need to address it. But what are they? I mean, come on. Yeah, I know what they're gonna say. A Jew said it. That's that's like the default, And that's the big confusion. I don't think people get it. Like, a Christian perspective is like, we don't hate Jews. We don't hate communists. We want them to come towards the truth. We don't like their actions. You don't have to like a person's actions. You can hate a person's actions and not necessarily hate them and the ideology. And and that's not to say, like, I've read some things where it was like maybe there was some sincerity there to some degree, but I really can't see it. I think that, like all politicians, Hitler was, he sold a dream to the people. They thought he was going to be the savior against, the Bolsheviks and the communists. In reality, he was one himself, and that's documented. He was under a Kurt Eisner. He was going to a communist funeral. He was in communist getup. He admitted to, being largely influenced by Marx. With National Socialism, it's just, it's supplanting the economic aspect that the Bolsheviks focus on with the race, really. And it's just two sides to the same coin. And when he died, he gave over, his blessing to the Soviets and said, the other part of the Eastern power should win. Because he hated the United States and he hated Europe, and he thought they were weak and feminine, and he was embarrassed that he was beat by them. That's what he said, So he thought that, of course, Stalin should win or should take over the world in some way. And that was supposedly what he said. But I really don't buy it. I think they were all in on it in some way. I really do. There's something to do with the Thule Society. And this, you can look into it. There was swastikas seen on the rubles of the provisional government of the Freemasonic government that took over the government of Russia from the Tsar. There's a Sisson document that talks about a unity between the Germans and the Bolsheviks, and the Germans were helping the Bolsheviks. Lindendorf admitted to it. Then there was the Stalin Nazi pact. You know what I mean? Like, all throughout that time, they had pacts with these people. If you really hated these people, why are you in communion with the Zionist? You know what I mean? But the reality was they wanted to kill as many non-Zionists because they had the same goal. And the Zionists were looking for a scapegoat anyways, because you could be perpetually the victim, right? And to this day, but Mrs. Mullen said something really funny, and people might get scandalized, but they said, maybe they should build a statue to Hitler in Israel. And the reason they said that is because the reason he said that is because without him, there wouldn't have been this taking over from the Palestinians, this whole Balfour, this whole thing. It would have never happened to fruition in the full capacity that it did.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. But if you look at like a lot of the sort of ideas that like Hitler and Stalin had, I think ideologically they're very similar. Like they had like a distrust in like democracy. They were going to use like a sort of conservative social conscience in order to guide the masses.
Right.
They both believed in industrialism and making that the central place of government. So I mean, just in the style of government that they had, it was like vastly similar.
Right.
I mean, between the styles of government that they implemented, there's not really that much difference in the power that's being expressed. So,
right. And I think the reality of it is, and this is something that Mullen said, is that, like the Soldier Commandos, they were Zionists. Nobody wants to talk about that. There was what's really interesting, and I'm not saying that I could prove this or not, but there's stories of, in Russia's catacomb saints of men getting like gold poured down their throats, right? Well, then at the Nuremberg trials, then there was also documentation of the same thing. Well, what some people seem to thought was that maybe some of those bodies that were being killed were actually the Bolsheviks killing Christians, and they were counting it as Nazis killing Jews. You understand what I'm saying? Because that was what's going on as well. I'm not saying that the Jews weren't being killed, because they were. But I'm saying in some cases they could have been counting Christians as Jews, because they just didn't care at that point. I feel like it was very, I don't know. And the big cover up, it's like, why is it, I grant the 6 million. A lot of people don't grant the 6 million. I grant the 6 million. I say he did it. I say they did it, right? But I say that it was, why is the focus on the 6 million when there was 100 million Russians, right? What's up with that? So a majority Jewish population can kill 100 million Russians, Ukrainian, Slavic people, and then the Western world is only focused on this 6 million, and that just seems like a scapegoat to me. Especially when you had Zionists involved with the Nazis. That's the very strange thing. And I'm not a Nazi supporter whatsoever. I'm really not. I don't like Hitler. I believe he was Antichrist. He was very religion as far as Christianity is concerned. I know that he had a copy of the Secret Doctrine. I know that Stalin and the communists had a copy of the Secret Doctrine that they were very obsessed with. He had a copy he was obsessed with. They were supposedly, he had some weird belief. This was what, Michael Hoffman talks about, where, he wouldn't give his soldiers and generals any weapons because he felt that, they should will it, that they were superhuman in some sense because they were German, the chosen people. So they should will it because they had some kind of magical power or some sense because of this occult book that he had read. And, he has outlines in this occult book, and Michael Hoffman covers that in his book, Adolf Hitler, the Enemy of the German People. It's worth a read. I highly recommend it because, it's a kind of often overlooked point. But there's documented things where generals were ordering like ammunition and food and different things, and they weren't getting it. The men just weren't getting it because they were being told that they had to will it because there was some mystical thought going on. And I think that developed out of the Thule Society, right? And a lot of people don't understand this. It's like, well, why did the Nazis get rid of Freemasonry? It's because, first of all, the Thule Society was its own version of Freemasonry. It was closely aligned with like Mythos Miserium, which isn't normally, it's like Egyptian based rather than Jewish, I believe, in some sense, where they view the Kabbalah coming from Egypt. That's what the Thule Society kind of was about. And, I feel like, once the Nazis get into the position, just like, kind of like Alice Bailey or something like this, there's the externalization of the hierarchy, or Blavatsky's the same way. So there's no more need of the liberal lodges of Freemasonry if you're worried about those people, like, overtaking you in some way. Prior to this, Freemasonry, if we're looking at it from in the sense of like with the Bolsheviks or with the, the French Revolution, if the monarch's in power, then the Freemason wants to overthrow because they're perpetually in revolution. They're revolutionaries, really. That's what Freemasonry is all about. That's why they were behind the French Revolution and the Russian. But anyways, but once they get into power, of course they don't want other secret societies around because they know that they're going to try to, if they piss those people off, they're going to revolt. But this was what was interesting with the Bolsheviks. I found out the Bolsheviks pretended to persecute the Masons in Russia and bring them to court and said that they killed the Tsar. They said this in the newspapers. And then they said that they were going to be murdered or sent to the prisons or something like that. Well, neither of that happened. And there's documentation on this that's in Oleg Plantanov's Secret History of Secret History of Russia or something like that, Volume 7. But he talks about that the Bolsheviks would persecute so-called persecute the Freemasons, so the public wouldn't actually know that there was a connection between them. And the entire time, like they had helped Kerensky get to the Grand Orient of France, and they were exchanging money and material on the revolution. It was really very close relationship between the Bolsheviks and the Freemasons, and many of the Bolsheviks were Freemasons.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Marx was a Freemason. We were talking about Marx earlier. It seemed like he was part of a Masonic organization called League of the Just, and their whole goal was the creation of the New Jerusalem. So they openly said that. They said we got to bring the kingdom of God on earth and so on and so forth, which is basically like
that was the Nazi belief too. But then they combined it with the Chiliastic belief.
Right. And that's something that people don't get about. Like, they weren't just trying to make it for the German people. They wanted a new world order just as much as the Marxists did.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the problem. It's like, yeah, you could, because people don't understand what Reich actually means.
Right.
It means that your empire.
Right.
That's like a sort of a world stage empire.
Absolutely.
Right. So like the entire idea is embedded within this, Rome and, being an empire and,
What Don Marquis said, I know this guy, I read this guy, Don Marquis, he kind of covers like New World Order stuff, that what he said was that, why was the question was asked? Why would America fund the Germans all this money? Like these Jewish bankers fund Germany all this money, and then it would fall in within this short time period. And the response from Don Marquis is because they were training for a globalist or a one world order, dictatorship. Like this was like a practice run, right? And the same with Stalin, and the same we see today with Putin, and the same we see even today in the United States in a lot of ways. We have this shadow kind of government going on, and I don't know. It's so true.
Yeah, I kind of put it in like there's two different modes, right? There's individualism and collectivism, but there's also like internationalism and nationalism. But what they want is the same thing, right? Because the goal of internationalism is basically to bring, right, all countries into the same order, right? And then the goal of nationalism is to bring all countries under the order of one nation, right? So then it's like, so nationalism is basically internationalism, because what they want is a sort of archaic return, right? Like Mussolini wanted to be Rome, right? Like, Hitler wanted to bring back the Reich,
right?
And so on and so forth. So they wanted to bring back this, kingdom, just like the Jews did, right? The Jews have a sort of philosophy and a theology of national restoration as well.
Absolutely.
Where their country was an international force.
Right.
Right. And
even now, what they see it is they're building the Solomon's temple, right? It's like that's the goal of the Mason, that's the goal of the Jew, because they have a common goal. And I believe like Benaiah Barith sits at the top of that goal, and that's why you have these accelerationists, even with the with Shabbat. I think it's like they're pursuing their Messiah, and that Messiah, from my worldview, that's Antichrist, and that's going to be set up in Jerusalem. They're going to rebuild this temple, and the world's going to come to bow at this temple. And there's going to be Orthodox people. People were told maybe that will even, think that they can bow to Antichrist and just keep their orthodoxy. That's what he'll offer.
Oh, yeah.
He'll offer people that you could keep your religion as long as you bow to me. I think that's the whole of it all.
Yeah, I predict 99% of Jews, Muslims, Christians are going to fall into it for sure.
Right. And see, one of the catacomb saints said something really interesting about the mark of the beast. He said, the mark on the right hand represents the actions, because the man's hands are his actions, right? So the actions will be aligned with Antichrist, right? But the mind won't. So the mind will think that you can be a Christian, but by your actions, you'll be following and bowing to Antichrist. And he related that with Sergius bowing to the communist government, that you can keep your church as long as you bow to us, the communists, the Bolsheviks. You can bow to these people and keep your church as long as you follow them and their joys and your sorrows. This was Sergianism. So this is taking the mark on the hand. Now, taking it on the forehead is accepting it full on. The theology of Antichrist, the belief, the dogmas of Antichrist, you're accepting them mentally. That's taking the mark. In a lot of ways, I think.
Oh, yeah, dude. Most people, they're basically say, I can't live without my Nibiru app.
Right.
And I just made up an app, but they're going to make an app called Nibiru.
I thought about this. So imagine this. I think this is really interesting. So in the case of a catacomb saint, right, and viewing the Soviet, okay, so let's say you had a KGB priest, right, and the KGB priest baptizes you, and then at the end of the baptism, the KGB priest takes holy oil and he marks your head with it. You're telling me that's not an unholy mark? I think that's a type of the mark as well. It's like accepting charismation from an unholy KGB agent or a Freemason in a cassock, or bowing to a patriarch in this way. That's in essence accepting the mark. I think there's many ways man accepts types of the mark, but these are I think the those kind of patristic texts are like going to be leading up to a final mark. And a lot of times people think of it only in terms of material. They don't think of a spiritual mark a lot of times. I think they only think in terms of, oh, it's going to be an RFID chip or something like this. I think we need to really be thinking more spiritually.
Right, especially when they have the means to put that type of technology in you, and nobody would even know that they put it inside you. So, so there's no physical chip anymore, right? It's a whole confluence of things. You know, they could just use a gel, you know, nano gel, you know, or whatever, and you know, and it'll reassemble inside of your body. So this is the thing, is like, you know, you don't even need you know, physical chip anymore. So
what
that's
I thought was really interesting is you know, this whole concept of you know, okay, so what was it? What about the mark that was so interesting? Well, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. You're talking about the mark of the beast.
Yeah, I know it. So what was it? I can't really remember what I was gonna say, but yeah, you know, there's been multiple times I've kind of looked into this subject to try to figure out exactly what it is. You know what I mean? And I think that you know, there is aspects of it where if someone were to accept something like, you know, putting some technology in your hand or something in your right hand, then, you know, that doesn't seem good, you know. And it does talk about not being able to buy or sell, but, you know, I think in a lot of ways,
yeah, but they have like what they call non-surgical implants.
Right.
Now, so all you need is the nanos, right? So, and you can ingest them, you can inject them, right? So, so this is the thing, is like, anytime you go to the hospital and pass out for 2 hours, you could have had this done to you. So it's just like,
you know, and I think
that's the problem. Man.
I think another problem too is, you know, with the, you know, it's a difficult topic. I would just say, you know, the subject that starts with a V, right? And the people taking the thing with the
right.
V. Okay, so that particular subject, I think that.
Well, you said it last night. I mean, I replayed a clip of you.
Yeah.
You know, saying that it's an anti-communion. I was like, this
it's kind of like that. I think it is like that. I think that, you know, like it feels as if that it's in that direction, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like
right,
you know,
yeah, like they're trying to invert this.
Yeah, exactly. Because it is ritual.